Book the first archaic period before AD 700. There are a few geographical and other facts which it is useful to bear in mind in tracing the history of Japanese literature. If we glance at a map of Eastern Asia, we see that Japan forms a group of islands somewhat larger in superficial area than Great Britain and Ireland, separated by a narrow strait from the adjoining continent. Here lies the peninsula of Korea, inhabited by a nation distinct from the Chinese in race and language, but from ancient times dependent both politically and intellectually on its powerful neighbor. Korea has shown little originality in the development of its literature or civilization, and its chief importance in connection with Japan depends on its geographical position, which, in the infancy of the art of navigation, made it the natural intermediary between Japan and China. China, with its ancient civilization, its copious and in many respects remarkable literature, and a history which goes back for more than 2,000 years, has for many centuries exercised a commanding influence over all its neighbors. What Greece and Rome have been to Europe, China has been to the nations of the Far East. Japan, in particular, is very deeply indebted to it. There is no department of Japanese national life and thought, whether material civilization, religion, morals, political organization, language, or literature, which does not bear traces of Chinese influence. Beyond China lies India, which has furnished one important factor in molding the literature of Japan, namely Buddhism. If, in regard to Japan, China takes the place of Greece and Rome, Buddhism, with its softening and humanizing influences, holds a position similar to that of Christianity in the Western world. The alternate preponderance of these two powers is an interesting feature of Japanese history, and we shall see that it has not been without effect upon the literature. We must not, however, forget the native genius of the Japanese nation, which, in spite of numerous external obligations, has yet retained its originality. The Japanese are never contented with simple borrowing. In art, political institutions, and even religion, they are in the habit of modifying extensively everything which they adopt from others and impressing on it the stamp of the national mind. It is the same with the literature. Though enormously indebted to China and at times hindered in its natural development by a too implicit reliance on foreign guidance, it has remained nevertheless a true index of the national character. It is the literature of a brave, courteous, light-hearted, pleasure-loving people, sentimental rather than passionate, witty and humorous, of nimble apprehension, but not profound, ingenious and inventive, but hardly capable of high intellectual achievement, of receptive minds, endowed with a voracious appetite for knowledge, with a turn for neatness and elegance of expression, but seldom or never rising to sublimity. The insular position and political independence of Japan no doubt account partially for the literature retaining its native originality of character, but more is no doubt due to a fundamental difference of race from the nations to which the Japanese have been indebted. There is reason to believe that the Japanese nation contains an aboriginal Polynesian element, which some writers call Malay, but the evidence of language and anthropology is conclusive that it is in the main a continental race, quite distinct, however, from the Chinese. It must have come from a more northerly region, and geographical considerations point distinctly to Korea as the point of embarkation. Beyond this, it is safer not to go, nor need we attempt to fix any date for their migration. Native tradition is silent on the subject, or rather assumes that the Japanese are aborigines. The process of colonization probably extended over centuries, and the numerous immigrations from Korea to Japan in historical times are no doubt simply a continuation of the same movement. The first historical fact to be gleaned from the legendary stories which have been preserved to us in the ancient Japanese annals is an invasion of the central part of the country, already settled by men of Japanese race, by a conquering army from the western island of Kyushu. Their leader, Jimmu Tenno, who is recognized as the first Mikado, established his capital in the province of Yamato at a time which it is best to indicate vaguely as a few centuries before the Christian epoch. Here, or in one of the adjoining provinces, his successors reigned for many centuries, each Mikado building himself a palace and founding a capital in a fresh locality. A semi-nomad arrangement of this kind is obviously incompatible with much advance in civilization. It was not until the capital was established on a more permanent footing at Nara in the beginning of the 8th century that any substantial progress was made in literature and the arts. Although the archaic period has left us but few literary monuments, it is marked by two events of prime importance for the development of literature in Japan. One is the introduction of the art of writing, with which was associated an acquaintance with the literature and history of China, and the other, the first propagation of the Buddhist religion. Both came, in the first place, from Korea, which had received them from China no long time before. Until they became acquainted with Chinese, the Japanese had no written character. It is probable that individuals had acquired some knowledge of the Chinese language and script early in the Christian era, but the first actual mention of the study of Chinese in Japan belongs to a 405. In this year, a Korean named Wangin was appointed tutor in Chinese to a Japanese imperial prince. He was the first of a succession of teachers from Korea whose instructions paved the way for a revolution in Japanese customs and institutions not less profound and far-reaching than that which we have witnessed in our own day as the result of an acquaintance with Western civilization and science. Buddhism was introduced about 150 years later, in the middle of the 6th century, but it was not until the 7th that it made much progress. Its real founder in Japan was the imperial prince Shoto Daishi, who died in 621. In the scanty remains of the period with which we are now dealing, there is scarce any trace either of Buddhist or of Chinese influences. It may be said that the Kyujiki, a historical work attributed to the prince just mentioned, should be reckoned an exception to this statement, but its authenticity has been questioned, and in any case, it is in the Chinese language, and therefore, properly speaking, forms no part of Japanese literature. Songs, the oldest relics of the genuine native literature of Japan, are a series of songs contained in the ancient annals known as the Kojiki and Nihongi, and the Norito or liturgies of the Shinto, or the native Japanese religion. These songs are associated with some historical or quasi-historical incident, and are ascribed to mikados or other distinguished personages. Several of them are attributed to Jimmu Tenno, who is said to have founded the Japanese monarchy in 660 BCE, and equally fictitious accounts are given of others. Probably we shall not be far wrong if we assign most of the poems of the Kojiki and Nihongi to the latter part of the archaic, namely, to the 6th and 7th centuries of our era. The poetry of this time possesses a certain philological and archaeological interest, but its merits as literature is small. The language is still unformed, and there is a plentiful lack of imagination and of the other higher qualities of poetry. What, for example, can be more primitive than the following war song, which is supposed to have been chanted by Jimmu Tenno's soldiers, and which, the author of the Nihongi informs us, was still sung by the imperial guards in his own day. Oh, now is the time. Ooh, now is the time. Ha, che, even now, my boys. Even now, my boys. Or this, which is dated 90 BC, the hall of Maiwa of sweet-sake fame. Even at morn its door, let us push open. Sake it ought, perhaps, to be explained, is an intoxicating liquor brewed from rice. The sentiment of this song therefore recalls our own "We Won't Go Home Till Morning." The following, which is said to have been composed by the Mikado Ojin at 282, but which more probably belongs to the 6th century, may serve to indicate the highest level to which poetry attained during this period. This Mikado was about to add to his harem a beautiful woman named Kemi. Naga, Haim, or the long-hired maid. When he discovered that his son had fallen violently in love with her, he invited them both to a banquet, and then surprised his son by resigning to him the lady with the following words: "Lo, my son, on the moor, garlic to gather, garlic to gather. On the way as I went, pleasing of perfume was the orange in flower. Its branches beneath men had all plundered, its branches beneath men had all plundered, its branches above birds perching had withered midway, its branches held in their hiding a blushing maiden. Lo, my son, for thee let her burst into blossom. The Kojiki and Nihongi have preserved to us more than 200 of these poems. Their study tends to correct ideas such as that of Macaulay, who, doubtless reasoning from the now exploded premise that Homer is a primitive poet, argued that in a rude state of society we may expect to find the poetical temperament in its highest perfection. Judging from this early poetry of Japan, a want of culture by no means acts as a stimulus to the poetic faculty. We nowhere find the agony, the ecstasy, the plenitude of belief, which Macaulay would have us look for in this product of an age and country which were certainly far less advanced than those of Homer in intellectual culture. Instead of passion, sublimity, and a vigorous imagination, we have little more than mild sentiment, word plays, and pretty conceit. Moreover, a suspicion will not be banished that even for such poetical qualities as they possess, these poems are in some degree indebted to the inspiration of China. Of this, however, I cannot offer any definite proof. Shinto rituals. The prose of the archaic period is represented by a series of norito, or minor prayers to the deities of the Shinto religion, which were recited with much ceremony by the Nakatomi, a hereditary corporation of court officials whose especial function it was to represent the Mikado in his capacity of high priest of the nation. Their precise date and authorship are unknown. In their essence, they are no doubt of very great antiquity, but there is reason to believe that they did not assume their present form until the 7th century, some of them perhaps even later. The Norito are not known to have been committed to writing before the period Yengi, 901-923, when the preparation was begun of the work entitled Yengishiki, or Institutes of Yengi, a collection of the ceremonial regulations in force at this time. The Yengishiki enumerates 75 of these prayers and gives the text of 27, which no doubt comprise all the most important. There are prayers for a good harvest, deprecating fire and pestilence, invoking blessings on the palace, services in honor of the food goddess, the wind deities, and so on. The most famous of all is the Oharaya, or General Purification Service. It is not devoid of literary quality, as the following translation may perhaps indicate. The other Norito, which I have read, are much inferior in merit. Give ear, all ye imperial princes, ministers of state, and high functionaries who are here assembled, and hearken to the great purification by which at this interlude of the 6th month are purged and washed away all sins which may have been committed by imperial officials and attendants, whether they wear the scarf, ornament, or the shoulder strap as stewards, whether they bear on their back the bow or gird on them the sword. Of yore, our imperial ancestors who dwell in the plain of high heaven summoned to an assembly the 800 myriads of deities and held divine council with them. And they gave command, saying, "Let our august grandchild hold serene rule over the land of fair rice ears, the fertile reed plain. But in the land thus delivered to him, there were savage deities. These they chastised with a divine chastisement, and expelled with a divine expulsion. Moreover, the rocks, trees, and leaves of grass, which had the power of speech, were silenced. Then they dispatched him downward from his celestial everlasting throne, cleaving as he went with an awful way, cleaving the many piled clouds of heaven. Here at the middle point of the land entrusted to him, in Yamato, the high sunland, the august grandchild established his peaceful rule and built a fair palace, basing deep on the nethermost rock the massy pillars, and upraising to high heaven the timbers of the roof, wherewithal to shelter him from sun and sky." Now, of the various offenses to be committed by the celestial race destined more and more to people this land of peaceful rule, some are of heaven and others of earth. Heavenly offenses are the breaking down of divisions between rice fields, filling up of water, courses, removing water pipes, flaying alive, flaying backwards. Earthly offenses are the cutting of living bodies, the cutting of dead bodies, leprosy, incest, calamities from creeping things, from the high gods and from high birds, killing of cattle, bewitchments. Whensoever these offenses are committed, for committed they will be, let the great Nakatomi clip heavenly twigs at the top and clip them at the bottom, making thereof a complete array of 1,000 stands for offerings. Having trimmed rushes of heaven at the top and trimmed them at the bottom, let them split them into a manifold brush. Then let them recite this great liturgy. When they do so, the gods of heaven, thrusting open the adamantine doors of heaven and cleaving the many piled clouds of heaven with an awful way, cleaving will approach and lend ear. The gods of earth ascending to the tops of the high mountains, and the tops of the high mountains sweeping aside. The mists of the high mountains and the mists of the low mountains will approach and lend ear. Then shall no offenses remain unpurged from the court of the august child of the gods, even to the remotest ends of the realm. As the many piled clouds of heaven are scattered at the breath of the wind gods, as the morning breezes and the evening breezes disperse the morning vapors and the evening vapors, as a huge ship moored in a great harbor, casting off its stern moorings, cries forth into the vast ocean, as yonder thick brushwood is smitten and cleared away by the sharp sickle forged in the fire. So shall all offenses be swept utterly away. To purge and purify them, let the goddess Siritsu Haim, who dwells in the rapids of the swift stream, whose cataracts tumble headlong from the high mountains and from the low mountains, bear them out into the great sea plain. There let the goddess Haya Akitsu Haim, who dwells in the myriad ways of the tides of the raging sea, and in the myriad meeting places of the tides of the myriad sea paths, swallow them up, and let the god Ibukido Nushi, the master of the spurting up place, who dwells in Ibukido Nu, spurt them out, away to the nether region. Then let the goddess Haya Sasura Haim, who dwells in the nether region, dissolve and destroy them. They are now destroyed, and all, from the servants of the imperial court down to the people in the four quarters of the realm, are from this day forth void of offense. Attend, all of you, with ears pricked up to the plane of high heaven, to this great purification by which, on this interlude of the 6th month as the sun goes down, your offenses are purged and purified. The Narito, although prose, are in some respects more poetical than much of the contemporary poetry. This is not the place to discuss the general question whether literature begins with prose or poetry. It may be noted, however, that the earliest Japanese literature presents two imperfectly differentiated types: a poetry which in metrical form, thought, and diction is not far removed from prose, and prose compositions which contain an appreciable element of poetry. Chapter I. Prose of the Nara period. The Kojiki, strictly speaking, this period begins AD 710, when Nara was made the seat of the Mikado's government, and ends AD 794, when the capital was removed to Nagabuka in the province of Yamashiro, a site which was abandoned a few years later for that of the existing city of Kyoto. For the present purpose, it is sufficiently accurate to make the Nara period coincide with the 8th century. With the establishment of the capital at Nara, the old system, by which every Mikado built himself a new palace in a fresh locality, was discontinued. Only in itself an important progressive measure, but it was an evidence of the advance in civilization which had been made during the previous 2 centuries. Under the influence of Chinese political ideas, the authority of the crown had become greatly extended, the power of the hereditary local chieftains broken, and a system of government instituted under prefects who held office subject to the control of the central authority. Learning, by which in Japan is, or rather was, meant the study of the masterpieces of Chinese antiquity, had made great progress. The Mikado Tenchi 662 established schools, and we hear later of a university under government auspices which comprised 4 faculties, viz. history, the Chinese classics, law, and arithmetic. This, it should be observed, was for the benefit of the official classes only. It was not until many centuries later that education reached the common people. There were also teachers, mostly Koreans, of painting, medicine, and the glyptic arts. The colossal bronze statue of Buddha and some remarkable sculptures in wood which are still to be seen at Nara testify to the skill which the Japanese had then acquired in the last named arts. Of even greater importance was the advance in the art of architecture. This was intimately associated with Buddhism, a cult which demanded stately temples and pagodas for its due exercise. The increased authority of the court also required devices more befitting its dignity, and more in consonance with the gorgeous costumes and ceremonial adopted from China than the old one, rain palaces. The first written book which has come down to us in the Japanese, or indeed in any Turanian tongue, is the Kojiki's Two Records of Ancient Matters, which was completed AD, contains the early traditions of the Japanese race, beginning with the myths which form the basis of the Shinto religion, and acquiring more and more of a historical character as it proceeds until it comes to a close in AD 628. The Kojiki, however valuable it may be for research into the mythology, the manners, the language, and the legends of early Japan, is a very poor production, whether we consider it as literature or as a record of facts. As history, it cannot compare with the Nihongi, a contemporary work in Chinese, while the language is a strange mixture of Chinese and Japanese, which there has been little attempt to endue with artistic quality. The circumstances under which it was composed are a partial explanation of the very curious style in which it is written. We are told that a man named Yasumaro, learned in Chinese, took it down from the lips of a certain who had such a wonderful memory that he could repeat with his mouth whatever was placed before his eyes, and record in his heart whatever struck his ears. Yasumaro's task was not an easy one. He himself in his preface describes his embarrassment. The phonetic syllabaries known as the katakana and hiragana, which correspond to our alphabet, had not then been invented. The only choice open to him was to use the Chinese ideographic symbols, giving them their proper meaning and construction. In other words, to write pure Chinese, or to make each Chinese character represent merely the sound associated with it regardless of its meaning. The result of this latter course would be a Japanese text. By the former method, it was impossible to write down Japanese poetry, proper names, and a quantity of phrases and expressions for which there existed no adequate Chinese equivalent. While if a separate Chinese character had to be used for every syllable of the polysyllabic Japanese words, a prolixity intolerable to a mind formed by Chinese study would be the result. In this dilemma, Yasumaro resorted to a compromise, and mixed up the two systems in a way which is fatal to style. Even in the same sentence, we often find a purely Japanese construction interrupted by a phrase which it is impossible to consider as anything but clumsy Chinese, while vice versa, his Chinese contains expressions not to be understood without a knowledge of Japanese. At the time of the compilation of the Kojiki, there existed at the court of Nara a hereditary corporation of katarib, or reciters, whose function it was to recite ancient words before the Mikado on certain solemn state occasions, such as the beginning of a new reign, even if Yasumaro's informant was not himself a member of this order. He must have been well acquainted with the matter of their recitals, and there can be little doubt that the myths, legends, and quasi-history of the Kojiki were drawn from this source. There is no reason whatever to believe that the recitations of the katarib were anything but prosody. We are in possession of a considerable body of poetry belonging to this period, but none of it takes the form of narrative. It consists of lyrics, not ballads, and yields no material for history, whether true or otherwise. The annals of Japanese literature therefore give no countenance to Macaulay's theory that in the natural course of things, history is preceded by ballad poetry. So far from its being true of Japan, a directly opposite process is observable. At a later period, history showed some tendency to develop into poetry. It began to be treated in an ornate, romantic fashion, and with some imperfect endeavor after metrical form. The motley character of the language of the Kojiki, of course, disappears in a translation, but the following passage may give some idea of the sort of legends which form the staple of the earlier part of the work. The student of folk lore will Recognize in it one of the numerous variants of what in its Greek form is the story of Perseus and Andromeda. The god Heya, Susanoo, having been banished from heaven for his misdeeds, descends to earth and alights on the bank of a river in the province of Izumo. He observes a chopstick floating. Down with the current, his augustness Heya, Susanoo, thinking that there must be people living farther up the stream, went in quest of them, and found an old man and an old woman weeping, with a young maiden set between them. He asked of them, "Who are ye?" The old man replied, "Thy servant is a deity of earth, and his name is Ashinadzuchi, son of the great god of the mountain. My wife's name is Tenadzuchi, and my daughter is called Kushinada." He answered, saying, "I have had 8 children, girls, but the 8-forked serpent of Koshi came year after year and devoured them. It is now the time of its coming, and therefore do we weep. Its eyes are as red as the winter cherry. It has 1 body with 8 heads and 8 tails. Moreover, its body is overgrown with moss, pines, and cedars. Its length extends over 8 valleys and 8 hills. Its belly is always all bloody and inflamed to look upon." Then his augustness Heya, Susanoo, said to the old man, "If this be thy daughter, wilt thou give her unto me?" "With reverence be it said," replied the old man, "I know not thy honorable name. I am the elder brother of the sun goddess, and have now come down from heaven," replied Susanoo. Then the deities Ashinadzuchi and Tenadzuchi said, "In that case, with reverence we offer her to thee." Sweet of you, Sushi and Tenadzuchi. Do ye bruise some? Sake of 8, fold strength. Also make a fence round about, and in that fence let there be 8 doors. At each door let there be 8 stands. On each stand let there be a sake tub, and let each sake tub be filled with the sake of 8-fold strength. Then wait. So, having prepared everything in accordance with his august bidding, they waited. Then the 8-forked serpent came indeed, as had been said, and bending down 1 head into each of the tubs, lapped up the sake. Hereupon it became drunken, and all the heads lay down to sleep, when straightway Heya, Susanoo, drew his 10-span sword from his girdle, and slew the serpent, so that the river had its current changed to blood. Now when he cut the middle part of the tail, the edge of his august sword was broken. Wondering at this, he pierced it and split it open, when he found that within there was a great sharp sword. He took this sword, and thinking it a wonderful thing, reported his discovery to the sun goddess. "This is the great sword Kusanagi, herb queller." In the early part of the 8th century, the Japanese government gave orders for the compilation of geographical descriptions of all the provinces. The mineral, vegetable, and animal productions were to be noted, with the quality of the soil, the origin of the names of places, and the local traditions. Of these works, only a few have reached us, the best known of which is the Izumo Fudoki, written in 733. It contains a very few interesting legendary passages, but as a whole, it consists of bald statements of fact and must be classed with Charles Lamb's Biblia Biblia, or books that are no books. It was the forerunner of the very considerable modern topographical literature known to us as Meisho. The only other Japanese prose compositions of this time which need be noticed are the imperial edicts contained in the Shok Nihongi continuation in Chinese of the Nihongi. Their style much resembles that of the Narito. Motori has edited them in a separate form with a commentary. Chapter I. Japanese Poetry Generally. The Menyoshu, before proceeding to an examination of the narrower poetry, it seems desirable to give an account of those characteristics of Japanese poetry generally which distinguish it in a conspicuous manner from that of Europe. Narrow in its scope and resources, it is chiefly remarkable for its limitations, for what it has not, rather than for what it has. In the first place, there are no long poems. There's nothing which even remotely resembles an epic. No Iliad or Divina Commedia, not even a Nibelungen Lied or Chevy Chase. Indeed, narrative poems of any kind are short and very few, the only ones which I've met with being 2 or 3 ballads of a sentimental cast. Didactic, philosophical, political, and satirical poems are also conspicuously absent. The Japanese muse does not meddle with such subjects, and it is doubtful whether, if it did, the native Pegasus possesses sufficient staying power for them to be dealt with adequately. For dramatic poetry, we have to wait until the 14th century. Even then, there are no complete dramatic poems, but only dramas containing a certain poetical element. Japanese poetry is, in short, confined to lyrics, and what, for want of a better word, may be called epigram. Poems of longing for home and absent dear ones, praise of love and wine, elegies on the dead, laments over the uncertainty of life. A chief place is given to the beauties of external nature, the varying aspects of the seasons, the sound of purling streams, the snow on Mount Fuji, waves breaking on, the beach, seaweed drifting to the shore, the song of birds, the hum of insects, even the croaking of frogs, the leaping of trout in a mountain stream, the young shoots of the fern in spring, the belling of deer in autumn, the red tints of the maple, moon, flowers, rain, wind, mist. These are among the favorite subjects which the Japanese poet delights to dwell upon. If we add some courtly and patriotic effusions, a vast number of conceits more or less pretty, and a very few poems of a religious cast, the enumeration is tolerably complete. But as Mr. Chamberlain has observed, there are curious omissions. Sunsets and starry skies, for example, do not appear to have attracted attention. War songs, strange to say, are almost wholly absent. Fighting and bloodshed are apparently not considered fit themes for poetry. It is not only in its form and subject matter that Japanese poetry is limited in its scope. The modern poet of Europe makes free use of the works of the Greek and Roman poets as models and as storehouses of poetic imagery. Much of his very language comes from the same source. But the poets of Japan have deliberately refrained from utilizing in this way the only literature which was known to them. That their refinement of language and choice of subjects are in some measure due to an acquaintance with the ancient literature of China is hardly open to question, but they allow few outward signs of it to appear. All allusions to Chinese literature and history, although not wholly absent, are infrequent, and the use of Chinese words is strictly tabooed in all poetry of the classical type. There was a substantial reason for this prohibition. The phonetic character of the two languages is quite different. Chinese is monosyllabic, Japanese as polysyllabic as English. A Chinese syllable has far more complication and variety than those of Japanese words. It may have diphthongs, combinations of consonants and final consonants, none of which are to be found in Japanese, where every syllable consists of a single vowel or of a single consonant, followed by a single vowel. It is true that the Japanese, in adopting Chinese vocables, modify them to suit their own phonetic system. But the process of assimilation is incomplete. The two elements harmonize no better than brick and stone in the same building. Refuse these half-naturalized aliens admission to the sacred precincts of their national poetry, although by so doing they sacrificed much in fullness and variety of expression, and deprived themselves of a copious store of illustration and allusion to which their prose writers resort even too freely. The acknowledged euphony and ease of pronunciation of the Japanese language is greatly owing to that property of the syllable which has just been described. Even a reader who knows no Japanese may appreciate the euphonic quality of the following. No kiba no ume yo haru wasurune or nef, but it is at the same time a source of weakness. It makes smooth versification almost a matter of course, but it also renders impossible much variety or force of rhythm. The Japanese poet can hardly do otherwise than obey Pope's precept. Then all your muses Softer art display, let Carolina smooth the tuneful lay, lull with Amelia's liquid name the line. The whole language is composed of words made up, like Carolina and Amelia, of syllables with open vowels preceded by single consonants or none. Nor is he under any temptation to rend with tremendous sound your ears asunder with gun, drum, trumpet, blunderbuss, and thunder. His phonetic resources simply will not admit of it. Pope further advises that when loud surges lash the sounding shore, the hoarse, rough verse should like a torrent roar. When Ajax strives some rock's vast weight to throw, the line too labors and the words move slow. But it is vain for the Japanese poet to strive to adopt this counsel. With a language like the old Japanese, it is only within the narrowest limits that it is possible to make the sound an echo to the sense. It is probably in some measure to the want of variety of rhythm which results from this quality that the preference of the national genius for short poems is due. The mechanism of Japanese verse is simple in the extreme. Unlike Chinese, it has no rhyme, a want which is plainly owing to the nature of the Japanese syllable described above. As every syllable ends in a vowel, and as there are only 5 vowels, there could only be 5 rhymes, the constant reiteration of which would be intolerably monotonous. In the Japanese poetical language, all the vowels are of the same length, so that quantity such as we find in the poetry of Greece and Rome is unknown, nor is there any regular succession of accented and unaccented syllables as in the poetry of modern Europe, the Japanese laying hardly any greater stress on one part of a word than on another. In short, the only thing in the mechanism of Japanese poetry which distinguishes it from prose is the alternation of 5 and 7 syllables each. It is, in fact, a species of blank verse. Some Japanese critics seem to think that the numbers 5 and 7 were suggested by the Chinese Book of Odes, where many of the poems consist of lines of 5 and others of lines of 7 syllables. This does not seem very probable. The best known meter constructed on this principle is what is known as tanka or short poems. When poetry is spoken of in Japan, it is usually this kind of verse which is meant. Of 5 phrases or lines of 5, 7, 5, 7, and 7 syllables, 31 syllables in all. 2 each of these stanzas constitutes an entire poem. The tanka is the most universal and characteristic of the various forms of poetry in Japan. Ever since there has been a continual and copious stream of this kind of composition. Even at the present day, the Mikado gives out themes at the New Year for his courtiers to show their skill upon. And the pages of the magazines give evidence that tanka are still produced in considerable quantity. It may be thought that in the compass of 31 syllables, and with the other limitations to which the poet in Japan is subject, nothing of much value can be the result. This, however, is far from being the case. Although no great qualities can be claimed for the tanka, it must be admitted that the Japanese poets have made the most of their slender resources. It is wonderful what felicity of phrase, melody of versification, and true sentiment can be compressed within these narrow limits. In their way, nothing can be more perfect than some of these little poems. They remind us of those tiny carvings known to us as netsuke, in which exquisite skill of workmanship is displayed in fashioning figures an inch or 2 in height, or of those sketches where the Japanese artist has managed to produce a truly admirable effect by a few dexterous strokes of the brush. Next to the tanka, the most common kind of classical meter is the naga yuta, or long poetry. The naga yuta has the same alternation of 5 and 7 syllable phrases with an additional line of 7 syllables at the end as the tanka, and only differs from it in having no limit in regard to length, which Japan has produced is in this meter. But it has never been a great favorite, and after the Nara period was almost completely neglected, the preference of the national genius being evidently for the shorter kind of verse, notwithstanding the name naga, are by no means long poems. Them are nearly so long as Locksley Hall, and the majority are effusions of a few dozen lines only. A feature which strikingly distinguishes the Japanese poetic muse from that of Western nations is a certain lack of imaginative power. The Japanese are slow to endow inanimate objects with life. Shelley's Cloud, for example, contains enough matter of this kind for many volumes of Japanese verse. Such lines as "From my wings are shaken the dews that waken the sweet buds everyone, when rocked to rest on their mother's breast as she dances about the sun," would appear to them ridiculously overcharged with metaphor, if not absolutely unintelligible. Still more foreign to their genius is the personification of abstract qualities. Abstract words are comparatively few, and it does not occur to the Japanese poet or painter to represent truth, justice, and faith as comely damsels in would appear to them ridiculously overcharged with metaphor, if not absolutely unintelligible. Still more foreign to their genius is the personification of abstract qualities. Abstract words are comparatively few, and it does not occur to the Japanese poet or painter to represent truth, justice, and faith as comely damsels in flowing robes, or to make love a chubby naked boy with wings and a bow and arrows. Muses, graces, virtues, furies. In short, the host of personifications without which Western poetry would be only a shadow of itself, have little counterpart in Japanese literature. This impersonal habit of the Japanese mind is shared by them with other races of the Far East, notably China. It is not confined to poetry or even to literature, but is profoundly characteristic of their whole mental attitude, showing itself in their grammar, which is most sparing of personal pronouns, in their art, which has no school of portrait, painting, or monumental sculpture worth mentioning, late and imperfect development of the drama, and end in their religious temper, with its strong bent towards rationalism and its hazy recognition of a ruling personal power in the universe. To their minds, things happen rather than are done. The tides of fate are far more real to them than the strong will and the endeavor which wrestles with them. The significance of this fact in regard to the moral and psychological development of these races may be left to others to determine. It is sufficient here to note its influence on the literature and especially on the poetry. Some rhetorical devices which are peculiar to Japanese poetry require a brief notice. One of these is the makura kotolo word, as it is called, because it usually stands at the beginning of the verse, serving, as it were, as a pillow upon which it rests. The makura kotoba is a stock conventional epithet prefixed to certain words, something after the fashion of Homer's swift-footed Achilles or many-fountained Ida. These words are survivals from a very archaic stage of the language, and the meaning of some of them is now extremely doubtful, a circumstance which forms no obstacle whatever to their continued use. Others are still intelligible and appropriate enough, such as the house, birdcock, the rain, enshrouded Mount Mikasa, the ever-firm heaven, morning, mist, thought. But even although a makura kotoba may be sufficiently apt if it is rightly applied, some Japanese poets take a perverse pleasure in wresting it from its proper sense in a way which to us is nothing short of ludicrous. Whale catching, for example, may pass as an epithet of the sea. But what shall we say of the poet who uses it as a prefix to the inland sea of Oni, now called Lake Biwa, where, needless to observe, whales are an unknown phenomenon? Creeper, clad is well enough as an epithet of a rock, but it tries one's patience a little to find it applied to the province of Iwami simply because Iwa means rock. From the versifier's point of view, the makura, it consists almost invariably of 5 syllables and therefore supplies him without any trouble with a first line ready-made, no unimportant consideration when the entire poem consists of only 31 syllables. These epithets are several hundreds in number and are collected into dictionaries which serve the purpose of a gradus ad parnassum. They are most useful in a country where the composition of tanka has been for centuries little more than a mere mechanic art. Another trick of the Japanese poet is what Mr. Chamberlain III has aptly termed pivot words. In these, a word or part of a word is used in two senses, one with what precedes, the other with what follows. Thackeray has something of the kind in The Newcomes, where he speaks of the teapot presented to Mr. Honeyman by the devotees attending his chapel as the devotee, Pate. Here the syllable T is contrived a double debt to pay. It represents at the same time the final syllable of devotee and the first syllable of teapot. Perhaps a better example is the following from Butler's Hudibras. That old pie. What do you call him? Melian, who cut his mistress out of stone, had not so hard-a-hearted one. What is this but a kind of pun? The reader will not unnaturally say. Yet it would be hardly fair to stigmatize these jute demotes as puns. They are meant not to provoke laughter, but as ornament, and the effect is sometimes not unpleasing. At its best, however, the pivot word is an ornament of doubtful taste, and poets of the classical period indulge in this figure of speech but sparingly. More remains to be said of it when we come to the dramatists of a later age, who have used it in an extravagant and, at least to us Europeans, exasperating manner. Parallelism, or the correspondence between each word of two successive lines, or clauses, noun for noun and verb for verb, is an occasional ornament of Japanese, as it is of Chinese poetry. It is familiar to us in the Psalms of David and is a favorite with Longfellow, whose Hiawatha contains numerous such pairs of parallel lines as filled the marshes full of wild fowl, filled the river full of fishes. Some Japanese examples of this figure will be found in the poems quoted on page 37. Nara poetry, while the 8th century has left us little or no prose literature of importance, it was emphatically the golden age of poetry. Japan had now outgrown the artless effusions described in the preceding chapter, and during this period produced a body of verse of an excellence which has never since been surpassed. The reader who expects to find this poetry of a nation just emerging from the barbaric stage of culture, characterized by rude, untutored vigor, will be surprised to learn that, on the contrary, it is distinguished by polish rather than power. It is delicate in sentiment and refined in language, and displays exquisite skill of phrase with a careful adherence to certain canons of composition of its own. The poetry of this and the following period was written by and for a very small section of the Japanese nation. The authors, many of them women, were either members of the Mikado's court or officials temporarily stationed in the provinces, but looking to the capital as their home. We hear nothing of any popular poetry. On the other hand, the faculty of writing verse was universal among the higher classes. Nearly every educated man and woman could indite a tanka upon occasion. There were no voluminous writers. It was not the custom to publish the poems of individual authors separately. Had it been so, very thin volumes indeed would have been the result. Collections were made at intervals by imperial authority, in which the choice poems of the preceding period were brought together. And if 20 or 30 tanka of one poet found a place there, it was sufficient to give him or her a distinguished position among the multitude of contributors. The poetry of the Nara period has been preserved to us in one of these anthologies known as the Maniyoshiu, or collection of 1,000 leaves. According to the usual account, it was completed early in the 9th century. The poems contained in it belong chiefly to the latter half of the 7th and the first half of the 8th century of the Christian era, and cover a period of about 130 years. They are classified as follows: poems of the 4 seasons, poems of the affections, elegiac, allegorical, and miscellaneous poems. They number in all more than 4,000 pieces, of which the great majority are tanka, or short poems of 31 syllables. The remainder are for the most part naga, yuta, or so-called long poems. As for the authors, their name is legion. Among them, however, 2 poets stand out with some degree of eminence, viz., Iromaro and Akahiti. The former flourished at the end of the 7th century, the latter in the reign of Shomu, 724, 756. Little is known of either. Further than that, they were officials of the Mikado's court and attended him on some of his progresses through the provinces. The Ryakuj edition of the Meiyoshu in 30 volumes, which was formerly the best, has now been totally eclipsed and superseded by the magnificent Meiyoshu Kogi, recently published under official auspices. It extends to 122 volumes and contains everything and more in the way of commentary and indexes that the most ardent student can desire. The print is admirable, and the text a great improvement on that of the Ryakuj edition. The following translations, inadequate as they are, may help to give some idea of the character of the Meiyoshu poetry. The first specimen is by Hidemaru. It is an elegy on Prince Hinami, son of the Mikado Temu, who died a 687 before succeeding to the throne. The poet begins by relating the appointment at a council of the gods of the deity Ninigi no Mikoto as the first divine sovereign of Japan. In the second part, allusion is made to the death of the late Mikado, while in the third, the poet gives expression to the disappointment of the nation that Prince Hinami did not live to succeed him, and laments the loneliness of his tomb, which he represents as a palace where the prince dwells in silence and solitude. When began the earth and heaven, by the margin of the river of the firmament eternal, met the gods in high assembly, met the gods and held high council, myriads upon myriads gathered. Then to each high charge was given, on the goddess of the sunlight, her who fills the sky with radiance, then who fills the sky with radiance, bestowed the realm of heaven. To her grandchild they delivered this, the land of Ashihara, this, the land of fairest rice. Years is with God, like sway to govern, long as heaven and earth endured. Downward sped, he swept asunder heaven and earth endured. The palace of Kiyomi, the great seat of power, imperial god, like ruled his true descendant, the august high, shining sun prince, till he rose on high, divinely flinging wide the gates eternal on the plain of heaven that open. Mighty prince, if thou hadst deigned this sublunar world to govern, thou hadst been to all thy people dear as are the flowers in springtime, as the full moon, so contenting. As in a great ship, the seaman, so our trust in thee we rested. As the welcome rain from heaven, all the nation did await thee. Thou hast chosen, why we know not, by the hill of lone Mayumi there, to raise the massy pillars, there to build a lofty palace, but at morn thy voice is heard not. Months and days have passed in silence, till thy servants, sad and weary, have departed, none knows whither. It is an elegy on a lady of the court. In her face were the tints of the autumn woods. Buxom was her form as the graceful bamboo. Unknown to us are her thoughts of the future. We hoped for her a cable, long life, not transitory like the dew which falls at morn and vanishes before evening, or the mist which rises at even and is dispersed in the morning. Even we, who knew her by report, we who had seen her but by glimpses, are filled with deep regret. What then must be the sorrow of her youthful spouse who shared her couch, their white arms interlaced for pillows? Desolate indeed must be his thoughts. Despairing must be his longings for her. Ah me! She who has passed away from us by so untimely a fate did indeed resemble the morning dews or the mists of evening. The following illustrates the Japanese poet's use of parallelism. It is dated A.D. 744. By the palace of Futagi, where our great king and divine lord holds high rule. Gentle is the rise of the hills, bearing hundreds of trees. Pleasant is the murmur of the rapids as downward they rush. So long as in the springtime, when the nightingale comes and sings on the rock's brocade, like flowers blossom, brightening the mountain foot, so long as in the autumn, when the stag calls to his mate, The red leaves fall hither and thither, wounded by the showers. The heaven be clouding. For many thousand years may his life be prolonged, destined to remain unchanged for hundreds of ages. In praise of Japan, the land of Yamato has mountains in numbers, but peerless among them is high Kaguyama. I stand on its summit my kingdom to view. The smoke from the land plain thick rises in air. The gulls from the sea plain by fits soar aloft. O land of Yamato! To me, the legend of Urashima, this is one of the most ancient and popular of Japanese legends. In its original version, it is much older than the Menyoshiyu. On a hazy day in spring, I went forth and stood upon the beach of Sumanoi. And as I watched the fishing boats rock to and fro, I bethought me of the tale of old, how Urashima of Mizunoe, proud of his skill in catching the bonito and the tei, did not return even for 7 days, but rode on beyond the bounds of ocean, for where, with the daughter of the sea god, it was his fortune to meet as he rode onwards. When, after mutual courtship, they had come to an understanding, they plighted their troths and went to the immortal land. Hand in hand they two entered into a stately mansion, when in the precincts of the palace of the sea god, here he might have dwelt forever, never growing old and never dying. But the foolish man of this world thus addressed his spouse: "For a little while I would return home and speak to my father and my mother. Tomorrow I will come again." Thus he spake. And his wife replied, "If thou art to return again to the immortal land and live with me as now, beware how thou openest this casket." Village could he see. Wondering at this, the thought occurred to him, "In the space of 3 years, since I left my home, can my home have vanished, leaving not even the fence? Were I now to open this casket, might it not appear as before?" Whereupon a white cloud issued from it and spread away towards the immortal land. He ran, he shouted, he waved his sleeves, he writhed upon the earth and ground his feet together. Of a sudden his heart melted away, wrinkles covered his body that had been so youthful. Black became white. By and by his breath also failed. At last his life departed. And lo, here once stood the cottage of Urashima of Mitsunoye, like most Naga. The above is followed by a 31-syllable poem known as a hanka. The hanka sometimes echoes the principal idea of the poem, which precedes and is at others employed as a sort of poetical save, all to utilize any stray scrap of thought or imagery which it may not have been convenient to include in the principal poem. Some Naga Utah have several hanka appended to them. Hanka in the immortal land he might have gone on to dwell, but by his nature how dull was he, this wight? The authors of the 2 following lyrics are unnamed. Mount Fuji, Fujiyama, where on the one hand is the province of Kai, and on the other the land of Suruga. Right in the midst between them stands out the high peak of Fuji. The very clouds of heaven dread to approach it. Even the soaring birds reach not its summit in their flight. It is burning fire, is quenched by the snow. The snow that falls is melted by the fire. No words may tell of it, no name, no one that is fit for it, but a wondrous deity it surely is. That lake we call the Sea of Sea is contained within it. That river which men, as they cross it, call the Fuji is the water which flows down from it of Yamato, the land of sunrise. It is the peace giver, it is the god, it is the treasure on the peak of Fuji, in the land of Suruga. I never weary of gazing. Poverty, the following is exceptional, as giving a glimpse of the condition of the poorer classes. It contains lines in which Buddhist influence is traceable. "'Tis night, mingled with the storm the rain is falling, mingled with the rain the snow is falling. So cold am I know not what to do. I take up and suck coarse salt fish, I scent a brew of sake dregs. I cough, I sneeze and sneeze, I cannot help it. I may stroke my beard and think proudly to stroke my beard and think proudly to myself. Who is there like me? But so cold am I pull over me the hempen coverlet and huddle upon me all the Nuno cloaks I have got. Yet even this chilly night are there not others still poorer, whose parents are starving of cold and hunger, whose wife and children are begging their food with tears? The poet fancies himself addressing such a person. At such a time, how do you pass your days? Swear. Heaven and earth are wide, but for me they have become narrow. The sun and moon are bright, but for me they have become narrow. The rarest of chances I am made in human shape like another, yet on my shoulders I wear a Nuno cloak void of padding which hangs down in tatters like seaweed, a mere mass of rags. Within my hut, twisted out of shape, and children at my feet gather round me weeping and wailing with voices as from the throat of the Nuye bird. For no smoke rises from the kitchen furnace, in the pot spiders have hung their webs. The very art of cooking is forgotten. To crown all, cutting off the end, as the proverb has it, of a thing that is too short already, comes the headman of the village with his rod. His summons to forced labor penetrates to my sleeping place. Such helpless misery is but the way of the world. It is characteristic of the difference between the Japanese and English languages that this poem in the original contains only 7 personal, including possessive and relative pronouns. Some tanka, no Edward Fitzgerald has yet come to give us an English metrical version of the best tanka of the Menyoshu and Kokinshu. A prose rendering must serve in the meantime. The translations correspond mostly line for line to the original. The following are 10 of a set of 13 tanka composed in praise of Seik by Otomono. No Yakamochi died 785 after Hitomaro and Akihito, the most distinguished poet of his day. Ah, how true was that saying of the great sage of the times of old, who gave to sake the name of sage. Better than talk that would be wise, were it even to drink sake until you weep tears of drunkenness. More than I can say, more than I can say, more than I can do to show it. An exceeding noble thing is sake. If it turned out that I were aught else but man, I would be a sake jar, for then I should get soaked. Hateful in my eyes is the sententious prig who will not drink sake. When I look on such a one, I find him to resemble an ape if I to talk of priceless treasures. Can they be more precious than a single cup of thick sake? Talk of jewels which shine by night. Can they give so much pleasure as drinking sake to drive away one's care? Many are the ways of this world's pleasures, but none to my mind is like that of getting mellow, even to tears. So long as in this world I have my pleasure, in the future existence, what care I thought I become an insect or a bird? Spring is a more favorite subject. The following are by various authors. On the plum blossoms thick fell the snow. I wished to gather some to show to thee, but it melted in my hands. The plum blossoms had already been scattered, but notwithstanding the white snow has fallen deep in the garden. Among the hills the snow still lies, but the willows where the torrents rush together are in full bud. O thou willow that I see every morn, hasten to become a thick grove whereto the nightingale six may resort and sing, before the wind of spring has tangled the fine threads of the green willow. Now I would show it to my love. The time of the cherry blossoms is not yet past, yet now they ought to fall whilst the love of those who look on them is at its height. Fall gently, O thou rain of spring, and scatter not the cherry flowers until I have seen them. My days pass in longing, and my heart melts like the hoar. Frost on the water, plants when spring has come. My love is thick as the herbage in spring. It is manifold as the waves that heap themselves on the shore of the great ocean. No more will I plant for thee tall trees of cuckoo. 7th thou cuckoo, 7th thou comest, and with thy resounding cry dost increase my yearning. This morn at dawn the cuckoo's cry I heard. Didst thou hear it, my lord, or wast thou still asleep? I will plant for thee a whole grove of orange trees, O thou cuckoo, where thou mayst always dwell even until the winter. It is dawn. I cannot sleep for thoughts of her I love. What is to be done with this cuckoo that goes on singing? Since we are such things that if we are born we must someday die, so long as this life lasts let us enjoy ourselves. To what shall I compare this life of ours? It is like a boat which at daybreak rows away and leaves no trace behind it. Would I would go to some land where no cuckoos are. I am so melancholy when I hear their note. The rippling 9 wistaria that I planted by my house as a memento of thee whom I love is at length in blossom. When the cuckoo sang, straightway I drove him off, bidding him go to you. I wonder did he reach you? Go thou, cuckoo, and tell my lord, who is too busy to come to see me, how much I love him. Granted that I am hateful to you, but the flowering orange that grows by my dwelling, will you really not come to see it? I wear no clothing drenched with dew from wending my way through the summer herbage, but yet the sleeve of my garment is never for a moment dry from tears. 'Tis the 6th month, the sun is shining, so that the very ground is cracked. But even so, how shall my sleeve become dry if I never meet thee? On the spring moor to gather violets I went forth. Its charm so held me that I stayed thence. I went forth. Oh, the misery of loving, hidden from the world like a maiden, lily growing amid the thick herbage of the summer plain. The sky is a sea where the cloud billows rise, and the moon is a bark. To the groves of the stars it is oaring its way. Oh, that the white waves far out on the sea of ice were but flowers, that I might gather them and bring them as a gift to my love. Although the Nihongi 11 being in the Chinese language does not fall within the proper scope of this work, it occupies so conspicuous a position among books written in Japan that it deserves a passing notice. In it, we have a collection of the national myths, legends, poetry, and history from the earliest times down to AD 697, prepared under official auspices and completed AD 720. It is the first of a long series of official histories in Chinese. They are for the most part dreary compilations in which none but students of history, anthropology, and kindred subjects are likely to take much interest. The writers were content to record events in their chronological sequence from month to month and from day to day without any attempt to trace the connection between them or to speculate upon their causes. The attention to Chinese composition and studies, which the use of this language necessitated, had, however, some important effects. It served to engross the attention of the men, the cultivation of the native literature being left in a great measure to the women, and it helped to familiarize the Japanese with better models of style than they could find in their own country. Translation. When I am gone away, masterless my dwelling, though it become, oh, plum tree by the eaves, forget not thou the spring. Book the 3rd Heian, classical period 800, 800, 800, 800. 1186, chapter I, introductory in 794. The capital was removed to the site of the present city of Kyoto. It received the name of Heian-jo, or the City of Peace. The Mikados continued to make it their residence until the Revolution of 1868, but the term Heian period is restricted to the time when Kyoto was the real seat of government, namely, about 4 centuries. When Yoritomo, at the end of this period, established the shogunate, or rule of the military caste, at Kamakura, in the east of Japan, all practical authority was transferred thither. With the founding of Heian, Johto, the wave of progress which received its impulse from the combined influences of Chinese learning and the Buddhist religion reached its height, and a period of great material prosperity ensued. But the usual results were not long in manifesting themselves. The ruling classes became indolent and luxurious, and neglected the arts of government for the pursuit of pleasure. There was great laxity of morals, as the literature of the period abundantly shows. But learning flourished, and a high state of refinement prevailed in that narrow circle which surrounded the Mikado and his court. The Heian period is the classical age of Japanese literature. Its poetry may not quite reach the standard of the Minyoshu, but it contains much that is of admirable quality, while in the abundance and excellence of its prose writings it leaves the Nara period far behind. The language had now attained to its full development. With its rich system of terminations and particles, it was a pliant instrument in the writer's hands, and the vocabulary was varied and copious to a degree which is astonishing when we remember that it was drawn almost exclusively from native sources. The few words of Chinese origin which it contains seem to have found their way in through the spoken language, and are not taken straight from Chinese books, as at a later stage when Japanese authors loaded their periods with alien vocables to an extent for which our most Johnsonian English affords a feeble parallel. The literature of the Heian period reflects the pleasure-loving and effeminate, but cultured and refined character of the class of Japanese who produced it. History, theology, science, law. In short, all learned and thoughtful works were composed in the Chinese language, and were of poor literary quality. It consists of poetry, fiction, diaries, and essays of a desultory kind called by the Japanese zuihitsu, or following the pen, the only exceptions being a few works of a more or less historical character which appeared towards the close of the period. The lower classes of the people had no share in the literary activity of this time. Culture had not as yet penetrated beyond a very narrow circle. Both writers and readers belonged exclusively to the official caste. The people from time to time showed their dissatisfaction with oppression and misgovernment, but their discontent found no expression in literature. It took the form of outbreaks and rebellions, robbery and piracy. It is a remarkable and, I believe, unexampled fact that a very large and important part of the best literature which Japan has produced was written by women. We have seen that a good share of the Nara poetry is of feminine authorship. In the Heian period, the women took a still more conspicuous part in maintaining the honor of the native literature. The two greatest works which have come down to us from this time are both by women. This was no doubt partly due to the absorption of the masculine intellect in Chinese studies and to the contempt of the stronger sex for such frivolous pursuits as the writing of poetry and romances, but there was still a more effective cause. The position of women in ancient Japan was very different from what it afterwards became when Chinese ideas were in the ascendant. The Japanese of this early period did not share the feeling common to most Eastern countries, that women should be kept in subjection and, as far as possible, in seclusion. Feminine chieftains are frequently mentioned in the old histories, and several even of the Mikados were women. Indeed, the Chinese seem to have thought that the monstrous regiment of women was the rule in Japan at this time. At least they often style it the queen country. Many instances might be quoted of Japanese women exercising an influence and maintaining an independence of conduct quite at variance with our preconceived notions of the position of women in the East. It is this which gives their literary work an air of freedom and originality which it would be vain to expect in the writings of inmates of a harem. The fact that the Heian literature was largely the work of women no doubt accounts partly for its gentle, domestic character. It abounds in descriptions of scenes of home and court life and of amours and sentimental or romantic incidents. Though the morality which it reveals is anything but straight-laced, the language is uniformly refined and decent, in this respect resembling the best literature of China, upon which the Japanese taste was formed, and contrasting strongly with the pornographic school of popular fiction which disgraced Japan in the 18th and 19th centuries. The Heian period witnessed an important advance in the art of writing, the invention of the phonetic script known as kana. The ancient Japanese had no writing. When they began to write their own language phonetically, They had no alternative but to use Chinese ideographs for the purpose. This system was open to two objections. A Chinese character is a complicated contrivance consisting of numerous strokes, and as a complete character was required for each syllable of the polysyllabic Japanese words, an intolerable cumbersomeness was the result. The second objection was that a given Japanese syllable might be represented by any one of several Chinese characters. Some hundreds were actually in use to write the 47 syllables of which the language consists. It was no easy matter to remember so many, either in reading or in writing. To meet these difficulties, the Japanese did two things. They restricted themselves to a limited number of characters for use as phonetic signs, and they wrote these in an abbreviated or cursive form. There are two varieties of the script thus produced, which are known as the katakana and hiragana. No exact date can be assigned for their introduction, but for the present purpose, it is sufficient to know that both had come into use by the end of the 9th century. They simplified writing enormously. It is hardly too much to say that without them, the labor of committing to paper the lengthy compositions of this period would have given pause to the most industrious scribes. Chapter I. Poetry. The Kokusen'ya for 70 or 80 years after the establishment of the capital at Heian or Kyoto, Chinese learning monopolized the attention of the nation. No prose writings of importance in the Japanese language have come down to us from this period. The native poetry also languished. Chinese verse composition was the fashion, mikados and even princesses being numbered among the adepts in this accomplishment. The end of the 9th century, however, saw a revival of Japanese poetry. We now meet with the names of Yukihira, Narihira, Otomo no Kuramushi, and others, followed in the early part of the 10th Baki no Tsurayuki, Oshikoji, Ashikoji, Henjo, and Ononokomachi, a poetess. 905, the Mikado Daigo instructed a committee of officials of the Department of Japanese Poetry, consisting of Ki no Tsurayuki and other poets, to make a collection of the best pieces which had been produced during the previous 150 years. The anthology known as the Kokusen'ya, Poems, Ancient and Modern, was the result of their labors. It was completed about 922 and contains over 1,100 poems, arranged under the headings of spring, summer, autumn, winter, felicitations, partings, journeys, names of things, love, sorrow, and miscellaneous. Only 5 of this number are in the longer meter called naga, yuta, the rest being tanka of 31 syllables, with a few in somewhat similar short meters. The neglect of the naga. For the tanka, which is indicated by these figures, was no passing phase of Japanese poetry. It has continued up to our own day with fatal consequences and has been a bar to all real progress in the poetic art. How a nation which possessed in the naga, yuta, an instrument not unfitted, as there are examples to show, for the production of narrative, elegiac, and other poems, could practically confine itself for many centuries to a form of poetic expression within whose narrow limits nothing more substantially than aphorisms, epigrams, conceits, or brief exclamations can be contained, is a question which it is more easy to ask than to answer. Much of the poetry of this time was the outcome of poetical tournaments, at which themes were proposed to the competitors by judges who examined each phrase and word with the minutest critical care before pronouncing their verdict. As might be expected, the poetry produced under these circumstances is of a more or less artificial type and is wanting in the spontaneous vigor of the earlier essays of the Japanese muse. Conceits, acrostics, and untranslatable word plays hold much too prominent a place. But for perfection of form, the poems of this time are unrivaled. It is no doubt to this quality that the great popularity of this collection is due. Say, Shonagon, writing in the early years of the 11th century, sums up a young lady's education as consisting of writing, music, and the 20 volumes of the Kokusen'ya. Subsequent poetry is evidently modeled on it, rather than on the more archaic poems of the Menyo-shu. Even at the present day, the Kokusen'ya is the best known and most universally studied of all the numerous anthologies of Japanese poetry. Some tanka from the Kokusen'ya, who could it have been that first gave love this name? Dying is the plain word he might well have used, neatly rendered by Mr. Chamberlain. Oh, love, who gave thee thy superfluous name, loving and dying? Is it not the same? The personification of love, however, is hardly in the Japanese style. Do I forget thee even for so brief a space as the ears of grain on the fields of autumn are lit up by the lightning's glare? I fell asleep while thinking of thee. Perchance for this reason I saw thee in a dream. Shall we call that only a dream which we see while asleep? This vain world itself I cannot regard as a reality. I know that my life has no assurance of tomorrow, but today, so long as darkness has not yet fallen, I will grieve for him who has passed away. O thou cuckoo of the ancient capital of Aston, no Kami! Yanara, thy voice alone is all that is left of the olden time. Shirayuki, having met with a cool reception at his native place, plucks a branch of flowering plum and exclaims, "It's people! Ah, well, I know not their hearts, but in my native place, the flowers with their ancient fragrance are odorous. The hue of the flowers mingles with the snow, so that it cannot be seen. But their presence may be known, were it only by the perfume. I came and found thee not. This night of spring, of formless gloom, the color of the plum flowers cannot indeed be seen. But how can their perfume be hidden? What is it that makes me feel so desolate this evening, while I wait for one who comes not? Can it be the blowing of the... I would that thy heart were melted unto me, as when spring comes the ice thaws away and leaves no remainder. For many a year the fire in me of love has not been quenched, yet my frozen sleeves saked with tears, yet my frozen sleeves still unthawed. It is I alone who am most miserable, for no year passes in which even the cow herd does not meet his love." There is here an allusion to the Chinese story according to which the cow herd, one of a group of stars near the river of heaven, the Milky Way, is the lover of a star on the other side called the spinster. They are separated all the year round except on the 7th day of the 7th month, when magpies bridge over the river of heaven, so as to allow the pair to meet. Both Chinese and Japanese poetry contain numberless allusions to this legend. The most convenient of the many editions of the Kokusen'ya is Modori's to Kagami. It contains a modern colloquial paraphrase of the original. Chapter I prose, Kokusen'ya preface, Tosa Nikki. Tapetori Monogatari. Wise Monogatari, minor works, the Kokusen'ya. Preface about 2 centuries elapsed after the Kojiki was written without any substantial addition being made to the prose literature of Japan. Some of the Narito and imperial edicts described in the previous chapter belong to this period, but it was not until the early part of the 10th century that Japanese writers took up in earnest the practice of prose composition in their native language. Kirino Tsurayuki, the poet and editor of the Kokusen'ya, was the first in the field. But few details of his life have reached us. He was a court noble who traced his descent in a direct line from one of the Mikados, and his history is little more than the record of the successive offices which he held at Kyoto and in the provinces. He died A.D. 946. His famous preface to the Kokusen'ya was written about 922. It is interesting as the first attempt to discuss such a philosophical question as the nature of poetry in a thoughtful spirit. I transcribed the more important passages. The poetry of Yamato, Japan, has the human heart for its seed and grows therefrom into the manifold forms of speech. taken from what they see or hear. Listening to the nightingale singing among the flowers, or to the cry of the frog, which dwells in the water, we recognize the truth that of all living things, there is not one which does not utter song. It is poetry by which, without an effort, heaven and earth are moved, and gods and demons invisible to our eyes are touched with sympathy. By poetry, the converse of lovers is made gentler, and the hearts of fierce warriors soothed. Poetry began when heaven and earth were created, but of that which has been handed down to our day, the first was made in everlasting heaven by Shita, Teru, Haim, and on the ore, yielding earth by Susa. No, in the age of the swift gods, it would seem that as yet there was no established meaning, that poetry was artless in form and hard of comprehension. It was in the age of man that Susa, no, Wu made the first poetry of 31 syllables. And so, by the varied multiplication of thoughts and language, we came to express our love for flowers. Of the hazes which usher in the spring, or our grief at beholding the dew, on air says a distant journey is begun by our first footstep and goes on for months and years, as a high mountain has its beginning in the dust of its base, and at length rises aloft and extends across the sky like the clouds of heaven. So gradual must have been the rise of poetry. This in the present day, love has seduced men's hearts into a fondness for ornament. Hence, nothing is produced but frivolous poetry without depth of feeling. In the houses of those given to a life of gallantry, poetry is like a tree buried in the ground and unknown to men, while with more serious people it is regarded as a flowering Suzuki too. If we consider its origin, this ought not to be. The Mikados of former times, on a morning when the spring flowers were in blossom, or on a night when the autumn moon was shining, used to send for their courtiers and demand from them verses suitable to the occasion. Some would represent themselves as wandering in trackless places in search of the flowers they loved. Others would describe their groping in the guideless dark and longing for the moon. Or else they wished prosperity to their lord, using the metaphors of Pebble Threes or of Mount Tsukuba, when joy was too much for them, when their hearts overflowed with pleasure, when they felt their love to be eternal, as the smoke which rises from Mount Fuji, when they longed for a friend with them. The yearning of the cry of the Matsumushi, a kind of cicada, when the sight of the pair of fir trees of Takasago and Suminoe suggested a husband and wife growing old together, when they thought of their bygone days of manly vigor, or grudged to the past the one time of maiden bloom. Poetry that they comforted their hearts. Again, when they looked upon the flowers shed from their stalks on a spring morning, or heard the leaves falling on an autumnal eve, or every year lamented the snow and waves, or every year lamented the snow and waves. Gray hairs reflected in a mirror, foam upon water, were startled to recognize in them emblems of their own lives. Or else, but yesterday, in all the pride of prosperity today, with a turn of fortune, saw themselves doomed to a wretched life, those dear to them estranged. Mountain or the spring of water in the midst of the moor, or gazed on the underleaves of the autumn espadeza, or counted the times a snipe preens its feathers at dawn, or compared mankind to a joint of bamboo floating down a stream, or expressed their disgust with the world by the simile of the river Yoshino, or heard that the smoke no longer rises from Mount Fuji, or that the bridge of Nagara had been repaired. In all these cases, poetry it was by which they soothed their heart. Shurayuki traces briefly the history of Japanese poetry in the Nara period, and then goes on to speak of the more recent poets whose effusions find a place in the collection he had made. The following may have some interest as the earliest example of literary criticism in Japan. Enjo excels in form, but substance is wanting. Overflows with sentiment, but his language is deficient. His verse is like a flower which, although withered and without bloom, yet retains its fragrance. Yasuhide is skillful in the use of words, but they match ill with his matter, as if a shopkeeper were to dress himself in fine silk. Profound, but the connection between the beginning and the end is indistinct. He may be compared to the autumn moon, which, as we gaze on it, is obscured by the clouds of dawn. We have not much of his poetry, so that we gain little towards understanding it by a comparison of one poem with another. Ono no Komachi belongs to the school of Soto Ori, time of ancient times. There is feeling in her poems, but little vigor. She is like a lovely woman who is suffering from ill health. Want of vigor, however, is only natural in a woman's poet. Woodman burdened with faggots resting in the shade of flowers. Tosaniki, another work of Tsurayuki's, is the Tosaniki or Tosa Diary. It was written on a journey back to Kyoto after having completed his term of 4 years' service as prefect of that province. The first entry bears date the 21st day of the 12th month, and we learn from other sources that the year was the 4th year of Shuhai. This would be, according to the European reckoning, sometime in the months of January or February A. 935. Shurayuki begins by telling his readers that diaries being commonly written by men. This is an attempt to write a woman's diary, meaning that it was in the Japanese language and written character, not in Chinese. He then records his departure from the government house of Tosa and his arrival at the port from which he was to sail. He was accompanied hither by large numbers of people who came to take leave of him. Most brought with them parting presents, usually of eatables or sake. The result was that in Shurayuki's words, strange to say, here we were all fresh by the shore of the salt sea. He did not actually set sail till the 27th, the intervening 6 days being chiefly taken up in disposing of the presents and in the visit to the newly appointed prefect, with whom he spent a day and night in drinking and verse, making, after which he took a final leave. Shurayuki's successor in office shook hands with him at the bottom of the steps leading up to the house, and they bade each other farewell with many cordial but tipsy expressions of goodwill on both sides. On the following day, however, we find Shurayuki in a different frame of mind. He tells us that during his stay in Tosa, a girl had died who was born in Kyoto, and that amid all the bustle and confusion of leaving port, her friends could think of nothing but her. Someone, he says, composed this verse of poetry on the occasion with the joyful thought, home to Kyoto. There mingles the bitter reflection that there is one who never will return. We are informed by another writer that Shurayuki here deplores the loss of his own daughter, a little girl of 9 years of age. But the jollifications had not yet come to an end. The new prefect's brother made his appearance at a projecting cape on their way to the first stopping place, and they were accordingly obliged to land on the beach, where there was more drinking and composing of verses. Of these, Shurayuki seems to have had no great opinion. He says that it required the united efforts of 2 of the party to make one bad verse, and compares them to 2 fishermen laboring along with a heavy net on their shoulders. Their jollity was interrupted by the master of the junk, who summoned them on board. There was a fair wind, he said, and the tide served, and Shurayuki maliciously adds that there was no more sake to drink. They accordingly embarked and proceeded on their voyage. On the 29th, they had got no farther than Amanado, a harbor only a few miles distant from their starting point. Here they were detained for 10 days waiting for a fair wind. Presents of eatables and drinkables still came in, but more sparingly, and Shurayuki records regretfully the fate of a bottle of sake which he had fastened on the roof of the cabin, but which was displaced by the rolling of the junk and fell overboard. One of these presents was a pheasant, which, according to the old Japanese custom, was attached to a flowering branch of plum. Here's a specimen, louder than the clamor of the white surges on your onward path, will be the cry of me weeping that I am left behind. Shurayuki remarks that if that were really so, he must have a very loud voice. On the 9th of the 2nd month, they at last sailed from Aminato. As they passed Matsubara, they admired a large grove of ancient firs which grew by the seashore. Shurayuki mentions the pleasure with which they watched the cranes flying about among their tops, and gives us this verse composed on the occasion, casting my glance over the sea on each fir. It became dark before they reached their next stopping place. The idea of pursuing their voyage all night long does not seem to have occurred to them. Besides, to judge from its having gone up the Osaka River as far as Yamazaki, their junk must have been a very small one, and the diary shows that it depended more on oars than on sails. Here's Shurayuki's description of nightfall. Whilst we rode along gazing on this scene, the mountains and the sea became all dark, the night deepened, and east and west could not be distinguished. So we entrusted all thought of the weather to the mind of the master of our ship, who were not accustomed to the sea, became very sad, and still more the women, who rested their heads on the bottom of the ship and did nothing but weep. There was a great deal more of this kind of stuff, but I do not write it down. Listening to the laughter at these verses, our hearts became somewhat calmed in spite of the raging of the sea. It was quite dark when we at length reached our anchorage for the night. 3 more days, leisurely traveling, brought them to Murotsu, a port just to the west of the eastern of the two horns, which the island of Shikoku sends out to the southward. The morning after their arrival here, a slight but constant rain prevented them from starting, and the passengers took the opportunity to go on shore for a bath. In the entry for this day, Shurayuki mentions a curious superstition. He tells us that since the day on which they first embarked, no one wore scarlet or other rich colors or good silks, lest they should incur the anger of the gods of the sea. The next day the rain continued. It was a Buddhist fast day, and Shurayuki kept it faithfully till noon. But as suitable food for fast days was not obtainable on board, he bought with rice, not having any copper cash, a tael which one of the sailors had caught the day before. This was the beginning of a trade between him and the sailors, sake and rice being exchanged for fish. There was no change in the weather till the 17th, the 5th day from their arrival at Murotsu. On that day they started early in the morning with the moon, then just past the full, shining over a waveless sea, which reflected the sky so perfectly that, as Shurayuki said, the heaven above and the ocean beneath could not be distinguished. He composed the following stanza on this occasion. What is this that strikes against my oar as the boat is rowed along over the moon of the sea depths? Is it the bush of the man in the moon? Dark clouds gathering overhead alarmed the master of the junk, and they put back to Murotsu under a pelting shower, and feeling very miserable. 3 more wretched days they were obliged to remain here, endeavoring with indifferent success to while away the time by writing Chinese and Japanese verses, and every morning counting the days that had been already spent on the voyage. On the 21st they again proceeded on their way. A large number of other junks sailed at the same time, a pretty sight which was greatly admired by Shurayuki. It was spring, he remarks, but it seemed as if over the sea the leaves of autumn were being scattered. The weather was now fine, and they entered what we call the Kiai Channel. Here they were disturbed by a fresh cause of anxiety. It seems that Shurayuki, during his term of office in Tosa, had had occasion to deal rather severely with the pirates of these parts, and it was thought likely that they would now try to have their revenge. One of the commentators attempts to save Shurayuki's reputation for courage by reminding us that this diary is written in the character of a woman. 2 days later, we find them praying to the Kami and Hotoket 6 to save them from the pirates. On the following days, there were constant alarms, and on the 26th, they heard that the pirates were actually in pursuit of them, so they left their anchorage at midnight and put to sea. There was a place on their way where it was usual to make offerings to the god of the sea. Shurayuki made the captain offer Nusa 7. They were offered by being cast into the air and allowing the wind to carry them to the sea. The Nusa fell in an easterly direction, and the junk's course was turned to the same quarter. To the great joy of all on board, they had now a favorable wind. Sail was set. The next 2 days they were again storm-bound, but on the 29th they proceeded on their voyage. On the 30th they crossed the entrance to the Naruto Passage, and the same night, by dint of hard rowing, they reached the Strait of Itzumi. They had now reached the Gokenai, or 5 provinces round Kyoto, and here there was no longer any fear of pirates. The first day of the second month they made little way, and on the second we have the following entry. The rain and wind ceased not. A whole day and a whole night we prayed to the Kami and Hotoki. On the next day the weather was equally bad, and on the 4th the captain would not put to sea from a fear of bad weather, which proved quite groundless. There were a great many beautiful shells on the beach at this place, and Tsurayuki composed these lines in allusion to a shell, which is called in Japanese the washer, gay or shell of forgetfulness. I would descend from my ship to gather the shell of forgetfulness of one for whom I am filled with sorrowful longing. Do ye, O ye, advancing surges, drive it forward to the strand. He afterwards says that the true wish of his heart was not to forget her whom he had lost, but only to give such respite to his sorrow that it might afterwards gain greater strength. The following is part of the entry for the 5th, the day before they arrived in the Osaka River. They were now opposite Sumiyoshi. Meanwhile, a sudden gale sprung up, and in spite of all our efforts we fell gradually to leeward, and were in great danger of being sent to the bottom. This god of Sumiyoshi, said the captain, is like other gods. What he desires is not any of the fashionable articles of the day. As an offering, the captain's advice was taken, and Nusa were offered, but as the wind, instead of ceasing, only blew harder and harder, and the danger from the storm and sea became more and more imminent, the captain again said, because the august heart of the god is not moved from Nusa, neither does the august ship move. Offer to him something in which he will take greater pleasure. The sea, to my very great regret. But no sooner had I done so than the sea itself became as smooth as a mirror. The next day they entered the Osaka River. All the passengers, men, women, and children, were overjoyed at reaching this point of their voyage, and clasped their foreheads with their hands in ecstasies of delight. Several days were now spent in dragging the vessel laboriously against the strong current of the river. A fast day occurred on their way up it, which Tsurayuki had this time the satisfaction of keeping properly by abstaining entirely from fishing. On the 12th they reached Yamazaki, from which place a carriage, that is, one of the bullock carts in which nobles rode, was sent for to Kyoto, and on the evening of the 16th they left Yamazaki for the capital. Tsurayuki was greatly delighted to recognize the old familiar landmarks as he rode along. He mentions the children's playthings and sweetmeats in the shops as looking exactly as when he went away, and wonders whether he will find as little change in the hearts of his friends. He had purposely left Yamazaki in the evening in order that it might be night when he reached his own dwelling. I translate his account of the state in which he found it. When I reached my house and entered the gate, the moon was shining brightly, and its condition was plainly to be seen. It was decayed and ruined beyond all description. I left it must have been in an equally dilapidated condition. The fence between the 2 houses had been broken down, so that both seemed but one, and he appeared to have fulfilled his charge by looking in through the gaps. And yet I had supplied him by every opportunity with the means of keeping it in repair. Tonight, however, I would not allow him to be told this in an angry tone, but in spite of my vexation, offered him an acknowledgment for his trouble. There was in one place a sort of pond where water had collected in a hollow, by the side of which grew a fir tree. Branches, and looked as if 1,000 years had passed during the 5 or 6 years of my absence. Younger trees had grown up round it, and the whole place was in a most neglected condition, so that everyone said that it was pitiful to see. Among other sad thoughts that rose spontaneously to my mind was the memory, how sorrowful, of one who was born in this house, but who did not return here along with me. My fellow travelers were chatting merrily with their children in their arms. But I meanwhile, still unable to contain my grief, privately repeated these lines to one who knew my heart. I shall not give the verses, but proceed to the last sentence of the diary, which is as follows. I cannot write down all my many regrets and memories, be it for good or for evil. Here I will fling away my pen. It contains no exciting adventures or romantic situations. There are in it no wise maxims or novel information. Its only merit is that it describes in simple yet elegant language, and with a vein of playful humor, the ordinary life of a traveler in Japan at the time when it was written. But this has proved sufficient to give it a high rank amongst Japanese classics, and has ensured its being handed down to our own day as a most esteemed model for composition in the native Japanese style. It has been followed by many imitations, but has had no equal. Take Tori Monogatari and Ice Monogatari. A word which will be frequently met with below means narrative. It is applied chiefly to fiction, but there are some true stories which fall under this denomination. The date and authorship of both these books is unknown. We may, however, accept the opinion of the eminent native critic Motori that they belong to a time not long after the period Yengi 901-922. Both are obviously the work of persons well versed in the literature of the day and familiar with court life in Kyoto. The Tori Monogatari site is usually given the precedence in order of time. The scene is laid in the neighborhood of Kyoto, and the personages are all Japanese. The language, too, is as nearly as possible pure Japanese. But there are abundant traces of foreign influences. The supernatural machinery is either Buddhist or Taoist, and most even of the incidents are borrowed from the copious fairy lore of China, an old man who earned a living by making bamboo. Wartekitori means bamboo. Gatherer espied one day in the woods a bamboo with a shining stem. He split it open and discovered in one of the joints a beautiful little maiden 3 inches in height. He took her home and adopted her as his daughter, giving her the name of Kaguya-hime, or the Shining Damsel. She speedily grew up to womanhood, when her beauty attracted numerous admirers. To each of them she assigned a quest, promising that she would marry the suitor who successfully accomplished the task allotted to him. One lover was told to fetch Buddha's begging bowl of stone from India, another to bring her a branch of the tree with roots of silver, stem of gold, and fruit of jewels, which grew in the fabulous island paradise of Mount Horai. From the third she required a garment made of the fur of the fire rat, supposed to be uninflammable. The fourth was to procure the shining jewel of many hues of the dragon's head, and the fifth a swallow's cowrie. They all failed. The maiden was then wooed by the Mikado, but equally in vain, though they remained on friendly terms and kept up an exchange of sentimental tanka. She was eventually taken up to heaven in a flying chariot brought by her relatives in the moon, whence it seems she had been banished to earth for an offense which she had committed. The episode of the quest of the Golden Branch from Mount Horai may serve as a specimen of this work. Prince Kuramochi, to whom this task was allotted, having had a counterfeit branch made by cunning workmen, produces it and claims his reward. The old man asks him to tell in what manner of place he obtained this marvelous, graceful, and lovely branch. Prince Kuramochi thereupon relates his supposed voyage to Mount Horai, not, it will be observed, without some bungling and repetition natural to a man who has to make up his story as he goes along. 3 years ago, on the 10th day of the 2nd month, we embarked from Osaka. Course we should take when we put out to sea, but as I felt that life would be valueless if I could not have my heart's desire fulfilled, we sailed on, entrusting ourselves to the empty winds. If we perish, thought we, there is no help for it. So long as we live, however, we will sail on until it may be we reach this island called, it seems, Mount Horai. With such thoughts we rowed on over the ocean and tossed about until we left far behind the shores of our own land. In our wanderings we were at one time like to go down even to the bottom of the sea, whilst the waves were raging. Another time we were borne by the wind to an unknown country, where creatures like devils came forth and tried to kill us. At one time, knowing neither the way we had come, nor the course we should follow, we were almost lost upon the sea. Of trees for food, once beings hideous beyond description came and attempted to devour us, and once we sustained life by gathering shellfish. Under a strange sky, where there was none to render us aid, we tossed about over the sea, spontaneous motion, for we knew not at all the course we ought to follow. At last, when 500 days had passed, about the hour of the dragon, a mountain became faintly visible in the midst of the sea. All in the ship gazed steadfastly at it, and saw that it was a very great mountain, which floated about upon the surface. Its appearance was lofty and picturesque. This, we thought, must be the mountain we are seeking. No wonder we were filled with dread at its sight. Inhabitant of heaven, and drew water in a silver vessel. When we saw her, we landed from the ship and asked what might be the name of this mountain. She said, and of a sudden went away in among the hills. There seemed no way to climb this mountain, so we went round its side, where flowering trees unknown in this world were growing. Streams of golden, silver, and emerald hue flowed forth from it, spanned by bridges of all manner of jewels. Here stood shining trees, the least beautiful of which was that of which I brought away a branch, but as it answered Kokusenya's description, I plucked it and came away. That mountain is delightful beyond measure, and there is nothing in this world to compare with it. But when I had got the branch, I became impatient to return. So we embarked in our ship, and the wind being fair, arrived at Osaka after a voyage of over 400 days. Urged by my great desire, I left for the capital yesterday, and now I present myself here without even changing my garments soaked with brine. I omit a verse of poetry in which the old man expresses his sympathy with the prince's sufferings, and also the prince's poetical reply. At this juncture, a party of 6 men appeared in the courtyard. One of them, who held in his hand a cleft stick with a paper in it, said, I know Chimaro, the head smith of your workshop, beg humbly to state, for more than 1,000 days I and my men have labored with all our strength and most heedful care in making for you the jewel branch, but yet have received from you no wages. I pray you let me receive them so that I may pay my men. So saying, he presented his paper. The old bamboo cutter, with his head bowed down in thought, wondered what the words of this workman might mean, while the prince, beside himself with dismay, felt as if his heart were melting within him. When Kokusenya heard this, she said, Bring me that paper. It read as follows, My lord the prince, when you shut yourself up for more than 1,000 days with us mean workmen, and made us fashion the wonderful jewel branch, you promised to reward us with official appointment. As we were lately thinking over this, we remembered that you had told us that the branch was required by the Lady Kokusenya, whose lord you were to be, and it occurred to us that in this palace we should receive our reward. Kokusenya, whose heart had been growing sadder and sadder as the sun went down, bloomed into smiles. She called the old man to her and said, Truly I had thought that it was no other than the real tree of Mount Horai. Now that we know that it is but a sorry counterfeit, give it back to him at once. Compared with the later literature of the Heian period, the style of the Teitori is artless and unformed, but its naive simplicity accords well with the subject matter, and is not without a charm of its own. Monogatari is one of the most admired productions of the older Japanese literature. Its style is clear and concise, and far surpasses in elegance that of the Teitori Monogatari. It consists of a number of short chapters which have little connection with each other, except that they all relate incidents in the life of a gay young nobleman of the court of Kyoto, who is usually identified with a real personage named Narahira. Narahira lived about a century before the date when the Ais Monogatari was written, but he is supposed to have left diaries on which this work was founded. There may be in this, it is now impossible to ascertain, nor does it much concern us to know. The long series of love affairs in which the hero is involved are more suggestive of fiction than of fact, and the most plausible explanation of the title of the work points to the same conclusion. It seems that the men of ice, like the Cretans of old, were not remarkable for veracity, so that the author, by calling his work Tales of Ice, probably meant to convey a broad hint to his readers that they must not take everything in it for truth. A free rendering of Ais Monogatari would be Tales for the Marines, a title under which we should not expect to find a very conscientious adherence to actual fact. It is a caprice of the author to make all his chapters begin with the word mukashi, the Japanese equivalent of the "a long time ago" of our fairy tales. Each serves as a setting for one or two little poems of more than average merit which are put into the mouth of the hero and his numerous inamoratas. The first few chapters relate some juvenile love adventures of the hero. The following may serve as a specimen. Occupied by the Empress in East Gojo, here she was visited by one who loved her deeply, though in secret. About the 10th day of the first month, she concealed herself elsewhere. In the first month of the following year, reminded of the previous spring by the flowering of the plum trees before his house, he went to the western pavilion and stood there gazing. But gaze as he might, there was to his mind no resemblance to the scene of the year before. At last he burst into tears, and laying himself down on the shattered floor, thought longingly of the bygone time until the moon went down. He composed this poem, Moon, there is none. Spring, 'tis not the spring of former days. It is I alone who have remained unchanged. Bounds of 31 syllables prescribed by custom to the Japanese poet. It is hardly possible to express more forcibly the blank feeling of despair at the sight of familiar scenes which are no longer brightened by the presence of the loved one. Eyes, but as they do not move him as they did formerly, he boldly denies their existence, giving emphasis by the contrast to the declaration of his own unchanging love. His subsequent adventures, it must be confessed, do not speak highly for his constancy. After several other unfortunate love affairs, the hero found his life in Kyoto intolerable, and set out on an expedition to the east of Japan. His journey gives occasion for the introduction of a number of stanzas descriptive of the remarkable sights on the way, such as the smoking summit of Mount Azuma and the snow on Fujiyama in the height of summer. He and his people crossed the river Sumida, where Tokyo now stands in a ferry boat at nightfall. The dismal scene made them all feel as if they had come to the end of the world, and their thoughts went back with longing to their homes in Kyoto. There were some birds on the river known to us as oyster catchers, but to the Japanese by the more poetical name of miyakodori, or birds of the capital. Narahira exclaims, "O, thou bird of Miyako, if such be thy name, come. This question I would ask thee, is she whom I love still alive, or is she no more?" On hearing this, everyone in the boat was moved to tears. But Narahira is not always so sentimental. Some of his adventures are intended to be more or less comical. We soon after find him in one of the northern provinces, where a rustic beauty, eager to make the acquaintance of a fashionable young gentleman from Kyoto, sends him a poem, of course, in 31 syllables of invitation. He condescends to visit her, but takes his leave while it is still pitch dark. As Juliet, under somewhat similar circumstances, reviles the lark, the lady, attributing his departure to the crowing of a cock, vents her displeasure in the following stanza, which still lingers in the popular memory. When morning dawns, I would that a fox would devour that cock who, by his unseasonable crowing, has driven away my spouse. I have before me two of the many editions of this work. One is by the eminent scholar and critic Mabuchi, and contains much more commentary than text. The other, dated 1608, is perhaps worthy of the attention of book collectors whose mental horizon is not bounded by Europe. It is in 2 volumes, block, printed on variously tinted paper and adorned with numerous full-page illustrations, which are among the very earliest specimens of the wood engraver's art in Japan. The Otsubo Monogatari is conjectured to have been written by the same author as the Teitori Monogatari, and the style and matter of the first of the 14 stories of which it consists go far to confirm this supposition, though it may perhaps be a question whether the whole collection is by the same person. The beginning of the 11th century, and was probably composed some 50 or 60 years earlier. No exact date can be assigned for its composition. The style of the Otsubo Monogatari is plain and straightforward, but it has unfortunately suffered greatly at the hands of copyists and editors, and also from the ravages of time, so that the text, as we now have it, is in a very unsatisfactory condition. The title of the first story, Toshikage, is taken from the name of the hero. It is the best known of the series, and has been published separately as if it were the entire work. Like the Teitori Monogatari, it belongs to the class of fiction best described as Mahachen. The hero is a son of a member of the Fujiwara family by an imperial princess. In other words, he has in his veins the bluest blood in Japan. Nevertheless, learns with astonishing quickness, and at 7 years of age holds a correspondence in the Chinese written character with a stranger from Korea who is on a visit to Japan. The Mikado, hearing of his remarkable talent, holds an examination at which Toshikage far surpasses all his competitors. He subsequently receives an official appointment at the court, and later, at the age of 16, is made ambassador to China. Apparently, being drowned with Toshikage himself. On landing, he puts up a prayer to the Buddhist goddess Kwanan. A black horse, ready saddled, makes his appearance and carries him to a spot where there are 3 men under a sandal. Tree seated on tiger, sea seated on tiger, pins and playing on lutes. Photo vanishes. Toshikage remains here until the following spring, when hearing in the west the sound as of men felling trees, he resolves to follow it. Taking a courteous leave of his 3 hosts, he sets out on his quest. Seas and rivers, mountains and valleys are crossed. Spring of the next year, but one that he arrives at his destination. Here in a valley, he sees a company of Asura, demons of Indian myth, engaged in cutting up an immense Kyria tree, Polonia imperialis, which they had felled. These demons had hair like upright sword blades, their faces burned like flames of fire, their feet and hands resembled spades and mattocks, their eyes gleamed like charges of burnished metal. Toshikage is in danger of faring ill at their hands when a boy comes down from the sky, riding on a dragon amid a storm of thunder and lightning and rain, bearing a golden tablet with instructions to the Asura to let him go and to give him part of the tree they had felled so that he might make it into loot. Wonderful kind, Toshikage returns to Japan and makes his report to the Mikado. He retires into private life, marries, and has 1 daughter. He and his wife die, leaving the daughter in great poverty. She lives in a secluded spot in the suburbs of Kyoto, where she is one day visited by a youth who was accompanying his father to worship at the shrine of Kamo. On his return home the next morning, his father, enraged at him for giving his parents so great anxiety by his disappearance, forbids him in future to leave his sight for a moment. When, after some years, he is able to visit the place where his lady love dwelt, the house had completely disappeared. Meanwhile, Toshikage's daughter gives birth to a child who, like many of the heroes of Chinese and Japanese romance, is a prodigy of precocious talent and filial devotion. catches and at a later time brings her fruit and roots from the mountains. Finding, however, that this obliges him to leave her too much alone, he seeks a place in the woods where he can lodge her and finds a great hollow-aven tree, which he thought would serve his purpose. It is already the home of a family of bears. They are about to devour the intruder when he remonstrates with them as follows: "Stay a little and do not destroy my life, for I am a filial child, the support of my mother, who lives all alone in a ruined house, without parents or brothers or anyone to attend upon her. As I could do nothing for her in the village where we live, I come to this mountain to get her fruit, and to climb up lofty peaks, and to descend into deep valleys. I leave home in the morning and return when it is dark. This is a source of great distress to us. I therefore thought of bringing her to this hollow tree, not knowing it to be the dwelling of such a king of the mountain. If there is any part of me which is not useful for my mother's support, I will sacrifice it to you. But without feet, how could I go about? Without hands, how could I gather fruit or dig up roots for her? Without a mouth, where would the breath of life find a passage? Without a breast, where would my heart find a lodgment? In this body there is no part which is not of service except the lobes of my ears and the tip of my nose. These I offer to the king of the mountain." This discourse moves the bears to tears, and they at once give up the hollow tree to him and seek a home elsewhere. The mother and son live here for many years, being supplied with food by a number of monkeys. They are ultimately discovered by the father, who comes here on a hunting expedition. He builds them a fine mansion in Kyoto, in which they all live happily ever after. The Hamamatsu Chudan Monogatari is a story of a Japanese noble who goes to China and has an amour with the empress. He brings back to Japan with him a child who was the fruit of their union. The author is unknown. It belongs to the second half of the 10th century. The story called Oshikubo Monogatari also belongs to the second half of the 10th century. Mabuchi would assign it to the period from 969. Small official and famous scholar who flourished in the reigns of the Mikados Murakami, Raizei and Yenyu. The name Ochikubo means underground cavity. The name Ochikubo means underground cavity. Of a female servant, she makes the acquaintance of a young nobleman who assists her to escape. Of course they are married and live happily ever after. A work named Sumiyoshi Monogatari is mentioned in the Makura Zoshi. Critics, however, are agreed that the book now known by that name is a forgery of a later date. It is also a story of a wicked step-mother, a favorite character of Far Eastern fiction, and of the events which led in due course to her condign punishment. Narihira, the hero of the Ice Monogatari, and by others to the Mikado Kwazan. It is an imitation of the Ice Monogatari, but is much inferior to its model, and the style is wanting in clearness and conciseness. It is a collection of stories adorned with tanka after the manner of the earlier work. There is, however, no connecting link between them. The following is one of the best known of the series. A long time ago there dwelt a maid in the province of Tsu. She was wooed by two lovers, one of whom, Mubara by name, lived in the same province. The other, called Chinu, belonged to the province of Idzumi. Now these youths were of like age and were also alike in face, form, and stature. The maid thought of accepting the one who loved her best, but here, too, no difference could be found between them. When night fell, they both came together, and when they made her presents, the presents of both were alike. Neither of them could be said to surpass the other, so that the maiden was sore distressed in mind. If their devotion had been of vulgar sort, she would have refused them both. But as for days and months, the one and the other presented themselves at her door and showed their love in all manner of ways. Their attentions made her utterly wretched. Both persisted in coming with their like gifts of all kinds, notwithstanding. The parents said to her, It is a pity that month after month and year after year should pass in this unseemly manner, wearisome to listen to the laments of these men, and all to no purpose. If you married one, the other's love would cease. The girl replied, I think so too, but I am sorely perplexed by the sameness of the men's love. Well, in those days people lived in tents. River Akuta. Accordingly, the parents sent for the two lovers and said to them, Our child is sorely perplexed by the equality of the love shown by you two gentlemen. But we intend today, in one way or another, to come to a decision. Dweller here has taken trouble beyond measure. The conduct of both of you has our warm sympathy. Both heard this with respectful joy. Now, what we propose to say to you, continued the parents, was this. Aim your arrows at one of the water, fowl floating on this river. To the one who hits it. An excellent plan, said they. But when they shot at it, one hit it on the head and the other near the tail. Thereupon the maiden, more profoundly embarrassed than ever, exclaimed, 12's to me a name and nothing more. With these words she plunged into the river which flowed below the tent. Amid the frantic cries of the parents, the two lovers forthwith leaped into the stream at the same place. One seized her by the foot, the other took hold of her arm, and both died along with her. The parents, wild with grief, took up her body and buried it with tears and lamentations. The parents of the lovers also came and built tombs on each side of the sepulchre of the maiden. But when the time of burial came, the parents of the youth of the land of Tsu objected, saying that a man of the same province should be buried in the same place is but right and proper. But how can it be allowed that a stranger should intrude upon our soil? So the parents of the Izumi were brought over in ship's earth from the province of Izumi, and at length buried their son. The maiden's tomb is in the middle, and those of her lovers on each side, as may be seen unto this day. The present writer once made a pious pilgrimage to these tombs, which are still in existence not far from the treaty port of Kobe. He was not a little surprised to find that they were immense. Similarly, certainly the sepulchres of much more exalted personages than the heroes of the above tale. Not only so, but the so-called lovers' tombs are a mile away on each side from that of the fair lady for whom they died. On one of them, sad to say, there was growing a thriving crop of cabbages, planted by some irreverent or more likely ignorant Japanese. The Akuta River must have greatly changed since the days of this story. It now sends to the sea a volume of water about equal to that of the stream which waters the public gardens at Bournemouth, and where, needless to say, death by drowning is impossible. Live for 1,000 ages until the pebbles become a rock overgrown with moss. As a shadow on this side and on that, but the shadow of our Lord has no shadow to excel it. Suki ya arenu haru ya mukashi no haru narangu agami hitotsu wa moto no maina shai. Chapter Genji Monogatari Ones, we now come to two works which by common consent mark the highest point to which the classical literature of Japan attained, namely the Genji Monogatari and the Makura Zoshi. The authors were contemporaries, and both of them were women. The real name of the author of the Genji Monogatari has not come down to us. She is known to history as Murasaki no Shikibu. Nor does it greatly matter. Shikibu, if it meant anything, would indicate that she was in some way connected with the Board of Rights. It was, however, customary at this time for the ladies of the court to take to themselves fancy official designations which had no particular application. In her case, the name was perhaps suggested by the circumstance that her father held office in that department. Murasaki no Shikibu belonged to a junior branch of the great Fujiwara family, or rather clan, which held so distinguished a position in Japan during many centuries of its history, and which has produced such numbers of mikados, statesmen, literati, and poets. Her father had a reputation for scholarship, and others of her family were poets of some note. Murasaki no Shikibu herself displayed a love of learning at an early age. She was well versed both in Japanese and Chinese literature, and her father often wished that such talents and learning had not been wasted on a girl. Married to another Fujiwara, she lost her husband after a short time, and seems to have then attached herself to the Empress Akiko, also a Fujiwara and fond of learned pursuits. This would explain her familiarity with the ceremonies and institutions of the court of Kyoto. Her writings bear unmistakable testimony to the fact that she moved in the best circles of her time and country. The Genji is generally supposed to have been finished in AD 1004, but this date has been disputed, and it may have been composed a few years earlier. There is a pleasing legend which associates its composition with the temple of Ishiyama at the southern end of Lake Biwa, where the river Uji issues from it. To this beautiful spot, it is said, Murasaki no Shikibu retired from court life to devote the remainder of her days to literature and religion. There are skeptics, however, Botori being one, who refuse to believe this story, pointing out, after the manner of their kind, that it is irreconcilable with known facts. On the other hand, the very chamber in the temple where the Genji was written is shown, with the ink slab which the author used, and a Buddhist sutra in her handwriting, which, if they do not satisfy the critic, still are sufficient to carry conviction to the minds of ordinary visitors to the temple. The Genji Monogatari is a novel. There is nothing remarkable, it may be said, in a woman excelling in this branch of literature. But Murasaki no Shikibu did more than merely write a successful novel. Like Fielding in England, she was the creator in Japan of this kind of fiction, the prose epic of real life, as it has been called. In the quality of her genius, however, she more resembled Fielding's great contemporary Richardson. Before her time, we have nothing but stories of no great length and of a romantic character far removed from the realities of daily life. The Genji Monogatari is realistic in the best sense of the word. Here we see depicted men and women, especially women, as they are in their everyday lives and surroundings, their sentiments and passions, their faults and weaknesses. The author does not aim at startling or horrifying her readers, and she has a wholesome abhorrence for all that is sensational, unnatural, monstrous, or improbable. Such a hero as the 19th century novelist Bakin's Tamatomo, who has two pupils to his eyes and one arm longer than the other, and who, after falling over a cliff many thousand feet high, presently picks himself up and walks home several miles, as if nothing had happened, would have seemed to her as ridiculous as he does to ourselves. There are few dramatic situations in the Genji, and what little of miraculous and supernatural it contains is of a kind which might well be believed by a contemporary reader. The story flows on easily from one scene of real life to another, giving us a varied and minutely detailed picture of life and society at Kyoto such as we possess for no other country at the same period. The hero is the son of a Mikado by a favorite concubine whose colleagues are all jealous of the preference shown her and are continually annoying her in a petty way. She takes this so much to heart that she falls ill and dies. Her death is related with much pathos. Genji grows up to be a handsome and accomplished youth of a very susceptible disposition, and his history is mainly an account of his numerous love affairs and of his ultimate union with Murasaki, a heroine in all respects worthy of him. It continues the story up to his death at the age of 51. The last 10 books, which relate chiefly to one of Genji's sons, are by some considered a separate work. The style of the Genji has been called ornate. The writer who applied this epithet to it was probably thinking of the courtly honorifics with which it is in many places burdened. But there is much excuse for this. The Genji is a novel of aristocratic life. Most of the characters are personages of rank, in describing whose sayings and actions a courtly style of speech is indispensable. To a Japanese, it would be simply shocking to say that a Mikado has breakfast, augustly deigns to partake of the morning meal, and so on. The European reader finds this irritating and tiresome at first, but he soon gets accustomed to it. In truth, such language is in entire consonance with the elaborate ceremonial, the imposing but cumbrous costumes, and much else of the rather artificial life of the Japanese court of the time. Apart from this, the style of the Genji is not more ornate than that, let us say, of Robinson Crusoe, and incomparably less so than that of many Japanese books of later date. It is free from any redundance of descriptive adjectives or profusion of metaphors such as we are accustomed to associate with the word ornate. Others have objected to the style of the Genji as wanting in brevity. It must be admitted that its long, involved sentences contrast strongly with the direct, concise manner of the Ise Monogatari. But, as Motoori points out, a brief style may be a bad one, and lengthy sentences full of detail may best fit the subject. Murasaki no Shikibu's fullness is not prolixity. On close examination, it will be found that there is nothing superfluous in the abundant details of her narrative. That is her method, and is essential to the effect she aims at producing. The Genji is not intrinsically a very difficult work, and no doubt the author's contemporaries found it quite easy to understand. But since then, the language, institutions, and manners and customs of Japan have changed so much as greatly to obscure the meaning, not only to European students, but to the Japanese themselves. Piles of commentary by native editors have been accumulated over it, and their interpretations are often so blundering and inadequate that Motoori found it necessary to devote to its elucidation a critical work to esteem the errors of his predecessors. The enormous bulk of the Genji will always remain another obstacle to its just appreciation by European readers. It is in 54 books, which in the standard, but not very satisfactory, Kokusen'ya edition run to no less than 4,234 pages. The genealogical tree alone of the personages which figure in it, comprising several mikados, a crowd of princes, princesses, and imperial consorts, with a host of courtiers, occupies 80 pages. Japanese critics claim for the Genji that it surpasses anything of the kind in Chinese literature and even deserves to be ranked with the masterpieces of European fiction. None, however, but an extreme Japanophile, the species is not altogether unknown, will go so far as to place Murasaki no Shikibu on a level with Fielding, Thackeray, Victor Hugo, Dumas, and Cervantes. On the other hand, it is unjust to dismiss her summarily with the late M. George Bousquet as set NUU's Scuderie Japonaise, a verdict endorsed by Mr. Chamberlain. There are in the Genji pathos, humor, an abundant flow of pleasing sentiment, keen observation of men and manners, an appreciation of the charms of nature, and a supreme command of the resources of the Japanese language, which in her hands reached its highest point of excellence. Though never melodramatic, she gives us plenty of incident and is seldom dull. A scholar, she abhorred pedantry and fine writing, the bane of so many of the modern novelists of Japan. It is unnecessary to discuss here the opinion of some Japanese writers that the Genji was written to inculcate Buddhist doctrine, or the notion of others that the teaching of Confucian morality was its aim. Nor need we trouble ourselves with the suggestion that it is a novel à clef, and that the personages are to be identified with real persons who were alive at the time when it was written. As Motoori very justly observes, all these ideas show an ignorance of the true object of novel writing, which is to excite our sympathies and to interest and amuse by the presentation of a picture of real life. Another subject much dwelt on by native critics is the morality of the Genji, some denouncing it as it deserves, while others strive to defend what even from the Japanese point of view is indefensible. Truth to say, the laxity of morals which it depicts is deplorable. It is a satisfaction to add that it belongs to the age and country in which the author lived, and that her own private life is admittedly free from any stain of this kind. Of coarseness and pruriency, moreover, there is none in the Genji, or indeed in the literature of this period generally. The language is almost invariably decent, and even refined, and we hardly ever meet with a phrase calculated to bring a blush to the cheek of a young person. It is difficult to give much idea of the Genji by quotation. The following passages may serve as well as any others for this purpose, but the writer is conscious that here, more perhaps than anywhere else in Japanese literature, the chasm which divides us in thought, sentiment, and language from the Far East forms an insuperable obstacle to communicating too. A translation, the undoubted charm of the original. Genji, age 16, discusses feminine character with a young friend. It was an evening in the wet season. Without, the rain was falling drearily, and even in the palace hardly anyone was to be seen. Light of a lamp, when it occurred to him to take out from a cupboard which was close by some letters written on paper of various tints. The Chujoji's friend was inordinately eager to have a look at them. Are imperfect, and these he refused to show him. Oh, but it is just those written without reserve and couched in moving language that I like. Commonplace ones don't count. What I wish to see are letters which reveal the various circumstances of the writers. Jealousy, or written at the hour of eve, a prey to passionate longings and the like. It is then that they are worth reading. Second order of intimacy. Genji, therefore, being thus pressed, allowed his friend to read passages from them here and there. What a variety, said the Chujo, and began to guess at the authors. And even when he missed the mark, Genji was much amused by his inferences and suspicions. But he said little and maintained his reserve, putting his friend off with dubious answers. You must have a collection of your own, said Genji. Will you not let me see a few of them? Cupboard would open its doors more cheerfully. I am sure none of mine would be worth your while to read, replied the Chujo. I have at last, he was age 16, discovered, continued he, how hard it is to find a woman of whom it may be said, here at any rate is the one. Here no fault can be found. There are plenty who may be considered fairly tolerable, girls of superficial sensibilities, ready with their pens, and competent to give intelligent responses, thriery as up on occasion. But how hard it is to pitch upon any of whom you can say that here is one who compels your choice. Often they have no thought for any accomplishments but such as they themselves possess, and appreciate those of others in a most provoking way. Some, again, there are, made much of by their parents, and not allowed to leave their side, who, while they remain within the lattice which bounds their future, may no doubt make an impression on the hearts of men who have had little opportunity of really knowing them. They may be young, attractive, and of sedate manners, and so long as they are without external distractions, they will naturally, by the assiduous imitation of others, some skill in frivolous pastimes, but their friends will screen their defects and represent their good qualities in the best light. How is anybody to condemn them in his own mind without a proof and say to himself, that is not so? Find on further acquaintance that they fall in our estimation. Here the Chujo paused, ashamed of his own precipitancy. Genji smiled, thinking of something of the same kind, though not absolutely so, in his own experience, and said, but surely they have all some good point. The Chujo, if they had none, who would be taken in? Of those utterly sorry creatures who are beneath notice, and of the superior women for whose accomplishments we feel an unqualified admiration, the numbers are alike few. Faults are concealed, so that in outward appearance they are naturally second to none. In the middle class there is greater freedom of expression of individual feeling, and thus the means are afforded of distinguishing among them of our attention. Here Genji and the Chujo are joined by two other friends. The conversation is continued at considerable length, and various types of womanhood are discussed with illustrative anecdotes drawn from the speaker's experience. This passage, known as the Shina Sadam, or critique of women, is much admired by the Japanese and is considered by critics to be the kernel of the whole work, the chief idea of which is to present to the reader a picture of various types of womanhood, Genji, having retired to a monastery in order to be exorcised for ague, espies in a neighboring temple a young girl who is living with her grandmother, a nun, and who is destined to fix his vagrant fancy at a later period. At this season the days were very long, and time passed slowly. So under cover of the deep evening mist, he approached the low hedge of which he had been told. Here he sent back all his attendants, retaining with him only Koremitsu. Western front of the house, where there was a nun performing her devotions before a private image of Buddha. She raised up the hanging screen and made an offering of flowers. Then, taking her place by the middle pillar, she placed a sutra on an armrest and proceeded to read it in a voice which betrayed much suffering. This nun seemed no ordinary person. She was something over 40 years of age. Her complexion was fair, and she had an air of distinction. She was thin, but her face had a puffy appearance from ill health, which seemed rather to have gained in elegance by having been cut, for two comely grown-up women were in waiting on her. Now there were some children playing in and out of the room. One of them, who might be perhaps 10 years of age, wore a white silk gown lined with yellow, and not too new. She had no resemblance to the attendants or to the rest of the children, and her beauty seemed to give promise of a future for her. Her hair was tossed in waves like an expanded fan, and her eyes were red with weeping. The nun looked up when she saw her near and said, "What is the matter? Have you been quarreling with some of the children?" As Genji looked at them, it occurred to him that there was a resemblance, and that the little girl was probably her daughter. "Ainuki has let go my sparrow that I had put under a basket," said she dolefully. The waiting woman exclaimed, "He is always doing thoughtless things like that, and plaguing the poor girl, all because he does not get scolded enough. I wonder where it has gone to. It had at last become so delightful, and now I'm afraid the crows have discovered it." So saying, she went out. This woman's hair hung down loose and was very long. She was a pleasant-looking woman. The others called her Nurse Shonagon, and she seemed to have charge of this child. "Come now, be a good girl," said the nun, "and don't do such naughty things. Tomorrow, and you can think of nothing but your sparrow. Haven't I often told you that it was a sin to keep birds in a cage? You pain me greatly. Come here, child." The little girl stood forward with a rueful expression of face and a mist hanging round her eyebrows. The contour of her forehead, from which the hair was combed back in childish fashion, and the style of her hair itself were very lovely. "What a charming girl she will be when she is grown up," thought Genji, and his eyes dwelt on her with interest. She greatly resembled one to whom formerly his whole heart had been given, and at the thought his tears began to fall. The nun, stroking the little girl's head, said, "What beautiful hair, though you think it so much trouble to have it combed." Age of 12, she had an extraordinary amount of good sense. "But now, if you were to lose me, what would become of you?" The ground, so that her hair fell loosely forward, showing a luster that was very beautiful. "There is no sky weather to dry up the dews of my tears, and leaving behind the tender herb that knows not where shall be its abode when it has reached full growth." So the nun, "True," said the other, waiting. "Woman and not the girl's nursie," and with tears answered her, "So long as the first blades of grass know not what will be their future when grown up, how can the dew think of becoming dried?" This notice may be fitly closed by the following poem, in which Motori in his old age expressed his intention of returning, if time permitted, to the study of the Genji. "So dearly do I love them. Again, I would come to see the violets on the plains of spring which I left ungathered. Today I may not pluck them." The author of the Genji Monogatari wrote a diary called Murasaki no Shikibu Nikki, which has come down to us. It is not without merit, but its fame has been wholly eclipsed by that of her greater work. Chapter V. Makura Zoshi with the Genji Monogatari, the Japanese. Associate the Makura Zoshi or pillow sketches of Sei Shonagon as of equal excellence, although different in form and character. The author, like Murasaki no Shikibu, was a lady of high rank. Her father, who was a poet of some fame, being descended from the prince who compiled the Nihon. The learning and talents obtained for her the honor of being appointed lady-in-waiting to the empress. On the death of the latter in AD 1000, she retired from the world, some say to a convent, where she received to the last marks of the esteem of her former master, the Mikado Ishigo. Others, however, describe her condition as one of great poverty and misery. The title Pillow Sketches is explained by some to mean that she kept the manuscript by her pillow and jotted down her thoughts and observations when going to bed and when getting up in the morning. It is more probable, however, that it is an allusion to an anecdote which she herself relates in a postscript. It has become too dark for literary work, and my pen is worn out. I will bring these sketches to a close. They are a record of that which I have seen with my eyes and felt in my heart, not written that others might read them, but put together to solace the loneliness of my home life. When I think how I tried to keep them secret, conscious of vulgar and exaggerated remarks which have escaped me, the tears flow uncontrollably. One day, when I was in attendance on the Empress, she showed me some paper which had been given her by the Naidai Jin. "What is to be written on this?" said Her Majesty. "The Mikado has had something they call history written on his. It will do nicely for pillows," I replied. So I tried to use up this immense supply by writing down strange matters of all kinds without any connection or sequence. The Makura Zoshi is the first example of a style of writing which afterwards became popular in Japan under the name of Zuihitsu, or following the pen. There is no sort of arrangement. The author sets down upon the spur of the moment anything which occurs to her. Stories, descriptive enumerations of dismal, incongruous, abominable, and dreary things, lists of flowers, mountains, rivers, sketches of social and domestic life, thoughts suggested by the contemplation of nature, and much more form her farrago libelli. Unlike the author of the Genji, who loses herself in the characters which she describes, the personality of Sei Shonagon comes out distinctly in everything which she has written. The clever, somewhat cynical, cultured woman of the world is always present to the reader. Her tastes and predilections are made known at considerable length, and she does not mind being her own Boswell, not failing to record in her pillow sketches any apt quotation or neat retort which she may have made. Subsequent writers do not acquit her, as they do Murasaki no Shikibu, of a personal share in the amorous intrigues which formed so large a part of life among the upper classes of Kyoto at this period. It may be readily gathered from her writings that she was no stranger to the politic arts to take and keep men's hearts. The letters, embassies, and spies, the frowns and smiles and flatteries, the quarrels, tears, and perjuries, numberless, nameless mysteries of Cowley's poem. The following extracts will give some idea of the general character of the work. The 4 seasons form the subject of the opening chapter. In spring, the author says, "I love to watch the dawn grow gradually whiter and whiter, till a faint rosy tinge crowns the mountain's crest, while slender streaks of purple cloud extend themselves above it. In summer, I love the night, not only when the moon is shining, but the dark too, when the fireflies cross each other's paths in their flight, or when the rain is falling. In autumn, it is the beauty of the evening which most deeply moves me. As I watch the crows seeking their roosting place in 2s and 3s and 4s, while the setting sun sends forth his beams gorgeously, as he draws near the mountain's rim, geese pass looking exceeding small in the distance. And when the sun has quite gone down, how moving it is to hear the chirruping of insects or the sighing of the wind. In winter, how unspeakably beautiful is the snow. But I also love the dazzling whiteness of the hoar frost and the intense cold even at other times. Then it is meet quickly to fetch charcoal and kindle fires. And let not the gentle warmth of noon persuade us to allow the embers of the hearth or of the brazier to become a white heap of ashes. The exorcist, what a pity it is to make a priest of a child whom one loves. How painful it must be to have to regard as so many bits of stick the things which are in life the most desirable. Priests have to go to bed after a meal of wretched fasting diet, and are blamed if, when young, they so much as take a sly peep into places where there are attractive girls. The life of an exorcist priest is particularly hard. What dreadful experiences he must have on his pilgrimages to Mitake, Humano, and all the other sacred monasteries, even after he has gained a fame for on all occasions. His very reputation is a bar to his repose. What a labor it must be to drive out the evil spirit from the sick man he is in attendance on. And yet if he does this a little out of sheer exhaustion, he is promptly reprimanded and told that he does nothing but sleep. How embarrassed he must feel. The exorcist is much sympathized with by the author. In another place she says, when the exorcist is summoned to drive out an evil spirit, he puts on a consequential air as he distributes his maces and bells to those who are present. Then he drones out his chant in tones like the note of the cicada. But suppose that the demon is not a whit disturbed, and that the spells are of no avail. The whole household, who had joined in the prayers, begin to wonder. Still he goes on hour after hour, till he is utterly weary. How he ruffles back his hair and scratches his head with many a yawn, he lays himself down to sleep. Visit of the Empress to a court noble when the Empress visited the Daishin Narimasa. Her carriage went in by the east gate, which is wide with 4 pillars. Her women, however, preferred to have their carriages go round to the north, done up their carriages, where there were no guards. They thought to themselves with some disdain, "Oh, we shall drive up to the door, so we need not be very particular." But the palm-leaf-covered carriages stuck fast in the narrow portal, and there was no possibility of getting in. So the usual path of matting was laid, and we were told to get down, to our no small annoyance and indignation. But there was no help for it. It was provoking to see the courtiers and servants standing together in the guard-room to watch us pass. When we came before Her Majesty and told her what had happened, she only laughed at us, saying, "Is there nobody looking at you now? How can you be so untidy?" "Yes," replied I, "but everybody here is used to us, and would be greatly surprised if we took special pains about our appearance. To think that a mansion like this should have a gate too small to admit a carriage. I shall have a good laugh at the Dacian when I meet him." Presently he came in bringing the Empress's ink, stone, and writing materials. "This is too bad of you," said I. "How can you live in a house with such a narrow gate?" To which he replied with a smile that his house was on a scale. His house was on a scale suited to it, of a man who had his gate, though nothing more, made too large for his personal requirements. "Well, to be sure," said the Dacian with astonishment. "You refer, of course, to Utikoku, Chinese worthy. Have occasionally strayed into the paths of learning and fully comprehend your allusion." "Indeed, then," returned I, "your paths are none of the most sensible. There was a nice disturbance, I can tell you, when we found ourselves entrapped into walking along your matted paths." "I fear you must have been incommoded," he replied. "And it was raining, too. But I must attend the Empress," saying which he made his exit. "What was it put Narimasa out so much?" "Oh, nothing," I said. "I was only telling him of our misadventure at his gate. Domestic scene in the Mikado's palace on the sliding doors of the northern front of the Mikado's private apartments. There are painted fearful pictures of creatures that live in the wild ocean, some with long arms, others with long legs. When the doors of the antechamber are open, we can always see them. One day towards noon, while we were laughing and talking about them, saying what hideous things they are, and were engaged in setting great flower pots of green porcelain, borne by the balustrade of the veranda, and filling them with an abundance of the most delightful cherry branches 5 feet long, so that the blossoms overflowed to the foot of the railing, His Excellency the Dainagon, the Empress's brother, approached. He had on a cherry-colored tunic, enough worn to have lost its stiffness, and dark purple trousers. His white underclothing, showing at the neck, displayed a gay pattern of a deep crimson hue. As the Mikado was then with the Empress, he seated himself on the narrow platform before the door and made some report to him on official matters. The waiting women, with their cherry-colored sleeveless jackets hanging down loosely by their sides, some dressed in wistaria purple, some in carrier yellow, and all manner of lovely colors, showed out from the screen of the small hat. Just then dinner was served in the imperial apartments. We could hear the trampling of the attendants' feet and the cry, less noise, from one of the chamberlains. The serene aspect of the weather was exceedingly agreeable. When the last dishes had been served, a butler came and announced dinner. The Mikado went away by the middle door, attended by His Excellency the Dainagon, who subsequently returned to his former place beside the flower. The Empress then pushed aside the curtain and came forward as far as the threshold to greet him. He remarked on the beauty of the surroundings and the good deportment of the servants, and ended by quoting the line of poetry which says, "The days and months roll on, but the Mount of Marmoro remains forever. I was deeply impressed and wished in my heart that so it might indeed continue for 1,000 years." The attack of the dog Okainamaro upon the cat Miyobu, no Otto, the august cat in waiting on the Mikado, was a very delightful animal, and a great favorite with His Majesty, who conferred on her the 5th rank of nobility, and the title of Miyobu, or Chief Superintendent of the female attendants of the palace. One day she had gone out onto the bridge between 2 of the buildings of the palace, when the nurse in charge of her called out, "How improper! Come in at once." But the cat paid no attention and went on basking drowsily in the sun. So in order to frighten her, "Where is Okainamaro?" cried the nurse. "Okainamaro bite me yobu no otodo." The foolish dog, thinking she was in earnest, flew at the cat, who in her fright and consternation took refuge behind the screen of the breakfast room. The Mikado was greatly shocked and agitated. He took the cat into his august bosom, and summoning the Chamberlain Tadataka, gave orders that Okainamaro should have a good thrashing and be banished to Dog Island at once. The attendants gave chase to Okainamaro amid great confusion. Alas, poor dog! He used to swagger about so much at his ease. When on the 3rd day of the 3rd month he was led along with a willow wreath upon his head and adorned with flowers of peach and cherry, did he ever think that it would come to this? At meal times he used always to be in attendance, and now, when 3 or 4 days passed without him, we missed him greatly. One day at noon there was a tremendous noise of a dog's howling. All the other dogs rushed to the spot in excitement to see what made him go on yelping so. "How terrible!" exclaimed she. "2 of the chamberlains are beating a dog till he is nearly dead. They say they are chastising him for having come back after he was banished." The howling ceased. I was then told that he was dead, and that his body had been flung away outside the gate. At sundown, when we were all pitying his fate, a wretched-looking dog, trembling all over, walked in, his body fearfully and amazingly swollen. "Can this be Okainamaro?" We said, "No such dog has been seen about here recently." We called to him by his name, but he took no notice. Some said it was he, others that it was not. The Empress sent for a lady who knew him well. she said, pointing to him, our dog. Besides, when one called to Kinemaro by name, he came joyfully. But this animal won't come. Something to eat, but he refused it, so we made up our minds that it could not be our friend. The next morning, when I went to attend the Empress at her toilet and had served her wash, hand basin, and her mirror, a dog came to the foot of one of the pillars. "Oh," I asked. "Terrible beating Okanemaro seems to have got last night. I am so sorry that he is dead. I suppose he now looks something like that animal. He must have suffered miserably." At this moment, the dog lying by the pillar trembled and shook and poured forth a flood of tears, to our intense amazement. This was Okanemaro after all, and his refusal on the previous day to come when he was called was for fear of betraying himself. The Empress was touched and delighted beyond measure, which the Empress was greatly amused. Everybody gathered round, and there was much talking and laughing. The Mikado himself, when he heard of it, came in, and smilingly expressed his amazement at the good sense shown by a dog. The reader will be glad to hear that Okainamaro's sentence of banishment was reversed. He was well treated, and in a short time was his old self again. But the author was not always so tender-hearted towards dogs. Among detestable things she enumerates: a dog who barks in recognition of your lover when he comes to pay you a clandestine visit. That dog should be killed. A few more of her enumerations may be added. Dreary things: a nursery where the child has died, a brazier with the fire gone out, a coachman who is hated by his ox, the birth of a female child in the house of a learned scholar. Detestable things. Of these, the author has a long list, of which the following are a few. A visitor who tells a long story when you are in a hurry. If he is a person you are intimate with, you can pack him off, saying that you will hear it another time. But those whom you cannot treat in this way are very detestable. An exorcist who, when sent for in a case of sudden illness, recites his charms as if he were half asleep. Babies that cry or dogs that bark when you want to listen. The snoring of a man whom you are trying to conceal and who has gone to sleep in a place where he has no business. A carriage which creaks so loud that you cannot hear your friend speak. Also the friend who lent you such a carriage. People who interrupt your stories to show off their own cleverness. All interrupters, young or old, are very detestable. People who, when you are telling a story, break in with, "Oh, I know," and give quite a different version from your own, either at home or in the palace, to be roused up to receive an unwelcome visitor in order to avoid whom you have been pretending to be asleep, while on friendly terms with a man, to hear him sound the praises of a woman whom he has known. This is detestable even when some time has elapsed, much more so if he is still acquainted with her. People who mumble a prayer when they sneeze. N.B. Loud sneezing is detestable, except in the case of the gentlemen of the house. Fleas are very detestable, especially when they get under your clothing and jump about. As a contrast to detestable things, a few things which give one a thrill may be added. To see sparrows feeding their young. To pass by where infants are playing. To find that your Chinese metal mirror is beginning to get dim, reminding one of the festivals they have been used for. On a wet day, to turn over the letters of a person once loved by us. Last year's fan. Here are a few cheerful things. Coming home from an excursion with the carriages full to overflowing, to have lots of footmen who make the oxen go and the carriages speed along. Teeth nicely blackened. To hear a well-voiced professor of magic recite his purification service on a riverbank. When in a dull mood, to have a visitor neither so intimate as to be uninteresting, nor too great a stranger to be unreserved, who will tell us what is going on in the world, things pleasant or odious or strange, now touching on this, now on that, private matters or public, in just sufficient detail. Not to be tedious, this is very agreeable. Here follow the points of carriage, oxen, horses, coachmen, who should be big men of a ruddy countenance and a consequential demeanor, footmen, pages, cats, and preachers. The last subject is treated at some length. A preacher, she says, ought to be a good-looking man. It is then easier to keep your eyes fixed on his face, without which it is impossible to benefit by the discourse. Otherwise, the eyes wander and you forget to listen. She adds, however, if preachers were of a more suitable age, I should have pleasure in giving a more favorable judgment. As matters actually stand, their sins are too fearful to think of. If any apology is needed for the length of these extracts, it may be pleaded that they represent that which is best and, at the same time, most quotable in Japanese literature. They are taken almost exclusively from the first two of the 12 volumes, 646p, of which this entertaining miscellany consists. It is hard to realize that it was written in Japan 900 years ago. If we compare it with anything that Europe had to show at this period, it must be admitted that it is indeed a remarkable work. What a revelation it would be if we had the court life of Alfred's or Canute's reign depicted to us in a similar way. Both the Genji Monogatari and the Makura Zoshi are only imperfectly intelligible even to educated Japanese, and they are little read at the present day. This is to be regretted, as modern writers would derive much benefit from making these old masterpieces their study and example. Chapter VI, some minor works. The author of the Sagoromo Monogatari was a court official named Dani no Sami, the daughter of Murasaki no Shikibu. Her work, a love story of considerable length, is an obvious imitation of the Genji Monogatari, but much inferior both in style and matter. It is believed to have been written about A.D. 1040. The Sarashina Nikki, by a daughter of Sugawara no Takasui, a descendant in the 6th generation of the famous statesman Sugawara no Mishizain, was completed in the reign of the Emperor Go-Rizai, 1040. It is the record of a journey from Shimoza to Kyoto by the Tokaido in 1021, and of a second journey from Kyoto to Sarashina in the province of Shinano some years later. It is written in a vein of melancholy sentiment, and is plentifully adorned with doleful tanka. Nothing is known as to the date and authorship of the Torikaibaya Monogatari. It is believed to have been written subsequently to the Sagoromo, and would therefore belong to the middle or end of the 11th century. The Torikaibaya Monogatari is a story of the difficulties experienced by a nobleman in the education of his two children, a boy and a girl. The boy is fond of feminine pursuits and amusements, and the girl just the reverse, much to the annoyance of their father, who used frequently to exclaim, "Torikaibaya," that is, "Oh, if I could only exchange them." When all he can do is to have the boy dressed in girl's clothes and treated accordingly, while the girl is brought up as a boy, the results are unsatisfactory from a moral point of view. The author of the collection of stories, entitled Uji Monogatari, was a court noble named Minamoto no Takakuni, better known as Uji Dainagon, from his place of residence and rank. He died A.D. 1077 at an advanced age. Being a fat man and greatly disliking the hot weather, he used to retire for the summer season to Uji, a village not far from Kyoto on the bank of the river, which flows out of Lake Biwa. Here he built a little tea house on the roadside near his country seat, where tea was offered to the passers-by. They were then invited to tell stories, which the Dainagon, sitting behind a screen, took down from their mouths. Most of the stories so collected are obviously fictitious, but true or false, they have a special interest inasmuch as they present a fuller and livelier picture of the lives and ideas of the middle and lower classes than most other works of this period. As might be expected from the manner of its compilation, the Yuji Monogatari contains a large element of folk lore. The style is easy and unpretentious. 30 of the 60 thin volumes of which it consists are assigned to Japanese stories, the remainder containing tales of Chinese or Indian origin. Probably not all of these were collected in the manner above described, and a certain proportion, it is believed, have been added by later editors. The following outlines of a few may give some idea of the general character of this collection. A painter named Kawanari has an intimate friend, an architect and engineer called Haida no Takumi. The latter, having built a small square pavilion, invites his friend to enter it. The painter approaches the south door when by some mechanical contrivance it shuts in his face. When he tries to go in by the west door, it closes and the north door opens, and so on. In revenge for the practical joke thus played on him, Kawanari paints on the screen the picture of a corpse so loathsome and repulsive that when Haida no Takumi is made to approach it unawares, he starts back in horror and rushes out into the garden. A Buddhist monk, a renowned player of Go, is invited to visit a mysterious lady. With a screen interposed between them, they play a game which ends in the total massacre of the monk's men. The lady is never heard of again, and is presumed to have been a supernatural being. A professor of magic, by some mistake in his ceremonies, excites the wrath of the infernal demons. They pursue him. He gets off his horse and lets it go home by itself, while he hides among the sheaves in a rice field by the way. The demons follow the tracks of the horse's feet, and the magician escapes, having learned from the conversation of his pursuers as they pass his hiding place how to circumvent them when they renew their attack upon him. A professor of magic goes to perform a ceremony of purification from evil influences. His little boy, who accompanies him by an inward gift, is able to see a number of devils, invisible to the ordinary eye, carrying away the offerings of food made to them. He afterwards becomes a great magician. The guitar, a valued heirloom of the Mikado, disappears mysteriously. One of the courtiers, who is a great musician, traces it by its sound and finds that it has been purloined by a devil. On its being explained to the devil that the guitar is a much prized possession of the Mikado, he at once returns it. A young woman who is urged by her parents to take a second husband fortifies her refusal to do so by the example of a swallow which had built its nest in their house and whose mate had been taken from it. It goes away in the autumn, and when it comes back the following summer, it is still alone. Among other fictitious monogatari which have come down to us from this period, there may be mentioned the Izumi Shikibu Monogatari, the Ima Monogatari, the Ima Monogatari, the Tutsumi Chionagon Monogatari, the Akyo no Nagatari, which, although all useful for the study of the state of society at this time, do not present any special features of literary interest. Of many others, the names only have reached us. Chapter Vi Yegwa Monogatari and Okagami. It was inevitable that the Japanese language, which had now reached its highest degree of perfection as an instrument for the expression of thought, should sooner or later be applied to some more serious purpose than the writing of poetry, stories, diaries, and other light literature. The Yegwa Monogatari is notable as the first instance of its being used for history. The authorship of this work is unknown. A not very trustworthy tradition ascribes it to a celebrated poetess of this period named Akazome Yemen, but as it mentions events which occurred after her death, it cannot all be from her pen. She may, however, have left materials which were incorporated into the work of a subsequent writer. The date of its composition is also uncertain. It must be near the end of the 11th century. The Yegwa Monogatari consists of 40 books, which cover a period of about 2 centuries of Japanese history, ending with a 1088. It is, however, not so much the general history of the country during this time as of the glorious rule. Yegwa Monogatari means a tale of glory, of Fujiwara no Michinaga, who was chief minister in the 3 reigns of Ichijo, Sanjo, and Go-Ichijo, and who died a.d. 1027. The latter part of the work is the history of his 2 sons, Yorimichi and Norimichi, who succeeded to his power. The author's style and method have been greatly influenced by his models, the more fictitious Monogatari. He or she betrays a preference for romantic episodes and leans to a more or less poetical and imaginative treatment of his subject, enlivening his narrative with anecdotes and adorning his pages freely with the ubiquitous tanka. The custom, common with romance writers at the present day, of placing fanciful headings to every chapter, began with this work. The following passage illustrates the stronghold which Buddhism had upon the Japanese nation at this period. It may be premised that the Mikado Kwazan ascended the throne in 985 at the age of 17. He was provided with 3 beautiful and noble women as consorts. One of these he became passionately fond of, and when she died soon after, the shock was too great for a mind in which there already lurked hereditary germs of insanity. From the beginning of the 2nd year of Kwanwa, 986, there was an uneasy feeling in the minds of the people, and many strange warnings were given. In the palace also religious abstinence was frequently practiced. Moreover, at what time this began is uncertain. When the Mikado was informed of this, he bewailed the wretchedness of this transitory world. He must have thought to himself, alas, how deep Kokusen's favorite wife since must have been, such as she was, her guilt in some past existence was surely great, or she would not have died so young. Oh, that I could find some means of doing away with it. His august heart being frequently disturbed by strange and lofty thoughts like this, the result was apparent in his agitated demeanor. The Prime Minister noted this with sorrow, and the Shunagon also, the Mikado's uncle. Secret have been simply heartbroken. Gonkyu, a priest of the monastery of Kwazan, was continually sent for in order to expound the scriptures, and the Mikado's august heart was given up to religion in an infinite measure. His remarks about wife and child and the priceless treasure of the sovereign rank filled the Sakyuban Korinari with the utmost pity, and this devotion to religion gave both him and the Chunagon great concern. Sentiments from time to time must have been due to naught else but an evil influence proceeding from Reize, in his father and predecessor on the throne, who became insane. Meanwhile, they noted other strange, unwanted, and unconscious behavior of the Mikado. The night of the 22nd day of the 6th month of this year, he suddenly disappeared. An alarm was given, and everybody, without exception, from the nobles in waiting down to the guards and servants of meanest rank, procured lights and sought everywhere. But no trace of the Mikado could be found. The Prime Minister with the other ministers and nobles all assembled. Every room was searched, but he was nowhere to be seen, and the night was spent by all in the utmost consternation and alarm. The Shunagon, prostrating himself in grief before the shrine of the Tanshin, Toga gods, protectors of the shrine of the Tsushinda god. Pallas prayed them with tears and lamentations to reveal to him the place where his precious lord was hidden. Then he was sought for by parties dispatched severally to all the Buddhist temples, but in vain. Meanwhile his consorts wept, and in their hearts thought what a terrible thing had happened. The long summer's night at length gave way to dawn, but the search was still fruitless. The Chunagon and the Sakyuban Korinari went at last to Kwazan, and there they discovered him clothed as a dear little priest. They fell down before him with exclamations of grief and concern, and both followed his example and entered the priesthood. Is another historical work. It contains the history of 14 reigns, beginning with that of Mondaku, who came to the throne at 851, and ending with that of Go-Ichijo, who died in A.D. 1036. The author was one Tamanari, a member of the great Fujiwara family, and an official attached to the court of the Mikado Sutoku, 1124-1141. He served for some time as director of the Empress's palace, but subsequently assumed the tonsure and retired to a hermitage on Mount Ohara, near Kyoto. Here he was joined by his two brothers, who followed his example and abandoned the world for a life of religion. Tamanari's preface to the Okagami shows that he was a devout Buddhist. Whether we have regard to its matter or to its form, the Okagami is not a very important contribution to literature. It is in 8 volumes. Volume I contains in 64 pages meager sketches of the lives of 14 Mikados. The year, month, and day of birth, appointment as crown prince, assumption of the manly style of dressing the hair, accession to the throne and death of each sovereign are set down baldly in a page or 2. Then follow 1 or 2 sentimental or humorous anecdotes adorned as usual with tanka. There is little more. In the next 6 volumes we find biographies of the principal statesmen during the same period. This part of the work is somewhat more substantial, but there is still a marked inclination towards the anecdotal and romantic treatment of the subject. The last volume is an excursus on the origin of certain festivals at the shrines of Kamo and Hachiman. The Okagami throws but little light on the times of which it professes to give the history, but it may perhaps be acceptable as an addition to the information supplied us by the drier official histories in the Chinese language. This work, with the Mesa, Kagami, and the Mitsu Kagami, to be noticed afterwards, are known as the Mitsu Kagami, or 3 mirrors. Mirror, it may be explained, is a familiar metaphor for history, not only in Japan, but in China and Korea. Before closing this chapter, 1 or 2 works in the Chinese language require to be mentioned. The Shojiroku is a sort of peerage. It was prepared A.D. 815 and contains the genealogy of 1182 noble families of Japan. It has no value as literature, but is useful for historical reference and has one interesting feature. It shows that at this period about 1/3 of the Japanese nobility claimed to be descended from Chinese or Korean ancestors. The Yengishiki, or institutes of the period Yengi, 901-923, was completed in 927. The first 2 volumes contain minute directions for the celebration of the Shinto rites of worship, including the Narito or liturgies used on these occasions, which were now, for the first time, so far as we know, committed to writing, although in existence for centuries previously. The remaining 40 volumes give a description of the organization of the various government departments, the duties of the officials. The Yengishiki is a most valuable work of reference. The Wamyosho is a Chinese-Japanese dictionary arranged according to categories such as heaven, earth, and is valuable to philologists, but not otherwise. The author of this lexicon was one Minamoto no Shitaga, 911-983. Book the 4th, Kamakura period, 1186-1332, Decline of Learning. Chapter I introductory in the history of Japan, as in that of many other countries. There is observable an alternate tendency towards strong and weak central governments, which is all the more pronounced as the insular position of the country protects this natural oscillation against foreign interference. From time to time, rulers of commanding abilities and resolute character made their appearance, who enlarged the sphere of authority of the state and kept local ambitions in check. But sooner or later, the central control became relaxed, and each province established a sort of home rule for itself until another swing of the pendulum took place, and the reins of government were again grasped by the strong hand of a single authority. The establishment by the shogun Yoritomo, after much hard fighting, of the sway of the military caste at Kamakura near the end of the 12th century, marked the beginning of one of these periods of vigorous centralization. Though the Mikados were allowed to retain an outward semblance of authority, all real power, civil and military, had passed from their hands. while on the other hand, the local nobles saw themselves supplanted by officers appointed by the shoguns and entirely dependent on them. Yoritomo was succeeded by his two sons, who with their father are known to history as the Three Shoguns. After them, the Hojo dynasty of Shikken directors, who were simply shoguns under a different name, took their place as the rulers of Japan. They remained in power until AD 1335. The rule of a class to whose very existence a practical knowledge of war and warlike accomplishments was vital, and who necessarily neglected, if they did not despise, intellectual culture, was not conducive to the production of important literary work. Nor was this the only unfavorable condition of the time. Intercourse with China and Korea had become much interrupted. The shores of these countries were infested by Japanese pirates, in punishment for whose descents it was that Kublai Khan dispatched his famous but abortive expedition against Japan. Chinese learning, consequently, languished. Buddhism, on the other hand, flourished greatly as the colossal figure of Buddha AD 1252 at Kamakura testifies to this day. Most of the Mikados, after a few years of reign, became monks, as did also many of the highest personages of their court, though it must be said that the adage cucullus non facit monachum was in their case abundantly exemplified. The 3,000 monasteries which at this time dotted the slopes of Hyasen, a mountain northeast of Kyoto, were a very material embodiment of Buddhist influence. Not content with mere spiritual weapons, the inmates of these establishments were always ready, on the smallest provocation, to don their armor over their monastic frocks and troop down to the streets of Kyoto to place their swords in whatever scale of the politics of the day seemed to them most expedient. And with the terror of the Mikados, one of whom is recorded to have said, "There are three things I cannot control: the water of the Kemogawa, a river which does frequent damage to Kyoto by its floods, the fall of the dice, and the monks of Buddha." It was, however, the Buddhist monks who were the chief maintainers of learning during this period. Some of the men of letters were ecclesiastics, and even when this was not the case, their writings are deeply imbued with Buddhist teachings and sentiment. The vanity of wealth and power and the uncertainty of human things form the constant refrain of their moralizings. In comparison with the Heian period, the contributions by women to the literature of this time are insignificant, and altogether a more virile, if less refined, spirit is discernible. There are hardly any of those debonair romances which, in the preceding period, amused the leisure of the nobles of Kyoto. The newer literature, with its tales of combats and battles, reflects the more warlike temper of which it is the product. As a Japanese writer has observed, the Heian literature is like the Kaido, Pyrrhus spectabilis, drooping after rain. That of the Kamakura period resembles the plum blossom which exhales its perfume in the snow and frost. It is to be noted that the more important writings of this period belong to the earlier part of it. Chapter II, Historical Works. The authorship of the Genpei Shizuiki is doubtfully ascribed to one Hamuro Tokinaga, of whom we know little or nothing. He is also conjectured to have written the Heiji Monogatari and Hogen Monogatari, but of this too there is no certainty. The precise date of its composition is likewise unknown. The Genpei Shizuiki, as its name indicates, is a history of the rise and fall of the Jin and Hai, two great noble families whose struggles for supremacy convulsed Japan during the latter half of the 12th century. It is in 48 books and embraces the period from AD 1161 to 1185, no doubt itself suggested by the Chinese Yengi or paraphrases of history, of which the San Quo Chai is the best known. The Genpei Shizuiki is the first example in Japan of a large class of quasi-historical works to which there is nothing precisely similar in our literature, though a comparison with Shakespeare's historical plays will convey some idea of the relative proportions of fact and fiction which they contain. They have no original plot and little or no introduction of imaginary personages. The writers content themselves with following the general course of real history, while adorning it with what flourish their nature prompts. But the flourish means a great deal. It is not only rhetorical ornament and sententious reflections which these authors provide. They evolved from their inner consciousness speeches for statesmen and soldiers, warlike stratagems for generals, prayers for the devout, appropriate omens, dreams, incantations, and miraculous incidents in great variety, with a host of minute details of dress, of pompous processions, hairbreadth escapes of single combats, and the like. Tanka, original or otherwise, are supplied whenever the occasion seems to demand them. The Genpei Shizuiki is a work of considerable literary pretensions, and in its own special style is only surpassed by the Teihai. The language marks a considerable advance towards the modern form of Japanese. While the works of the Heian period are very imperfectly intelligible to an ordinary educated Japanese, with the Genpei Shizuiki he finds little difficulty. Much of the older grammatical equipment of particles and terminations is now dispensed with, and the vocabulary shows a large increment of Chinese words, a notable proportion of which owe their introduction to Buddhist influences. The following is part of the account of the naval engagement of Danura, one of the decisive battles of Japanese history. By it, the strife between the Great Hai, or Taira, and Jin, or Minamoto, factions was brought to an end for the time, and Yoritomo enabled to establish his authority over all Japan. The capture of Yashima shut out the House of Hai from Kyushu. Unable to find a port of refuge, they drifted onto Danura in the Gato, Akama, Shimonoseki, Moji, and Haikushima. Here they remained afloat upon the waves, passing the time on board their ships. The Jin fleet arrived at the Bay of Katsura in the province of Awa. They had been victorious in the conflicts engaged in various places, and had taken the palace of Yashima. They now followed the movements of the Ai ships, pursuing them by land, as the hawk urges the pheasants when the moors are burnt and no cover is left. Jin fleet reached a place called Oitsuhitsu, 20 cho or more, about 2 miles from where the adherents of the Hei House were stationed. On the 24th day of the 3rd month of the same year, 1185, Yoshitsune, the Genjero, brother of Yoritomo, and his army in 700 ships or more, attacked the enemy at dawn. The House of Hai were not unprepared. With 500 warships or more, they advanced to meet him, and the exchange of arrows by way of formal defiance took place. The Jin and He troops numbered together over 100,000 men, and the sound of the battle cry raised on both sides with the song of the turnip. Headed arrows, a special kind of arrow which made a noise like a humming. Pops as they crossed each other's course was startling to hear. Think, as far as the azure sky above and re-echoing downwards to the depths of the sea. Noriyori with other Jin generals had arrived at Kyushu with 30,000 cavalry and had cut off the retreat in that direction. The Hai were like a caged bird that cannot escape, or a fish in a trap from which there is no exit. On the sea there were ships floating, by land were bridle. Its range lines, east and west, south and north were closed, and on no side was evasion possible. Tamamori rear High General stood forward on the bow of his ship and spoke as follows. Let us think this day our last, and let us all banish the thought of retreat. In ancient and modern times there have been examples of even famous generals and brave soldiers when their armies were beaten and their good fortune exhausted, being captured by a traveler or taken prisoner by a wayfarer. All these arose from the endeavor to avoid a death which was inevitable. Lives to destruction and think of nothing else but to leave a name to after ages. Let us show no weakness before these fellows from the East Country. What have we done that we should be grudging even of our lives? Let us unite in the resolve to seize Yoshitsune and fling him into the sea. should be the chief object of today's battle. The first onset was favorable to the Hei faction, upon which Yoshitsune, observing that his troops showed signs of yielding, rinsed his mouth in the salt tide, and with closed eyes and folded palms prayed to Hachiman de Bosatsu, whereupon a pair of white doves Atsuan. Pigeon is sacred to Hachiman and flew thither and elite on Yoshitsune's flag, while Jin and Hei were saying, "Look there, look there." A mass of black clouds came floating from the east and hung over the scene of battle. From amidst this cloud a white flag descended, while Yoshitsune's flag, its top, waving to and fro, passed away along with the clouds. The Gen joined their hands together in prayer, while the Hei's hair stood on end, and their hearts felt small within them. Some embarked in boats and rowed on, fighting as they went. Others, marching along the dry land and fitting arrows to their bows one after another in quick succession, engaged in a battle of archery. This is described in a style which recalls the combats of the Iliad, the doings and sayings of individual heroes being related in great detail. The Jin were many and, encouraged by success, pressed forward to the attack. They were fewer, but acquitted themselves as if that day were their last. Can the battle of Indra with the Asuras have been more terrible than this? The Ei ships were drawn up 2 or 3 deep. The ship of Chinese build was furnished with troops in a manner which showed that the general was on board. On the more ordinary fighting ships, the Daijin and other fit officers of lower rank were embarked. Were attacking the Chinese ship that they're fighting, ships should fetch a circuit round the enemy's vessels and, enclosing them, smite the Jin to a man. Thereupon Shigeyoshi, hitherto so faithful to the Hei cause, suddenly changed his heart, and with 300 ships or more, manned with troops, from Shikoku rowed away, remained the passive spectator of the battle, prepared, if the Hei proved the stronger, to shoot his arrows at the Jin. If the Jin seemed likely to gain the victory, to aim them at the Hei. How true is it that heaven may be reckoned upon, earth may be reckoned upon? The only thing which we cannot reckon on is the heart of man. Ultimately, Shigeyoshi betrays to Yoshitsune the Hei plan of battle, with the result that the latter faction are completely overthrown. Precise date of the Hike Monogatari are unknown. It was probably composed soon after the Genpei Shizuiki, of which it is little more than an adaptation, page after page being simply copied from the latter work. But as if its model and source had not already departed sufficiently from true history. The Hike Monogatari, which covers the same ground and relates the same events, adds a number of inventions of its own under the inspiration of patriotic or pious motives, or for the sake of poetical or dramatic effect. It is said that a main object of the author was to produce a narrative which could be chanted to the accompaniment of the baiwa, a kind of 4-stringed lute. That it was so chanted by men with shaven heads called biwa, bozu, biwa, bonzes, was a fact frequently referred to by later writer Bonzes. Is a fact frequently referred to by even at the present day. It is far better known than the Genpei Shizuiki, a work much superior to it in merit. Moriori, reasoning from the premise that everything which can be sung is poetry, classes the hike accordingly. He says that even though the actual count of syllables will not come right, they can be slurred over in singing so as to make meter. The reader might expect from this to find that the hike is an example of poetical prose, somewhat in the style of Aston. But there is really hardly anything to justify Motori's opinion. Its style, though occasionally more or less ornate, is not really more or less ornate, is not really more poetical than that of many books for which no such pretension is advanced. To this, however, an exception must be noticed. In a very few passages forming altogether an utterly insignificant part of the book, there is something of that alternation of phrases of 5 and 7 syllables which in Japan constitutes meter, and the diction and thought bear traces of an attempt to treat the subject in a poetical manner. The following is a specimen. A local official named Morotsun, having had a dispute with the monks of a certain temple, burned it. The latter assembled the monks of the parent monastery to the number of over 2,000 men and approached his official residence. And now the sun went down. Resolved to engage battle on the morrow, that night they drew near and contained themselves. The breath of the dew-laden wind of autumn fluttered the left sleeves of their armor. The lightning which illumined the clouds above made the stars of their helmets to blaze. Morotsun, feeling that resistance was in vain, fled up by flight to Kyoto. The next day they advanced at the hour of the hare sunrise and abruptly raised the battle cry, but within the castle not a sound was heard. A man was sent to examine, but reported that they had all decamped. Even in this short passage, the regularity of meter and the poetical diction are not well sustained. It would not be necessary to dwell on this feature of the haiku monogatari, but for the circumstance that we have here the beginning of a kind of composition which subsequently became very popular in Japan. The taihiki carried this dropping into poetry somewhat further, and the modern dramatists and novelists have bestowed on us much tediousness of this particular description. After the Battle of Danura, CP 135, the Mikado and Toku's nurse, seeing that all was over, took him into her arms. He was then a boy of 8 years of age, and plunged into the sea with him. The following is the haiku monogatari's account of this incident. Niidono was long ago prepared for this, the defeat of the Heidi or the Hei or Taira parties. Throwing over her head her double garment of somber hue, and tucking up high the side of her trousers of straw-colored silk, she placed under her arm the sacred seal and girt on her loins the sacred sword. Then taking the sovereign to her bosom, she said, "Although a woman, I will not allow the enemy to lay hands on me. I will accompany my sovereign." Her foot on the ship's side, the sovereign had this year reached the age of 8, but looked much older. His august countenance was so beautiful that it cast a luster round about. His black locks hung loosely down below his back. With an astonished expression he inquired, "Now whether do you propose to take me amaze?" Niidono turned her face to her child. "Lord," and with tears that fell, Bara, "do you not know, my lord," said she, "that although by virtue of your keeping the 10 Commandments in a previous state of existence, you have been born into this world as the ruler of 10,000 chariots, yet having become involved in an evil destiny, your good fortune is now at an end. Be pleased to turn first to the east and bid adieu to the shrine of the great god of ice. Then turn to the west and call upon the name of Buddha, solemnly committing yourself to the charge. Those who will come to meet you from the paradise of the western land. This world is the region of sorrow, a remote spot small as a grain of millet. But beneath the waves there is a fair city called the pure land of perfect happiness. Thither it is that I am taking you." Him. The child then tied his top knot to the imperial robe of the color of a mountain dove, and tearfully joined together his lovely little hands. First he turned to the east and bade adieu to the shrine of the great god of ice and the shrine of Hachiman. Next he turned to the west and called upon the name of Buddha. When he had done so, Niidono made bold to take him in her arms, and soothing him with the words, "There is a city away below the waves," sank down to the bottom 1,000 fathoms deep. Alas, the pity of it! The changeful winds of spring swiftly scattered the flowery August form. Alas, the pain of it! The rude billows of severance buried the jewel person. His palace had been called Chosei, to denote that it was established as his long abode. And the gate inscribed Furo, that is, the portal through which old age enters not. But ere 10 years had passed, he had become drift of the deep sea, In the case of such a virtuous monarch, it would be wholly idle to talk of reward and retribution. It is the dragon of the region above the clouds descending and becoming a fish. A comparison of the above with the corresponding passage of the Genpei's wiki shows very clearly the different character of the two works. There is nothing in the latter about praying to Shinto deities or to Buddha, and no talk of a future paradise. When the young monarch asks where his nurse is taking him, instead of the devout sentiments attributed to her by the Hype Monogatari, the Genpei's wiki tells us that she said, "The soldiers are shooting arrows at the august ship, and I have the honor to escort your majesty to another one." The honorifics characteristic of the Japanese language come in very oddly in some of these passages. Thus in the above, the waves respectfully submerge the Mikado, the enemy's soldiers respectfully direct their arrows against the august ship, and so forth. It would be tedious to follow these peculiarities in a translation. The authorship of the historical work called Mitsu Kagami, Water, Mirror, is really unknown. It has been ascribed to Nakayama Tadashika, who was born 1131 and died 1195. Omitting the myths of the so-called Age of the Gods, the writer begins his history with the legend of Jimmu Tenno, the first Mikado, and brings it down through 54 reigns to the death of Nimio in 850. It is, of course, impossible to give anything but a meager outline of the history of this long period in 3 volumes of no great bulk. Its value is small. In the earlier part, it is little more than an epitome of the Nihonji. The story is told in a plain, artless fashion, without rhetorical ornament, philosophical reflections, or the least attempt to trace the causes or connection of events. Whoever the author was, he was a devout Buddhist, to which fact is no doubt to be attributed a certain miraculous element in the latter part of the history. The Mitsu Kagami is an obvious imitation of the Okagami is an obvious imitation of the Okagami. The language is comparatively free from Chinese admixture, and from the point of view of style, the work is to be classed with the literature of the Heian period. The authorship of the Hogen Monogatari and Heiji Monogatari is attributed to Hamuro Tokinaga, who lived towards the end of the 12th century. The former contains an account of the civil disturbances in Kyoto in the year 1157, arising out of a dispute respecting the succession to the throne. The latter is a record of the renewal of the conflict in 1159. The result of this fighting was the downfall for a time of the power of the great Minamoto Jin family and the establishment of the Taira family in power. Chapter I Chomi and the Hojoki Keimo Chomi, the author of the Hojoki, was a guardian of the Shinto shrine of Keimo in Kyoto. Having acquired some reputation as a musician and poet, he was appointed by the retired Mikado Go-Toba to a post in the Department of Japanese Poetry. He subsequently petitioned to be allowed to succeed his father as superior guardian of Kamo. But his prayer was not granted. This he resented deeply, and shaving his head, retired to a hermitage on Oharayama, a few miles from Kyoto. The Hojoki, written in 1212, is a record of the author's personal experiences. It is valued highly for its excellent style, which is not too close an imitation of the older classical manner, nor yet, on the other hand, overloaded with Chinese expressions. After giving an account of the Great Fire of Kyoto in 1177, the famine of 1181, and the earthquake of 1185, the writer of these memoirs proceeds to tell us of the mountain hermitage to which he fled in order to escape from a world so rife with direful calamities. His hut and mode of life are minutely described, with many touches which not only give indications of his own tastes and character, but reveal something of the inner spirit of the Buddhist religion. It is a tiny book on which to rest so high a reputation, containing some 30 pages only, and it is therefore possible to transcribe all the more interesting passages. Hojo, it may be premised, means 10 feet square. The supposed dimensions of a hermit's cell, and actually those of Chomi's hut. It means notes or record. The current of a running stream flows on unceasingly, but the water is not the same. The foam floating on the pool where it lingers now vanishes and now forms again, but is never lasting. Such are mankind in their habitations, in a splendid capital, where the dwellings of the exalted and of the lowly join their roof trees and with their tiles jostle one another. They may appear to go on without an interval from generation to generation, but we shall find, if we make inquiry, that there are in reality but few which are ancient. Some were destroyed last year to be rebuilt this year. Others, which were great houses, have been ruined and replaced by smaller ones. The same is true of their inmates. If we have lived long in a place where we have numbers of acquaintances, we find that but one or two are left of 20 or 30, whom we knew formerly. In the morning some die, in the morning some die, in the morning some die, in the morning. Evening some are born. Such is life. It may be compared to foam upon the water. Whether they are born or whether they die, we know not whence they come, nor whither they go. Nor in this temporary sojourning place do we know who will benefit by the trouble we put ourselves to, or wherewithal to give pleasure to the eyes. Of a house and its master I know not which is the more subject to change. Both are like the dew on the convolvulus. The dew may fall, leaving the flower behind, but even so, the flower behind. So it cannot last until evening. During the 40 springs and summers which have passed since I first knew the heart of things, many extraordinary events have happened. In the 3rd year of Angen, 1177, on the 28th day of the 4th month, the night being unquiet by reason of a violent wind, a fire broke out in the southeastern part of the capital about 8 o'clock and spread in a northwesterly direction, gaining the southern gate of the palace, the hall of audience, the university buildings, and the home office. That same night all were reduced to ashes. It was said to have had its origin in a temporary building used as a hospital. Urged by the blasts of the devious wind, it spread this way and that until it widened out like an extended fan. The distant houses were immersed in smoke, while the nearer ground was completely covered with the sparks blown onto it. The ashes, driven aloft into the sky and illumined by the flames, formed a ruddy background against which the sparks might be seen, continually detached by the gusts, and as it were flying over a space of several hundred yards to some new quarter. Imagine the distracted state of the inhabitants. Some there were who fell down, stifled by the smoke. Others, involved in flames, met with a sudden death. Others, again, barely escaped with their lives, and were unable to save their property. Their 7 rare things and their 10,000 treasures became mere ashes. How great were the losses! 16 houses of nobles were consumed, and others without number. 1/3 of all Kyoto was destroyed. Several thousands of men and women lost their lives, and an immense number of cattle. All the ways of man are full of vanity, but it may be deemed specially unprofitable to build ourselves dwellings in so dangerous a place as the capital, wasting our wealth and giving ourselves much anxiety of mind. Again, on the 29th day of the 4th month of the 4th year of Josho, 1180, there was a great whirlwind which arose in the Kyogoku quarter and blew with much violence as far as Rokujo. 3 or 4 of the city wards received its full force. In these there was not a single house, great or small, which was not destroyed by its whirling blasts. Some were simply laid flat on the ground. In others nothing was left but the posts and cross beams. The roofs of gates were blown off and deposited at a distance of several streets. Fences were swept away, removing all distinction between a neighbor's ground and one's own. It need hardly be said that all the contents of the houses without exception rose to the sky, while the bark and shingles of the roofs were scattered abroad like autumnal leaves before the wind. The dust was blown up like smoke, so that nothing could be seen. The din was so tremendous that one could not hear his neighbors speak. The blasts of the Buddhist inferno, of which we have been told, must be something of this kind. Being repaired, This wind passed off in a southwesterly direction, having caused lamentation to many. Now a whirlwind is an ordinary phenomenon, but this was no mere natural occurrence. I strongly suspect that it was sent as a warning. And here follows an account of the miseries attendant upon the removal of the capital to Setsu in the same year, 1180. It is so long ago that I do not exactly remember, but I believe it was in the period Yore, 1181-2, that there was for 2 years a very wretched state of things caused by famine. Misfortunes succeeded one another. Either there was drought in spring and summer, or there were storms and floods in autumn and winter, so that no grain came to maturity. The spring plowing was in vain, and the labor of summer planting of the young rice came to naught. There was no bustle of reaping in autumn or of ingathering in winter. In all the provinces, people left their lands and sought other paths, or forgetting their homes, went to live among the hills. All kinds of prayers were begun, and even religious practices, which were unusual in ordinary times, revived, but to no purpose whatever. The capital, dependent as it is on the country for everything, could not remain unconcerned when nothing was produced. The inhabitants, in their distress, offered to sacrifice their valuables of all kinds, one after another, but nobody cared to look at them. Forward they made little account of gold and much of grain. Beggars swarmed by the roadsides, and our ears were filled with the sound of their lamentations. Amid such misery we with difficulty reached the close of the first year. With the new year, men's hopes revived. Left to complete our misfortunes, a pestilence broke out and continued without ceasing. Everybody was dying of hunger, and as time went on, our condition became as desperate as that of the fish in the small pool of the story. At last, even respectable-looking people, wearing hats, and with their feet covered, might be seen begging importunately from door to door. Sometimes, while you wondered how such utterly wretched creatures could walk at all, they fell down before your eyes. By garden walls or on the roadsides, countless persons died of famine, and as their bodies were not removed, was filled with evil odors. As they changed, there were many sights which the eyes could not endure to see. It was worse on the riverbanks, where there was not even room for horses and vehicles to pass back and forwards. Scarcer, and people who had no means pulled down their houses and sold materials in the market. It was said that a load for one man was not enough to provide him with sustenance for a single day. It was strange to see among this firewood pieces adorned in places with vermilion or silver or gold leaf. On inquiry, it appeared that people in their extremity went to old temples, stole the images of Buddha, and broke up the objects used in worship, of which these were the fragments. Such mournful spectacles it was my lot to witness, born into a polluted and wicked world. Pitiable thing was that when there were a man and woman who were strongly attached to each other, the one whose love was the greatest and whose devotion was the most profound always died first. The reason was that they put themselves last, and whether man or woman gave unto the dearly loved one anything which they might chance to have begged. As a matter of course, parents died before their children. Again, infants might be seen clinging to the breast of their mother, not knowing that she was already dead. A priest of the temple of Jisenin, grieved in his secret heart at the numberless persons who were thus perishing, consulted with a great many holy men, who by his advice, when they saw anyone dead, wrote on his forehead the first of the Chinese characters for Amida a Buddha, united him to the church. The numbers of those who died in central Kyoto during the 4th and 5th months alone were 42,300. To this must be added many who died before and after. While if we also reckon those who perished in the various outlating quarters, the number has no limit. And then the provinces. I have heard that in recent times there was a similar famine in the reign of Sotoku in the period Chojo, 1132. 1130 circumstances. What I have described is the most lamentable state of things that I have myself witnessed. Chomei next describes the great earthquake at Kyoto of the year 1185, in which, when at its worst, there were 20 or 30 shocks a day, such as would be called severe in ordinary times. After 10 or 20 days, the shocks in one day were 2 to 5, then one every 2 or 3 days. It was not until the third month that the earth had quite recovered its quiet. The story of these disasters is introductory to an account of his own life and is brought in to explain his resolve to abandon the city and to live the life of a recluse. He spent 30 years in a small cabin remote from Kyoto, but finding even this seclusion not sufficiently restful. 5 springs and autumns, he says, came and went to me, making my bed among the clouds of Mount Ohara. And now at 60, when the dew does not easily evaporate, once I again built myself a last leaf of a dwelling, something like the shelter which a traveler might erect for one night's lodging, or the cocoon spun for itself by an aged silkworm. It is not 100th part so commodious as the habitation of my middle time. As my age declined with every year, at each remove my dwelling became smaller. This last one is no ordinary house. It is barely 10 feet square and only 7 feet high. As it was not meant for a fixed abode, the ground about it was trodden hard and left uncultivated. The walls are of mud, and it is thatched with rushes. The joints are fastened with rings and staples for the greater convenience of removal elsewhere if any subject of dissatisfaction should arise. How little trouble it would take to rebuild it in another place. It would barely make 2 cartloads, and there would be no expense whatever beyond the cartage. Since I concealed my traces in the recesses of Mount Hino, I have put up a projecting roof of some 3 feet or more in width on the eastern side, as a place for breaking and burning brushwood. On the south, I have set out a temporary shade and laid down a bamboo grating by the mat. West there is the domestic shrine. Within, against the north, and on the other side of a paper screen, I have installed a picture of Amida, and beside it have hung one of Fugen. Before them, I have placed a copy of the Hakikyo. Serves me as a bed. On the southwest, there is provided a hanging shelf of bamboo, on which are 3 or 4 black leather cases containing Japanese poetry, music, a Buddhist pious book, and such like manuscripts. Besides, there are a harp and a lute of the kinds known as origo and tujidebawa. Such is my temporary dwelling. Now to describe its surroundings. On the south, there is a water pipe which leads to a reservoir, constructed by piling large stones one on another. A wood close by affords plenty of sticks for firewood. The Masaki creeper hides all that is beyond. The valley is thickly wooded, but is clear towards the west, which is not unfavorable to meditation. This spring there may be seen the rippling blossoms of the wistaria, shedding a fragrance towards the wistaria, shedding a fragrance towards the west. Tryst with him on that rugged path which leads to Hades. In autumn, the song of the cicada fills the ears, sounding like a wail over the vanities of this earthly existence. In winter, the snow excites in me a sympathetic emotion as it grows deeper and deeper, and then by degrees melts away again. It is an apt symbol of the obstruction of sin. When I am too sad for prayer or cannot fix my mind on the pages of Holy Writ, there is no one to prevent me from resting and being as indolent as I please, nor is there any friend in whose presence I might feel ashamed. Though I have not specially adopted silence as my rule, living alone as I do, the faculty of speech has naturally been suspended. With no definite resolve to observe the commandments, my circumstances are such that there is no temptation to break them. When at morn I approach the white waves of the lake, I feel as if I had stolen the sentiments of the novice Mansei when he gazed on the boats passing to and from Okanoya and compared human life to the ripples left in their wake, to the ripples left in their wake. Estuary of Junyo, and imitate the style of Gen Totoku. When more cheerful than usual, I extol the music of the autumn wind to the accompaniment of its song among the firs, or to the sound of water, join my praises of the music of the running stream. I do not pretend to anything great in music, and I sing or play all by myself, only for the comfort of my own heart, and not for the entertainment of others. At the foot of the mountain there is another cabin built of brushwood where a forester lives. He has a son who sometimes comes to see me. When I am dull, I take him for a walk, and although there is a great difference in our ages, he being 16 and I 60, we both enjoy the same pleasures. We pluck the great rush flowers or gather cranberries. We fill our baskets with wild potatoes or collect parsley. Sometimes we go down to the rice fields in the belt of ground at the bottom of the mountain and glean the fallen ears. In serene weather, we climb to the summit and view from afar the sky over my native place. Hence we can see Iwatayama, Fushimi, Toba, and Hatsukase. Fine scenery is not private property, and there is nothing to prevent me from enjoying it. Karadori, I make a pilgrimage to Iwama, I worship at Ishiyama, or else I thread my way over the plain of Owadzu and pay my respects to the remains of the old Semimaru, a famous musician. I cross the river Tagami and visit the tomb of Sarumaru Deyu poet. Cherry branches or gather the red autumn foliage. We pluck the young shoots of the bracken or pick up nuts according to the season. Some of these are offered to Buddha, and some are taken as presents to my companion's family. When on a calm night the moon shines in at my window, I think with yearning of the men of old, and at the cry of the monkeys my sleeve is wetted with tears. The fireflies and the clumps of herbage represent to me the fishermen's cressets on the Isle of Maji no Shima, the rain at daybreak sound. To me like the leaves when fluttered by a stormy gust of wind. When I hear the copper pheasant with his cry of horo, horo, I wonder whether it is my father or my mother. I wonder whether it is my father or my mother. Pied when the stag from the mountaintop approaches without shyness, I realize how far I am separated from the world. When I first took up my abode in this place, I thought it was only for a little while. But 5 years have passed, and my temporary hut under the eaves there is a deep bed of withered leaves, and moss has gathered on the earthen floor. When by chance I receive news of the capital, I hear of the deaths of many men of high rank, while of those of men of low degree it is impossible to reckon the number. I hear too of many houses being destroyed by frequent conflagrations, but this temporary cabin of mine has remained secure and undisturbed. It is small, but at night I have a bed to lie upon, in the daytime a mat on which I sit. It has all that is needed for the lodging of one person. Whoops! Buddha has taught mankind not to allow their hearts to become enslaved by outward things. Even my love for this thatched cabin is to be reckoned a transgression. Even my lying down to quiet rest must be a hindrance to piety. In useless pleasure, one calm morning I thought long over the reasons of this, and asked of my own heart the question, the object of leaving the world and making companions of the hills and woods is to give peace to the mind and to enable us to carry out the practices of religion. Outward appearance is that of a holy man. Your heart is steeped in impurity. Your dwelling is an unworthy imitation of that of Jomyo, but in observance you fall behind even Shuri and Bandoku. Is this a natural affliction, inseparable from a mean condition, or is it due to the disorderly passions of an impure heart? To this my heart made no answer. A few unbidden invocations of the name of Buddha rose to my lips, and then silence. Written in my hut at Toyama, the 2nd year of Kenryaku. 12/12, the last day of the 3rd month, by me the monk Renin. The 6, some editions add the following pious tanka. The moon is gone, the cruel mountains. That my soul had sight of the unfailing light, Chomei is also the author of a collection of short essays entitled Mumio Sho, Anonymous Selection, mostly relating to poetical subjects, and of the Shiki, 4 seasons, monogatari, descriptive of court functions throughout the year. Diaries and journals of travel have come down to us from the Kamakura period. The Eizayoi no Ki is the best known of these. It was written by a lady called a Butsu, a name which indicates that she had taken Buddhist vows. Fujiwara no Sadai, who edited the Hyakunin, is Chu. The diary was composed on a journey which she took to Kamakura in 1277 to obtain justice for her son Tamasuke against an elder brother by a different mother who had usurped one of the family estates. Journey interspersed plentifully with tanka. The following short passage may suffice as a specimen. 26th day. We crossed a river which I believe is called the Warashina and proceeded to the shore of Okitsu. I remembered the poem which says, "The moon shined behind me as I took my way with tears. At the place where we made our midday halt, there was a queer little pillow of boxwood. I lay down quite exhausted, and finding an inkstone there, wrote, as I lay, the following on the paper slides close to my pillow. 'Twas an experience scarce worth remembering. Nor say that I have bound myself. Musubi okitsu, which means to bind oneself down, also contains the name of the place where the author was stopping. The verse is obviously composed simply for the sake of this pun and contains no record of any actual personal experience. As it became dusk, we passed Kiyomigaseki. The waves breaking over the rocks looked as if they were clothing them in white robes. A very pretty sight. Yea, ancient rocks on the shore of Hiyomi. Dressed with garments is a metaphorical expression for unmerited blame or punishment. Presently it became dark, and we put up for the night in a village in that neighborhood which stood close by the sea. From somewhere near there came a smoke of burning, the smell of which was very noisome. It was no doubt caused by something the fishermen were doing. It brought to my mind the words, "The rank odors of my nightly lodging." The wind was very boisterous all night long, and the waves seemed breaking in tumult over my pillow. The next passage relates to Fujisan. It appears from it that in the author's day, the smoke from this mountain was intermittent. It has long ago quite ceased to rise. The style of the Eizayoi no Kai is very different from that of the Genpai Suzuki or Hike Monogatari. It is comparatively free from Chinese elements and reads more like a work of the Heian period. The author has evidently taken the Tosa Nikki for her model. Abutsu also published a volume of critical essays on poetry called Yuno Tsuru, The Crane in the Night, and other less important writings. The Ben no Naiji Naki, also by a woman, is a diary of incidents which occurred between 1246 and 1252. Poetry, the manufacture of tanka at the court of Kyoto, continued during this period. Several collections of verses prepared under official auspices were the result, but as they contain little which is characteristic, it is needless to dwell upon them. The poetry of this time deserves mention chiefly as an indication that culture was not wholly neglected during what was in the main a benighted age. It was now that the practice began of making anthologies of tanka consisting of one specimen each of 100 different authors. These are called hyakunin, shiyu. The original collection of this kind, which contains tanka from the 7th to the 13th centuries, is at this day in the hands of every Japanese schoolgirl. It was compiled about 1235 by a court noble named Sadai, one of the great Fujiwara clan, which at this time had almost a monopoly of Japanese poetry. Dickens. A new meter appeared during this period which took the place of the older Naga, Utah. It is called Ima, Yo, or present fashion, and consists of alternate phrases of 7 and 5 syllables. This arrangement is more or less closely approximated to in the poetical passages which now begin to occur in prose works. books in Chinese, the works written in Chinese during the Kamakura period, bear witness to the general decay of learning. They are composed in a species of bad Chinese, which may aptly be compared to the barbarous Latin of the Middle Ages in Europe. The most important is the Adzuma Kagami, or Mirror of the East, a history of Japan from 1180 till 1266. Invaluable as a mine of historical information, its literary worth is but small. It is one of those dry chronicles in which events are jotted down month by month and day by day without any attempt to show their connection. Book the Fifth Namboku, Cho 1332-1392, and Muromachi 1392-1603, periods, Dark Age, Chapter I Introductory, Jinko Shotoki, Taihikai. Towards the end of the Kamakura period, the misgovernment of the Hojo regents, who were to the shoguns what the shoguns had been to the mikados, was the cause of general discontent. And when a mikado of resolute character came to the throne, the opportunity seemed favorable for casting off the domination of the military caste. At the court of Kyoto, there had always been a strong undercurrent of intrigue directed against the shogun's authority and that of the regents who ruled in their name. The Mikado Go-Daigo was the first who thought himself strong enough to take bolder measures. After a desperate struggle and many vicissitudes of fortune, his enterprise was partially successful. It resulted in the establishment of two Mikados who reigned simultaneously. One, the creature of the shoguns, occupying the old capital of Kyoto, while the second held his court at Yoshino and other places in the province of Yamato, and enjoyed a somewhat precarious independence. This system, known in Japanese history as the Namboku-cho, southern and northern courts, was put an end to by the reunion of the two lines in the person of Gokomatsu, 1392. After a prolonged series of intestine troubles, a new dynasty of shoguns, the Ashikaga house, was by this time established at Muromachi in Kyoto, a place which gave its name to the next period of Japanese history. It remained in power until 1603, when the shogunate, having again changed hands, was transferred a second time to the east of Japan. The 270 years covered by these two periods were singularly barren of important literature in Japan. One or two quasi-historical works, a charming volume of essays, and a few hundred short dramatic sketches to know are all that deserve more than a passing notice. Jinko Shotoki. The author of the Jinko Shotoki was a statesman and soldier named Kitabatake Chikafusa, who acted an important part in the civil wars which disturbed Japan during the first half of the 14th century. Chikafusa was descended from a prince of the imperial family. He was born in 1293 and held various offices in the early part of Go-Daio's reign. But on the death of a prince to whom he was attached, he shaved his head and retired from public life. In 1333, when the Emperor Go-Daigo returned from the island of Oki, whither he had been banished by the Kamakura government, Chikafusa was persuaded again to take office and distinguished himself greatly in the wars which followed. The eminent services he had rendered to the cause of the southern court by his sword, his pen, and his counsel were recognized in 1350, won by the highest honors which his sovereign could bestow. The Jinko Shotoki is Chikafusa's principal work. His object in writing it is indicated by the title, which means History of the True Succession of the Divine Monarch. It was composed in order to show that the Mikados of the southern court, whose minister he was, were the rightful sovereigns of Japan. This explains the prominence which he gives to matters affecting the authenticity of the Mikado's claims to the throne, such as the history of the regalia, genealogies, questions of disputed succession, and the like. It was written in the reign of Go Murakami, 1339-1345. The first of the 6 volumes of which it consists is purely mythical. Then we have an account of the creation of Japan by the male and female deities Izanagi and Izanami, taken partly from the Nihongi, but mixed up with Chinese philosophy and Indian mythical cosmography in the strangest manner. The descent of the Mikados from the sun. Goddess, who in Japan is the daughter of the divine creator pair, is then traced with due attention through a series of deities down to Jimmu Tenno, who is reckoned the first human sovereign of Japan. The next 4 volumes are a resume, necessarily brief and meager, of the history of Japan from Jimmu Tenno, who came to the throne, according to the ordinary Japanese chronology in BC 660, down to the accession of Fushimi in AD 1288. The 6th volume deals with the history of Chikafusa's own time. It is very disappointing. Although the writer and his sons took a prominent part in the fighting and politics of their day, Chikafusa has not thought proper to give more than a short and bold account of the events in which he was a principal actor. Most of this volume is taken up with dissertations on the principles of government, which, however necessary for a comprehension of the motives and ideas of Japanese statesmen under the old regime, are not very interesting to the European readers. By his own countrymen, Chikafusa has been much lauded as an exponent of the Chinese type of political philosophy. Even modern critics bestow on him a lavish praise, which to us seems hardly deserved. His writings certainly contain evidences of statesman-like capacity, as, for example, his condemnation of sinecures and mortmain grants to ecclesiastical foundations. And if there is also much that we are inclined to set down as mere platitudes, it is fair to remember that Chikafusa was the first Japanese writer who attempted to apply philosophical principles to actual politics, and that what seems trite to us may have appeared novel and striking to contemporary readers. The style of the Jinko Shotoki is simple and unpretentious. Its value as literature is small in proportion to the political influence which it has exercised. Not only was the cause of which the author was a devoted champion substantially furthered by its publication, but it has also left its mark on later time. Chikafusa's patriotic sentiments and his loyalty to the de jure sovereign of his country had a large share, directly or filtered down through the works of writers who derived their inspiration from him, informing the public feeling and opinion which led to the restoration of the Mikado's power. In our own day, he is one of the few writers of this class who do not indulge in tanka. The following extracts will give some idea of the quality of Chikafusa's political reasonings. Great Yamato is a divine country. It is only our land whose foundations were first laid by the divine ancestor. It alone has been transmitted by the divine and her descendants. Is nothing of this kind in foreign countries, therefore it is called the divine land. It is only our country which, from the time that heaven and earth were first unfolded until this very day, has preserved the succession to the throne intact in one single family. Even when, as sometimes naturally happened, it descended to a lateral branch, it was held in accordance with just principles. This shows that the august oath of the gods to preserve the succession is ever renewed in a way which distinguishes Japan from all other countries. There are matters in the way of the gods, the Shinto religions, which it is difficult to expound. Nevertheless, if we do not know the origin of things, the result is necessarily confusion. To remedy this evil, I have jotted down a few observations showing how the succession from the age of the gods has been governed by reason and have taken no pains to produce an ordinary history. This work may therefore be entitled History of the True Succession of Divine Monarchs. The man devotes himself to husbandry, providing food for himself and others, and thus warding off hunger. The woman attends to spinning, thereby clothing herself and also making others warm. These may seem mean offices, but it is on them that the structure of human society rests. They are in accordance with the seasons of heaven and depend on the benefits drawn from earth. Others are skilled in deriving gain from commerce, while others again prefer the practice of the mechanic arts or have the ambition to become official. These are what are called the four classes of the people. Of officials there are two classes, the civil and the military. The method of the civil official is to remain at home and reason upon the right way, wherein if he attains to lucidity, he may rise to be a minister of state. Business of the soldier, on the other hand, to render service in warlike expeditions, wherein, if he gains fame, he may become a general. Therefore, these two professions ought not to be neglected for a moment. It has been said, in times of civil disorder, arms are placed to the right and letters to the left. In peace, letters are put to the right and arms to the left. War. It is the duty of every man born on the imperial soil to yield devoted loyalty to his sovereign, even to the sacrifice of his own life. Let no one suppose for a moment that there is any credit due to him for so doing. Nevertheless, in order to stimulate the zeal of those who come after, and in loving memory of the dead, it is the business of the ruler to grant rewards in such cases to the children. It is a truly blessed principle to observe the rut of the chariot which has proceeded at whatever risk to our own safety, that is, a conservative policy should be maintained at all hazards. Well, I have already touched in several places on the principles of statesmanship. They are based on justice and mercy, in the dispensing of which firm action is requisite. Such is the clear instruction vouchsafed to us by Tencho Daijin, Sun Goddessy. Firm action is displayed in various ways. Firstly, in the choice of men for official positions. Japan and China both agree that the basis of good government consists in the sovereign finding the right man and bestowing his favor on him. This should be done on grounds of reason only. Thirdly, firm action is shown in the reward of merit and the punishment of crime. By this means, encouragement is given to virtue and wickedness is repressed. If any of these three things is neglected, we have what is called bad government. Sinecures and jobbery in the matter of promotions are steps towards the downfall of the state and fatal to the permanence of the royal office. Another work by Chikafusa is the Jengen Shu, in 8 volumes. It contains a resume of the myths which are articles of the Shinto faith. Like the Jinko Shotoki, the celebrated work named Taihiki is a history of the attempts of the Mikado Go-Daigo to shake off the domination of the eastern barbarians, as the Kamakura shoguns and their adherents were called, and of the civil wars arising out of these enterprises which distracted Japan for more than 40 years. The edition entitled Taihiki Somoku has an introduction purporting to relate the circumstances under which this work was compiled, on the authority of a tradition, the sources of which are unknown to us. Begun, it is said, at the instance of the Mikado Go-Daigo by a priest named Jinni, it was continued by other priests at various times until its completion in 1382. These writers, we are told, based their narratives on information obtained directly from the shogun Takauji, Nita Yoshisada, Kusunoki Masashige, and other chief actors in the political events of the day. Recent investigation, however, seems to show that the author was really a priest named Kojima, probably belonging to one of the 3,000 monasteries of Haizen, who died in 1374, but of whom nothing further is known. If this be correct, either the former account is an imposture, of which there are not a few in the literary annals of Japan, or Kojima may have utilized materials collected in the manner just described. Internal evidence points to the Taihiki being the work of one person who wrote sometime after the events related and who owed much more to his imagination than to direct communication with the heroes of his story. It begins with a sketch of the history of the shogunate from its foundation by Yoritomo in 1181, and then goes on to describe the political condition of Japan at the accession of Go-Daigo in 1319. The events of this reign, which ended in 1339, are given in considerable detail, and the work is continued to the close of the reign of Go-Murakami, 1368. The Taihiki, as it has come down to us, contains several chapters which have little or nothing to do with the general plan of the work, and look very like interpolations by some later writer. Such are the chapters on rebellions in Japan, on the conquest of Yamato by Jimmu Tenno, on the Korean expedition of Jingo Kobe, and on the Mongol invasion of Japan by Kublai Khan. The addenda in the Somoku edition form, of course, no part of the original work. Taihiki, or Record of Great Peace, is a strange name for the history of one of the most disturbed periods that Japan has ever passed through. It presents a succession of intrigues, treasons, secret conspiracies, and open warfare, with wholesale sentences of death or banishment. This was not, however, the original name of the work. It was at first called Anki Uraiki, or Record of the Causes of Peace and Danger. But the Taihiki is very much the reverse of this. It is clearly the work not of a statesman or philosopher, but of a literary man intent on producing an ornate and romantic story. So long as this end is attained, fact and fiction are to him very much alike. It is difficult to say which predominates in his narrative. He is notoriously inaccurate in such matters as numbers, dates, and genealogies. But that is nothing to the way in which he embroiders his accounts of sieges and battles with details that cannot possibly have been handed down by eyewitnesses, and to the dreams, portents, and miraculous occurrences with which his story abounds. There are also numerous speeches apparently adapted by him to the speaker and the occasion, but which, like those in Thucydides, have nevertheless a certain historical value. The serious way in which the commentators treat the Taihiki's frequent excursions into the land of romance is not a little amusing. The style of Kojima, if he is the author, has been condemned by native critics as inflated and pedantic. It must be admitted that there is not a little truth in these charges. The Taihiki supplies abundant evidence of his erudition and command of all the resources of Chinese and Japanese rhetoric. His pages at times are highly charged with Chinese words and phrases and fairly bristle with Chinese historical allusions and quotations. In this style of writing, a bamboo grove means a family of princes. A peppercourt is put for the imperial harem. Cloud guests stand for courtiers. The Mikado's carriage is termed the phoenix car, and his face the dragon countenance. A fair lady is said to put to shame Mao Xiang and Sai Shi, famous beauties of Chinese antiquity. Civil war is a time when wolf smoke obscures the heaven and waves shake the earth. Kojima does not hesitate even to insert long episodes of Chinese and Indian history which present some resemblance to the events which he is describing, especially if they lend themselves to romantic treatment. Still more trying to the ordinary Western reader than his ostentatious display of Chinese learning is the Buddhist theology in which Kojima was plainly well versed, and of which there is more than enough in the Taihai. Students of the history of religion, however, will find this feature of the work interesting. Kojima is a typical case which illustrates the national propensity for compromise and arrangement in matters of faith. In the Taihiki, he makes an attempt to reconcile three essentially conflicting systems, viz., Chinese philosophy, Shinto mythology, and Buddhism, including, with the latter, the older Indian myths which found their way to Japan in its company. Thus, in a passage near the end of Book XV, he describes the yin and yang, the negative and positive principles of nature, according to the Chinese, as the origin and source of all things. These two elements, by their mutual interaction, evolve Izanagi and Izanami, the creator deities of the Shinto pantheon. Their child Tenshodaijin, the sun goddess, proves to be a manifestation of Buddha, one of whose services to humanity was at some far remote period to subdue the evil kings of the sixth heaven of Indian myth and compel them to withdraw their opposition to to the spread of the true doctrine, that is Buddhism, in Japan. Kojima, however, does not always draw his inspiration from China or from theology. Like the Monogatari, the Taihiki contains a number of highly poetical passages which owe nothing to foreign models or ideas. In meter, they resembled Nagauta, except that the order of the alternation of 5 and 7 syllable phrases is reversed. Words of Chinese origin are not wholly excluded. One of these passages describes the enforced journey of Toshimoto, an adherent of the Mikado Go-Daigo, to Kamakura, where he was executed for treason to the shogunate, and another, that of the same Mikado, to an exile in the island of Oki. The names of places along the route are ingeniously woven into the narrative in such a way as to suggest reflections suitable to the circumstances. This feature of the Taihiki has had an enormous influence on the work of the dramatists and novelists of the Edo period, as is shown by the numerous direct imitations of the passages just described, known as Michiyuki or journeys, and by the rhythmical swing of the alternation of 7 and 5 syllable phrases due to its example, which pervades so much of the subsequent popular literature. Europeans who propose to take up the study of the Taihiki will be glad to learn that there still remains a good deal of straightforward business, like narrative, which, though not without occasional florid phrases and picturesque touches, is laudably free from recondite allusions and obscure metaphors, perplexing to the unlearned and condemned as pedantic even by those who understand them. The language of the Taihiki is very different from that of the writings of the Heian period. Simpler forms are substituted for the older, more elaborate grammatical structure, and the vocabulary is enriched by the accession of a vast number of Chinese words, which no longer, as formerly, are only admitted to the literature after a time of probation in the colloquial speech, but are taken straight from Chinese books. The importance of the Taihiki in the history of Japanese literature is far greater than its intrinsic merits would lead us to expect. More than any other work, it is the foundation of the modern literary style, and its good and bad qualities generally are reflected in the writings of a host of imitators, direct or indirect. The events and personages which it describes are the themes of a very large share of the modern literature of Japan, and allusions to it are continually met with. Its popularity is further testified to by the fact that there sprang up at Yedo in Kyoto a distinct class of professors who earned a living by giving Taihiki readings that correspond to the Baiwa bontas who chanted the Monogatari. The following is an account of a battle between the shogun's adherents and the monks of Hayai-san, who had for once espoused the Mikado's cause. It was fought near Karasaki on the shore of Lake Biwa. This passage may serve as a specimen, as it was probably the model of innumerable similar combats in Japanese literature. When Kaito saw this, "The enemy are few," he cried. "We must disperse them before the rear comes up. Follow me, my lads." With these words he drew his 3 feet 6-inch sword, and holding up his armed left sleeve as an arrow guard, rushed midmost into the whirl of the expectant foe. 3 of them he laid low. Then, retiring to the beach of the lake, he rallied to him his followers. Now, when Kwayujitsu, a monk of Okamoto, descried him from afar, he kicked over shield which he had set up before him, and with his 2 feet 8-inch bill revolving like a water wheel, sprang forward to attack him. Kaito received the stroke with his armed left sleeve, while with his right he aimed a blow at the skull piece of his adversary's helmet, meaning to split it fair in twain. But his sword glanced off obliquely to the shoulder blade, and thence downwards to the cross-stitched rim of his epauliere, doing no harm. In endeavoring to repeat the blow, he used such force that his left stirrup leather broke, and he was on the point of falling from his horse. He recovered his seat, but as he was doing so, Kwayujitsu thrust forward the shaft of his bill so that the point entered Kaito's helmet from below 2 or 3 times in succession. Nor did he fail in his aim. His foot on the depending tassel of Kaito's armor and seizing him by the hair, drew it towards him, while he cut off his head, which he then fixed on the end of his bill. "A good beginning! I have slain a general of the military faction," he exclaimed joyously, with a mocking laugh. Standing thus, a boy of about 15 or 16, with his hair still bound up in Chinese ring fashion, wearing a corselet of the color of brewer's grains, his trousers tucked up high at the side, came out from among the onlookers, and drawing a small gold-mounted sword, rushed at Kokusen'ya, and drawing a small gold-mounted sword, rushed at Kokusen'ya, and smote him vigorously 3 or 4 times on the skull piece of his helmet. Kokusen'ya turned sharply, but seeing a child of twice 8 years, with painted eyebrows and blackened teeth, thought that to cut down a boy of this age would be a piece of cruelty unbecoming his priestly condition. Killing him, he made numerous dashes, repeatedly flourishing his weapon over him. It then occurred to Kokusen'ya to knock the sword out of the boy's hands with the shaft of his bill and seize him in his arms. But while he was trying to do so, some of the party of the Hayaya crossroads, approached by a narrow path between the rice fields, and an arrow shot by one of them transfixed the lad's heart, so that he fell dead upon the spot. Upon inquiry, it was found that this was Kaito's eldest son, Karawakamaru. A crowd of spectators had followed after. Though a child, he was a born soldier, and when he saw his father slain, he too fell lighting on the same battlefield, leaving a name behind. Alas, the pity of it! When Kaito's retainers saw this, they felt that after having their chieftain and his son killed before their eyes, and what was still worse, their heads taken by the enemy, none of them ought to return home alive. 36 of them, bridle to bridle, made an onrush, each more eager than the other to fall fighting, and make a pillow of his lord's dead body. Kokusen'ya, seeing this, laughed out. "Ha, ha! There is no understanding you fellows," he exclaimed. "This is an omen of the ruin of the military power. If you want the head, you can have it." So saying, he flung the head of Kaito into the midst of the foe, and with downward sweeping blows in the Okamoto style, cleared a space in all directions. The next specimen of Kojima's style is from an account of the arrest of Toshimoto, one of the Mikado-go, Daigo's principal advisors, on a charge of conspiracy against the shogunate. On the 11th day of the 7th month, he was arrested and taken to Rokuwara, the residence of the shogun's representative at Kyoto's, and was dispatched thence to the eastern provinces. He set out on his journey, well knowing that the law allowed no pardon for a second offense of this kind, and that whatever he might plead in his defense, he would not be released. Either he would be done away with on the journey, or he would be executed at Kamakura. No other end was possible. Then, without any warning of type or otherwise, there follows a passage which, in meter, diction, and sentiment, is essentially poetry. It is not very original, however, much of it consisting of scraps of verse supplied by the author's memory from older writers. One night more, and a strange lodging would be his, far from Kadano, where in spring his steps had often wandered in the snow of the fallen cherry flowers. Far from Arashiyama, whence on an autumn eve he was wont to return clad in the brocade of the red maple leaves. Of nothing but his home, bound to him by the strongest ties of love, and of his wife and children, whose future was dark to him. For the last time, he thought, as he looked back on the ninefold imperial city, for many a year his wonted habitation. How sad his heart must have been within him as he set out on this unlooked-for journey, his sleeve wet in the fountain of the barrier of Osaka. No barrier, alas, to stay his sorrow. He sets forth over the mountain track to Ushidavone no Hama, when from the shore he cast his glance afar over the wave. To follow him in a translation. The following is one of the extraneous chapters of the Taihiki. It describes in a very imaginative fashion the famous Mongol invasion of Japan by Kublai Khan, in the 13th century of our era, poring over the records of ancient times in the leisure afforded me. By the three superfluous things, night, winter, and rain, I find that since the creation there had been 7 invasions of Japan by foreign countries. The most notable of these attacks were in the periods Bunyue, 1264, 1275, and Koan, 1275 and 1278. At this time, the great Yuan Emperor Kublai Khan had conquered by force of arms the 400 provinces of China. Heaven and earth were oppressed by his power. Hard would it have been for a small country like our own to repel him, and that it was able easily and without effort to destroy the armies of great Yuan was due to naught else but the divine blessing. The plan of this expedition was as follows. General Wan, the leader of the Yuan force, having estimated the area of the 5 metropolitan provinces of Japan at 3,700 rai square, calculated that to fill this space with soldiers so as to leave no part of it unoccupied would require an army of 3,700,000 men. So he set forth from the various ports and bays with his troops, embarked in a fleet of more than 70,000 great ships. Our government, having had previous information of this design, ordered preparations to be made. The forces of Shikoku and Kyushu were directed to assemble in all haste at Hakata in Tsukushi. Those of the western provinces of the main island hurried to the capital, while the men of Tosando and of the northern provinces occupied the port of Suruga in Echizen. The 3rd day of the 8th month of the 2nd year of Bunyei, 1265, their great vessels were lashed together and gangways laid across from one to another. Every division was surrounded by screens of oilcloth. Their weapons were set up in regular array. From the Gotu Islands eastward as far as Hakata, the sea was enclosed on all sides for 400 rai. Off and sudden became dry land. One wondered whether a sea serpent vapor had not been belched out and formed a mirage. On the Japanese side, a camp was constructed extending for 13 rai along the beach of Hakata. A high stone embankment formed its front, precipitous on the side of the enemy, but so arranged in the rear as to allow free movement for our troops. In the shelter of this, plastered walls were erected and barracks constructed, in which several tens of thousands of men were lodged in due order. It was thought that in this way the enemy would be unable to ascertain our numbers, but on the bows of the hostile ships, beams like those used for raising water from wells were set up to a height of several hundred feet, at the ends of which platforms were placed. Men seated on these were able to look down into the Japanese camp and count every hair's end. Moreover, they chained together planks 40 or 50 feet wide so as to form a sort of rafts which, when laid on the surface of the water, provided a number of level roads over the waves, like the 3 great thoroughfares or the 12 main streets of Kyoto. By these roads the enemy's cavalry appeared in many tens of thousands, and fought so desperately that our troops relaxed their ardor, and many of them had thoughts of retreat. When the drum was beaten, and a hand-to-hand contest was already engaged, iron balls like footballs were let fly from things called cannons, with a sound like cartwheels rolling down a steep declivity, and accompanied by flashes like lightning. 2,000 or 3,000 of these were let go at once. Most of the Japanese troops were burnt to death, and their gates and turrets set fire to. There was no opportunity of putting out the flames. When the men of Upper Matsura and Lower Matsura saw this, another bay, and with only 1,000 men, ventured on a night attack. But however brave they might be, they were no more than 1 hair upon a bull or 1 grain of rice in a granary. Attacking with so small a force, they slew several tens of thousands of the enemy, but in the end were all made prisoners. They were bound with cruel cords, and their hands nailed to the bulwarks of the line of vessels. No further resistance was possible. All the men of Kyushu fled to Shikoku and the provinces north of the inland sea. The whole Japanese nation was struck with panic and knew not what to do. down the imperial mind and crushed the imperial liver and gall. Latter, imperial messengers were dispatched with offerings to all the gods of heaven and earth, and all the Buddhist temples of virtue to answer prayer, great and small alike, throughout the 60 provinces. The imperial devotions were completed. From Lake Sua there arose a cloud of many colors in shape like a great serpent, which spread away towards the west. The doors of the temple, treasury of Hachiman, flew open, and the skies were filled with the sound of galloping horses and of ringing bits. The 21 shrines of Yoshino the brocade, curtain mirrors moved, the swords in the temple, treasury put on a sharp edge, and all the shoes offered to the god turned towards the west. At Sumiyoshi, sweat poured from below the saddles of the 4 horses, sacred to the deities, and the iron shield turned of themselves and faced the enemy in a line. Many more similar wonders follow. Now General Yuan of Great Yuan, having cast off the moorings of his 70,000 ships at the hour of the dragon on the 17th day of the 8th month, started for Nagato and Tsu by way of Moji and Akamagaski Shimonoseki. When the weather, which had been windless, with the clouds at rest, changed abruptly, a mass of black clouds arising from the north, east covered the sky. The wind blew fiercely. The tumultuous billows surged up to heaven, that it seemed as if great mountains were crumbling down and high heaven falling to the earth. The 70,000 warships of the foreign pirates either struck upon cragged reefs and were broken to atoms, or whirling round in the surging eddies, went down with all hands. Nevertheless, General Yuan alone was neither driven off by the storm nor buried beneath the waves, but flew aloft and stood in the calm seclusion of the middle heaven. Here he was met by a sage named Ryoto Bin, who came soaring from the west. He addressed General Yuan as follows: "The gods of heaven and the gods of earth of the entire country of Japan, 3,700 shrines or more, have raised this evil wind and made the angry billows surge aloft. Human power cannot cope with them. I advise you to embark at once in your one shattered ship and return to your own country." General Yuan was persuaded. He embarked in the one shattered ship, which remained, braved all alone the waves of 10,000 rive ocean, and presently arrived at the port of Mingchu on China. The word rendered cannon is teppo, lit, iron tube. It properly means a matchlock. Sansetsuye, neither cannon nor matchlocks were known to the Chinese before the 16th century. Matchlocks were first introduced into Japan by Mendez Pinto and his companions in 1543, and were not known to the Chinese until later. The inference is that this passage, and probably the whole chapter, is a later interpolation. It is perhaps necessary to remind the reader that there is a nucleus of fact hidden among all this fictitious embroidery. Kublai Khan did send a large fleet against Japan about the time stated, which met with a fate similar to that of the Spanish Armada prepared for the conquest of England. Chapter I Kenko and the Busaironea. If there are many arid wastes in Japanese literature, there are also some pleasant oases, and of these the Tushur Dusa is surely one of the most delightful. It is a collection of short sketches, anecdotes, and essays on all imaginable subjects, something in the manner of Selden's Table Talk. The author is known to us as Kenko Boshi being honorific epithet, something like our Reverend. He was a man of good family and traced his descent through various distinguished personages from the Shinto deity. Kogane no Makoto. For many years in the service of the Mikado Go-Uda no Ien, his writings show an intimate acquaintance with the ways and customs of the imperial palace. On the death of his master in 1324, Kenko became a Buddhist monk and retired from public life, spending the remainder of his days in various secluded spots in the neighborhood of Kyoto. The date of his death is not positively known, but there is nothing improbable in the statement that he died in 1350 in his 68th year. Very contradictory views of his character have been taken by native writers. Some called him a profligate, unscrupulous, common priest, and, quote, an old scandal told in the Taihiki of his writing for Kokusen'ya, the letters which he addressed to the wife of Yenya Hangwan urging his adulterous suit. But the Taihiki is a very dubious authority, and there are other reasons for questioning the truth of this story. Kenko's admirers maintain that he was a truly pious man. Judging from his writings, there would appear to have been two personalities in Kenko, the shrewd, polished, and somewhat cynical man of the world, and the Buddhist devotee, the former element of his character having a decided preponderance. His religion was to all appearance sincere, but was certainly not profound. Like Horace, whom he much resembles in character, he had his pious moods, but was very far indeed from being a saint. A professor of the tentative sect of Buddhism, he has much to say, and says it well of the uncertainty of life, the folly of ambition and money getting, and the necessity for putting away the lusts of this wicked world and preparing betimes for eternity. But the old Adam is never far off. His unregenerate nature is not to be suppressed and gives evidence of its existence, ever and anon in passages which his devout admirers would willingly forget. His religion was not of that robust kind which thrives amid the cares and distractions of the world, and by which ordinary life may be made a perfumed altar. Plain, he has left on record his opinion, which is indeed a commonplace of the sect to which he belonged, that true piety is impossible except in seclusion from the world. The quiet of his own hermitage having once been disturbed by the visit of a hunting party, he composed a poem complaining that the world pursued him even there, and changed his abode to a still more remote locality. But with all his precautions he never attained to nirvana, if by that term we are to understand the holy calm of mind which is the result of long, continued meditation on divine things. The name Kenko, which he selected when he became a monk, is characteristic of his spiritual condition. He retained the two Chinese characters with which his lay name Kenyoshi is written, simply altering the pronunciation to something which, with a little goodwill, might be allowed to stand for a Buddhist priestly designation. This is much as if a man named Oliver were to enter religion as Brother Olivarus, instead of adopting a saint's name from the calendar. There is much self-revelation in Kenko's writings. The personality which they portray is not a wholly lovable one. There is something wrong about the man who abhorred matrimony. Not that celibacy and chastity were, with him, convertible terms, thought children a mistake, and declared that after 40 life was not worth living. The following anecdote, which he himself relates, throws some light on his curiously mixed character. A certain wild savage of terrible appearance, meeting a neighbor, asked him, had he any children? Not one, was the reply. Then you cannot know the ness of things, and your doings must be with a heart devoid of feeling. It is no doubt true that by children men become conscious of the ness of all things. Without the path of the natural affections, how should there be any sentiment in the hearts of such persons? To know the ness of things, mono no aweru shiru, is a phrase which is constantly recurring in Japanese literature, especially during the classical period. The learned critic Mototori discusses it at great length in his treatise on the nature of poetry, entitled Iso no Kampishi. Means to have a sensitive emotional nature, the coeur sensible of the French, and applies more particularly to a capacity for receiving the impressions produced on man by nature in her various moods. Kenko would doubtless have spurned the idea that for an accomplished gentleman scholar and poet, like himself, paternity was necessary in order to awaken the emotional sensibilities, though in the case of such persons as the rude peasant of his story, this might very well be the case. Followers of the various forms of religion and ethics practiced in Japan have all claimed Kenko as a teacher of their own set of doctrines. It is true that Although he is in the main a Buddhist, he had, with the liberal comprehensiveness characteristic of the Japanese nation, more than a mere tolerance for other faiths. He not only showed a reverence for the Shinto deities, but was a profound student of the Confucian moral philosophy, and even of Taoism, that mass of vague speculations attributed to Lao Tse and his disciple Chuang-Tzu. But it is a mistake to regard him as a partisan of any particular creed, or as a moral teacher at all. He tells us himself in the opening sentences of the Sure, Jure, Gusa, that it was written to while away the livelong days of tedium, Sure, Jure, sitting with his ink slab before him, and jotting down all manner of trifles as they presented themselves to his mind. If one of his latest editors is correct, it was not even written for publication, but was collected after his death into its present form by some unknown person. Kenko was a lover of antiquity, whether in the shape of old works of art, the old customs and forms of speech which lingered and still linger about the Mikado's palace, or old books. He speaks in terms of special admiration of the Genji Monogatari and the Makura Zoshi, on which his own style was evidently modeled. It contrasts strongly with the idiom charged with Chinese vocables, metaphors, and allusions, which in his day had well nigh supplanted the old Japanese of the Heian period. Kenko, in a word, is a belated classic. He has no objection to a useful Chinese word or an apt illustration from Chinese history, but his purer taste rejects the pompous platitudes and pedantic show of learning which too often disfigure the works of imitators of Chinese models. A polished man of the world, and have that appearance of simplicity and ease of expression which is in reality the result of consummate art, those who wish to enter on the study of the older Japanese literature cannot make a better choice than the Chura Jusa, Genji Monogatari, or the Makura Zoshi, and the new edition called the Chura Jura Gusa Kogi affords every help in the way of explanation to those who have made sufficient progress in Japanese to avail themselves of it. 1672 and 1688, both of which have numerous notes. Kenko had a high reputation as a writer of tanka. Phrase borrowed from Indian students of Japanese will say the Japanese will say. Kenko's poetic talent has been diverted into other channels. The Shure, Jure, Gusa is not besprinkled with tanka. Some extracts from the Shure, Jure, Gusa. When I was 8 years of age, I asked my father, "What sort of thing is a Buddha?" He replied, "A Buddha is something which a man grows into. He becomes a Buddha by the teaching of another Buddha who was before him." My father was at an end of his answers and replied, laughing, "I suppose he must have flown down from the sky or sprung up from the ground." He used to tell his friends this conversation, much to their amusement. Such a one reminds me of a costly wine cup that has no bottom. That man is to be envied whose mind is fixed on futurity and to whom the way of Buddha is familiar. What strikes men's eyes, most of all in a woman, is the beauty of her hair. Her quality and disposition may be gathered from the manner of her speech, even though a screen be interposed. There are occasions, too, when her very posture when seated leads a man's heart astray. Then, until his hopes are realized, he bears patiently what is not to be borne, regardless even of his life. It is only love which can do this. Deep, indeed, are the roots of passion, and remote its sources. It is possible to put away from us all the other lusts of this wicked world. But this one alone it is very hard to eradicate. Old and young, wise and foolish, all are alike its slaves. Therefore, it has been said that with a cord twined of a woman's hair, the great elephant may be firmly bound. With a whistle carved from a woman's shoe, the deer in autumn may, without fail, be lured. It is this beguilement which we must chastise in ourselves. It is this which we must dread. It is this against which we must be on our guard. One day in the 10th month, about our September, I took a walk over the plain of Kurisu, and exploring a certain hill district which lay beyond, was threading my way along a narrow, moss-grown path when I came upon a lonely cottage. No sound was to be heard except the dripping of water from a pipe buried under fallen leaves. It was, however, inhabited, as I gathered from the chrysanthemums and red autumn leaves which bestrewed the domestic shrine. Oh, to spend one's days even in such a spot. But whilst I stood gazing, I espied in the garden beyond a great orange tree with branches bending to the ground. It was strongly fenced off on every side. This evidence that covetous desires had penetrated even here somewhat dispelled my dreams, and I wished from my heart that no such tree had been. If we take a pen in hand, it suggests writing. If we take up a musical instrument, the very act of doing so prompts us to make music. A wine cup suggests drinking. Dice make us think of gambling. Our hearts are inevitably influenced by our actions. From unedifying amusements, if we thoughtlessly glance at a verse of the sacred scriptures, what goes before and after presents itself to our minds without our effort, and this may lead to a sudden reformation of the errors of many years. If we had never read the scriptures, how should we have known this? Such is the virtue of association. If, even without any pious intentions whatever, we kneel down before the Buddha and take in our hands the sacred book and the bell, a good work goes on of itself within us. If, even with wandering minds, we take our seat on the rope, unawares we become absorbed in devout contemplation. At bottom, action and principle are one. If we are careful to avoid offenses in our outward actions, the inner principle becomes fortified. We should therefore beware of making a profession of unbelief and treat religion with all honor and respect. There are many things in this world which to me are incomprehensible. I cannot understand how anyone can find pleasure in urging people to drink against their will, as is done the first thing on all occasions. The victim, in his distress, knits his brows and watches an opportunity when no one is looking to spill the liquor or to steal away. But he is caught, detained, and made to drink his share as if there was nothing the matter. The nicest fellows suddenly become madmen and give way to absurd conduct. The healthiest men, before our very eyes, become afflicted with grave illness and lay themselves down unconscious of past and future. A sorry way indeed of celebrating a festal occasion. Until the morrow they remain lying in a drunken state with aching heads and unable to eat, as if far removed from life, taking no thought for the next day, and too ill to attend to important business, public or private. It is not kindly or even courteous to treat people in this way. If we were told that such a custom existed in some foreign country, being unknown in Japan, we should think it most strange and unaccountable. Here follows a description of a drunken debauch, which is somewhat too graphic for transference to these pages. Kenko goes on to say, "In this world strong drink has much to answer for. It wastes our means and destroys our health. It has been called the chief of the 100 medicines, but in truth it is from strong drink, more than aught else, that all our diseases spring. Miseries, but on the other hand, the drunken man is often seen to weep at the remembrance of his past woes. As for the future world, strong drink is pernicious to the understanding, and burns up the root of good within us, as with fire. It fosters evil and leads to our breaking all the commandments and falling into hell. Buddha has declared that he who makes a man drink wine shall be born 100 times with no hands. It must not be supposed from this that Kenko was a total abstainer, as he ought to have been if he kept his vows as a Buddhist monk. On the contrary, there are times when wine cannot be dispensed. with on a moonlight night, on a snowy morning, when the flowers are in blossom and with hearts free from care, we are conversing with a friend. It adds to our pleasures if the wine cup is produced. Kenko goes so far as to allow that with intimate friends it is permissible occasionally to drink deeply. There is no greater pleasure than alone by the light of a lamp to open a book and make the men of the unseen world our companions. Nothing opens one's eyes so much as travel, no matter where. I love to shut myself up in a mountain temple and attend to the services to Buddha. Here there is no tedium, and one feels that his heart is being purged of its impurities. The seasons. Spring it is change that in all things touches us with sympathy. Everyone says, and not without some reason, that it is chiefly the autumn which inspires this feeling. But it appears to me that the aspects of nature in spring, more than at any other time, make our hearts swell with emotion. With the increasing warmth, the herbage in the hedge comes into bud, and as the spring grows deeper, the hazes are diffused abroad, and the flowers show themselves in all their glory. Sometimes with continual storms of wind and rain, they are dispersed agitatedly, and nothing but green leaves is left. All this affects our hearts with constant trepidation. The flowering orange has a great fame, but it is the perfume of the plum tree which makes us think longingly of the past. Then there are the gaily colored caria and the wisteria of obscurer hues. All these have many feelings associated with them, which it is impossible to leave unmarked. In our hours of quiet thought, who is there who has no yearnings for all that has passed away? When everyone has retired to rest, to while away the long hours of night, we put in order our little odds and ends of property. Among scraps of paper, thrown away as not worth preserving, a handwriting or a sketch thrown off for amusement by one who is no more, catches the eye and brings up vividly the time when it was made. It is affecting, too, after years have passed, to find a letter, even from one who is still alive, and to think that it was written at such a date, on such an occasion. The articles their hands were familiar with remain unchanged. They have no hearts. For all the long years that have elapsed. Alas, alas, alas! The man who writes a bad hand should not be deterred by that circumstance from scribbling letters. Otherwise he gets his friends to write for him, which is a nuisance. He is a fool who spends his life in the pursuit of fame or gain. The venerable priest Hosen, being asked by a man whose drowsiness at prayers interfered with his religious duties, how he should remove this hindrance to devotion, replied, "Pray earnestly enough to keep yourself awake." This was an admirable answer. The same priest said, "If you think your salvation is assured, it is assured. If you think it is not assured, it is not assured." Kenko with some friends once attended a race meeting, not, one would think, a fit place for a Buddhist recluse to be seen. A crowd got between their carriage and the course, shutting out their view. We all got down and tried to push our way forward to the rails, but the press was too great for us to get passage. At this juncture we observed a priest who had climbed up a tree and seated himself in a fork to see better. Being drowsy, he was continually dozing over and awaking just in time to save himself from falling. Everybody shouted and jeered at him. "What a fool!" cried they. "This fellow is to let himself fall asleep so calmly in such a dangerous position. Death may overtake us at any moment. We are bigger fools even than that priest." The people in front of us all looked round and said, "Nothing can be more true. It is indeed utter folly. Come this way." Gentlemen, might have occurred to anybody. I suppose it was the unexpectedness of it at this time which caused it to make an impression. Men are not sticks or stones, and a word spoken at a favorable moment sometimes finds its way to the heart. A commentator says that this chapter is intended to impress us with the uncertainty of human things. The reader may draw his own moral. Beware of putting off the practice of religion until your old age. The ancient tunes are mostly those of young people When we hear a man's name, we try to form to ourselves some idea of his appearance, but we invariably find on afterwards making his acquaintance that we have been quite wrong. I wonder if it is only I who have sometimes the feeling that speeches which I have heard or sights that I have seen were already seen or heard by me at some past time. Things which are in bad taste: too much furniture in one's living room, too many pens in a stand, too many Buddhas in a private shrine, too many rocks, trees, and herbs in a garden, much litter in a dust heap. It is not only when we look at the moon or flowers with our eyes that they give us pleasure. On a spring day, though we do not leave our house, on a moonlight night, though we remain in our chamber, the mere thought of them is exceedingly cheering and delightful. If Wordsworth had been a Japanese scholar, he might have been charged with plagiarizing from this passage his inward eye, that is, the bliss of solitude. Chapter Poetry, the no or lyrical drama, Kyojin or farce, the manufacture of tanka at the court of the Mikado, proceeded, as usual, during these periods of Japanese history. They were duly collected into anthologies from time to time, but as they present no features specially worthy of notice, and as they are admittedly much inferior in merit to the verse of earlier times, it is needless to dwell upon them here. A far greater interest belongs to a new development of the poetic art which now demands our attention, namely the no or lyrical drama. Like the ancient Greek tragedies and the mystery plays of the Middle Ages, the drama in Japan was in its beginnings closely associated with religion. Its immediate parent was the kagura, a pantomimic dance which is performed at this day to the sound of fife and drum at Shinto festivals on a platform provided for the purpose. The antiquity of the kagura may be inferred from the fact that when the Kojiki of D. 712 and the Nihongi AD 720 were written, there was already a myth current which was intended as an explanation of its origin. The sun goddess, it is related, disgusted at the unseemly pranks of her brother Suso. No, whoa, shut herself up in the rock Suso. Upon this, the gods assembled in their myriads in the dry bed of the river of heaven, the Milky Way, and among other expedients which they devised for luring her out of her retirement, they caused No Yuzu, the terrible female of heaven, to array herself in a fantastical manner, and standing on an inverted tub which gave out a hollow sound when she stamped on it, to perform a mimic dance which had the desired effect. The same works give elsewhere a story which was meant to supply an explanation of another pantomime which was performed in the Mikado's palace by the Hayato or guard. It runs as follows. There were two brother deities, the elder of whom, no Susori, was a hunter, and the younger, Aiko or Hodimi, a fisherman. The two brothers having quarreled, the younger used against his brother a talisman given him by his father-in-law, the god of the sea, by virtue of which the tide rose and submerged no Sora. The latter then begged for pardon, and promised to be his brother's bondsman and mine to all generations, whereupon, by the power of another talisman, the tide retired and his life was spared. The younger brother was the ancestor of the Mikados, and the elder of the Hayato, who in memory of this were accustomed to perform a dance in which the drowning struggles of no Sori were imitated. The actors were naked to the waist cloth and smeared their hands and faces with red earth, reminding us of the wine, these of Thespis and his crew. There is frequent mention in subsequent Japanese history of pantomime performances, some of which were secular and others of a more or less sacred character, when the dance and music of the kagura were supplemented by a spoken dialogue. The no were the result. The addition of words is said to have been suggested by the chanted recitations of the Hite Monogatari by itinerant bonzes, and there is much in the language of the no to countenance this supposition. It is certain that the authors were well acquainted with it, and also with the Genpei Suzuki and the Taihiki. The beginnings of the no date from the 14th century. They were at first purely religious performances intended to propitiate the chief deities of the Shinto religion and were acted exclusively in connection with their shrines. At Ise, the principal seat of the worship of the sun goddess, there were 3 no theaters, in Omi 3, in Tamba 3, and at Nara 4, all devoted to the service of the respective Shinto gods worshipped in these places. In the early part of the Muromachi period, a manager of one of the no theaters at Nara, named Kwan Ami Kyotsugu, attracted the notice of the ruling shogun, who, for the sake of his art, took him into his immediate service. It is a noteworthy circumstance as indicating the social position of the no performers that this Kwan Ami was a small daimyo holding a fief in the province of Yamato. From this time forward, the no were under the special patronage of the shoguns, just as the tanka found favor and official protection at the court of the Mikado. Kyotsugu was succeeded by his eldest son, Motokyo, who died in 1455 in his 81st year. Their descendants enjoyed the favor of the shoguns for a long period. Hideyoshi, who was shogun in all but name, was very fond of the no, and is said to have taken part in them as an actor. Several of the more recent date from his time. In the Edo period, the shoguns gave great attention to no performances. They were made a ceremony of state and were acted by young gentlemen of the military class educated specially for this profession. Even at the present day, there are some remains of their former popularity with the samurai. Representations are still given in Tokyo, Kyoto, and other places by the descendants or successors of the old managers who founded the art 500 years ago and are attended by small but select audiences composed almost entirely of ex-daimyos or military nobles and their ex-retainers. To the vulgar, the no are completely unintelligible. Of the 235 no contained in the latest and most complete collection, the Yokyoku Tsuji, no fewer than 93 are assigned to C. Amai Motokyo, the second of the line of official managers, his father Kwan. Motokyo's son-in-law and successor has 22 assigned to him, those of the remainder which are not anonymous being distributed among a dozen or so of the subsequent holders of the office. The great majority belong to the 15th century. The Yokyoku Tsuji editor suggests with great probability that although the names of Kyotsugu, Motokyo, and their successors are given as authors of the no, they were in reality only responsible for the music, the pantomimic dance, the business, as we might say, and the general management. He surmises that the libretto was the work of Buddhist monks, to which class almost all the literary men of this period belonged. The question of authorship is, however, of minor importance, as the characteristics of the no are rather those of a school of writers than of individuals. Whoever their authors may have been, their primary object was the promotion of piety. In some cases, a patriotic or martial enthusiasm is the inspiring motive, and a love of nature is discernible in almost all. But the staple material is the mass of legends associated with the Buddhist and Shinto religions. A monk or guardian of a Shinto shrine is most frequently the chief personage of the play and the virtue of hospitality to the priestly order. The sin of taking away life, the praise of particular deities, the uncertainty of life, and the transitoriness of human things are favorite themes with them. In the no, next after religion comes poetry. Not that they are exactly poems. Purely lyrical passages are not wanting, but much, both from the point of view of meter and of diction, is undeniable prose. Not a little is in an intermediate style, in which the 7 and 5 syllable phrases succeed one another with great irregularity, and the language is alloyed with a less poetic element. The admission of Chinese words, although in moderation, also tends to lower the poetic level. It will be remembered that these are rigorously excluded from the older classical poetry. A very striking feature of the no is the lavish use which they make of the poetic devices mentioned in a previous chapter. Words are freely introduced and parallelism is a common ornament. But the greatest favorite of all is the pivot word, which is employed in the no to an extent and in a manner previously unknown to Japanese literature. This must be my excuse for dwelling on it at somewhat greater length here. The pivot, I quote from Mr. Chamberlain's Classical Poetry of the Japanese, is a word of two significations which serves as a species of hinge on which two doors turn, so that while the first part of the poetical phrase has no logical end, the latter part has no logical beginning. Could not possibly be construed. Mr. Chamberlain adds that to the English reader such a punning invention will doubtless seem the height of misapplied ingenuity. But as a matter of fact, the impression produced by these linked verses is delightful in the extreme, passing as they do before the reader like a series of dissolving views, vague, graceful, and suggestive. This ornament especially characterizes the old poetic dramas and renders them a peculiarly arduous study to such as do not thoroughly appreciate its nature. Chamberlain's favorable opinion of the pivot word, and it is undeniable that the Japanese, who are an eminently nimble-witted race, delight in these acrobatic feats of language. But the English student will ask whether it is worthwhile to sacrifice sense and syntax for the sake of such inane, if sometimes pretty, antics. I venture to think that the pivot is a mistake in serious composition, and that the partiality for such a frivolous ornament of style, manifested not only by the writers of No, but by the dramatists and novelists of the Edo period, is a characteristic sign of an age of literary decadence and bad taste. Such writers as Kokusen'ya Kassen and Motorai disdain it utterly. The authors of the No do not pique themselves on originality. They are in the habit of conveying to their own pages in the most liberal manner snatches of tanka, texts of Buddhist scripture, or striking phrases supplied by their memory from older writers, stringing them together, however, in a way which does much credit to their ingenuity. Plagiarism, it may be remarked, is hardly recognized as an offense by the Japanese. The No are not classical poems. They are too deficient in lucidity, method, coherence, and good taste to deserve this description. Still, they are not without charm. Demots are not everything in them, and the reader who has the patience to unravel their intricacies of language will not go altogether unrewarded. If their vein of poetic ore is less pure than that of the Manushu and Kokinshu, it is also richer. They embrace within their scope a world of legendary lore, of quaint fancies, and of religious sentiment, to which the classical poetry of Japan is a stranger. And if we miss the perfection of form, which characterizes the dainty little tanka, we have instead a luxuriance and variety, which goes some way to indemnify us for its absence. After the 16th century, the No ceased to be written. The current of the higher Japanese thought had by this time turned away from Buddhism and everything that belongs to it, and was setting strongly towards Chinese philosophy. Though the No were still performed, the impulse to write new ones was apparently no longer felt. As dramas, the No have little value. There is no action to speak of, and dramatic propriety and effect are hardly thought of. The plot is frequently something of the following description. A priest appears on the scene. Presently he arrives at a temple, a battlefield, or other celebrated spot, when a ghost or deity appears who relates to him the local legend. The whole piece rarely occupies more than 6 or 7 pages of print, and it usually takes less than an hour to perform. Within this narrow compass, it might be expected that the unities of time, place, and action would have been observed. This is far from being the case. The action, insofar as there is any, is generally more or less coherent, but the other unities are wholly disregarded. In the Takasago, for example, the scene changes from Kyushu to Harima, and again from Harima to Sumiyoshi within 7 pages, while weeks must be allowed for the journeys of the chief personage between these places. The number of the dramatis personae varies from 2 or 3. the latter being very frequent, up to 5 or 6. To these must be added a few musicians and the chorus. The chorus of the No has various functions. The chief office is to chant a narrative which serves to supplement and explain the action of the piece, as in some of Shakespeare's older plays, or to recite poetical descriptions which supply the place of the absent scenery. The chorus also indulges from time to time in sententious or sympathetic observations, or even enters into conversation with the personages on the stage. The following description of the No theater will help us to realize their character more fully. It is taken from Mr. Chamberlain's Classical Poetry of the Japanese. The stage, which has remained unaltered in every respect since the beginning of the 15th century, is a square wooden room open on all sides but one, and supported on pillars, the side of the square being about 18 English feet, surmounted by a quaint roof somewhat resembling those to be seen on Buddhist temples, and is connected with the green room by a gallery some 9 feet wide. Upon this gallery, part of the action occasionally takes place. Added on to the back of the square stage is a narrow space where sits the orchestra, consisting of 1 flute player, 2 performers on the instruments, which, in the absence of a more fitting name, may perhaps be called tambourines, and 1 beater of the drum, while the chorus, whose number is not fixed, squat on the ground to the right of the spectator, the back of the bride of the spectator. The stage, the only side not open to the air, is painted with a pine tree in accordance with ancient usage, while equally in conformity with established rules. 3 small pine trees are planted in the court which divides the gallery from the space occupied by the less distinguished portion of the audience. The covered place for the audience runs round 3 sides of the stage. 2 masks are worn by such of the actors as take the parts of females or of supernatural beings, and the dresses are gorgeous in the extreme. Scenery, however, is allowed no place on the lyric stage. It will readily be understood that the difficulty of arriving at the meaning of such compositions as the No is very considerable. Mr. Mitford, no mean scholar, in his Tales of Old Japan, pronounces them wholly unintelligible, though this statement must be taken with some qualification, as he gives in the same work a lucid account of the plot of several of them. But even when he has mastered their sense, the translator's difficulties are only beginning. I know of nothing in literature for which it is more impossible to give an adequate English equivalent than the intricate network of word plays, quotations, and historical, literary, and scriptural allusions of which they consist. Mr. Chamberlain, who has done some of them into English verse, confesses that his rendering is only a paraphrase. Prose or a rough and ready blank verse has been preferred for the partial translation of the Takasago, which is given below. But even when freed from the temptation to introduce extraneous matter, which is hardly separable from a poetical version, it is not possible to render the original as faithfully as might be desired. I have tried, however, while omitting a certain untranslatable element, at any rate, to bring in nothing of my own. Takasago. This is one of the pieces attributed to Makiyo, who died in 1455, but as already suggested, he was probably only the director or manager of the theater where it was produced. It is the best known, and is considered the finest of all the No. Its popularity was testified to no longer ago than last year, 1897, by the launching, from the yard of Messrs. Armstrong Company at Newcastle, of a cruiser for the Japanese Navy bearing the name of Takasago, dramatis personae, Tominari guardian of the Shinto shrine of Aso in Kyushu, an old man, really the spirit of the Sumiyoshi fir tree, and an old woman, really the spirit of the Takasago fir. Chorus, chorus. 3 chants in nearly regular meter. Now, for the first time, he ties the lace of his traveling garb. His goal is distant, many a long day's journey. Tominari speaks in prose. Now this is I. Tominari speaks in prose. Never having seen the capital, I have now made up my mind, and am going up to the capital. Today he has made up his mind and has donned his traveling raiment for a journey to a distant goal, the capital, with waves that rise along the shore and a genial wind of spring upon the ship path. How many days passed without a trace of him we know not, until at length he has reached the longed-for bay of Takasago on the coast of Harinma. Old man and old woman chant. The wind of spring that blows through the fire tree of Takasago has gone down with the sun. The vesper bell is heard from the temple of Onoyi, old woman. The waves are hidden from us by the mist. Enshrouded rock. Both. There is naught but the sound to mark the rise and fall of the tide. Old man, whom can I take to be my friend? Except the fir tree of Takasago, my ancient comrade. There is none to converse with me of the bygone days on which are ever gathering white snows of forgetfulness. I grow older and older, accustomed to hear nothing but the wind and the fire. Tree, either when I rise or go to sleep in my nest of an aged crane, where the night long moon sheds its rays and the spring sends down its hoarfrost. So I make my own heart my companion and thus give utterance to my thoughts. Both. Let us sweep away the fir needles that lie beneath the tree, sleeve touching sleeve of our garments, where unrest fallen leaves shaken down by the shore. Wind asking their news of the firs. Oh! What is it you desire to know, Tomonari? Which is the tree that is called the fir tree of Takasago, old man. This very tree whose shade we are cleansing is the fir tree of Takasago. Tomonari, the phrase growing old together is used of the Takasago and Suminoi fir. But this place and Sumiyoshi, the same as Suminoi, are in provinces distant from one another. How then can they be called the fir trees which grow old together, old man? As you have deigned to observe, it is stated in the preface to the Kokusen'ya that the fir trees of Takasago and Suminoi make us feel as if they were growing old together. However that may be, here am I, an old man who belonged to Sumiyoshi in the province of Setsu, while the old woman here is of this place. Be pleased to tell me, if you can, how that may be. Strange. I see you old couple here together. What mean you then by saying that you dwell apart, one in distant Suminoi, the other in Takasago, divided from one another by seashore, hill, and province? Old woman, in verse. What an odd speech, though many a mile of mountain and river separate them. The way of a husband and wife whose hearts respond to one another with mutual care is not far apart. Oh, woman, there is Suminoi, old man. And here is Takasago, Tomonari. The fir trees blend their hues, old man, and the spring air, Monare, is genial, while here the chorus strikes in with a canticle which is chanted as the indispensable accompaniment of every regular Japanese med, as one of the best-known passages in Japanese literature. Figures representing the two old folks under the fire tree with brooms in their hands are, on such occasions, set out on a sort of tray. This is a favorite subject of the Japanese artist. Chorus. On the four seas still are the waves. The world is at peace. Soft blow the time. Winds five are rustling, not the branches. In such an age blessed are the very firs, in that they meet to grow old together. Vain indeed our reverent upward looks. Vain even our words to tell our thanks that we were born in such an age rich with the bounty of our sovereign Lord. Chorus. The dawn is near and the hoar frost falls on the fir tree twigs, but its leaves dark green suffer no change. Morning and evening beneath its shade the leaves are swept away, yet they never fail. True it is that these fir trees shed not all their leaves, their verdure remains fresh for ages long as the Masaka trailing vine, even amongst evergreen trees, the emblem of unchangeableness. Exalted is their fame as a symbol to the end of time, the fame of the fir trees that have grown old. Together, Kaminari, and ye who have made known the bygone story of these ancient firs whose branches have indeed earned fame. We are the spirits of the fir trees of Takasago and Suminoye that have grown old together, manifested under the form of a married pair. Chorus, wonderful, a miracle wrought by the fir trees of this famous place. Old man and old woman. Plants and trees are without souls. Chorus. Yet in this August rain, old man and old woman. To Sumiyoshi 6, therefore, he would now take his way and there wait upon the god. He embarks in a fisher's boat that lies by the beach where the waves of evening roll, and spreading his sail to the favoring breeze, puts out into the deep. Tominari. From Takasago I set sail in this skiff that lies by the shore, and put forth with the tide that goes out with the moon. I pass under the lee of Awaji's shore. I leave far behind me Narua. And now I have arrived at Suminoye. Chorus. And now, world without end, the extended arms of the dancing maidens in sacerdotal robes will expel noxious influences. Their hands folded to rest in their bosoms will embrace all good fortune. The hymn of 1,000 autumns will embrace all good fortune. The hymn of 1,000 autumns will draw down blessings on the people, and the song of 10,000 years, 8, prolong our sovereign's life, and all the while the voice of the breeze as it blows through the firs that grow old together will yield us delight. Some of the No have more of dramatic action than the Takasago. Nakamitsu, a piece translated by Mr. Chamberlain, is one of these. Another example is the Tosen, of which the following is a resume. An inhabitant of Hakosaki in Kyushu informs the audience that under an embargo placed by the Japanese government on Chinese ships 13 years before, he had detained a vessel from that country and made the owner his cow. The Chinaman's 2 sons come to ransom their father. His master gives him leave to go, but just when they are about to sail, 2 sons born to him in Japan appear and propose to accompany him. Their request is refused by the master, and the father, distracted between his wish to return home with his Chinese family and his reluctance to leave his Japanese children behind, tries to drown himself. Much appropriate sentiment ensues, which touches the heart of the master so that he allows all 5 to depart together. In Dojoji, a priest appears and informs the audience that he is about to consecrate a new bell for his temple, the former one having been long ago removed. He then directs his acolyte to make the necessary preparations, enjoining on him specially to take care that no woman shall be present at the ceremony. A dancing girl approaches and proposes to dance in honor of the occasion. The acolyte forgets his instructions and allows her to do so. She takes the opportunity of seizing the bell by the suspending ring and bringing it down over her, greatly to the consternation of the priest. He calls together his fellows and relates a legend which explains why women were not allowed to be present. A man had an only daughter who formed a union with a Yamabushi, a sort of lay priest. When pressed to marry her, he ran away and hid in the bell of the temple, to a river which she could not cross. But the fire of her passion was so intense that it changed her into a serpent, in which form she found no difficulty in swimming over. Coming to the temple, the serpent coiled itself round the bell, which was melted by the heat of her passion, the false lover, perishing at the same time. The priest, having told this legend, joins with his colleagues in reciting with might and main all kinds of Buddhist prayers and invocations, by which the bell is raised to its former position, and the dancing girl forced to reveal herself in her serpent shape. Involved in flames, she plunges into the adjoining river and disappears. Exeunt omnes. The Kyojin mad words are to the know what farce is to the regular drama. They are performed on the same stage in the intervals between the more serious pieces. They differ from the know in having no chorus and in being composed in the pure colloquial dialect of the time. They are even shorter and of the slightest construction. The following is an example. A daimyo sends his servant to the city to buy a talisman which will work miracles. The servant meets with a swindler who sells him an object which he calls the mallet of Deo Koku, very blow of which is supposed to produce a piece of gold, telling him a charm by, repeating which, as he holds the mallet, he can have anything he pleases. The servant returns with his prize. The daimyo asks him to produce a horse. The servant repeats his charm and declares that the horse is ready saddled and bridled. The daimyo pretends to think his servant, the horse, jumps on his back and rides him about the stage in spite of his protestations. 50 of the Kyojin have been published under the title Kyojin Ki, and there is before me a manuscript collection which contains 150 of these pieces. Book the 6th, Edo period, 1603, 1867. Chapter I, Introductory, Taikoki, the student of Japanese history, in any of its branches, should note well the two dates which stand at the head of this chapter. They mark the beginning and end of that wonderful political organization known as the Tokugawa shogunate. The first is the date of the establishment of his capital at Yedo by Tokugawa, i.e. Ieyasu, and the second that of the abolition of the office of shogun and the resumption of sovereign authority by the Mikado after many centuries of abeyance. During this period, a great wave of Chinese influence passed over the country, deeply affecting it in every conceivable way. Not only the constitution of the government, but the laws, art, science, material civilization, and most of all, the thought of the nation, as expressed in its philosophy and literature, bear profound traces of Chinese teaching and example. This wave has not wholly subsided even now, but it has ceased to be of importance, except perhaps in determining the moral standards of the nation, and 1867 is a convenient date from which to reckon the substitution of Europe for China as the source whence the Japanese draw inspiration in all these matters. The latter half of the Muromachi period, coinciding with the second half of the 16th century, was a very disturbed time in Japan. The local nobles or daimyos, defying all control by the central government, engaged in continual struggles with one another for lands and power, and a lamentable condition of anarchy was the result. The first to apply a remedy to this state of things was one of their own order, Nobunaga, a man of resolute character and great military capacity. Aided by his two famous lieutenants, Hideyoshi and Ieyasu, he succeeded in bringing most of the daimyos into subjection and even deposed the shogun, although he was prevented by his descent from assuming that title himself. At his death, in 1582, the reins of power passed into the hands of Hideyoshi, who completed the work which Nobunaga had begun. Under the titles of Kwambaku, regent, or Taiko, he was practically monarch of Japan, until his death in 1590. Then Ieyasu, after a sharp struggle, which ended in 1600 by the defeat of his opponents in the decisive battle of Sekigahara, succeeded to the supreme authority and caused himself to be appointed shogun by the puppet Mikado of the day. He was the founder of the Tokugawa, his family name, dynasty of shoguns, which lasted until our own time. By the organization of that remarkable system of feudal government, under which the nation enjoyed peace and prosperity for 2.5 centuries, he solved for his day and country the problem which will occupy politicians to the end of time, of the due apportionment of central and local authority. At no previous period of Japanese history was the power of the central government more effectively maintained in all essential matters, although in other respects the daimyos were allowed a large measure of independent action. Under this regime, Japan increased amazingly in wealth and population and made great progress in all the arts of civilization. As a consequence, the new capital of Yedo rose rapidly to importance. Under the regulation established by Ieyasu's grandson Iemitsu, which compelled the daimyos to reside there for part of the year, leaving their wives and children as hostages during the remainder, its population attained to at least 1 million and is believed to have been at one time considerably more. It is not surprising that the enhanced political and commercial importance of Yedo should have brought about a displacement of the literary center of Japan. Kyoto, especially during the early part of the Edo period, continued to be a place of some literary activity, and Osaka became the cradle of a new form of drama. But Yedo attracted to itself all the principal learning and talent of the country. For the last 200 years, Edo has been to Japan for literature what London is to the United Kingdom or Paris to France. There is another feature of the literature of the Edo period which is traceable to the improved condition of the country. Authors now no longer address themselves exclusively to a cultured class, but to the people generally. The higher degree of civilization which was rendered possible by an improved administration and a more settled government included a far more widely extended system of education than Japan had ever known before. And not only were the humbler classes better educated, they were more prosperous in every way and were better able to purchase books as well as to read them. Printing, which in Japan dates from the 8th century, now for the first time became common. When Hideyoshi's armies, returning from their devastating raid upon Korea, brought with them a number of books printed with movable types, which served as models for the Japanese printers, Ieyasu was a liberal patron of the printing press. Since this time, the production of printed books has gone on at an increasing rate, and they now form an accumulation which is truly formidable in amount. The popularization of literature during the Edo period worked for evil as well as for good. But, on the other hand, the average level of taste and refinement was distinctly lowered, and notwithstanding the well-meant but spasmodic attempts of the government to repress it, a flood of pornographic fiction, not easily to be paralleled elsewhere, was poured out over the country. For the Buddhist religion, the Edo period was a time of decadence. Its continued popularity is attested by the vast number of temples which were erected everywhere, and by the hosts of monks who were maintained in idleness. But its influence was on the wane. While Confucianism became the creed of the strong governing military caste, Buddhism attached itself to the broken fortunes of the Mikados and their court. The nation generally was gradually awaking to a fuller and more vigorous life, and homilies on the instability of human things, the vanity of wealth and power, the detestableness of violence and cruelty, the duty of abstinence from the grosser pleasures, and the beauty of a life of seclusion and pious meditation were no longer so much to their tastes. The moral principles which animated politics and literature were now drawn from the more robust and manly, if more worldly, teachings of the Chinese sages. But of this more remains to be said hereafter. Towards the end of this period, there was a partial reaction in favor of the old Shinto religion. It proved to be only an eddy in the main current of the national thought, and is chiefly important politically as one of the disintegrating influences which led to the breaking up of the Tokugawa regime. Compared with the writings of the Heian or classical period, the Edo literature is infinitely more voluminous and has a far wider range of subjects. It comprises history, biography, poetry, the drama, essays, sermons, a multitude of political and religious treatises, fiction of various kinds and travels, with a huge mass of biblia, such as dictionaries, grammars, and other philological works, bibliographies, medical works, treatises on botany, law, the art of war, commentaries on the Chinese classics, in themselves a host. expositions of Buddhist doctrine, cyclopedias, antiquarian and metaphysical works, guidebooks, and so on. But while the new literature is much richer and of a more vigorous growth than the old, there is a sad falling off in point of form. With few exceptions, it is disfigured by the grossest and most glaring fault. Extravagance, false sentiment, defiance of probability, whether physical or moral, pedantry, pornography, puns, and other meretricious ornaments of style, intolerable platitudes, impossible adventures, and weary wastes of useless detail meet us everywhere. There is no want of ability. Plenty of genuine wit and humor is to be discovered by those who know where to look for it. True pathos is to be met with in works otherwise highly objectionable. Excellent moral advice is only too abundant. There are graphic descriptions of real life, prodigious fertility of invention, a style frequently not devoid of elegance, and generally a far wider range of thought in political social matters than the hedonist literature of ancient Japan could boast. It is the writer totus teres atque rotundus whose absence is so conspicuous. Sane thought, sustained good writing, disciplined imagination, and some sense of order, proportion, and consistent method are sadly to seek in the profusion of written and printed matter which this period has left to us. The Japanese language underwent considerable change at this time. To supply the needs of the new civilization, a vast increase of the vocabulary became necessary, and Chinese words were adopted so freely that they now far outnumber those of native origin. As in English, however, the latter retain their position for all the essentials of language. At the same time, the simplification of the somewhat cumbrous grammatical system of the old language made still further progress. In this period, the colloquial speech, which had been gradually diverging from the written language so far as at last to necessitate separate grammars for its elucidation, began to show itself in literature. Whether its partisans will succeed in erecting it into a literary dialect remains to be seen. Up to the present, their success has not been very conspicuous. It will require far more cultivation than has yet been bestowed upon it to make it equally concise and perspicuous, and to give it the same range of varied expression as the ordinary literary language. The Taikoki. One of the earliest works of the Edo period is the Taikoki, a biography of the Taiko, or Regent Hideyoshi, in 22 books, 11 volumes. Although written only 27 years after Hideyoshi's death, there had already been time for his history to acquire a certain legendary quality. The first chapter exemplifies the propensity of ignorant mankind for surrounding the birth of great men with miraculous occurrences. The Taikoki cannot be given a high place as literature, but it is valuable for the contemporary documents which it contains, and has supplied material for a number of later works bearing the same or similar title. It was written in 1625 by an unknown author. Chapter I, the Kangakusha Chinese scholars. Towards the end of the Muromachi period, learning in Japan had reached its lowest ebb. Hideyoshi, at the height of his power and fame, was an ignorant man, as letters written by him remain to testify, and he had great difficulty in finding scholars competent to conduct the negotiations with China and Korea which arose out of his invasion of the latter country. He was, however, a friend of learning. His successor, Ieyasu, 1603-1632, fully recognized the necessity of wider knowledge for building up the new social and political fabric which he created. He also established schools and devoted much attention to the collection and preservation of printed books and manuscripts. A special department was provided by him, where he employed a staff of monks in copying out the family records of the daimyos. Among the scholars who enjoyed Ieyasu's patronage, the most eminent was Fujiwara Sikwa, a native of Harima, where he was born in 1560. Himself a poet, he was a descendant of Fujiwara Sadai. As a boy, he gave great promise of talent. He received the Buddhist tonsure but soon recognized the emptiness of Buddhism and applied himself with great diligence to the study of the ancient Chinese literature. Finding, however, that the difficulties caused by the want of competent teachers and suitable textbooks were too great for him to surmount, he made up his mind to go to China and continue his studies there. He had got as far as the province of Satsuma and was waiting for a ship when one of those apparently trivial incidents occurred which exercise a profound influence on the fate of a nation. He overheard a boy in the house next to the inn where he was staying read aloud from a Chinese book which was unfamiliar to him. Upon inquiry, it proved to be a commentary by Chu Hai on the great learning of Confucius. A brief examination showed him its importance. Equally delighted and astonished, Sikwa exclaimed, "This is what I have so long been in want of." 1030, the 1107, and Chu He 1130, 1200, the famous Chinese schoolmen and expositors of the doctrines of Confucius and Mencius under the Sung dynasty. He was so strongly impressed by their perusal that he resolved to abandon his intention of proceeding to China and to devote himself entirely to their study at home. Sikwa subsequently made the acquaintance of Ieyasu at the camp of Nagoya, where Hideyoshi was then preparing his famous invasion of Korea. Ieyasu recognized his merit and sent for him repeatedly to expound the classics. But Sikwa, taking offense at being confounded with the rabble of ordinary monks, pretended illness, and having introduced as his substitute his pupil Heihachi Rasen, retired to a quiet village near Kyoto. Here pupils flocked to him in great numbers, many of them the sons of court nobles or daimios, and he also received flattering offers of appointments, all of which he declined. In 1614 he was offered a post as teacher in connection with a project of Ieyasu's for establishing a school at Kyoto. This proposal he accepted, but some civil disorders which broke out soon after rendered this scheme abortive. Sikwa died in 1619, in his 59th year. He left nothing which deserves notice as literature, but it is hardly possible to estimate too highly the service he performed by making known to his countrymen the philosophical literature of the Sung schoolmen. His Kokusen'ya may be mentioned as a typical example of his writings. As its title indicates, it is an attempt to facilitate the study of the Sung philosophy in Japan. The whole literature of the Edo period is so thoroughly pervaded by moral principles and ideals based on this system of thought that it is desirable to give a brief outline of it here. Those who wish to make themselves more thoroughly acquainted with it will find the means of doing so in Monseigneur de Harlez's École philosophique de la Chine and some able papers contributed by Dr. Knox and others to the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Japan in 1892. Professedly an exposition of the doctrines of the ancient Chinese sages, the Sung philosophy is in reality an essentially modern system of ontology, ethics, natural philosophy, and principles of government, subjects which to the Chinese mind are inseparable. According to Hai, the origin and cause of all things is taikyu in Japanese, or the great absolute. The energy evolved by its movement produced the yang, in Japanese, and when it came to rest, the yang in Japanese was the result. The yang is the active, positive, productive male principle of nature, while the yin is regarded as passive or receptive, negative, and female. By the mutual action of these two principles, the cosmos was formed out of chaos, the yin manifesting itself in the settling down of the impure sediment as earth, while the lighter and purer part, representing the yang, ascended and formed heaven. The yin and yang are also the source of the five elements: water, fire, earth, metal, and wood. These processes go on eternally. There is no such thing as a creation in this system. The energy which produces all these results is called in Chinese ki, in Japanese kai. Breathe, it follows fixed laws called li. The precise nature of these two last conceptions has been elucidated or obscured by many volumes of dissertations both in China and Japan. Chuhai says little of ten. Heaven in his philosophy, its place is taken by the more impersonal Taiki. But in Japan, as with Confucius and Mencius, ten is all important. It is the nearest approach to a deity which the essentially impersonal habit of mind of these nations permits. Ten or tendo, the way of heaven, is said to know, to command, to reward, and is looked up to with reverence and grateful emotion. But the conception falls short of that of a personal deity as we understand the phrase. There are in Japan, at any rate, no temples to ten, no litanies, and no formal acts of worship. Ethics are in the Chuhai system a branch of natural philosophy. Corresponding to the regular changes of the seasons in nature is right action in man, who is the crown of nature, in the relations of sovereign and subject, parent and child, elder brother and younger brother, husband and wife, friend and friend. To his sovereign or lord he is bound to be faithful, to his parents dutiful, and to his elder brother respectful. Affection should characterize the relations of husband and wife, and trust and a friend with friend with friend. A man should also display in his conduct the five virtues of goodness, righteousness, propriety, enlightenment, and good faith. The same combination of ethics and natural science is implied in Confucius's doctrine when he says that the command of heaven is called natural disposition. Accordance with this natural disposition is called the path of duty. The regulation of this path is called instruction. Man's heart is naturally good. In like manner, Kyuso, a Japanese exponent of the Chuhai philosophy, says, man makes the heart of heaven and earth nature, we would say his own. Principles of government are also found a place in this philosophy. If the sovereign practices the virtues above described in his own person, the people will naturally imitate his example, and good government will be the result. But the necessity of dealing out justly rewards and punishments, of encouraging sages to lead the people in the right way, and of purity in making appointments, is not lost sight of. The Japanese have added little or nothing to Chuhai's philosophy. It is in its application that the national genius reveals itself, and more especially in the relative importance attached by them to the various moral obligations incumbent on man. It is here that we must look for an answer to a question which will occur to all who take the smallest interest in the Japanese, namely, in what respect does their national character differ from that of European nations? The vices and virtues are on the whole the same with them as with ourselves. It is in their table of moral precedents, as it were, that we discover some striking differences. The most noteworthy instance of this is the commanding position assigned to loyalty, which in the moral ideas of this period overshadows and dwarfs all other obligations. It means not so much the reverent submission due by all his subjects to the Mikado, although in theory this was not lost sight of, as of the daimyos to the shogun, and in a still higher degree of men of the two sworded class to their immediate chiefs. Implicit obedience and unfaltering devotion to his feudal lord was the samurai's most sacred duty. For his lord's sake, the retainer was bound not only to lay down his own life cheerfully, but to sacrifice the lives and honor of those nearest and dearest to him. Japanese history and literature teem with instances which show the extreme lengths to which this virtue was carried, not only in theory, but in practice. It was responsible for many acts of barbarity, such as that of Nakamitsu, a favorite hero of Japanese drama and story, who slew his own innocent son and substituted his head for that of his lord's heir, who had been guilty of a capital offense. But there was also associated with it unshrinking courage, loyal service, and disinterested self-sacrifice to a degree for which we must go to ancient Rome to find a parallel. The political system of which this virtue was the vital support is now a thing of the past. Daimyos and shoguns exist no longer. But those who know the Japan of the present day will readily recognize the same quality in the spirit of national patriotism and zeal in the discharge of public duty which honorably distinguished the descendants of the former samurai. Next after loyalty in the Japanese scale of virtue stands filial piety. The state being composed of families, if the family is badly managed, the state cannot be well governed. If the child is disobedient to his parents, he is not likely to prove a loyal and obedient subject when he grows to manhood. Hence the necessity, from a political point of view, of filial piety, on the extreme importance attached to this virtue both in China and Japan, it is needless to dilate. Among the chief duties of a samurai to his lord, or of a child towards his parent, was that of revenge. The forgiveness of injuries had no place in the moral code of the Japanese of this time. No more stern obligation rested on them than to execute dire vengeance for the unmerited death or disgrace of a parent or lord. That this was not in theory only, there are many well authenticated instances in real life to show. It applied to women as well as to men, though in their case, as in that of the lower classes of society, it was regarded more or less as a counsel of perfection. The drama and fiction of modern Japan are full of stories of revenge, kataki, uchi, and this passion occupies the same place of honor with their novelists that love does in European fiction, in presence of the obligations imposed by loyalty and filial duty. Life was regarded as of no account. When we remember the humane Buddhist influences to which Japan was so long subjected, and the ancient national character reflected in the mildly sentimental Heian literature, the disregard of human life which pervades history and fiction alike during the Edo period is not a little remarkable. It is conspicuously observable in the ethics of suicide. The moral code of this time contains no canon against self-slaughter. On the contrary, the occasions when a Japanese samurai was bound to commit suicide were innumerable. Grave insults, which it was impossible to revenge, unmerited disgrace, gross blundering, errors of judgment, or even simple failure in official matters, crimes not of a disgraceful character, all entailed the necessity of suicide, or at least made it the most honorable course to pursue. If a samurai had occasion to remonstrate with his lord for some act of misgovernment, he frequently emphasized his appeal by suicide. The case of the 47 Ronins who slew themselves in a body at the grave of their master after having executed a bloody revenge on his enemy is known to all readers of Mr. Mitford's Tales of Old Japan. Another admired example is that of a governor of Nagasaki who in 1808 committed suicide in the approved manner because he was unable to detain and destroy a British man. The case of the last of the shoguns may also be quoted. On the downfall of his power in 1867, he was urged by one of his council to save the honor of his family by a voluntary suicide. He flatly refused to do so and left the room, whereupon his faithful adviser retired to another part of the castle and solemnly performed the hara-kiri gines of suicides, attempted suicides, or threatened suicides of men, women, and children on the stage and in fiction. Human nature being the same everywhere. The duties arising out of relations of the sexes are essentially the same in Japan as in Europe. Chastity, both in men and women, is a virtue, as it is with ourselves. But in the Edo period, it was thrust into the background by the more urgent claims of loyalty and filial duty. In theory, a man should have but one wife. In the case of the heads of great houses, one or even more concubines were allowed, but only with the bona fide object of having children. Vulgar licentiousness was condemned and in the case of officials was visited with severe punishment. The position of the wife, as of women generally, was very different in the Edo period from what it had been in earlier times. Chinese notions of the absolute subjection and the seclusion as far as possible of the sex made great progress. Women were now rarely heard of in public life and disappear completely from the world of literature. a significant fact when we remember the feminine masterpieces of the Heian period. A woman's first duty was to be faithful and obedient to her husband. Second marriages of widows were not absolutely forbidden, but women who refused to contract such unions were highly commended. And when we meet with the word chastity in a Japanese book, it is generally this form of the virtue which is meant. A wife was bound to revenge her husband's murder, and in fiction at least was permitted to sacrifice her own honor with this praiseworthy object. Some European travelers and novelists speak as if an unmarried woman's maiden fame were a thing of no account in Japan. This is simple nonsense. But it can hardly be denied that more particularly in their case, chastity holds a lower place in the scale of virtues than in Christian countries. According to the code of morality of novelists and dramatists, it is permissible for, and even obligatory on, a girl to allow herself to be sold into prostitution in order to support her destitute parents. Incidents of this kind are very common indeed in their pages. The harlot figures very prominently in the literature of the Edo period, and in Japan, as elsewhere, writers have not been wanting who have done their best to surround this calling with a halo of romance. But, as Mitford has shown, Japanese opinion on this subject is on the whole sound. There may be some difference of degree, but of the substantial identity of the feeling with which prostitution is regarded by them and by ourselves there can be no doubt. The proverb, "When you find an honest harlot and the three-cornered egg, the moon will appear on the last day of the lunar month," very clearly indicates the general opinion of this class. Piety, by which must be understood a devotion to Buddhist religious practices, was not in high estimation under the Tokugawas. It is not a distinctive virtue of the Japanese character at any period of their history. On the extreme punctiliousness and ceremony which characterized all the doings of a well-bred Japanese, of his sensitiveness on the point of honor, and of his cult of the sword, as a sort of incarnation of the spirit of the samurai, this is not the place to dilate. Nor need anything be said of the virtues of frugality, sobriety, honesty, and liberality, as they hold practically the same position in Japan as with ourselves. The duties of superiors to their inferiors, of a lord to his retainer, of a father to his son, and of a husband towards his wife, may also be taken for granted. Though less frequently insisted upon, they are by no means passed over by the Japanese moralist. As time went on, the code of morals derived from the teachings of the philosophers of China and expounded and applied by their Japanese followers gained in precision and detail. But what had originally been a wholesome and vivifying influence became a burden to the nation. It fell most heavily on the samurai, all whose actions were governed by strict rules and punctilious etiquette in a way which was fatal to any reasonable share of personal freedom. In short, the great fault of the later shogunate was over. I was one day walking with the late Count Terashima, then Minister for Foreign Affairs, in one of those beautiful creations of the landscape gardener's art which abound in Tokyo. He pointed to a grove of fir trees standing by an artificial lake, which had been trimmed and trained by generations of gardeners into quaint and not unpleasing but stunted shape. He said, "Is an emblem of the Japanese nation under the Bakufu shogunate. That is what Chinese learning did for us. There is much in this type of humanity which it is hard for us Europeans to understand and appreciate. The Japanese of the ancient classical period appeal more strongly to our sympathies. Even Herodotus and Plato, far removed as they are from us in point of time, are immeasurably nearer to modern Englishmen in all their ideas, sentiments, and moral standards than the Japanese of 50 years ago. Fujiwara Sikwa was the forerunner of a long series of Kangakusha. His pupils became in their turn teachers and handed on the torch of learning, which now began to burn brightly. It is difficult to give an idea of the rage for the acquisition of knowledge which possessed the Japanese people during the 17th century. it can only be compared to the passion for European learning of the last 30 years. Following the example of the great founder of their dynasty, the Tokugawa shoguns encouraged learning by every means in their power. They founded libraries and colleges, subsidized professors, and were liberal of their favors to all eminent scholars. Tsuneyoshi, the fifth Tokugawa shogun, 1680-1709, an indifferent ruler, was passionately fond of learning. He surrounded himself with scholars and spent all his leisure time in study. He used even to deliver lectures on the Chinese classics to audiences composed of daimyos and high officials, Shinto functionaries, and Buddhist priests. It was in his time that Yedo began to take prominence as a literary center. The daimyos, in their turn, vied with one another in attracting distinguished tangakusha to their service and in establishing high schools for the teaching of the classics, Chinese and Japanese history and composition. Nor were the people neglected. Nearly every temple had a terracotta attached to it, where the children of peasants, mechanics, and tradespeople were instructed in reading, writing, and arithmetic. It is impossible to notice all the tangakusha who flourished at this time, or to enumerate their most voluminous writings. They do not take high rank as literature. A word of mention is due, however, to Hayashira-san, also called Doshun, with half a dozen other aliases, which it is needless to reproduce here. All the Kangakusha indulged in a profusion of aliases, much to the confusion of bibliographers and writers on Japanese literature. Doshun, d. 1583, d. 1657, was a pupil of Sikwa. He was a devoted student and never passed a day in his life without reading something. It is related of him that once, when obliged to flee from his house by a great conflagration, he took some books with him in his cargo and continued his work of annotation on the way. The list of his publications comprises 170 separate treatises, mostly of a scholastic or moral character. There are also some memoirs useful to the historian, and 150 volumes of miscellanies, essays. He held an official position under the shogun's government, by which he was employed in drafting laws and in giving advice on knotty questions which required learning for their solution. He was the founder of a long line of official kangakusha, which lasted until the downfall of the shogunate in 1867. His son, Heihachi Shunsei, 1618-1680, compiled about 1652 a history of Japan entitled O Dai. It is in every respect a very poor production and is only mentioned here because a translation into French by Klaproth was published by the Oriental Translation Fund in 1835. Passing over a number of scholars deservedly remembered with gratitude in their own country for their services to learning and good morals, we come to Kaibara Yekin, 1630-1714, who was born at Fukuoka in Chiksen. His father held an official appointment as physician, and Yekin himself acquired some proficiency in the art of medicine. His first teacher was his elder brother, under whose instructions he was weaned of a liking for Buddhism and devoted himself to the study of the Chinese classics. When he grew up to manhood, he went to reside in Kyoto, where he benefited by the instruction of Kinoshita Junin and other scholars. He had, however, no regular teacher. After 3 years spent in study, he returned to his province, where he held honorable official posts under 3 successive daimyos until 1700, when he retired on a pension and took up his abode in Kyoto, where he spent the remainder of his days. His wife is said to have been an accomplished woman. She accompanied him on his travels to various parts of Japan and assisted him in his literary labors. Yekin was a voluminous writer, and in the course of a long life, the Kangakusha were remarkable for longevity. Produced over 100 different works, comprising moral treatises, commentaries on the Chinese classics, learned dissertations on Japanese philology, botanical works, and books of travel. His sole object in writing was to benefit his countrymen, and his style, though manly and vigorous, is wholly devoid of rhetorical ornament and of those frivolities of language which were so freely indulged in by contemporary novelists and dramatists. He used the kana, or native phonetic script, as far as possible, so as to bring his teachings down to the level of children and ignorant people. Though perhaps the most eminent scholar of his day, there is not an atom of pedantry about him. No Japanese books are more easy of comprehension than his. Their principal fault is one very common with Japanese writers of the Edo period, namely diffuseness and repetition. Due allowance being made for his age and country, Yakin's writings are full of excellent morality of a plain, common-sense description. It is hardly possible to overestimate their influence or the service which he rendered to his country by his teachings. The following detached sentences from the Dojikun, a treatise on education, composed by him at the age of 80, will give some idea of their quality. They have been somewhat abridged in translation. In the houses of the great, good persons should be chosen from the first to be attached to the child. Even the poor should be careful, so far as their circumstances will permit, that their children should associate with good people. This is the teaching of the Chinchinese sages. A wet nurse should be of a gentle disposition, staid and grave of demeanor, and of few words. A boy's education should begin from the time when he can eat rice, speak a little, and show pleasure or anger. Some nurses make cowards of children by wantonly telling them frightful stories. Ghost stories and the like should not be told to children. They should not be too warmly clad or have too much to eat. Cunning, chattering, lying women should not be engaged as nurses. Drunkards, self-willed, or malicious persons should also be avoided. From their infancy, truth in word and thought should be made of the first importance. Children should be severely punished for lying or deceit. Let their parents be careful not to deceive them, or this is another way of teaching them to deceive them. A tutor should be a man of upright life. A child should not be put to learn of a disreputable person, no matter how clever he may be. Better for a child to lose a year's study than consort for a day with a base companion. Every night, the child's sayings and actions during the day should be reviewed, and if necessary, punishment administered. At the age of 10, a boy should go to school. Before sitting down to study, a boy should wash his hands, set a guard upon his thoughts, and compose his countenance. He should brush the dust off his desk, place his books upon it in an orderly manner, and read them in a kneeling posture. When he is reading to his teacher, he should not rest his book on a high desk, but on his case or on a low stand. It should certainly not be placed on the floor. Books should be kept clean, and when they are no longer required, the cover should be put on, and they should be put back in their place. This should be done even when the pupil is called away. For some urgency, books should not be flung about, stridden over, or used as pillows. The corners should not be turned down or spittle used to raise the leaves. If waste paper contains texts from the classics or the names of sages, boys should be careful not to apply it to common purposes. Should waste paper with the names of one's parents or lord be defiled? Yakin devotes the 3rd volume of the Dojikun to the education of girls. The 2 great virtues of a woman are, in his opinion, amiability and obedience. In another place, he sums up the good qualities of a woman as, first, a womanly disposition as shown in modesty and submissiveness. Second, womanly language. She should be careful in the choice of words and avoid lying and unseemly expressions. She should speak when necessary and be silent at other times. She should not be averse to listening to others. Third, womanly apparel. She should be cleanly avoid undue ornament and have a proper regard to taste and refinement. Womanly arts. These include sewing, reeling silk, making clothes, and cooking. Everything impure should be kept from a girl's ears. Popular songs and the popular drama are not for them. The Ais Monogatari and Genji Monogatari are objectionable on account of their immoral tendency. Yakin recommends parents to write out the following 13 counsels and give them to their daughters on their marriage. I have abbreviated them a good deal. 1. Be respectful and obedient to your parents-in-law. 2. A woman has no refutal lord. She should reverence and obey her husband instead. 3. Cultivate friendly relations with your husband's relatives. 4. Avoid jealousy. If your husband offends, remonstrate with him gently, without hate or anger. 5. Generally, when your husband does wrong, it is your duty to remonstrate with him gently and affectionately. 6. Be of few words. Avoid abusive language and falsehood. 7. Be always circumspect in your behavior. Get up early. Go to bed at midnight. Do not indulge in the siesta. Attend diligently to the work of the house. Do not become addicted to steak or tea. Pleasure should be sparingly visited before the age of 40. 8. Have nothing to do with fortune tellers or mediums, and do not offend the gods and Buddha by too familiar importunities. Attend to your human duties, and do not let your heart run astray after invisible supernatural beings. 9. Economy in domestic matters is all important. 10. Keep young men at a distance. On no account have any written correspondence with them. 11. Avoid conspicuous colors and patterns in your dress. Choose those suitable for a somewhat older person than yourself. 12. In everything, your husband and his parents should come before your own parents. 13. Do not attend to the tattle of female servants. This is commonplace enough. But Yekin could rise to higher flights on occasion, as the following extract from a treatise on the philosophy of pleasure. Raku. The sentiment is of a distinctly Wordsworthian quality. If we make inward pleasures our chief aim and use the ears and eyes simply as the means of procuring such delights from without, we shall not be molested by the lusts of these senses. If we open our hearts to the beauty of heaven, earth, and the 10,000 created things, they will yield us pleasure without limit, pleasure always before our eyes, night and morning, full and overflowing. With treasure, without the expenditure of a single cash, he may use them to his heart's content, and yet never exhaust them. And although he enjoys possession of them as his own, no man will wrangle with him in order to deprive him of them. The reason is that the beauty of mountain and river moon and flowers has from the beginning no fixed owner. He who knows the boundless sources of delight which are thus contained in the universe, and who finds his enjoyment therein, envies not the luxurious pleasures of the rich and great, for such enjoyments are beyond those of wealth and honors. He who is unconscious of them cannot enjoy the delectable things in the greatest abundance which are every day before his eyes. Vulgar pleasures, even before they pass, become a torment to the body. If, for example, carried away by desire, we eat and drink our fill of dainty things, it is pleasant at first, but disease and suffering soon follow. In general, vulgar pleasures corrupt the heart, injure the constitution, end in misery. The pleasures of the man of worth, on the other hand, nourish the heart and do not entice us astray. To speak in terms of outward things, the pleasures which we derive from the love of the moon or of flowers, from gazing on the hills and streams, from humming to the wind or following the flight of birds with envy, are of a mild nature. We may take delight in them all day long and do ourselves no harm. Man will not blame us, nor God remonstrate with us for indulgence in it. It is easy to be attained even by the poor and needy, and has no ill consequences. The rich and great, absorbed in luxury and indolence, know not these pleasures, but the poor man, little affected by such hindrances, may readily procure them if he only chooses to do so. On gardening, when you move into a house, your first care ought to be to plant fruit, trees. Others may come after. Forethought for 10 years consists in planting trees. In planting, fruit should come first. Flowers should be your next care. and foliage last of all. Man, and fruit trees should be planted in large numbers, particularly the orange and the lime. When their fruit has formed and ripened, it is not inferior in beauty to flowers. In planting persimmons, pears, chestnuts, and pepper, the best sorts should be selected. For flowering trees, the ordinary plum should come first. The red blossom plum is also good, and the cherry. It is a pity it sheds its flowers so soon. The camellia remains long in bloom, and its leaves are beautiful. It grows readily from cuttings and blossoms early. The Caedospirus spectabilis and azaleas of different kinds are also to be commended. For foliage, trees choose the cryptomeria, the thuya obtusa, the podocarpus, and evergreen trees generally. Bamboos should be planted on the northern side as a protection against fire and wind. They may be cut down from time to time and put away for use on occasion. In the front garden, plant willows, cherry trees, firs, and cryptomerias. Avoid planting too thickly. It makes too much moisture and in summer harbors mosquitoes, which are a plague. Vegetables may be planted for everyday use. They are fresher when grown at home than if bought in the market. Besides, the luxuriance of their leaves delights the eye, not less than the beauty of flowers. Moreover, it tends to edify the heart if we plant trees and herbs in our gardens and love them. In our leisure moments, we should pay some attention to looking for things easy to get, just as they may turn up in planting them. If we strive after procuring things hard to come at, and either beat them unconscionably of our friends or buy them at a high price, we get proud of the number of kinds we have collected or of the superiority of the flowers. This leads to rivalry in the goodness of the flowers. Trouble ensues, and heart-burnings, which are injurious to self-discipline, yield no pleasure and cause nothing but anxiety. Yekin was also a poet. The following tanka was composed by him when he felt death approaching. He was born in Yedo in 1657, his father being in the service of Lord Tsuchiya, a small daimyo of the province of Kadzusa. Kokusen'ya has fortunately left an autobiography, a very rare kind of literature in Japan, and we have therefore much fuller information regarding his life than is usual in the case of Japanese authors. It was written not for publication, the copy before me is in manuscript, but for the information of his own descendants, so that they might not have the dissatisfaction he himself had experienced of knowing little about their ancestors. This autobiography was written in 1716, after Kokusen'ya had retired from public life. It is entitled Ore Taku, Shiba, Burning Faggots, in allusion to a poem of the Emperor Go-Toba, which speaks of the smoke of faggots at evening, bringing back the memory of a departed dear one who had been cremated. The early part of this work is taken up with an account of the man who was his father. To use Kokusen'ya's curious phrase, a Metsukiku, or inspector of the daimyo's Yedo mansion. In him, he has given a minute and loving description of a Japanese gentleman of the olden time. I transcribe a few sentences. Ever since I came to understand the heart of things, my memory is that the daily routine of his life was always exactly the same. He never failed to get up an hour before daybreak. He then had a cold bath and did his hair himself. In cold weather, the woman who was my mother would propose to order hot water for him, but this he would not allow, as he wished to avoid giving the servants trouble. When he was over 70, and my mother also was advanced in years, sometimes when the cold was unendurable, a lighted brazier was brought in, and they laid down to sleep with their feet against it. Beside the fire there was placed a kettle with hot water, which my father drank when he got up. Both of them honored the way of Buddha. My father, when he had arranged his hair and adjusted his clothing, never neglected to make obeisance to Buddha on the anniversaries of his father's and mother's death. He and my mother prepared the rice for the offerings. This duty was never entrusted to servants. After he was dressed, he waited quietly till dawn, and then went out to his official duty. Since I remember there were but few black hairs on his head, he had a square-shaped face with a high forehead. His eyes were large. He had a thick growth of beard, and was short of stature. He was, however, a big, blond, powerful man. He was never known to betray anger, nor do I remember that even when he laughed, he ever gave way to boisterous mirth. Much less did he ever descend to violent language when he had occasion to reprimand anyone. In his conversation, he used as few words as possible. His demeanor was grave. I have never seen him startled, flurried, or impatient. Applied the Marxeth, free, he used to say there was no use in small and few applications, and would put on 5 or 7 great patches at the same time without showing any sign of suffering. The room he usually occupied he kept cleanly swept, had an old picture hung on the wall, and a few flowers which were in season set out in a vase. He would spend the day looking at them. He painted a little in black and white, not being fond of colors. When in good health, he never troubled a servant, but did everything for himself. As a boy, Kokusen'ya gave many proofs of precocious intelligence. Before he was 3 years of age, he copied out some Chinese characters in a recognizable manner. His daimyo noticed him and kept him constantly about his own person. In the autumn of my 8th year, Toba, his daimyo, went to the province of Katsusa, leaving instructions that I was to be taught writing. In the middle of the 12th month of the winter of that year, he returned, and I resumed my usual attendance on him. In the autumn of the next year, when he went again to his province, he set me a task, ordering me to write out every day in the day, time 3,000 Chinese characters in the round or cursive script, and at night 1,000. When winter came on and the days became shorter, it frequently happened that the sun approached his setting. Before my task was finished, I would then take my desk out to a bamboo veranda which faced the west and finish it there. Moreover, as I sometimes got intolerably sleepy over my nightly task, I arranged with a man who was told off to serve me to put 2 buckets of water on the aforesaid veranda. When I became very drowsy, I took off my coat and poured one of the buckets of water over me. I then resumed my clothing and went on writing. The cold produced in this way for a while answered the purpose of keeping me awake. But after a time I became warm again, and the drowsiness came back when I poured water over myself as before. With 2 applications of this kind, I was able to get through most of my work. This was in the autumn and winter of my 9th year. Kokusen'ya was an ambitious youth, as the following saying of his shows: "If alive, a man cannot become a daimyo. Better die and be a king of Hades." In this spirit, he refused an eligible offer of marriage to the daughter of a wealthy merchant, although both he and his father, who had retired on a small pension, were in great poverty. In 1682, he entered the service of Hata, the daimyo of Furukawa, with whom he remained 10 years. When he left him, Kokusen'ya was almost destitute. His only property was a box containing 300 cash and 3 measures of rice, a week's supply. His teacher, Kinoshita Junen, of whom he always speaks with the greatest reverence, tried to procure him an appointment with the daimyo of Kaga, but Kokusen'ya, being appealed to by a friend who had an aged mother in that province dependent on him for support, begged Junen to use his influence for him instead. Kokusen'ya had no favorable opportunity of advancement until 1693, when he was 36 years of age. On the recommendation of Junen, he was then engaged as professor of Chinese by Iyoba, subsequently 1709. His relations with Iyonobu were throughout of the most cordial nature. He was always receiving from him presents of clothing and money. When Kokusen'ya lectured on the Chinese classics, Iyonobu listened with the greatest respect, refraining in summer from brushing off a mosquito, and in winter, when he had a cold in his head, turning away from the lecturer before wiping his nose with the paper of which he kept a supply in his sleeve. "You may imagine," says Kokusen'ya, addressing his posterity in the Oritaku, "Shiba, how quiet the rest of the audience were. In 1701, by command of Iyenobu, Hakuseki composed his greatest work, the Hankampu, A History of the Daimyos of Japan, from 1600 to 1680. It is in 30 volumes and must have required immense research, yet it was written in a few months. Having received the order in the first month, he began the draft on the 11th day of the 7th month. The manuscript was completed in the 11th month, and a fair copy was made by Hakuseki himself and laid before Iyenobu on the 19th day of the 2nd month of the following year. Hakuseki mentions these details with obvious pride in his autobiography. They are very characteristic of the extreme rapidity of composition of Japanese authors during this period. They expended no superfluous labor of the file upon their works. Yet the Hankampu cannot be called a carelessly written book. Not only does it contain most valuable material for the future historian of Japan, but the style is highly commended by the best native critics for its combined elegance and vigor, neither leaning too much to Chinese pedantry on the one hand, nor to Japanese purism on the other. So far as a Western barbarian may be allowed an opinion, this praise is not undeserved, though it is perhaps unnecessary to endorse the language of a native admirer who declares that Hakuseki's heart is brocade. The Hankampu contains much genealogical and other matter which has little interest for the European reader. Even Hakuseki's countrymen at the present day will probably admit that there is more than enough of this element. Although one of the most important works of the Edo period, I doubt whether it has been printed. The shogun's government was much given to cachottery in matters of state, and very many of the most interesting political works of this period were only circulated privately among the official class. 2 copies in my possession are both in manuscript, the form in which Hakuseki's works are usually met with. In the case of the Hankampu, there were probably substantial reasons for refraining from publication. It was hardly possible, especially for a man of Hakuseki's fearless and uncompromising nature, to relate without offense the history of 337 noble houses down to 20 years before the time of writing. The following extract will give some idea of the scope and character of this work. Itakura Shigehide, as a judge of criminal cases, it is impossible fully to set forth here the reputation of this man while he remained in office, or his fame throughout the empire. Instance: from the time that he received his appointment, he was in the habit, when on his way to the tribunal, and before taking his place there, to pay distant worship in a corridor which faced the west. Here a T, Millefort was placed, and the paper slides being drawn, Shigehide seated himself behind them, and heard the cases while grinding the tea with his own hand. Everybody wondered at this conduct, but no one dared to question him. Many years afterwards he was asked the reason, and replied, "Well, the reason why I worshipped afar in a corridor which faced the west before taking my place in the tribunal was this. I was worshipping the gods of Adigo. I was told that among all the many gods, these were the most efficacious, and I offered a prayer to them when I thus worshipped. I said in my prayer, 'In deciding the cases which are brought before Shigehide this day, may there be nothing to which his heart is unequal. If he errs and allows selfish motives to influence him, may the gods be pleased that same moment to take away his life. And I adjured them daily, in virtue of my profound trust in them for years, not to let me live if self should get the better of me.' Another thing which I thought to interfere with clearness of judgment is the emotion of the heart. A really good man will not allow such emotion to arise. Shigehide himself, however, could not reach this perfection, so in order to test my heart and ascertain whether it was calm or perturbed, the only expedient I could think of was to grind tea. When my heart was steady and calm, my hand was accordant with it. The mill then went round smoothly, and the powdered tea which fell from it was beautifully fine. I knew when the tea fell down in a fine powder that my heart was free from emotion. Not till then did I pronounce judgment. The reason why I heard cases with a paper screen interposed was this. Taking men in general, a glance at their faces shows that some are ill-favored and others prepossessing. There are many such varieties, more than I can tell. On looking at them, we are apt to conclude that the honest-looking man's evidence is true, and that the actions of the knavish-looking fellow are all false, though they may be straightforward enough. We think that the plaint of the man of prepossessing appearance shows that he has been wrong, and that the contention of the ill-favored man is erroneous. In all these cases, the heart is moved by what we see with our eyes. Even before the witnesses utter a word, we say in our hearts, such a one is a knave, such a one is right, such a one is straightforward, so that when we come to hear the evidence, we are apt to wrest it to our preconceived ideas. But very frequently it is seen during the trial that among prepossessing countenances some belong to men who are truly detestable, and that of ill-favored men some are deserving of sympathy. Among the honest looking there are knaves, and true men among the knavish looking. Men's hearts are hard to know, and a plan of judging of them by their looks will not answer. Even for those against whom there is no charge, it must be a terrible thing to appear in a court of justice. Some there are who, when they see before them the man in whose hands are life and death, are bewildered and cast down to such a degree as to be unable to plead what they might in their defense. When I reflected on this, I felt that it was after all better that the judge and the prisoner should not see one another face to face. This was my reason for taking my seat with a screen interposed next to the Hankom pool. Akuseki's most important work is the Tokusen'ya, which was written by order of Ienabu in 1712, particularly on periods of change and revolution, and showing the connection of events in a way which had never been previously attempted. Its historical value is considerable, but the style is not considered equal to that of his earlier work. Ienabu became shogun in 1709. From this time forward, Kokuseki, although holding no definite position in the government, was his constant advisor in state affairs. His influence was given on the side of common sense and justice. One of the first matters he was concerned in was a currency question. Shogun, the Minister of Finance, Hagiwara Shigehide, proposed various schemes involving the debasing of the currency. These were vigorously opposed by Kokuseki, and with complete success. Hagiwara being deprived of office, and the currency at length, in 1714, placed on a solid foundation. Doubtful financial measure taken by his advice restricted the export of gold and silver and limited the number of vessels engaged in foreign commerce. Throughout Ienabu's reign, Kokuseki was the acknowledged authority on financial matters. In 1740, when an embassy arrived from Korea, the negotiations and acquitted himself with great credit. At this time, he received the title of Shikugo no Kami and a grant of 500 kokus of rice annually. His strong interest in foreign affairs is evidenced by a little work called Gojiryaku, a collection of memoranda, still in manuscript, on Luchu, the forms of diplomatic intercourse, the movement of specie. To us Europeans, the most interesting episode in Kokuseki's life is his relations with an unfortunate Italian missionary, Father Sidoti, who landed alone in the province of Satsuma in 1708 with some wild hope of being allowed to preach the Christian religion in Japan. He was at once arrested and ultimately sent to Yedo, where, after some time had elapsed, he was handed over to Kokuseki for examination. In the Seo Kidwun, Notes of the Western Ocean, Kokuseki has given a history of this affair, to which he has appended such information regarding the geography and history of European countries as he was able to extract from this unhappy man. Owing chiefly to difficulties of interpretation, it is meager in the extreme, but yet interesting as the first attempt of a Japanese writer to give an account of Europe. Sidoti produced in Kokuseki that mixed feeling of perplexity and irritation which contact with the profound religious faith so often excites in thinkers of the positive type. the devotion to his sovereign and religious chief, or so Hakusuki thought it, which prompted him at the Pope's command to journey to so distant a country and there for 6 years to undergo peril and suffering, appealed strongly to a man who had himself a stern sense of duty. Kokusen'ya reported to his government that it was impossible to witness without emotion Siddhartha's firm adherence to his own faith, and he also spoke with warm appreciation of his kindly disposition and scientific knowledge. But, said he, when this man begins to speak of religion, his talk is shallow and scarce a word is intelligible. All of a sudden, folly takes the place of wisdom. It is like listening to the talk of two different men. The folly which Kokusen'ya had more particularly in view was an outline of Bible history and Christian doctrine which Siddhartha had dictated to him in the fullness of his heart. In its Japanese form, it is a dry and soulless husk which affords some excuse for Kokusen'ya's obtuseness to its spiritual import. It should be a warning to missionaries not to attempt the teaching of religion until they have something more than a tyro's command of the language, as Kokusen'ya's attitude towards Christianity is essentially that of educated Japanese. The present day I may quote some of his observations. The foreign word deus, which the Western man used in his discourse, is equivalent to creator, and means simply a being who first made heaven and earth and the 10,000 things. He argued that the universe did not come into existence of itself. It must, he said, have had a maker. And if Deus could come into existence of himself, why should not heaven and earth do so likewise? Again, there is the doctrine that before the world existed, there was a heavenly paradise made for good men. I cannot understand how men could have any knowledge of good and evil while there was yet no heaven and earth. It is unnecessary to discuss all his notions about the beginning of the world and of mankind, of paradise and of hell, as they are all derived from Buddhism. What will be thought of the idea that Deus, pitying the heinous criminals who had broken the heavenly commands and who of themselves could not give satisfaction, was 3,000 years after, for their sakes, born as Jesus, and in their stead redeemed their guilt? This sounds very childish. The present time, the judge who is charged with the infliction of punishment may yet take a merciful view of the circumstances and grant pardon or mitigation. And in the case even of the heavenly commands, what was there to prevent Deus from pardoning an offense against them, or mitigating their punishment, more especially as he himself was the author of the prohibition which was broken? Kokusen'ya discusses Noah's flood in the same spirit. The 10 Commandments, he thinks, were borrowed mainly from Buddhism, as well as the miraculous occurrences connected with the birth of Christ, and his styling himself thus. The rite of baptism he refers to the same source. The result of Kokusen'ya's examination was a report in which he pointed out that the shogun's government had 3 courses open to them. First, to send Siddhartha back to his own country. Second, to retain him in imprisonment. And third, to put him to death, as prescribed by law. He gave his own voice strongly in favor of the first course, but the second was the one actually adopted. Siddhartha died in prison not long after. But it was pointed out to him that his help was required to carry out certain measures already contemplated by the late shogun. He therefore consented from public motives to continue his counsels. Inobu was succeeded by his son, Ayetsuga, then 4 years of age. A momentous question now arose which convulsed official circles in Yedo for some time. Was a child of such tender years bound to wear mourning for his father or not? Ieyasu Shuntai, the hereditary official representative of Chinese learning at the shogun's court, declared for the negative. But he was no match for Kokusen'ya, who maintained the affirmative proposition and fairly crushed his opponent under a weight of learning and argument which seems to us rather disproportionate to the occasion. In his autobiography, Kokusen'ya tells the story of Shuntai's discomfiture with great triumph. At Ieyasugu's death in 1716, the reins of power passed into other hands. Kokusen'ya was no longer consulted and spent the remainder of his days as a recluse among his dearly loved book. He died in 1725 in his 69th year. His life shows that in Japan at this time, a career was open for talent. It was sheer worth, force of intellect, and a self-reliant, uncompromising character which raised him to the unique position of influence which he held. His works, inclusive of state papers and reports to his government, number over 300. In addition to those already mentioned, there may be named Yezodan Heiki in Mrs., which treats of the productions of Yezo, the Yezo language, and the Ainu Revolt of 1669. Nantoshi, a geographical work on Luchu, Kizai Tenki, or Principles of Finance, Kwahiko, a work on the currency, Gunke, Ko on Arms, Kishinran, a book on the nature of the gods, Wakobenran, a work on painting, Tetsugoku Ko, on muddy points of criminal law, Doban Tsuko, on the various forms of script used in Japan, Seren Aigin, an expansion of the historical and geographical part of the Seokibun. Wurokyuso was born at Yanaka in the province of Musashi, not far from Uedo, in 1650. He was distinguished from his earliest years by a love of learning. When only 13, he was taken into the service of the daimyo of Kaga, who was so much struck by his precocious talent that he sent him to Kyoto to study under the famous Kinoshita Junin. In 1711, on the recommendation of his friend and fellow, pupil Hakuseki, Kyuso received a government appointment in Yedo as professor of Chinese. In 1713, he took up his residence in a house at Suruganai, a lofty platform which overlooks Yedo from the north, near the spot where a Christian church now stands, conspicuous to the whole city. Here he spent the remainder of his days. When Hakuseki retired from public life, Kyuso to some extent took his place as advisor to the shogunate. The shogun Yoshimune, 1716-1751, esteemed him highly and consulted him continually. Kyuso is best remembered by his Shundai Zatsuwa, 1729, a work of his old age. The title means Miscellaneous Talk on Surugadai. It consists of notes taken of the discourses which he delivered in answer to those who believed in the old man and came to him with questions, and covers a wide variety of subjects. It contains unsparing denunciations of Buddhism, superstition, and heresy from the faith as it is in Chuhai, pantheistic philosophy, metaphysics, politics, lectures on the arts of war and poetry, literary criticisms, and so on. Kyuso propounds to the world no original ideas on these subjects. His philosophy is simply that of Chuhai in a Japanese garb, but in him, as in Hakusuki, the inner spirit and temper of mind which it fostered in Japan is seen at its best. Some Christian ideals are wanting. Forgiveness of one's enemies is not to be found there, nor is a chivalrous consideration for the weak and for women very conspicuous, but a noble enthusiasm for lofty ideals and high achievements with a scorn of meanness and duplicity pervades all the utterances of this Socrates of Surugadai. Loyalty to friends, devotion to duty, and a high-souled contempt for cowardice, dishonesty, and self-seeking are their unfailing characteristics. Kyuso, like the other 17th and 18th century expounders of Chinese philosophy, had a supreme contempt for Buddhism. The Kangakusha's ideal of life was essentially different. To the Buddhists, the spiritual life is all important. For its sake, men should wean themselves from the things of this world, sever all family ties, and retire to hermitages or monasteries, there to spend pure and holy lives in pious meditation and religious observances. The Chinese philosophy, on the contrary, is eminently practical. It may be summed up in one word: duty. The various relations of human life being ordained by heaven, it is man's business not to evade the obligations thus imposed on him, as the Buddhists would have him do, but to fulfill them faithfully at all costs. Japan owes a profound debt of gratitude to the Kangakusha of this time. For their day and country, they were emphatically the salt of the earth, and their writings must have helped materially to counteract the pernicious influence of a very different class of literature, which now began to deluge the country, the pornographic writings of Jisho and his school. Kyuso's style is unequal to his matter. He is frequently obscure and is somewhat too fond of learned allusions to Chinese history and literature. In both respects, he contrasts with his predecessor, Yekken, and even with Hakuseki, though the latter could be erudite enough upon occasion. But his learning was probably not misplaced, considering the audience whom he was addressing, while his obscurity seems due to the fact that he moved in an intellectual sphere so far above his contemporaries that he found the Japanese language of his time an inadequate vehicle to convey his thoughts. The following extract from the Shundai Zatsuwa will give some idea of Kyuso's philosophic vein. The morning, glory, or convolvulus. Oh, for the heart of the morning, glory, which, though its bloom is for a single hour, is the same as that of the fir. To my mind, there is a profound meaning in this verse. Many poems, some of ancient date, have been composed on the morning glory, for the most part alluding to its short-lived bloom and associating it with the melancholy sentiment of autumn. It is thus made an emblem of this transitory world. Such verses have no deeper meaning. The lines of Haku Kyo, I seen Chinese pei Q, Yai. After 1,000 years at last the fir decays. The hibiscus, flower glories in its one day's life, have the stamp of official approval and are reckoned elegant. But there is here a forced endeavor to make glory and decay the same, and to assimilate robust life with early death. This may sound fine in the ears of the vulgar, but it is, after all, a very superficial view. Such ideas go no further than to reproduce the drivel of Gautama Buddha, or to lick the spittle of Chuan Chao, we Taoist philosophers. This cannot be the meaning of Matsunega's heart, differing not from that of the fir tree. What do you say, gentlemen? To this old man's mind it says, he that in the morning has found the way may die content at night, to blossom in the early morn, to await the sun's rays and then to fade, is the nature which the morning glory has received from heaven. There are in the world fir trees which live 1,000 years, but the morning glory, though endowed with so brief a span of existence, never forgets itself for a moment or is envious of others. Morning after morning the flowers unfold enchantingly beautiful, and having exhausted that natural virtue which has been allotted to them, they wither. Herein they show their faithfulness to duty. The fir does just the same, but the morning glory, being short-lived, illustrates this principle in a more striking manner. Each simply fulfills its allotted nature. The view of the 1,000 years of the fir tree as robust vigor, and of the one day of the morning, glory as vain and transitory, belongs simply to the man who looks on them from without. It is absurd to suppose that in the mind of the fir tree or convolvulus there is any such thought. All things without sense are the same. But man, endowed with feeling and described as the soul of the universe, becomes entangled by his own craftiness, and so long as he does not learn the way, falls short of this perfection. Way must not be taken to be anything of a special kind, such as the spiritual vision of the Buddhists or the like. The way is the original right principle of things. It is something which vulgar men and women know and practice as well as others. But as they do not truly know it, they do not truly know it, they do not truly know it. Thoroughly practice it, they learn it, but do not fully comprehend it. They practice it, but not with conspicuous success. They may go on striving to the end of their days, but they will never enter into its full meaning. Now, to learn the way is nothing more than to acquire a true knowledge of this principle, and to practice it effectively until you have the restful feeling of a fish in water, and take the same pleasure in it that a bird does in the groves. It should be made one's very life at all times, never being departed from for a moment. If so long as we live, we follow the way, we follow the way, we follow the way, we follow the way. We die these bodies of ours, and the way come to an end together, and a long peace ensues. Living for a day, let us fulfill the way for that day and die. Living for a month, let us fulfill the way for that month and die. Living for a year, let us fulfill the way for that year and die. There will be left not an atom of regret, even if we die in the evening after having learnt the way in the morning. Looking at the matter in the morning, glory resent that it must fade when the sun's rays fall upon it. Though its life is but for a day, it has bloomed to the full extent of its endowment, and there is nothing left. It is widely different from the 1,000 years of the fire tree in length of time, but they are both alike in that they exhaust the command of heaven, fulfill their destinies, and are satisfied. This is what is meant by the expression, a heart differing not from that of the fir tree. Doubtless Matsunaga wished that his heart should become even like it, and therefore wrote this poem of the morning. Glory, in the following passage, which contains echoes of Taoist doctrines, Kyuso, approaches very nearly to the idea of a personal deity. The Satan ancient Chinese book says, God Seven is uniformly intelligent and just. It is his very nature to be so. Now, while all men know that he is just, they do not know that he is intelligent. Yet there is nothing of so keen an intelligence as God. How is this? Man hears with his ears, and beyond their reach he hears nothing, though he were as quick of hearing as Shako. He sees with his eyes, and beyond their range he can see nothing. Were he as sharp-sighted as Riro, with his heart he reflects, and however swift his intuitions may be, involve delay. God borrows not the help of ears or eyes, nor does he waste time in reflection. With him sensation is immediate and is followed by immediate responsive action. This, be it observed, is his nature and flows not from two or three, but from a single reality. But although there is in heaven and earth something infinitely quick of hearing and infinitely sharp of sight, independent of conditions of time or space, present as if actually on the spot, passing to and fro without any interval, embodying itself in all things which are, and filling the universe. It has neither form nor voice, and is therefore not cognizable by our senses. It is, however, sensible to the real and the true. As it feels, so it responds. If there is no truth or reality, there can be no response. If it did not feel, it would not respond. Proof of its existence. That which responds not, of course, does not exist. What a wonderful property for heaven and earth to possess. In the words of a stanza composed by priest Sergio when he made a pilgrimage to the shrines of eyes, of gratitude, and the tears trickled down. Think not that God is something distant, but seek for him in your own hearts. For the heart is the abode of God. To forsake all evil and follow good is the beginning of the practice of our philosophy, of everyday life. That which in heaven begets all things is in man that which makes him love his neighbor. So doubt not that heaven loves goodness of heart and hates its opposite. Has not bravery itself its root in goodness of heart, and does it not proceed from sympathy? It is only when it arises from goodness that bravery is genuine. Once, when I was in Kaga, I heard a man say, all faults, whether great or small, may be excused in the eyes of the world upon repentance and amendment, and leave behind no stain of deep-sated baseness. But there are two faults which are inexcusable even when repented of: theft and the abandonment by a samurai of a post which he is bound to defend with his life. Avarice and cowardice are the same. If a man is stingy of his money, he will also grudge his life. To the samurai, first of all, comes righteousness, next life, then silver and gold. Kyuso's righteousness and our righteousness are appreciably, though not essentially, though not essentially different. The former approaches the Roman ideal more than the Christian. He uses the word to describe the conduct of the 47 Ronins who, having avenged an insult to their master, which led to his death by the murder of the offender, then committed harakiri together. This incident occurred in Kyuso's own lifetime. Booklet in the Chinese language entitled Jin Roku, which, although not in itself a very important contribution to history, has been the parent of a whole literature. A later writer gives a list of 101 works relating to this subject, including fiction and the drama, has told the story in his Tales of Old Japan. It is highly characteristic of the Edo period of Japanese history. It is not creditable to the Japanese government of this time that although Kyuso presented the Shundai Zatsuwa to his patron, the shogun, in 1729, it was allowed to remain unpublished until 1750, although all the while a flood of pornographic literature was being poured out over the country without let or hindrance. The modern literary language of Japan owes much to the Kangakusha, more especially to those of the 17th and early 18th centuries. The older Japanese of the Taihiki was wholly inadequate for the expression of the host of new ideas which were the offspring of the revival of learning and the reorganization of the state. The social changes and the marked advance in civilization and the arts which accompanied this movement required a new vocabulary. Just as we resorted to Latin and Greek to meet a similar want, the Kangakusha enriched their language by the adoption of large numbers of Chinese words. This process was carried to great excess in later times. But writers like Hakusutsu and Kyuso were no pedants. They were practical men who were accustomed to use their pens for practical purposes and who wrote to make themselves understood, not to display their cleverness or learning. In their hands, the Japanese language not only gained much in fullness of vocabulary, but acquired a clearness and directness unattainable with the more cumbrous forms of the older language. Needless to say, pillow words, pivot words, and all such frivolous excrescences of style were utterly disdained by them. Movement described in the preceding chapter, another and very different development of literature was going on in Japan. It was threefold, comprising fiction, the drama, and a new kind of poetry known as heikaki. But while the Kangakusha wrote mainly for the samurai class, the writers of romances, plays, and haikai addressed themselves for the first time in Japanese history to the people. Their public consisted more especially of the populace of the three great cities of Yedo, Kyoto, and Osaka. In Japan, as in China, the traders occupy a very low place, both morally and socially. Of the four classes into which the population is divided, the samurai, including men of learning, soldiers, and officials of all grades, stand at the top. Next to them are the peasants. The artisans come third, and the merchants last of all. Classification. Under the Tokugawa regime, the city populations enjoyed great material prosperity, but their moral standards were not high. Naturally quick-witted and educated up to a point which may fairly be described by our own slang phrase, the three R's, they had little real culture or refinement. The many-headed beast had, however, learned to read and demanded an intellectual pabulum suited to its tastes. A want had been created which required to be supplied. Show in the way of fiction. One of the earliest romances of this time was the Mokuzu Monogatari, a highly melodramatic tale of love, jealousy, and revenge, the leading feature of which is of such a nature as to debar more particular description. 1660. Both relate the same story. A man, while visiting the temple of Kiyomitsu in Kyoto, meets a woman named Yusuyuki, thin snow. They love and are united, but the woman dies soon after, and the man shaves his head and retires to a monastery. Ibara Sayakuk was the founder of a new school of popular writing in Japan. He revived a class of composition which had been sadly neglected since the days of Murasaki no Shikibu and Sei Shonagon, and gave to the world a large number of volumes consisting of tales, novels, and sketches of contemporary life and manners. The latter are extremely lifelike and humorous. Saikaku was a resident of Osaka, where he followed the profession of composer of haikai. The world has very willingly forgotten his poetry, nor have the short dramatic pieces which he wrote for the Osaka stage fared much better with posterity. Bakken says that he had not a single Chinese character in his belly. Boness and his books, most of which have very little story, are mainly descriptions of the manners and customs of the great luminaries, which then, as now, formed a prominent feature of the principal cities of Japan. Some of them are too gross for quotation. The immoral tendency of his works was denounced even in his own day by a hostile critic under the suggestive title Saikaku no Jigoku Meguri Saikaku in Hell, permitted to appear. The reason for this tolerance being perhaps the circumstance that the fugitive humor of fast life in the 17th century has become in a great measure unintelligible to modern readers. Fellow writers of haikai, it is entitled Saikaku Nagori no Tomo and was published posthumously in 1699. He died in 1699 with a Japanese ending. It is one of a series of tales woven into a work entitled Fudokoro no Suzuri, or Bosom Ink Slab, a fanciful title for what we might call Notes of Travel, 1687. Frequent the Isle of Awaji, one may perceive the sadness of the things of this world. Our junk anchored for the night in a harbor called Yashima. A wretched place it was. With what eyes could the poet have regarded it who called it the flowery Yashima? Even though it was spring, there were no cherry flowers. So with feelings suited to an autumn eve, I approached a match-roofed shed which stood near the beach. There were some women assembled here, enjoying themselves over a cup of tea. Usually it would have been a case of commonplace, ill-natured daughter. But judging from their excited manners, it's a subject of their important seeming conversation. It appeared that a fisherman of this shore by name Kokusen'ya Kassen was in the habit of hiring himself annually for the sardine fishery off the east coast. He usually went down there in company with many others, but the previous autumn nobody else came forward, and so he willfully went alone. Time passed and nothing was heard of him. Being an illiterate man, he naturally held little communication with the world, and thus became a cause of anxiety to his relations. That autumn there were many storms, and great numbers of fishing vessels were lost. All his family, when they listened to the noise of the wind, lamented, "Ah, Kiroku is no more of this world." Others talked as if they had actually witnessed his end. There was a rumor that 250 men had perished in a body in the outer sea, and all congratulated themselves that, owing to a presentiment of ill luck, they had this year stayed at home. His wife, hearing this, even in the depth of her misery and sorrow, felt her condition still more profoundly wretched. Morning and evening, she could think of nothing else, to such a degree that she was on the point of nothing else, throwing away her life. Thus she gave proof of a gentle, womanly heart. Moreover, Kiroku, in his capacity of Iri, Wuko, Butu, had been on excellent terms with his wife, and had done his duty faithfully towards her parents, so that when she remembered his position, his loss was a source of great grief to her. Winter arrived, spring came and went. Nearly a year passed with no news of him. There could be no longer any doubt that he was dead. The day on which he said goodbye and left his native village was chosen for the anniversary of his death. Priests said the proper masses. His personal effects were restored to his true parents, and, as is the way of the world, he began gradually to be forgotten. Now his wife was still young. People thought it a pity she should remain a widow, and urged her to take a second husband for the relief of her parents' cares, as was the custom. But she could by no means be persuaded to give her consent. She resolved by to shave her head, to abandon the world, and with profound incense and flowers purpose of heart to devote herself to her husband's memory. Everybody did his best to dissuade her, saying first of all how undutiful it would be towards her parents. Nuptials. The man selected for her husband was a fisherman of the same village named Iso no Mokube, a far better match than Kyoroku, and satisfactory in every respect. The parents rejoiced, the friends exulted, and though it was a second marriage, even in this fishing hamlet everything was done in a style equal to that of the ceremony of breeching a boy. The women had on their boxwood hair combs. Sake was circulated freely, but there are jealous people everywhere, and the company were disturbed from time to time by pebbles flung against the door. As the night went on, this too ceased. The bride and bridegroom retired to their chamber and, placing their wooden pillows side by side, began a confidential talk, in which Kyoroku was naturally forgotten. The wedding company, fatigued with their enjoyment of the previous night, slept soundly late into the next morning. When the door was opened, there was Kyoroku in his traveling garb. He walked in with an air of being at home, his heart full of love for the wife he had not seen for so long. He entered the disordered sleeping chamber, which was lighted up by a ray of sunshine from the southern window. When he caught a glimpse of his wife's hair, which was more beautiful than ever. The prettiest woman in this village, he thought to himself, but observing her companion, his dream was shattered. Embarrassed, with a strange expression on his countenance, "What is this?" asked Kyoroku. Mokube explained what had happened, laying the blame of this terrible misadventure on fate. What made things worse was the presence of so many people, and the fact that Mokube had for a long time been on bad terms with Kyoroku. But Kyoroku, showing him a more friendly cheer than usual, collected himself and related the story of his sufferings when cast away on the remote sea. When he had done, he calmly stabbed his wife, cut down Mokube, and with the same sword put an end to himself. What a heroic winding up of the matter for a mere rustic. Children's tales to the fiction of the 17th century belong a number of children's tales, the threes which retained their popularity even at the present day, unless they have been swept away of late years by the advancing tide of European civilization. Though they bear a general resemblance to such stories as Cinderella and appear in various forms, I am inclined to think that they are not really folk lore, but had definite authors whose names have long been forgotten. The Nedzumi no Yomiri Rat's wedding dates from before 1661, while of the Kokusen'ya Kassen, Battle of the Ape and the Crab, and the Shitakiri Suzume Tong Cut Sparrow. We have new editions which bear the date of Hoyei, 1704, 1704, 1711. Others are Momotaro, Little Peachling, Hanasakai Jiji, the old man who made trees to blossom, Usagi no Katakiuchi, the Hare's Revenge, 39. The novelist Bacon, a very competent authority on folklore, was much interested in these tales and has been at the pains to ransack Chinese and Japanese literature for anything which might be thought to suggest the incidents related in them. Correct to say that the popular drama owed nothing to the No, but it certainly followed a different and independent line of development. Its literary progenitor is the Taihai, which, it may be remembered, was chanted or recited in public by men who made this their profession. The Taihiki was followed by more or less dramatic stories, which were recited by a single person seated before a desk, to the accompaniment of taps of a fan to mark the time, or to give emphasis. To this was subsequently added the music of the samisen, a three-string guitar recently introduced from Luchu. A favorite story for this purpose was the Jorori Jiyu. It relates the loves of the famous Yoshitsune with a heroine whose name, Jorori, is now used as a synonym for a whole class of dramatic compositions. Towards the middle of the 17th century, we hear of Joruri Katari, chanters of Joruri, at Yedo, for whom two authors named Okeisaide and Yomiya Yajiro are said to have written a number of pieces, some of which, known as Kompira Bon, are still in existence. They relate the adventures of a hero named Kompira, 9 feet 2 inches high, with a face so red that nothing could be redder, whose doughty deeds in quelling demons and slaying savage beasts are still the delight of the Japanese schoolboy. The first kabuki shibai, or popular theater, as distinguished from the no shibai and from the ayatsuri shibai, or marionette theater, is said to have been established at Kyoto early in the 17th century. We are told that a priestess of the great temple of Kizuki in Izumo, named Okuni, having made the acquaintance of one Nagoya Sanzaburo, ran away with him to Kyoto. There they got together a number of dancing girls and gave performances on the bank of the river Kamo, where the theater street stands at the present day. Okuni, as a priestess, would naturally be acquainted with the pantomimic dances performed in honor of the Shinto gods, and was doubtless herself a trained dancer and mime. Owing to certain abuses, the employment of women as actors was put a stop to by the authorities. Their place was taken by boys, but this also was eventually prohibited. A marionette theater was next established. In 1661, it was transferred to Osaka, where it was famous in subsequent dramatic history as the Tatemoto-za. The marionette theater is still popular in Japan. The puppets are elaborate contrivances fitted with machinery for rolling the eyeballs, raising the eyebrows, opening and closing the mouth, moving the fingers so as to grasp and flirt a fan, and so on. The popularity of the Takemoto-za procured it several rivals, the most celebrated of which was the Toyotekze. The fame of the Takemoto-za was chiefly owing to the genius of Chikamatsu Monzaemon. The birthplace of this remarkable man has been as much disputed as that of Homer. The most probable statement is that he was a samurai of Hagai in Shoshu, where he was born in 1653. He himself tells us that he was a retainer of more than one noble house in Kyoto. For some reason his services ceased and he became a ronin. The ronin, that is, a samurai who has been dismissed for misconduct or whose indocile temper has found the severe discipline of the yashiki irksome beyond endurance, is a very familiar personage during the Edo period of Japanese history, not only in fiction, but in real life. Countless deeds of desperate courage and many atrocious crimes are related of them, among which may be mentioned the well-known revenge of the 47 Ronins and their subsequent suicide, and the murderous attacks on the British legation in 1861 and 1862. In the early days of foreign intercourse with Japan, Ronin was a word of fear to all quiet, law-abiding people. It is significant that the principal playwright, as well as the most eminent novelist, Bacon, of this period should both belong to the ranks of these Homesday classes. After leaving the service of the Kyoto nobles, Chikamatsu wrote a number of stories and pieces of no great merit for dramatic performance at Kyoto. One of these, formerly attributed to Saiyakuk, is the Kaijin Yashima, which bears traces of a study of the older no-drama and Kyojin. Its subject is an episode in the life of Yoshitsune. Chikamatsu's earliest dated work was written in 1685. In 1690, he took up his residence in Osaka, when his connection with the Takemoto Marionette Theater began. From this time until his death in 1724, he produced in rapid succession a number of dramas which, whatever their faults, leave no doubt of his possessing a fertile and inventive genius. On a superficial examination of one of Chikamatsu's plays, a European reader might fail to recognize the fact that it is a drama at all, and take it for a romance with rather more than the usual proportion of dialogue. All the Joruri contain a large narrative element of a more or less poetical character. This part of the play is chanted to music by a chorus seated on a platform overlooking the stage on the spectator's right, where also the persons sit who declaim the speeches of the puppet actors. It is the narrative part which is more especially designated by the term joruri. The chorus which recites it is the true successor of the jori katari, or dramatic reciters above mentioned, and is the nucleus of the whole, the dialogue being at first merely subsidiary. It not only supplies a thread of story to connect the scenes represented by the puppets on the stage, but aids the imagination of the audience by describing expressions of countenance, scenery, and much more that the resources of a theater, and especially of a marionette theater, fail to convey. On closer examination, however, it becomes apparent that Chikamatsu's works are not really romances, but stage plays. They have a well-marked movement of plot from the opening scene up to the final catastrophe. They abound in dramatic situations, and many of the scenes are obviously designed with a view to spectacular effect. These things were new in Japan, and to Chikamatsu therefore belongs the credit of being the creator of the Japanese drama. Chikamatsu's plays are classified by the Japanese as jidei mono, or historical plays, and suwa. With the exception of a few in 3 acts, they are all plays of 5 acts. But whether the choice of this consecrated number had anything to do with the fact that the Dutch were in the habit of visiting the theaters of Kyoto and Osaka on their periodical journeys to Yedo to pay their respects to the shogun, I have not been able to ascertain, nor is it possible to verify a suspicion that the arrangements of the Japanese popular theater, with its capacious pit and galleries, and the stage well furnished with scenery, trap doors, turntables as in ancient Greece, and other appliances may owe something to hints given by these visitors. In these respects, the Japanese popular theater is certainly far in advance of any other in Asia, and more particularly of the no shibai above described. The modern edition of his selected works comprises 51 plays and runs to more than 2,000 closely printed pages. He is credited with the authorship of as many more. Each is of about the same length as one of Shakespeare's plays, so that they constitute a truly formidable bulk of literary matter. The novelist Kyoden tells us that a 3-act piece of his called Naga, Machi Onahara Hiri, the woman's hurrah, a gruesome title, was written in a single night, and the statement, whether true or not, bears testimony to the opinion entertained by his countrymen of his facility of composition. His works deal with all manner of subjects. They show that he was well acquainted with the Shinto and Buddhist religions, and that he possessed a wide and varied knowledge of the history and institutions of Japan and China. Of Chikamatsu's merits as a dramatist and poet, it behoves a European writer to speak with some degree of reserve, more especially as it is impossible to read more than a tithe of his work. The admiration of his own countrymen for him is unbounded, some of them going so far as to compare him with Shakespeare. It is certainly possible to trace resemblances both in Shakespeare and Chikamatsu. Comedy frequently treads on the heels of tragedy. In both, prose is intermixed with poetry, and an exalted style of diction suited to monarchs and nobles alternates with the speech of the common people. Both divided their attention between historical and other dramas. Both possess the fullest command of the resources of their respective languages, and both are tainted with a grosser element which is rejected by the more refined taste of later time. It may be added that neither Shakespeare nor Chikamatsu is classical in the sense in which we apply that term to Sophocles and Racine. Chikamatsu in particular is very far removed indeed from the classical type. But few such comparisons have any value, and it is really idle to compare Shakespeare with a writer whose portraiture of character is rudimentary, whose incidents are outrageously extravagant and improbable, whose philosophy of life is wholly wanting in originality or depth, and who is constantly introducing scenes brutal and revolting to a degree inconceivable to the Western mind. Of this last blemish, his audiences must share the responsibility. Nothing seems to have given greater pleasure to these smug, unwarlike shopmen and mechanics with their womankind. No samurai with any self-respect ever entered a theater than sanguinary combats and scenes of torture, suicide, and murder. They loved to have their blood curdled and their flesh made to creep, and Chikamatsu, like other writers of his day, took care to supply this demand in no stinted measure. Defects like these are only partially compensated for by a certain barbaric vigor and luxuriance which undoubtedly distinguishes his works. That such a writer should hold the position of the prince of Japanese dramatists only shows by what an imperfect standard this art is judged in Japan. It is difficult for a Western reader to understand the esteem in which Chikamatsu is held by his countrymen as a poet. In that part of his plays which is chanted to music by the chorus we may, it is true fine measure, rhythmical cadence, fit language, and play of fancy, but all in a very modest degree. The metrical form adopted by him is the usual alternation of 7- and 5-syllable phrases, which is even less substantial than our ordinary blank verse, or the irregular unrhymes favored by Southey. Nor does he adhere strictly even to this. Longer or shorter lines are introduced from time to time for no other apparent reason than the author's convenience. The rhythmical quality of his poetry is unmistakable. But for reasons already pointed out, the Japanese language does not lend itself to any but the simplest harmonies of this kind. A more serious blemish is the abundant use of pivot words and other meretricious ornaments, which are fatal to coherent sense and destructive to grammar. The general result is seldom such as to satisfy a European taste. It will nevertheless, I think, be found that Chikamatsu's poetry, with all its faults, occupies an important place in the history of Japanese literature. The writers of No had done something to extend the domain of the poetic art beyond the narrow limits prescribed by tradition. Chikamatsu continued their work and took possession of, if he failed to reclaim, large tracts of subject matter, which had been neglected by his predecessors. The older poetry may be compared to a trim garden of a few yards square. Chikamatsu's jewelry resembles a wide clearing in a forest where the products of a rude agriculture are seen growing among tree stumps and jungle. Chikamatsu's most famous play is one which is entitled Kokusen'ya Kassen 1715, or The Battles of Kokusen'ya. Kokusen'ya, called Kokusen'ya by older European writers on Japan, was a famous pirate, the son of a Chinese by a Japanese mother, who played a considerable part in the wars of the last days of the Ming Dynasty in China. As this is considered the masterpiece of the greatest of Japanese dramatists, it seems desirable to give an analysis of it here. The scene opens at the court of Nanking. The last of the Ming emperors is seen surrounded by his ministers. An envoy from the king of Tartary appears, bringing rich presents which are piled up in the courtyard. He makes a speech in which, on behalf of his master, he asks for Kwase, the favorite concubine of the emperor, so that he may make her his queen and thus cement friendship between the two powers. The emperor and his court are much disturbed by this proposal, as Kwase was just then expected to give birth to an heir to the Ming throne. A traitorous minister named Ri Toten urges its acceptance. General Go-Sanki rushes forward and protests indignantly, ordering the Tatar king's presents to be taken away. The Tatar envoy replies with spirit and is about to fling out of the imperial presence when Rai Toten strives to pacify him. To enforce his appeal, he digs out his own left eye with a dagger and hands it on an ivory slab to the envoy, who receives it with respect and accepts it in satisfaction for Go-Sanki's insult to his sovereign and himself. The envoy takes his departure. The next scene is in the apartment of the emperor's younger sister. The emperor appears accompanied by 200 youthful inmates of his harem, half of whom bear branches of flowering plum and half of cherry. They draw up on each side of the stage. The emperor tells his sister of Ri Toten's noble self-sacrifice, and again urges the latter's suit for the hand of the princess, which had previously been rejected by her, suggesting that her answer should depend on the result of a battle between the plum and cherry squadrons of ladies. The princess agrees to this and puts herself at the head of the plum party, who, acting in collusion with the emperor, allow themselves to be defeated. Kokusen'ya now rushes in, clad in full armor, and with his lance drives off both squadrons. He remonstrates with the emperor for setting an example in the palace, which, if followed by the people, would lead to disastrous civil tumults, charges Ri Toten with treachery, and by an elaborate analysis of the Chinese written character for Ming, the name of the dynasty proves that Ri Toten's digging out his eye was merely a private signal to the Tartar envoy that the time was right for the execution of their treacherous schemes. The emperor scoffs at this learned sophistry and kicks Kokusen'ya on the forehead with his imperial foot. From all sides there now comes a sound of conchs, drums, and battle shouts. The Tartars have arrived and are surrounding the palace. Their general rides into the courtyard. He tells the emperor that the Tartar king's love for Kwase was all a pretense, and that his real object was the destruction of the unborn heir to the Ming throne. He avows Ri Toten's treacherous complicity and announces to Kokusen'ya his intention of carrying off the emperor and Kwase as prisoners and of making them serve as menials in his master's kitchen. Kokusen'ya's wife, Ryuka, now appears with an infant in her arms. She flies with the princess by a postern gate, leaving her child behind. Kokusen'ya makes a sally and with 100 men drives off several millions of the enemy. In his absence, Ri Toten's younger brother, Ri Kaikiho, murders the emperor, cuts off his head, and binds Kwase. Kokusen'ya returns, cleaves Ri Kaikiho in two, releases Kwase, and reverently sets up the emperor's headless trunk, which he adorns with the hereditary regalia. While he is hesitating whether to save the emperor's body or the pregnant consort Kwase, the enemy renew their attack. Having beaten them off, he resolves to save the unborn heir to the throne and to abandon the corpse. Meanwhile, his own infant child begins to cry for his natural nourishment. But on second thoughts, he reflects that the child is his own heir and that it would be on the whole better to save him. So he binds him firmly to the shaft of his spear and retreats to the seashore with Kwase, pursued by the enemy. Kwase is killed by a bullet and Kokusen'ya by an improvised Caesarean operation. Coram Populo rescues her living child, a beautiful boy which he wraps in his dead mother's sleeve. But stay, if the enemy find that the child is gone, they will spare no pains to discover it. So he stabs his own child, who, it may be remembered, was all this time lashed to the shaft of his spear, and substitutes it for the infant prince. Exit Kokusen'ya. They hide among the reeds by the seashore. A Tartar officer named Godatsu follows in pursuit. He takes a small boat and searches all the creeks near them. Ryuka, Kokusen'ya's wife, catches his oar and overturns his boat. He goes to the bottom and Ryuka gets into the boat with the princess. Godatsu comes up from below, all dripping, and a combat ensues, in which Godatsu has his head cut off by Ryuka. Then, as in her bedraggled and blood-stained condition she is no fit company for a princess, she shoves off the boat containing the latter, which is carried away by the wind and tide, and remains behind on the shore. The chorus describes the situation in poetical imagery. Act I, the scene changes to Hirado in Japan. Kokusen'ya, with his wife, is gathering shellfish on the seashore when a small boat approaches. It proves to contain the princess, who had drifted over from China. Kokusen'ya's wife, a low, vulgar woman who provides the comic element of the play, is overcome with laughter at the Chinese which the princess and her husband talk. Jealousy then gets the upper hand, but this gives way to respect when she learns the rank of the stranger. Kokusen'ya, who is the son of a trusted minister of the Ming emperors, makes up his mind to restore that dynasty and proceeds with his father and mother to China, leaving the princess in his wife's charge. On arriving there, they resolved to seek the assistance of Kanki, a Chinese magnate who had married a sister of Kokusen'ya while traveling through a forest on their way to his castle. Kokusen'ya bearing his aged mother on his back, they fall in with a tiger. Disdaining to use his sword against the beast, Kokusen'ya gains the mastery over him after a struggle, which doubtless gave much gratification to the groundlings of the Osaka theater. A hunting party arrives. Their leader claims the tiger for Toten, the traitorous one. Minister of the first act. Kokusen'ya replies in a style of inimitable braggadocio. With the tiger's assistance, he subdues the huntsmen and forms of them the nucleus of an army with which to conquer the Tartar invaders. Kokusen'ya's first care is to cut off the pigtails of his recruits and to give them new names in which Japanese terminations are stuck onto names indicative of their foreign origin. We may well wonder what an Englishman was doing dans cette galère. Kokusen'ya, at the head of his newly recruited force, arrives before Kanki's castle, but he is absent and they are refused admittance. The old mother, however, is permitted to enter in the guise of a prisoner bound with cords. Kanki returns. The old woman begs him earnestly to espouse her son Kokusen'ya's cause. He then explains that he has not suddenly gone mad, but that if he joined Kokusen'ya, people would say he was influenced by women, so it was necessary to remove his wife as a preliminary to granting her request. His wife being still alive, this was impossible. News of this refusal being conveyed to Kokusen'ya, he bounds over the moat and parapet of the castle. He flies and presents himself before Kanki. After mutual Homeric defiance, they prepare to fight when Kanki's wife exposes her breast, showing that in order to remove all obstacle to the plans of her husband and brother, she has given herself a death wound. The two then fraternize, and a quantity of warlike gear is produced, in which Kokusen'ya is clad, his mother looking on with great admiration. She then commits suicide, enjoining on her son and Kanki to show no weakness in fighting against the Tartars, but to regard them as the enemies of mother and wife. She dies with a smile on her face, gazing at the gallant appearance of Kokusen'ya in the new armor supplied him by Kanki. We now return to Go-Sanki, who at the end of the first act had retired to a secluded place among the hills with the heir to the Ming throne. Here follows a Rip Van Winkle episode, at the end of which Go-Sanki finds that the young prince has become a boy of 7, whose voice sounds to him like the first song of the nightingale heard in some secluded valley where snow still lies. Kokusen'ya's father now appears upon the scene, accompanied by Kokusen'ya's wife and the princess, who have come over from Japan. Whilst they are giving mutual explanations, the enemy come in chase. But the gods having been prayed to, a cloud issues from a cave and forms a bridge, over which they cross an abyss to the mountain on the other side. The enemy attempt to follow, but the bridge is blown away by a puff of wind. The 500 foes tumble to the bottom and are crushed to pieces. A letter arrives from Kokusen'ya's father, stating that finding life at his age, 73, not worth living, he is about to find death in the enemy's ranks. The three, full of determination to save him. The scene changes to Nanking. Kokusen'ya's father appears before the gate and challenges Toten to single combat. The Tartar king is seen on the battlements. By his order, the old man is seized and brought into the city. Kokusen'ya and his party appear before the walls. Toten tells Kokusen'ya that he must choose between his father committing harakiri or they're both going back to Japan. Consternation of Kokusen'ya and his party, reached by Kokusen'ya's father, reminding him of his mother's dying injunctions and adjuring him not to think of his fate. Kokusen'ya is about to spring at the Tartar king, but is deterred by Retin, putting his sword to the old man's throat. Go-Sanki now throws himself at the feet of the Tartar king, offering to give up Kokusen'ya if the lives of the other two were spared. No sooner has the Tartar king granted this request than Kokusen'ya springs at him, knocks him over, and binds him. Kokusen'ya also rushes forward, releases his father, and seizes Rytoten. A summary of this kind gives too much prominence to the defects of this most famous of Japanese dramas. Its manner is better than its matter. There is a copious flow of sonorous and often picturesque language, of exalted sentiment and sententious oratory, which divert the readers, and still more the audience's attention from the improbabilities of the story. The personages do and say many absurd things, yet they speak and bear themselves in a manner not altogether unworthy of tragic heroes. It may be added that even in his maddest moods, Chikamatsu never neglects dramatic force of situation, and that he has a turn for impressive dialogue which ought not to be ignored. Dullness is not among the numerous faults of the Kokusen'ya Kassen. The European reader is not likely to relish the more poetical passages of this drama, with their pivot words and closely woven elusive phrases. Yet possibly there is more in them than we are willing to acknowledge. The Japanese find them the choicest part of the work, and they might not unreasonably deny to foreigners the right to sit in judgment upon the finer raptures of their national music. As a poet, Chikamatsu may readily be allowed one merit. If Japan ever produces epic, dramatic, or long narrative poems of importance, he will have done much to prepare the way. The popularity of the Kokusen'ya Kassen with the audiences of Osaka was so great as to call for two continuations in the same style, and it is still one of the stock pieces of the Japanese theater. Kabuki theater, meanwhile, a somewhat different development of the dramatic art was taking place. Chiefly at Yedo, Kabuki theaters, which had men for actors, had been established there before the middle of the 17th century. The pieces produced in these theaters were at first the composition of the actors engaged in them, but towards the beginning of the 18th century we hear of definite authors whose works were published under the title of Kayaku Bon. Native critics agree that the Kayaku Bon contain little that is of value as literature. In form, they approach the European drama far more nearly than do the Joruri. The dialogue is here all-important, the chorus, with its narratives and poetical descriptions, taking a subordinate position or being altogether wanting. Chapter act poetry of the 17th century. Haikai, Haibun, Kyoka, Haikai. It might naturally be supposed that in the tanka of 31 syllables, poetry had reached its extreme limit of brevity and conciseness. But a still further step remained to be taken in this direction. In the 16th century, a kind of poem known as haikai, which consists of 17 syllables only, made its appearance. The haikai is a tanka minus the concluding 14 syllables and is made up of 3 phrases of 5, 7, and 5 syllables respectively, as in the following. Puru ai ya kawatsu tobi komu mitsu no oto. It differs from tanka, however, in more than meter, being much less choice in diction and matter than the older kind of poetry. It admits words of Chinese derivation and colloquial expressions, and often deals with subjects which the more fastidious tanka refuses to meddle with. The earliest professor of this accomplishment was Yamazaki Sokan, a Buddhist priest, 1445, 1534. The verses of his, which I have met with, have mostly a comic character. Here is one. A halo is called in Japanese kasa, which also means a broad hat or umbrella. Another early haikai writer was Arakita Moritake, 1472, 1549. The following is from his pen. Coming down to the Edo period, the first name of note in this department of literature is that of Matsunaga Titoku, 1562-1645. A well-known haikai of his is the following. In other words, the autumn moon is so beautiful that people sit up half the night to gaze on it and have therefore to make up for their want of sleep by a siesta on the following day. If it were not, however, for the fame of Matsura Basho, 1643–1694, and his disciples, it would hardly be necessary to notice this kind of composition at all. He imported a more serious element and greatly refined and improved the haikai until it became a formidable rival to the tanka. The latter had in these days become too exclusive for the popular taste. The Fujiwara family, who were its special patrons, practicers, and critics, maintained the traditional canons of the art in all their rigidity, and the nation was glad of a new and more unconfined field for its poetical talent. To write tolerable tanka required a technical training for which the many had neither time nor opportunity, but there was nothing to prevent anyone with ordinary cleverness and a smattering of education from composing haikai. Seikaku, an unlearned man, is said to have produced 20,000 stanzas of this kind of poetry during one day's visit to the shrine of Sumiyoshi, and to have received on that account the cognomen of the 20,000-old man. The story is an obvious exaggeration, but it shows what an easy thing haikai writing was thought to be. Basho belonged to a samurai family, hereditary retainers of the daimyo of Tsu, in the province of Aizu. He acquitted himself with credit in an official capacity connected with water, works in Yedo, but for some reason threw up his appointment and entered the Buddhist priesthood. He built himself a cottage in the Fukagawa district of Yedo and planted a banana tree beside the window. It grew up and flourished, and from it he took the name of Basho Banana, by which he is known to posterity. He was a diligent student of the Zen Buddhist doctrines and of Taoism, and was also an artist. From time to time he took long excursions to the remotest parts of Japan, leaving behind him traces of his presence, which remain to this day in the shape of stones inscribed with poems of his composition. On one of these journeys he took suddenly ill and died at Osaka in the 51st year of his age. Shote Kinsui relates the following incident which happened on one of Basho's tours. It illustrates the favor in which haikai was held even by the lowest classes of the people. Once, when on his travels, Basho passed through a certain rural district, making haikai as he went along. It was full moon. The whole sky was flooded with light so that it was clearer than noonday. It was so bright that Basho did not think of seeking an inn, but continued his journey. In a certain village he came upon a party of men who had brought out sake and something to eat with it into the open air, and were enjoying the moonlight. Basho stood still to watch them. Presently they fell to composing haikai. Basho was greatly pleased to see that this elegant accomplishment was practiced even in so remote a place, and continued looking on, when a silly fellow of the party noticed him and said, "There is a priest who looks like a pilgrim. He may be a begging priest, but never mind. Let us invite him to join us." They all thought this would be great fun. Basho could not refuse, so he joined their circle, taking the lowest seat. The silly fellow then said to him, "Everybody here is bound to compose something about the full moon." He said he was a humble individual belonging to a country place. How should he presume to contribute to the entertainment of the honorable company? He begged, therefore, that they would kindly excuse him. "No, no," said they, "we can't excuse you. Good or bad, you must compose one verse at least." They urged him until at last he consented. "The new moon, what a fool this priest is," cried one. "The poem should be about the full moon." "Let him go on," said another. "It will be all the more fun." So they gathered round and mocked and laughed at him. Basho paid no attention, but went on. "'Twas the new moon. Since then I waited, and lo, tonight I have my reward." The whole party were amazed. The whole party were amazed. The whole party were amazed. They took their seats again and said, "Sir, you can be no common priest to write such a remarkable verse. May we ask your name?" Basho smilingly replied, "My name is Basho, and I am traveling about on a pilgrimage for the sake of practicing the art of haikai." The rustics, in great excitement, apologized for their rudeness to an eminent man whose fragrant name was known to all the world. They sent for their friends who were interested in haikai and began their al-fresco feast anew in his honor. It has been objected that haikai, even in the hands of an acknowledged master like Basho, is too narrow in its compass to have any value as literature. The Kangakusha Dazai Shuntai calls it a tsutanaki mono, a stupid sort of thing, and Shotei Kansui admits that in the eyes of the superior man, this is doubtless so. Its popularity, however, is undeniable. The name of Basho was known to the very cow herds. He had 10 disciples, and they in their turn had pupils whose name is Legion. Monthly conferences of haikai amateurs were held regularly both in the capital and the provinces, and there were professors who contrived to make a living by practicing this art. It would be absurd to put forward any serious claim on behalf of haikai to an important position in literature. Yet granted the form, it is difficult to see how more could be made of it than Basho has done. It is not only the meter which distinguishes these tiny effusions from prose. There is in them a perfection of apt phrase which often enshrines minute but genuine pearls of true sentiment or pretty fancy. Specks even of wisdom and piety may sometimes be discerned upon close scrutiny. Suggestiveness is their most distinctive quality, as may be seen by the following. A cloud of flowers is the bell Yunyino, or Asakusa. To the English reader, this will appear bald and even meaningless. But to an inhabitant of Yedo it conveys more than meets the ear. It carries him away to his favorite pleasure resort of Mukojima, with its long lines of cherry trees ranged by the bank of the river Sumida, and the famous temples of Ueno and Asakusa in the vicinity. He will have no difficulty in expanding it into something of this kind. The cherry flowers in Mukojima are blossoming in such profusion as to form a cloud which shuts out the prospect. Whether the bell which is sounding from the distance is that of the temple of Ueno or of Asakusa, I am unable to determine. But brevis esse labret obscurus fit. A very large proportion of Basho's haikai are so obscurely elusive as to transcend the comprehension of the uninitiated foreigner. The following are some of the more lucid. The same quality of suggestiveness pervades them all. An ancient pond, with a sound from the water of the frog as it plunges in. I come weary in search of an inn. Ah, these wistaria flowers, ah, the waving lespinaza, which spills not a drop of the clear dew. 'Tis the first snow, just enough to bend the gladiolus leaves of my Idera, the gate I would knock at, the moon of today. That is to say, how beautiful the scenery about the temple of Madeira must look on a fine moonlight night like this. I would that I were there to see it. On a withered branch a crow is sitting this autumn eve. The cry of the cicada gives no sign that presently it will die. The following are by other writers. 'Tis the cuckoo. Listen well, how much soever gods ye be. 'Tis the first snow, yet someone is indoors. Who can it be? The club shakers rising and falling in the water until it becomes a mosquito. The water grub, which subsequently becomes a mosquito, moves about by the rapid vibration of its tail. Hence the name club shaker. To the Japanese it is an emblem of the mischievous boy who is destined to develop into a wicked man. O ye fallen leaves, there are far more of you than ever I saw growing on the trees. The width of this mosquito net which meets my eye when I wake and when I lie down. The following characteristic specimen of this kind of poetry is quoted in Mr. B. H. Chamberlain's Handbook of Colloquial Japanese. Agago ni toru toret moret. Baiai, mizu. Literally, having had my well bucket taken away by the convolvuli, gift water. The meaning, as Mr. Chamberlain not unnecessarily explains, is this. The poetess Chiyo, having gone to her well one morning to draw water, found that some tendrils of the convolvulus had twined themselves around the rope. As a poetess and a woman of taste, she could not bring herself to disturb the dainty blossoms. So, leaving her own well to the convolvuli, she went and begged water of a neighbor. A pretty little vignette, surely, and expressed in 5 words. Haibun the Haibun is a kind of prose composition which may be conveniently mentioned here, as it is a sort of satellite of the haikai and aims at the same conciseness and suggestiveness. The most noted writer of Haibun is Kokusen'ya Kassen, 1703-1783, a high official of Nagoya in Owari. He is the author of the much-admired apologue which follows. An earthen vessel, whether it be square or round, strives to adapt to its own form the thing, whether it does not insist on preserving its own shade, that which is put into it. Full, it reaches above men's shoulders. Empty, it is folded up and hidden in the bosom. O thou bag of moon and flowers whose form is ever changing, in other words, how much better it is to yield our hearts to the manifold influences of external nature, like the moon and flowers, which are always changing their aspect with the weather and the season, than self-concentrated to try to make everything conform to one's own narrow standard. Kyoka, literally mad poetry, is a comic and vulgar variety of tanka. There is here an absolute freedom both in respect to language and choice of subject. The kyoka must be funny, that is all. In this kind of poetry, of which an immense quantity was produced during the Edo period, a punning propensity of the Japanese has been allowed full scope. Share, pronounced sherry, reigns there supreme. Share is one of those numerous Japanese words for which there is no exact English equivalent. Comprehended under the terms gaiety, esprit, playful fancy, stylishness must be added. Japanese wit, like that of other countries, has an element which defies analysis or classification. Well, nigh intolerable to European tastes. Dr. Florenz, professor of philology in the Imperial University of Tokyo, has treated this subject with truly German conscientiousness and erudition in a paper read before the German Asiatic Society of Japan in July 1892. Named Tsuchiko Kenishiro, he classifies share under 2 heads with divisions and subdivisions, making in all 20 different kinds. Our old enemy, the pivot word, is here. Also the pillow word and several varieties of the ordinary pun. Each, which I shall not attempt to describe, even the reader who has a competent knowledge of the language requires a special study to understand and appreciate them. He follows these far. Aston waggeries with a halting step and frequently finds himself in the position of the Scotchman who was heard suddenly to burst into laughter at a joke which had been made half an hour before. Nothing testifies more strikingly to the nimbleness of the Japanese apprehension than their delight in these Taschenspielerkunstchen, Sprechlichen, Destruction, Ausdrucks, linguistic prestidigitations, as Dr. Florenz has aptly called them, whether in conversation or in books. It may be doubted whether such an excessive fondness for mere verbal wit does not amount to a disease, and whether it has not constituted a serious obstacle to the development of higher qualities in their literature in quite recent times. A popular kind of lyrical poetry has come into fashion which somewhat resembles the ancient Naga Yuta in form. The following may serve as a specimen. Vain has been the dream in which I thought that we met. Awake, I find myself again in the darkness of the wretched reality. Whether I try to hope or give way to gloomy thought, truly for my heart there is no relief. If this is such a miserable world that I may not meet thee, oh, let me take up my abode deep in the far mountains, and deeper still in their furthest depths, where, careless of men's gaze, I may think of my love. Chapter of the 18th century Kangakusha. Fiction. Jisho and Kaseki, Jisuo and Kaseki. Jitsuruku reached its height in the 18th century. In its early years, Hakuseki Kyuso and other distinguished men of letters still lived and wrote. They had numerous successors who continued to bring out volume after volume after volume of commentaries on the Chinese classic works on government, the art of war, history, finance and political economy, ethics, metaphysics, and religion, under which the shelves of Japanese libraries are groaning at this day. But, as the Hike Monogatari says, that which flourishes must also decay. After the philosophers came the sophists. Japan had little more to learn from. The Chuhai philosophy and the renewed study of the ancient Chinese literature, which it had promoted. The impulse derived from these sources had spent its force, though it continued to be indirectly felt in other departments of literature and the writings of the Kangakusha. Century the Chu. High philosophy was no longer so universally recognized as the unquestioned standard of doctrine. Even in the preceding century, there had been heretics vigorously denounced by Qiuso, who followed the teachings of Wang Yanging, a Chinese thinker who endeavored to substitute an idealistic intuitionalism for the scientific philosophy of Chuhai. Another heretic was Aitu Jinsai, 1627-1705, who was one of the founders of a new sect known as the Kogakusha, which set aside Chu, his exposition of the Chinese classics, and sought to base a system of philosophy on the direct study of the works of Confucius. His son Togai, 1670-1736, a distinguished scholar, followed in the same track, as well as the still more eminent Ogia Shirai, 1666-1728. Jay was the author of Yuken Shukuk and collections of miscellaneous writings in the Japanese language and Sorin. He is remembered for his Siden, Talk on Government, and Narubeshi, both of which are in Japanese. Dazai Shuntai, also a heretical philosopher, was the author of a work on finance called Kizai Roku, and of a volume of desultory essays in a plain, straightforward style, and of Dakugo, soliloquy, which is much esteemed. All these were voluminous writers in the Chinese language. Meanwhile, the Chuhai, or orthodox school of philosophy, was not without its champions, and a war of contending sects arose whose wrangles disturbed Japan until the end of the century. All classes of Kangakusha for Buddhism and the aversion and contempt of the Wagakusha, or students of the native learning and religion, for Chinese scholars and Buddhists alike, helped to increase the turmoil and confusion. Towards the end of the century, this state of things became so unbearable that the reigning shogun Ionari was driven to apply a partial remedy. He prohibited all philosophical teaching whatever other than that of Chuhai and his adherents. The Kangakusha, by their excesses and extravagances, were themselves responsible for the decay of their influence. For things Chinese passed all reasonable bounds. Sarai, for example, spoke of himself as an Eastern barbarian, and Chinese standards were blindly accepted as unquestionable rules of conduct, both in private and public matters. Craze, for such it ultimately became, was the neglect of Japanese composition. For all serious writings, Chinese was preferred, and it was only for their lighter and more carelessly written works that these scholars condescended to use their own language. The native style was for a long time left, mainly to the writers of fiction. Jisho and Kizeki. At the beginning of the 18th century, there was at Kyoto a bookseller and publisher whose place of business was known as the Hachimonjiya, or figure of. The principal of this establishment was also an author, and in that capacity signed himself Jisho, spontaneous laughter. Associated with him was a writer who styled himself Kiseki. Kiseki was a broken-down tradesman of Kyoto, the heir of a long line of shopkeepers who had amassed wealth by the sale of a kind of sweetmeat or cake. Such part of their substance as had descended to him he wasted in riotous living, and was at last compelled to resort to authorship for a subsistence. At first, Kiseki allowed his works to be published in Jisho's name, but as their popularity became established, he insisted on his own name also appearing on the title page. Ultimately, author and publisher quarreled, and Kiseki opened an independent establishment where a good number of his works were brought out. Some go so far as to say that Jisho never wrote anything, but that the books which bear his signature were in all cases really the work of Kiseki or other needy authors whom he paid for their services. Whatever may have been the relations between them, the two names Jisho and Kiseki are constantly associated by the Japanese, just as we speak of Erkman, Chatrian, or Besant and Rice. Kiseki died about 1736 in his 70th year, and Jisho in 1745 at an advanced age. In a preface to his last published work, the latter commends to the favor of the public his son Kisho and his grandson Zuisho, who were authors of writings of a similar character to those for which the Hachimonjiya had acquired its reputation. One of these, printed in 1746, contained a catalogue of 103 publications of this notorious press. The names of a considerable proportion are sufficiently indicative of their character. They are pornographic novels, tales, or sketches, even when the title is a harmless one. The reader, after a few pages, is pretty sure to find himself introduced to one of the kurua or brothel quarters of Kyoto or elsewhere, and the manners and customs of these places furnish a large part of the subject matter. There is a reason, if not an excuse, for the prevailing choice of this unsavory topic by Japanese writers of fiction during the Edo period. There was no social intercourse to speak of between men and women of the better class. Whenever reasons of economy did not stand in the way, the women lived a very secluded life, seeing no men but their near relations. Their marriages were arranged for them, and romantic attachments were extremely exceptional. The manners and customs of the respectable classes of society were therefore not a promising field for the writer of fiction. He preferred the freer atmosphere of the kuruwa, to which pretty gardens and handsome buildings, with the showy education and gay costumes of their inmates, lent a superficial appearance of elegance and refinement. The element of romance in the lives of these women was perhaps small, but it existed, and it was far more natural to credit them with romantic adventures and passions than their more immaculate sisters. And if the novelist's description of these places as the home of wit and jollity and the natural resort of all young men of spirit and fashion had a tendency to corrupt public morals, it is also to be remembered that the class of readers whom he addressed were not particular in these matters. It was a case of populus vult corrumpi et corrumpitur. The most famous of the Hachimonjiya publications is a work entitled Kisei Kintanki, 1711. Jisho's name appears on the title page, but it is probably one of those which were really written by Kiseki. It is not a novel, but a debate on a subject of which I must renounce the attempt to give an idea. Insofar as mere words go, there are more objectionable works, but the whole attitude of the author is profoundly immoral. What is especially unpardonable is his irreverent use of terms borrowed from the Buddhist religious vocabulary and the scandalous way in which, here and elsewhere, the great names of Japanese history are dragged by him through the mire. Its humor, however, is undeniable. A somewhat less objectionable work is the Oyaji Kataji, or Types of Elderly Men, by Jisho and Kiseki. Gourmand, the devotee, the valetudinarian, the patron of wrestlers, with others which need not be specified. This was followed by a number of similar works, such as Musuko Katagi, Types of Youths, Tere Katagi, Types of Merchants' Assistants, Musum Katagi. Last named work has a preface, which makes what I have no doubt is a sincere profession of the most unexceptionable moral aims. The Kokusen'ya Mincho Taihiki by Kiseki is a version, with variations, of Chikamatsu's well-known play. The practice of novelizing dramas is more common in Japan than the reverse process. As has been already explained, there is far less difference between these two forms of composition than in European literature. The Furyu Gunpai Uchiwa is a romance of the olden time, related in the Hachimonjiya manner. Other romances are the Shonen Gunpai, Uchiki Nd. Furyu Seikai Suzuri and Furyu Tokai Suzuri. It is not easy to discover in the works of these writers passages which are suitable for quotation in these pages. The following is an outline of a story from the Zen Ayumimachi Ogi, or Good and Evil Conduct Fan, a series of moral tales. Jisho and Kizeki. Piety has its reward. There was once an ink maker of Nara named Kurosuke. Blackie, tolerably well off, but not rich. He was a very pious man and went every day to the shrine of Kasuga near that city to pay his devotions. He met a white-haired man in the garb of a Shinto priest who told him that on his way home he would find a reward of his piety at the great Torii, Shinto archway, leading to the shrine. He accordingly found there a purse of 50 gold koban, the loser an opportunity of making a claim. Meanwhile, Kurosuke heard a sound of great lamentation which proceeded from the house of a neighbor. It appeared on inquiry that the father of the family had gone security for a friend who had absconded, leaving him liable for a sum of 100 ryos. It was totally impossible for him to raise this amount. The creditor offered to take 30, but even this sum was far beyond his means. His daughter, the experienced reader of Japanese novels, knows what is coming, then offered to let herself be sold to a kuru in order to provide the needful. Money and an establishment of this kind far away in Kokusen'ya was selected so as to lessen the family disgrace as much as possible. It was the lamentation at her approaching departure which had drawn Kurosuke's attention. Release this unhappy household from their difficulty. So he paid the 30 ryos, and returning home, deposited the balance of the money in the domestic shrine and went about his business. Now his wife, of whom he had made a confidant, was a foolish woman. Husband had stolen the money. Full of this idea, she must needs let their landlord know of her suspicions. And so, from one to another, the matter became public property. Kurosuke was arrested, and although he told the true story over and over again, nobody believed him. He should be detained in custody until the loser of the money should appear to corroborate his statement. At last, the original owner came forward. She was a young widow from a distance who had meant it for the erection of a stone lantern in front of the shrine in memory of her deceased husband. And on her relating the circumstances of its loss, Kurosuke was at once released. He obtained the magistrate's permission to divorce his wife for her treacherous conduct and married the widow. They adopted the young girl who had been saved from a life of shame and were happy and prosperous ever after, leaving children and grandchildren who handed down their name. This true story is told to this day as an example of the saying that piety has its reward. The Hachimonjia continued its activity until the end of the 18th century, and subsequently at Yedo to supply the public demand for literature of this kind. Their publications, known as sharebon or witty books, were of so outrageous a character that the government at last, in 1791, interfered and visited both authors and publishers with severe but not unmerited punishment. Non-ragionium de law. With all their faults, Jisho and Kiseki must be pronounced the truest representatives for their time of the characteristic qualities of the Japanese national genius. Saikaku by their graphic and humorous descriptions of real life and manners, while they far excelled him in culture and literary ability. They have been called realistic writers by some native critics, and when we think of the extravagant and unreal romances so much in vogue at a later period, they must be admitted to have considerable claim to the title. But in fidelity to the facts of everyday life and actual human nature, unsophisticated by superfine Chinese ethical notions, they fall short of some of their successors. Their works are by no means uniform in this respect, and some of them contain a large element of romance. Jitsuroku. Mono in the Hike Monogatari and Taihiki, we have seen examples of what may be called history paraphrased. The authors of similar works in the 18th century went a step further. They treated real personages and events with still greater freedom and thus produced what, notwithstanding the name Jitsuroku, mono true record, was in reality closely akin to the historical novel. Their favorite themes are battles and vendettas, warlike exploits, and the disorders which from time to time disturb the peace of the daimyos governments. Their style is for the most part plain and unadorned, but not without a certain naive charm, and their works are still popular, although the authors' names have long been forgotten. Among the principal works of this kind may be mentioned the Okubo Musashi Yorori, Ulna Teihiki Mekawa, To Fudoki, Taikoki, and the Okeseiden. The Taikoki, written in the early years of this century, relates the history of the famous soldier and statesman Hideyoshi in a highly imaginative fashion and at enormous length. It is to be distinguished from the earlier Teikoki already noticed, and from subsequent works with the same or similar titles. An even more popular work was the Okeseiden, which purports to be a collection of causes célèbres tried by a judge named Okeechizen no Kami, famous for his impartiality and acumen. With its high judicial powers under the shogun Yoshimune in the early part of the 18th century. The Okeseiden consists of 43 stories, some of which are founded on fact, though the hand of the romancist is readily distinguishable in all. It may be cordially recommended to European students for its simple, unpretentious style, which is entirely free from the irritating tricks of the writers of superfine Japanese. The most interesting of the stories related in this bulky volume is the first. It is an account of an attempt by a scoundrelly young Buddhist priest named Tanishi Bo to pass himself off on the shogun too as a son of his by a woman whom he had known in his youth. In order to carry out this design, he and his accomplices commit some 40 murders and other crimes by means which recall the devices of a famous claimant of our own day. They persuade the merchants of Osaka and Kyoto to advance them large sums of money wherewith to furnish Tanichi Bo with an outfit suitable to his supposed station. He then proceeds to Yedo with a train of several hundred followers and takes up his residence there in a handsome yashiki built specially for his reception from the funds supplied by his deluded adherents. The shogun is strongly inclined to recognize him, but Judge Oke, at the imminent risk of receiving an invitation to commit harakiri, urges caution. Bo's criminal career and the story ends dramatically with the arrest, exposure, and execution of the chief culprits. It is true in all its more important features. The Jitsuroku mono were suppressed by the shogun's government in 1804 as containing matter injurious to the fame of Ieyasu, the deified founder of the dynasty, and his lieutenants. At the same time, all mention of real personages belonging to the military caste who lived after 1573 was prohibited in works of fiction. Stock of the circulating libraries, Wasobaye 1774. Wasobaye is a sort of Japanese Gulliver. The hero drifts out to sea from the port of Nagasaki in a fishing boat and reaches the land of perennial youth and life, the land of endless plenty, the land of giants, and finally the land of giants, meeting with numerous adventures which are related with no little humor. This work has not been treated as a very important contribution to Japanese literature. Mr. Chamberlain, who has translated the best part of it for the Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan, speaks of it as of no particular importance or celebrity, and the native writers of literary history take no notice of it whatever. It appears to me that it is deserving of a more favorable judgment, and I confess that I prefer it to the more celebrated work suggested by it, namely the Musabayo I of Bakin. I transcribe from Mr. Chamberlain's version a passage which will give some idea of its character. Now you must know that, as in this country, there were no such phenomena as death and disease. None of the people knew what death or disease felt like, though they were much given to speculating on the subject. Some few volumes of the Buddhist scriptures that had been brought over in ancient times from India and China described heaven in such glowing terms that they were filled with quite a desperate admiration for death and distaste for their own never-ending existence, so much so that when, as a rare exception, any of their countrymen chanced to die, he was envied in the same manner as in Japan would be envied one who should have obtained immortality. They studied the art of death as it were the art of magic, retiring to mountain districts and secluded valleys, where they subjected themselves to all manner of ascetic privations, which, however, rarely obtained for them the desired effect. In the matter of food, all such articles as ginseng, wild potatoes, eels, wild duck, elks, which increased the action of the kidneys and strengthened the spleen and stomach, were feared and avoided as being poisonously life-giving, whereas what people of rank and consideration highly prized and delighted in were such viands as were likely to cause the eater's death. Thus mermaids were unusually cheap and plentiful as cuttle, and you might see slices of them piled up on dishes, as well as whole ones hanging from the eaves of every cookshop. But nobody who was anybody would touch with the tips of his fingers a fish so apt to poison you to life, and it was accordingly left to the lowest of the populace. The globe. Fish was much esteemed, commanding a high price, and a favorite dish to set before the most honored guests was a broth made of this fish, powdered over with soot. But still, the poison would have a certain slight effect, making him feel giddy for half an hour or so, and giving him sensations as pleasurable as that experienced by us Japanese after drinking rice, beer. "Ah," he would exclaim, "this is what death must feel like." And he would clap his hands and dance and sing and believe himself to have attained the very acme of felicity. If, in trying to say something flattering about a friend's child, a caller were to remark on its apparent healthiness, both father and mother would remember his words with uneasiness. Whereas, if he should say, "The little thing doesn't look as if it would live long," he would give the parents the greatest pleasure, and they would reply, "Ah, if only what you say may come true." Popular drama of the 18th century was the flourishing period of the Japanese popular drama. Nearly everything of note in this department of literature belongs to it. Chikamatsu, it is true, began his career somewhat earlier, but all his principal works date after 1700. Since the beginning of the 19th century, on the other hand, the writing of Jorori has almost altogether ceased. Chikamatsu was succeeded by Takeda Izumo, who wrote about the middle of the century. Most, however, of the plays commonly attributed to him were composed in collaboration with other writers, some being the work of as many as 5 or 6 authors. It seems to have been the usual practice at this time for playwrights to work together in this way. A committee having been formed, the proceedings began by the president giving out a subject. At a subsequent meeting, each member offered his suggestions as to its treatment, and the work of composition went on in concert, nothing being accepted until it met with the general approval. One of the best-known works of Izumo is a historical play of 5 acts founded on the fortunes of Sugawara Mishizen, a celebrated statesman of the 9th century, who was deified after his death as Temmen Tenjin and is now worshipped as the god presiding over penmanship. It is entitled Sugawara Denju Tenare no Kagami, or Mirror, that is, his story of the transmission of the art of calligraphy by Sugawara, 1746. The names of 4 authors appear on the title page. A still more famous drama by Izumo and 2 collaborators is the Chiyoshingura 4, 1748, or Magazine of Faithful Retainers. Chikamatsu's 5-act arrangement was at this time no longer adhered to, and the Chiyoshingura is in 11 acts or scenes. It is a version of the favorite story of the 47 Ronins. There are no fewer than 40 or 50 plays on this subject, some of them, however, being mere adaptations of previous works. In their general character, Izumo's plays greatly resemble those of his predecessor. Same mixture of comedy and tragedy, and the same desire to shock the audience with brutal murders and other enormities enacted on the stage, and to pander to their lewder taste. But although it is heresy to say so, I confess to a preference to Izumo over his more famous master. Improbabilities are not quite so startling. The personages are several degrees nearer to ordinary humanity, and their sentiments are somewhat less unnatural and less stilted in their expression. The poetical element is perhaps thinner, but that to the European reader at least is a doubtful disadvantage. Izumo died in 1756. He was followed as playwright for the tape-motive theater by Chikamatsu Hani, who did his best to attract audiences by startling novelties and spectacular effect. He reduced the share given to poetical narrative, and in his hands the genre declined sensibly. The public got tired of it. The take-motos went into bankruptcy, and after the end of the century, this kind of drama became practically extinct. Chapter by 18th century continued. Wagakusha, students of Japanese antiquity, the Kangakusha's extravagant admiration for everything Chinese and their persistent and largely successful endeavors to mold the thoughts and institutions of Japan upon Chinese models, were followed by an inevitable reaction in favor of a more genuinely national development. This movement, which has been fully described by Sir I. Sato in the Transactions of the Asiatic Society of Japan, 1875, forms one of the most interesting features of recent Japanese literature. It began with the renewed study of the old literary monuments of Japan, which for centuries had been so much neglected that the very language in which they are written was no longer understood. Ieyasu's patronage of literature and his measures for the preservation of old books have been already referred to. One of his grandsons, the famous Mitsukuni 1700, the Mio of Mito, inherited his great ancestor's love of learning. Considerable part of his revenue to the cost of collecting a vast library of books of all kinds, and to the maintenance of scholars whom he employed in the compilation of works of research. Language which is recognized at the present day as the standard work of its class. One of Mitsukuni's services to literature was the publication in 1678 of an anthology of masterpieces in the Wobun, or pure Japanese style, under the title Fuso, Juju. Shield given to it by the reigning Mikado, to whom it was dedicated. It is a fine specimen of the block. Printing of the time. A priest named Kichu 1640-1701 was the chief pioneer of the revived study of the old literature. He was by birth a samurai, but out of a love for learning abandoned the world for the quiet of a Buddhist monastery. Fame as a scholar reached the ears of Mitsukuni, who invited him in the most courteous manner to come to Yedo and be enrolled in his company of learned men. Kichu declined this offer, upon which the prince sent one of his staff to prosecute his studies under Kichu's guidance. The latter, not to choose. The outdone in courtesy compiled and dedicated to Mitsukuni a treatise on the Menyoshu in 20 volumes, entitled Menyo Daishoki. The task of preparing a similar work had already been vainly assigned to another of the prince's protégés, a learned but lazy wakocha called Shimoko Wabe Koryo. Daishoki is now superseded, but it was in its day a work of the highest importance for the study of the old Japanese. Mitsukuni evinced his satisfaction by sending the author a present of 1,000 ounces of silver and 30 rolls of silk. Another book of Kichu's was the Kokusen'ya Kassen, which means literally a selection of spare timber, old and new. It is a miscellaneous collection of material prepared by him in the course of his researches for the Daishoki, but not used in that work. He also contributed to the interpretation of the Ise Monogatari and the Genji Monogatari, and wrote a number of other erudite treatises which are still valued by scholars. Like most of the Wagakusha, he was a poet, and it has left both Tanka and Naga, which in meter, diction, and sentiment are little more than echoes of the Menyo-shiu. Words are in short the old wine in the old bottles. The following simple effusion is in its way not unpleasing. The first day of spring bending its magic bow. The first day of spring hath come. Mountains rim, and the ice dissolves from the surface of the pond. The nightingale's tender note sounds, oh, how lovely, from amid the first blossoms of the plum branch. Now from the memory fade our regrets for the bygone year. How many days must pass before we can go forth into the meadows and pluck the young pot? Herbs. Such are the expectant thoughts that on this day crowd into all men's minds. About the same time, Kitamura Kigen, a scholar employed by the shogun's government, performed a useful service by editing and annotating most of the classical works of the Heian period, his editions of the Genji. Monogatari and Makura Zoshi are still much esteemed by students. Kigen also wrote Tanka and Haikai. Kedai Azuma, Maro 1669-1736, the son of the guardian of a Shinto shrine, was Kichu's successor as a student of Japanese antiquity and the old classical literature. Memorial, in which he protested vigorously against the exclusive study of Chinese and urged the establishment of a school for the cultivation of the Japanese language and literature at Kyoto. This project received the approval of the shogun's government, but was never carried out. Succeeded by his nephew and adopted son, Kada Arima, Maro, 1706-1751. Arima, Maro took up his residence in Yedo, where he continued his uncle's teachings with some success. Among the elder Kada's pupils, the most distinguished was Mabuchi, guardians of Shinto shrines. In 1738, he removed to Yedo, where he spent the remainder of his life. He formed there a school which produced many famous men and soon rivaled the Kangakusha in popularity and influence. Antiquity. It was he adds, with whom began that style of learning which consists in devoting oneself to the examination of the ancient language and thought with a mind wholly detached from Chinese prepossession. Before the time of this master, the study of poetry was confined to the Kokusen'ya and later collections. The Menyo-shiu was thought obscure and incomprehensible. Nobody dreamed of judging between the good and bad, of distinguishing the old from the more recent poems, or of mastering their language so as to use it as his own. But now, thanks to the teachings of this master, we have appropriated the ancient language. It has become possible to compose poetry in the style of the Menyo-shiu, and even to write prose after the manner of antiquity. The men of this day fancy that this is due to their own exertions, but in reality they owe everything to Mabuchi. It is now universally acknowledged that in studying ancient books like the Kojiki and Nihongi, it is necessary to avoid being misled by Chinese notions and, having first thoroughly mastered the old language, to guide ourselves by its meaning. This is the very spirit of Mabuchi's teaching of the Menyo-shiu. Mabuchi was a purist in style and aimed at the exclusion from his writings of words of Chinese derivation as far as this was possible. He has left numerous commentaries and other works of research, indispensable even now to the student of the older Japanese language. Among them may be mentioned treatises on pillow words, kanjiko on poetry and on prose composition, and commentaries on the Menyo-shiu, on the Menyo-to Orito, on the Noratori, and other classical books. The greatest of the Wagakusha and one of the most remarkable men whom Japan has produced was Motoori Norinaga. He belonged to a family which had been originally samurai and was born in 1730 at Matsuzaka in the province of Aiz. There can be no doubt that the proximity of his native place, famous shrines sacred from antiquity to the worship of the sun goddess and the goddess of food, had a considerable influence on his career. Stories are told of his youth, of his omnivorous appetite for knowledge, his precocious talent, and his boyish ambitions, which it is needless to repeat here. At the age of 21, he was sent to Kyoto by his widowed mother to study medicine. There he became acquainted with the works of Kichu, which he read with avidity. Writings. In 1761, he had a personal meeting with that great scholar. This, their only interview, was followed by a long-continued and voluminous correspondence. Botour's life was from this time forward a very busy one. Was engaged in collecting material for his great commentary on the Kojiki and in giving instructions to hundreds of pupils whom the fame of his learning had attracted to him. Eventually, he was taken into the service of the daimyo of Kishu. Motorai resigned his official position and removed to Kyoto, where he gave lectures which were attended by audiences drawn from the highest classes of society in that city. He died there in 1801, in the 72nd year of his age. By his own desire, he was buried at his native place on a hill. Over the temple of Myorakuji, a fir and cherry tree were planted by his grave, and a stone set up inscribed simply with his name. Motorai was a prolific writer. He brought out 55 distinct works in over 180 volumes. His fame as a scholar and writer rests chiefly on his Kojiki Den, a commentary on the Kojiki, the sacred book of the Shinto religion. Before his time, the study of the Kojiki had been much neglected, the very language in which it is written being well-nigh unintelligible even to educated Japanese. In this monumental work, which fills no fewer than 44 good-sized volumes, he brought to bear on the elucidation of a very difficult text a vast store of erudite knowledge, derived from a long study of the Menyoshu and other books of the old literature. It occupied him for many years. Begun in 1764, it was not completed until 1796, and the final volumes were not issued from the press till long after his death. The Kojiki Den is not only valuable for its prodigious learning, it was a vigorous blow aimed at the supremacy of the Chinese school of ethics and philosophy, exalting the old Japanese customs, religion, and language in a spirit of ardent and undiscriminating patriotism. The Kojiki Den had no small share in producing the reaction against Chinese ideas and institutions, which has become so pronounced a characteristic of modern Japan. The Reki Cho, Shoshi, Kai, is an edition with notes of the speeches and proclamations of some of the early mikados, which have been preserved to us in a historical work entitled Shoku Nihongi. Poetry, the Jiojin Gai, Gen, an attack on the Chinese philosophy. The Tama no Ogushi, a valuable critical and exegetical work on the Genji Monogatari. The Kenkyojin, the Madman Fettered, composed in answer to a similar attack by a scholar named Ichikawa Tatsumaro. The Ueyama Bumi, a treatise on methods of study, and the Tama Arar, Ariel of Pearls, a lively and amusing critique of common errors in writing Japanese. The Seiki, Take no Ben, is a refutation of various erroneous notions current with regard to the gods of ice and their worship. The abominable heresy of some Kangakusha who would euhemorize the sun goddess into an ordinary mortal empress and make the Takama no Hara, or plain of high heaven, the name of the place where her capital stood, is duly anathematized. What doubt can there be that Amaterasu no Omikami, the sun goddess, is the great ancestress of the Mikados, and that she is no other than the sun of heaven which illumines this world? These things are in their nature infinite, not to be measured, and mysterious. The Tamagatsuma, in 15 volumes, published posthumously in 1812, may be called Motorui's Notebook. It is a collection of jottings of a very miscellaneous character, comprising notes on shrine ceremonial, on the old literature, on grammar and spelling, on poetry, on ancient customs, on the iniquity of Chinese principles and institutions. It is a mine of instruction to all students of Japanese antiquity, but has little except perhaps a few autobiographical memoranda which will interest others. Another miscellaneous work, the Suzunoya no Bunchu, also contains some interesting personal reminiscences. I should like to transcribe from it a delicately drawn description of how the author spent a very hot day in the society of some congenial friend. Before Modori's time, there was no Japanese grammar, one or two dictionaries of the teniwuha or particles being hardly an exception. Although he did not produce a systematic grammar of the Japanese language, Motori did much to throw light upon its structure. The tama, already referred to, contains many useful grammatical hints in the Moji. Buye no Kaina Dozukai, 1771. He enunciated the principles of the correct spelling of Japanese words, and in the Kanji Sanonko, 1785, he dealt with the various modes of spelling and pronouncing words of Chinese origin. However, is the Kotoba no Tama no Wo, 1779, in which he set forth and illustrated at great length certain rules of Japanese syntax. Conciseness was not one of Motori's merits. The 7 volumes of which this work consists have been compressed without material loss into 7 pages of English. Grammatical researches were continued by his son Haruniwa, in whose well-known work, the Kotoba no Yachimata, the inflectional system of the Japanese verb and adjective, was for the first time formulated, and by his adopted son Ohira, who was the author of a treatise on causative and passive verbs. European writers on Japanese grammar owe much to the researches of Motori and his followers. Carlyle's idea that the qualities which go to make a man of literary genius fit the same person from being a statesman is a favorite one with the Japanese. We have seen that Hakuseki and Kyuso were constantly consulted upon official matters by the shogun's government. Motori was invited by the daimyo of Kishu to place on record his views on the government of a daimyo's domain, and did so in a little work in 2 volumes entitled Tama Kushig, the Precious Casket, unbends from the severe purism of his other works, and sets an example of a simple, practical style well suited to the subjects discussed and level to the meanest understanding. His position is that of a cautious reformer. He saw that one of the greatest abuses of the day was the excessive number of officials and retainers of all kinds, and urged earnestly that it should be diminished. Gradually, however, so as to avoid injury to vested interests, the oppressed condition of the peasantry had his warmest sympathy. He thought that the Ikki or agrarian risings, which had become common, were a disgrace to the daimyos in whose jurisdiction they occurred, rather than to the ignorant men who took part in them. The hara kiri is another subject on which he had a strong opinion. In his view, this form of suicide had become far too common. It was not for the public advantage, he considered, that honest and capable men should do away with themselves because they were responsible for some trifling official miscarriage, as was too often the case. He was in favor of prohibiting all harakiri without a formal order from the culprit superior. Motori's political influence is to be measured. His works helped materially to enfranchise the Japanese nation from their moral and intellectual servitude to China, and to produce a spirit of self-reliance and patriotism which at a subsequent period became translated into political action. He was himself loyal to the shogunate. He contributed indirectly, but most effectively, to the national movement which in 1867 brought about its downfall, and restored the descendant of the sun goddess to the sovereign position, which was the logical result of the principles advocated in his works. Motori's efforts on behalf of the Shinto religion produced little tangible result. It was too late to call back the deities of the old pantheon from the Hades to which the neglect of the nation had consigned them. In his own lifetime, nothing was done, and although a half-hearted, perfunctory attempt to re-establish the ancient faith was made in 1868, the efforts of its supporters were soon relaxed. The Buddhist priests ceased to be the guardians of the Shin shrines. and the so-called Shinto form of burial was introduced, but little more was effected that was not soon afterwards allowed to fall into abeyance. At the present day, this religion is practically extinct. All the Wagakusha considered themselves bound to compose poetry in the old style. Should ask you, what is the heart of island Yamato? It is the mountain cherry blossom which exhales its perfume in the morning sun. In other words, the Japanese are instinctively and naturally noble and virtuous. Not like the Chinese, who require a clumsy and artificial system of ethical philosophy for the cultivation of their moral natures. Motori's anti-foreign and patriotic prejudices go far to explain his antipathy for the Kangakusha with their extravagant admiration for everything Chinese. But there was a deeper cause for his dislike to their philosophy. As already stated, the Chinese nation has a strong bias against the conception of the power which rules the universe as a personal being. The Ten, Heaven of Confucius and Mencius, and the Tao Way of Laozi, affords not to speak of the Teiki and other metaphysical conceptions of the Sun Schoolmen, all fall short of this idea. Though all fall short of this idea, main bent of the Japanese mind is in the same direction. But there is evidence in both countries of a contrary current of thought. Here, too, there are men born with a craving which refuses to be satisfied with abstractions in the place of a personal God, or gods, to whom they can look up as the creator and ruler of the universe, and as exercising a providential care over mankind. Motori was one of these. He professed not even to understand what the Sun Schoolmen meant by their Taiki and their yin and yang, and stoutly maintained that these were mere fictions. But whatever may be the case with philosophical notions, no man can evolve a god from his own inner consciousness. He must accept the god or gods which he finds already acknowledged, whether by his own or by other people's fathers. Motori's intensely patriotic temper compelled him to seek at home for the satisfaction of his inborn religious instincts. He turned naturally to Shinto. But in his time, Shinto had fallen on evil days. It had suffered grievously from the encroachments of Buddhism. Buddhist priests had assumed the guardianship of the great majority of the shrines of the national cult, and had adulterated its ceremonies and doctrines with much that was alien. The native gods were not abolished. They had still some hold on the popular mind, but they were degraded to the position of temporary manifestations of Buddha. As one of Motori's pupils said, they were made domestics in the Buddhist household. This state of things was a great grief to Motori. It drove him back from the present to the old, unadulterated Shinto taught in the Kojiki, Nihongi, and Narito. Here he found the satisfaction to his mind and heart, which he had failed to find elsewhere. Himself convinced of the excellence of the old national religion, he made it the business of his life to propagate it among his fellow countrymen and to denounce the abominable depravity of those who neglected it in favor of sophistical heresies imported from abroad. Hence arose a controversy which is not without interest to ourselves as an episode in the unending conflict between science and religion. Both parties to the struggle fought under grievous difficulties. Not only could the Kangakusha offer nothing to satisfy the heart need of a personal deity, but they were sorely hampered by the imperfections of their philosophy and by a belief in divination, ghosts, and spiritual beings, which they did not perceive to be inconsistent with it. Motori and his followers, on the other hand, were weighted by an antiquated mythology which presented many glaring absurdities even when viewed in the dim light of Chinese philosophy. Wagakusha were also embarrassed by the absence from Shinto of anything like a code of morals. They were therefore driven either to deny the necessity of anything of the kind or to put forward as derived from Shinto a system of ethical teaching which was really borrowed from China. It may not be Out of place here to describe in as few words as possible the old Shinto of the 7th and 8th centuries, which Motorai aimed at restoring. It was essentially a nature worship upon which was grafted a cult of ancestors. It tells us nothing of a future state of rewards and punishments, and punishment contains the merest traces of moral teaching. The Narito quoted in an earlier chapter in enumerating the offenses from which the nation was purged twice a year by the Mikado or his representatives, makes no mention of any one of the sins of the Decalogue. What then remains? The creation of the world and of the doings of a number of gods and goddesses, the chief of whom, namely the sun goddess, was the ancestress of the human rulers of Japan, while from the subordinate deities were sprung the principal noble families who formed their court. Add to this a ceremonial comprising liturgies in honor of these deities, and we have the Shinto religion. The mythological record begins with the bare names of a number of gods who seem to have been provided merely in order to form a genealogy for Izanagi and Izanami, the male and female created deities of Japan. Creation is thus described. Izanagi and Izanami, at the bidding of the other deities, took into their hands the jewel spear of heaven, and standing on the floating bridge of heaven, stirred with it the chaotic mass below. The brine which dripped from its point curdled and became an island. Divine pair descended thither and proceeded to procreate the islands of Japan. They also became the parents of a multitude of other deities, such as the mountain gods, the wind god, the goddess of food, the gods of the sea, rivers, and moors, with many others whose attributes are obscure and whose worship is forgotten. The last god to be produced was the fire god, in giving birth to whom Izanami died. She went to the land of Yomi or Hades, whither Izanagi followed her, but was obliged to retreat hastily to the upper world, hotly pursued by the thunder gods and the ugly female of Hades. Flight he made use of various expedients to delay his pursuers, which recall similar devices in European folklore. After his return to earth, Izanagi bathed in the sea in order to wash away the pollutions which he had contracted during his stay in Hades, and in doing so generated various deities, among which were the sun goddess, produced from his left eye, and the moon god, produced from his right eye. A third deity named Suza no Wo was at the same time born from his nose. Izanagi conferred on these three the dominion of the plane of these three, the dominion of the plane of heaven. Wo was a boisterous and rowdy deity whose mischievous and unseemly pranks so disgusted the sun goddess that she hid herself in the rock cave of heaven and left the world to darkness. The other gods had much ado to persuade her to emerge from her seclusion, inventing for the purpose dances and other expedients which are evidently meant to represent the ceremonies in use at Shinto shrines in the times of the Kojiki and Nihongi. Susanoo was then tried by a council of gods and sentenced to a fine and banishment to this lower world of Japan. From him was descended, after a few generations, Jimmu Tenno, the first human sovereign of Japan and the founder, according to tradition, of the present dynasty of Mikados. There is food for reflection in the fact that it was possible for a man of high intelligence and vast learning like Motorai, not unacquainted with the philosophy and religions of India and China, to accept these childish fables as the basis of his faith. Yet not only was he himself a sincere believer, he had a large and zealous body of followers drawn from the highest and most enlightened classes of his fellow countrymen. Truly, it would almost seem as if, in the words of the Japanese proverb, Oiwashi no atama mo shinjin, gara, that is to say, it is the quality of faith that is important, were its object only the head of a sardine. The following passage from the Tamagatsuma will help us to define more precisely Motorai's attitude towards the Chinese school of thinkers. It is headed Chinese Opinion in China, All Good and Bad Fortune of Men, all order and disorder in the state. Everything, in short, which happens in this world, Way of 10, the command of 10 and the principle of 10, they regard it as a thing to be honored and feared above all. China, however, is a country where the true way generally has not been handed down. There they do not know that all things are the doing of the gods, and therefore resort rashly to such inventions. Now heaven is nothing more than the region where the gods of heaven dwell. It is a thing destitute of sense, and it is unreasonable to talk of its command and the like. To fear and honor 10, and not fear and honor the gods, is like yielding an idle honor and awe to the imperial palace, and showing no reverence or honor to its sovereign. Foreign countries, however, not having attained to the knowledge that everything is the doing of the gods, may be pardoned for believing this doctrine of the way of 10 or the principle of 10. Who, in this imperial country where a knowledge of the true way has been handed down, do not take the trouble to examine it, but simply accepting the erroneous doctrines of foreign lands, imagine that that which they call 10 is a thing of peerless excellence, and in all matters can talk of nothing but its principle. Think again their pedantic and wearisome taiki, the great limit inuki, the great limitless, yin and yang, the positive and negative principles of nature, and negative principles of nature, and terrestrial principles, ataras, duct of changes, and wu ying elements, which are pure inventions of the Chinese, and for which there is in reality no sound reason. What consummate folly it is for those who would interpret our sacred books to rely implicitly on principles of this kind. In recent times, even those who try to divest themselves of Chinese prejudices in their interpretations fail to understand the falseness of their doctrines of the principle of 10 and of the positive and negative powers of nature, and do not succeed in bursting the barrier because they do not put thoroughly away from them their Chinese notions, nor resolutely rouse themselves from their deluding dreams. Moreover, the refusal of some to identify Ama, Terasu no Ohumi Kamisun goddess, as the Son of Heaven is owing to their being steeped in Chinese narrow-minded reasonings, and so become blind to the wondrous and profound principle of the true way. Towards Buddhism, his antagonism is less pronounced. He acknowledges elements of good in it, and for Lao-tse he confesses to a certain measure of sympathy, prompted no doubt by the circumstance that the doctrines of this philosopher are irreconcilable with the teachings of the Sun Schoolmen. On the question of the immortality of the soul, he formally declines to give an opinion. Motori's religion is frankly anthropomorphic, as indeed it could hardly fail to be if he attached any credence to the statements in the Kojiki. He says in so many words that the Shinto deities had hands and legs. When pressed with the obvious inconsistencies which are involved in this belief, Motori has nothing better to say than they are a proof of the authenticity of the record, for who would have gone out of his way to invent a story so ridiculous and improbable if it were not true? Impossible. The acts of the gods are not to be explained by ordinary principles. Man's intelligence is limited, and there are many things which transcend it. Not the least of Motori's achievements was his creation of a new literary dialect. It is true that his style was more or less modeled on that of his teacher Mabuchi, but the latter was content to use the pure Japanese language, or wabun as it is called, just as he found it, stiff and antiquated. It was by no means an apt instrument for the expression of modern ideas. In Motori's hands it became flexible, picturesque, and expressive. All foreign students had felt the charm of his lucid and flowing style. But it is marred by one terrible fault, prolixity. This is partly inseparable from Motori's purism, which leads him to reject many useful and thoroughly naturalized Chinese words in favor of Japanese forms of expression, however circuitous, and is partly owing to an inveterate habit which he has of repeating himself, especially when an opportunity offers of denouncing Chinese proclivities or of magnifying the merits of Shinto. Motori's warband has had many imitators, and it has exercised a perceptible influence on some departments of the more recent Japanese literature. Chapter 5, the 19th century Hirata, Kangakusha, Shingaku sermons. Buddhist literature, the eminent theologian Hirata Atsutanyono, 1776-1843, was born in Kubota, a town of the remote province of Dewa. His parents belonged to the samurai class, and he traced his genealogy on the father's side through the Mikado Kwamu, up to the sun goddess herself. In his youth, he followed the usual course of instruction in the Chinese classics, and had also made fair progress in the study of medicine, when, at the age of 19, he suddenly made up his mind to run away from home. He left a paper behind in which he informed his parents of this resolution and set out for Yedo with 1 ryo in his pocket. On arriving in the capital, he applied for help neither to the officials of his province nor to private friends, but sought an upright and virtuous teacher under whose guidance he might devote himself to learning. For 4 or 5 years he lived from hand to mouth, having sometimes to resort to manual labor for a livelihood. In 1800 he was adopted by a samurai of the Matsuyama Daimyet, and his position thus became assured. The following year he first became acquainted with Modori's writings. This led him to give himself up entirely to the study of Japanese antiquity. His first published work, a criticism of a treatise by the famous Kangakusha, the Zazi Shuntai, was written 2 years later. In 1804, he began to take pupils, and from this time forward, not a year passed without some publication by him. In 1808, he was sent on a mission to instruct certain Shinto official guardians in the principles of the old faith, and acquitted himself with credit of this duty. In 1811, he retired to Suruga, where he composed the Saibun, which was the most important work he had yet written. In 1822, the abbot of Uyano, an imperial prince, asked for a copy of his works and sent him a handsome present in return. This led subsequently to his visit in Kyoto, and having his work brought to the notice of the Mikado and his court, some of his later writings gave offense to the shogun's government, and in 1841 he was ordered to return to his native province and to publish nothing more. He at once started from Yedo and proceeded to Akita. The arrival of the distinguished scholar caused no little excitement in that remote place. His contemporary relations were mostly dead, but he was welcomed by numerous nephews and other younger branches of the family. The social duties thus imposed upon him, together with the demands upon his skill as a physician, soon wore out his strength. He died 2 years later at the age of 67. That in view of their own interests, the shogun's government were perfectly right to put a stop to Hirata's career is not to be doubted. The attention drawn by his writings to the divine descent of the Mikados, and their unquestioned and unquestionable claim to be considered the de jure sovereigns of Japan, was tending slowly but surely to sap the authority of the de facto rulers. It was, however, a little late in the day for them to interfere. Nothing could undo the work of nearly 40 years of assiduous propagation of his views, both through the press and by viva voce lectures to his hundreds of disciples. His published works amount to several hundred volumes. It is impossible to notice more than a very few of them here. The Kishin Shenran, 1805, or New Treatise on the Gods, is a characteristic specimen of Hirata's writings. He here combats the rationalistic theories of the Kangakusha by proving, or attempting to prove, that the ancient Chinese believed in a real God called Shanti or Tian, who dwells in heaven and guides the affairs of this world, but whom the sun. Schoolmen endeavor to explain away as a mere allegory, attributing all phenomena to the action of principles without life, which they call yin and yang, positive and negative principles of nature. But how, argues Hirata, can there be action without life? Certainly the existence of activity presupposes a living God from whom it proceeds. In this connection, Hirata goes on to say, I will relate a story. Of late, some people have introduced the learning of a country called Holland. It has found a good number of students here in Great Yeddo. It may be true, as I'm told, that the men of this country are fond of examining profoundly the principles of things. Among other inventions, they have a machine called a lector, which they say is constructed by an application of the principles of thunder and lightning. I saw this machine some years ago. Said, thunder and lightning are caused truly by this same principle. Why then should we fear them? The reason why some people dread them so much is that they do not understand their principle. Actual thunder and lightning are really of the same nature is a matter on which I am unable to form an opinion. But supposing that to be the case, is not the production of lightning the electric spark, by it dependent upon you and me and our friend, one holding one thing, another a me and our friend? The third turns a handle. Well then, the same principle applies to the real thunder and lightning of the universe. It cannot be produced without the action of something corresponding to you and me. Moreover, this machine, made by the skill of man, is merely a small engine, entirely subject to our control, and so there is no need to fear it. But the real thunder rages among the clouds, turning them to confusion, or leaving them comes down to earth, and indiscriminately splits trees or grinds rocks to powder. It may be thought a thing of no feeling, yet there are frequent instances in history of evil things and wicked men having been destroyed by it. Mutatis mutandis, is not this precisely the position taken up by Paley in his well-known apologue of the watch? The conversation ended in a hot discussion in which both parties lost their tempers. Hirata saw no prospect of convincing his opponent and returned home. Good and evil, according to Hirata, flow from the action of two classes of deities, each of whom has his or her own particular function. But deities are, after all, like men. None are wholly bad or wholly good. A benevolent deity, if angered, may send a curse, and an evil deity, on the other hand, may occasionally dispense blessings. Moreover, an action of the gods which is indifferent in itself may be good or bad, according to the object affected. The hot sun, which delights the cicada, scorches the worm. The efficacy of prayer and the nature of sacrifices are next discussed. To the question, is a pious Shinto believer to worship Buddha? Hirata replies in the affirmative. He quotes a verse of Motori's to the effect that Sheka and Confucius are also kami gods, and their way is a branch of the way of the kami. That this is really the case is proved, he says, by the Buddhist miracles which have been worked in Japan as in other countries. Moreover, everything which takes place in this world being ordered by the kami, Buddhismen too, must be in accordance with their will. Hirata, in short, wants to turn the tables on the Buddhists and, in revenge for their giving the Shinto deities a subordinate place in their theological system, proposes to make Buddha a sort of inferior kami. Hirata believed in the immortality of the soul, and takes pains to prove that Confucius did so also. If the dead are non-existent, he argues, what meaning can there be in the worship of ancestors, and how shall we account for the undoubted fact that dead men send curses upon those who have injured them while alive? The Koshi Sibun, which, with its dependent works, the Koshi-cho and Koshi-den, constitute Hirata's chief claim to a reputation for learning, was begun in 1812. It is an attempt to harmonize the myths of the Kojiki, Nihongi, and other ancient books in a continuous and consistent narrative, written in the archaic dialect of the Kojiki. As these old stories differ very considerably among themselves, Hirata was naturally obliged to do them violence in order to make them agree, and scholars will prefer to go to his originals rather than accept his version of them. A higher value attaches to the Koshi-cho, 11 volumes, 1819, in which he gives an account of the authorities for the text of the Saibun, But his greatest contribution to our knowledge of Japanese antiquity is the Kokusen'ya, a commentary on the Seiban in 28 volumes, begun in 1812, but never completed. It covers only 143 sections of the 165 of which the Seiban consists. The Kokusen'ya stands next after Motoori's Kojiki Den as a monument of Japanese Old World learning. The Tamadasuki, 10 volumes, was composed originally in 1811 in a colloquial style and rewritten in the literary dialect in 1824. It is a sort of breviary containing a set of prayers addressed to the very numerous deities of Shinto, intended, however, not for temple but for individual use. The prayers are accompanied by a considerable and very heterogeneous mass of commentary. The Kodo Tai, or Summary of the Ancient Way, 2 volumes, 1811, states the principles of the Shinto religion in easy language and in a brief and intelligible form. It is very clearly printed and forms an excellent introduction to the study of Shinto in its native language. Hirata also published summaries of Chinese learning, of Buddhism, of the art of medicine, chiefly from the point of view of its divine origin, of the art of poetry, and of the vulgar Shinchi, with other works far too numerous even to mention. A professed disciple of Motoori, Hirata was more exclusively a theologian than his master. All his works were intended either directly or indirectly to promote a belief in Shinto, which in his hands assumed a far more definite and tangible character than it had ever done before. Consciously or unconsciously, he added to it several new features, such as the doctrine of the immortality of the soul and a moral code purloined from the stores of the detested Kangakusha. Thus he says, devotion to the memory of ancestors is the mainspring of all virtue. Children, for the essence of this devotion is in truth filial piety. These truths are confirmed as by the books of the Chinese, who say that the loyal subject issues from the gate of the pious son, and again, filial piety is the basis of all good action. Hirata's writings have no high value from a purely literary point of view. The native history of literature dismisses him in a few contemptuous sentences. His literary style is more useful than elegant. It is formed on the Wabun of Motoori, but he is much less of a purist than his master, and does not reject useful words simply because they come from China. His style has gained thereby in vigor and conciseness, but it falls far behind that of Motoori in distinction and charm. A certain number of his less important works are in the colloquial dialect. They consist of lectures taken down by his students just as they were delivered. 2 little works on Buddhism named Godoben and Shutsujo Shogo belong to this class. In them, Hirata has undertaken the easy task of ridiculing popular Buddhism in Japan. They are racy and entertaining diatribes, but, it must be added, are disgraced by scurrilous abuse quite unworthy of the wood. Be founder of a new form of religion, Kangakusha. There is not much to be said of the Kangakusha who wrote in the Japanese language during the 19th century. Among them, Ohashi Junzo, 1816-1862, has left a certain reputation as one of the most determined opponents of the policy which led to the opening of Japan to foreign trade in 1859. His chief work, the Hikijei Shoran, which is a violent and ignorant attack upon the moral and philosophical ideas of Europe, was written to promote this object. It was published in 1850. The character of its contents may be gathered from the headings: Europe knows not philosophy, Europe knows not heaven, Europe knows not benevolence and righteousness, Europe knows not versatile talent. He also wrote a history of the Tartar invasion of Japan, entitled Genko Kiryaku, 1853. Junzo did not confine himself to attacking European learning in his writings. He took part in the anti-foreign agitation which culminated in the murder of Ando Tsushima no Kami in February 1862. He was arrested, thrown into prison, and examined under torture, but succeeded in satisfying his judges that he was not directly implicated in this crime. Exhausted by his sufferings, he died 5 days after his release from prison. Shingaku, art, learning, sermons as Buddhism absorbed Shinto, and as Hirata, on behalf of the latter religion, proposed to admit Buddha and his saints to a humble place in the native assemblage of deities and native assemblage of deities. So the Shingaku movement was an attempt to utilize both religions in the interest of Chinese philosophy and ethics. The preachers of this school professed to combine the teachings of all three faiths, and they spoke with something more than tolerance of Buddhism and Shinto. But they were at heart rationalists to whom much in the popular presentation of both these religions must have appeared utterly unworthy of credence. They tried, however, to smooth over matters by introducing the proviso that everything in them which is irreconcilable with reason is to be regarded as hoben. This hoben is a word of great virtue. It is quite inoffensive and embraces everything which, though not strictly in accordance with fact, tends to edification. It is alike applicable to the parables of the Gospels, the lives of the saints, and even to the Neapolitan miracle of the liquefaction of the blood of Saint Januarius. To the tolerant minds of the Shingaku preachers, the use of any weapon which was likely to be useful in that struggle between the powers of light and darkness which goes on in Japan, as elsewhere, was not only permissible, but laudable, and even imperative. That it might have been taken from the armory of the enemy was with them a very minor consideration. Practically, the maxims of Confucius and Mencius are the sources of the Shingaku doctrines. The preachers usually take their texts from the writings of one of these two sages. They address themselves to the ignorant and more especially to women and children, and their language is the ordinary colloquial speech of Kyoto and Osaka. Works of this kind are much despised in Japan by the learned, who look upon the language of ordinary life as quite unfitted for literature. These discourses, however, are not without merit. The style is homely but vigorous and direct, and they are admirably suited to arouse the minds of the ignorant to some sense of the cardinal truths which underlie all systems of morality. The best are the collections entitled Kyuo Dawa, Shingaku Dawa, and Teshima Doa. Of these, the Kyuo Dawa is undoubtedly the most amusing. Indeed, it may safely be said that few more entertaining sermons are to be found anywhere. But the reader must not be squeamish, for although of unexceptionable morality and addressed for genibus puerisque, the stories and illustrations with which this and others of these collections abound are frequently of a very Rabelaisian character. The Shingaku Dawa is somewhat more scrupulous in this respect and reaches a higher level in every other way, except that it is unfortunately less amusing. 3 sermons from the Kyuo Dawa have been translated by Mr. Mitford in his Tales of Old Japan. One of these, comprising the original text notes, a Romanized version, and an English translation, was published by the late J. O'Neill as a first Japanese book. The Shingaku movement received a good deal of official support and countenance and attracted much public attention during the first half of the 19th century. But it is not surprising that it ultimately proved abortive. The attempt to reconcile 3 such conflicting elements as Buddhism, Shinto, and Confucianism was in reality hopeless. The Buddhist literature of Japan forms a separate subject, which I shall not attempt to deal with. Most of it is in the Chinese language, and that part which is in Japanese is not very important as literature. It consists chiefly of lives of the Buddhist saints and of edifying tracts and stories all addressed to the more ignorant classes and highly seasoned with a thaumaturgic element. Chapter VA 19th century continued fiction romantic school, Kyodem, Tanehiko, Bakin, humorists, Samba Aikyu, sentimental novels, Shun Sui, works in Chinese of Edo period, the 18th century writers of Jitsuroku Mono, or historical novels did not attempt to invent plots for themselves or to introduce imaginary personages of importance, although in minor details they allowed their fancy-free play. Santo Kyodan, 1761-1816, was the first to give to the world the romantic novel pure and simple. He was followed by Buchan, Tanehiko, and a host of other writers whose existence can only be indicated. It is quite impossible to notice them or their numerous works more particularly. Kyodan was a genuine Yedoko or child of Yedo, the Japanese term corresponding to our Cockney. He was born in that city in 1761 of parents of the merchant class. His youth was unpromising. He spent much of his time in places of ill resort, sometimes remaining away from home for weeks together. Books were his abhorrence, and all attempts to teach him a profession were in vain. He took lessons in painting from the well-known artist Kitao Shigemasa, and it is stated by Mr. W. Anderson Warner that he has left many beautiful chromoxylographs, but his native biographers pronounce him a failure in this respect also. In 1790, he married a woman of the harlot class. Notwithstanding what has been asserted by some English writers, such unions are regarded in Japan with marked disapproval, and his friends augured little good of Kyodan's choice. His wife, however, proved an exception to the general rule. She made an excellent housewife, and the chief of virtues in a Japanese married woman was unremitting in her dutiful attentions to her father-in-law. In short, she won respect from all Kyodan's acquaintances and was spoken of by them as the lotus flower, which has its roots in the mud. When she died, he married another woman of the same class, who also made him a good wife. Kyodan's place of business was near the Kyobashi, a bridge in the street called Tamacho, hence the name by which he is known as an author, and which is composed of the first syllables of the names of these two places. His real name was Iwais Denzo, and he had half-dozen other appellations at various periods of his life and in various capacities. Kyodan sold smoking apparatus such as pipes, tobacco, pouches, and the like, while he was also the inventor and compounder of a quack medicine to which he gave the name of Dokshowan, or reading pills, the precise operation of which I have not been able to discover. He had the reputation of a shrewd and successful man of business, and was especially noted for his quickness at mental reckoning. He seldom bought books, but was always borrowing, and made it a rule when drinking with a friend that each should pay his own share, which, as we know from Auld Lang Syne, was also the practice of Robert Burns. This became known as the Kyodan fashion. Kyodan's first work, 1782, was an imitation, more by way of joke than anything else, of some ephemeral publications describing the manners of the brothel, quarter of Yedo. It was successful to a degree which surprised no one more than the author. His next work was equally well received. Fortunately for his fame, his career as a purveyor of pornography was put a stop to by the police authorities. Kyodan, with many others, was prosecuted under the edict promulgated in 1791 for the suppression of such publications, and was condemned to 50 days' handcuffs in his own house. The work which brought down on him this punishment he had had the audacity to describe on the cover as an edifying storybook. He wrote no more books of this kind. In one of his later prefaces, he protests strenuously that his works, although fiction, would be found to inculcate the highest morality. It is quite true that they are free from coarseness or licentiousness, although their moral tendency leaves something to be desired, at least from the European point of view. Kyodan lost nothing by his reformation. The bookshops were crowded by eager purchasers of his novels. The very horse boys and cow herds knew his name, and his house was besieged by rival publishers clamoring for manuscript. Kyodan took advantage of his popularity to insist on definite payment for his compositions. His predecessors, we are told, received nothing for their works but an occasional invitation to supper in some place of public resort, or presents of trifling value when their books sold well. The first work for which Kyoden bargained for payment was an early production entitled Shogeki no Burui, a share bond for which he received the munificent sum of 1 ride. Kyoden's best-known stories are the Inazuma Hiyoshi, 1805, of which some account is given below, the Honcho Tsubodei, 1806, the Udonji Monogatari, 1804, the Soshoki, 1813, the Chūshin Sugyuden, 1798. He was also the author of 2 works of antiquarian research which are much valued by native specialists. These are the Kodoshu and the Kinziki Kiko. Kyoden's writings would be classed by us among sensation novels. Wonder, amazement, and horror are the feelings which he aims, not unsuccessfully, at exciting. His style, however, is simple and straightforward, and although he can be graphic and picturesque upon occasion, he is not fond of that superfine writing to which some of his successors and contemporaries were so prone, and which is so exasperating to European readers. It is possibly a mere personal bias which leads me to prefer him to his pupil, the much vaunted Bacon. If any Japanese novel deserves to be published complete in English dress, one of Kyoden's would, I think, be found the most suitable for this purpose. His masterpiece is perhaps the Inazuma Hiyoshi, one of those tales of revenge of which the Japanese popular literature contains many examples. The characters are so numerous and the plot so complicated that it is impossible to give an adequate summary of it here. Amongst the incidents related are several murders and homicides described with much vigor and an abundance of gruesome details, a hara, kiri, and other suicides, sales of women by their relatives, terrific combats, hairbreadth escapes, dying speeches of great length, tortures, strange meetings, and surprising recognitions. There is an excellent description of a Japanese fair with its booths of merchandise, its lecturers, quack doctors, fortune tellers, and shows of wonders. There are beauteous maidens at the sight of whom the moon hides her head for shame and the flowers close, demons of smallpox and of suicide, scenes of witchcraft and enchantment, with dreams, magic terrors, spells of mighty power, witches and ghosts who rove at the nightly hour. This is surely a sufficient stock of material with which to furnish a novel of 20 chapters and about 300 pages. Each chapter, as is the custom with Japanese novelists, has a sensational heading, such as the hovel and the strange stratum, the danger by the wayside shrine, the guitar's broken string, the witchcraft of the venomous rats, the drum of hell. The following is part of the opening chapter of the Honcho Tsubodei. In the reign of Go-Hanazono of the 15th centuries, there was a pilgrim named Shikama no Sonomatsu. He had been told in his youth by a soothsayer that his physiognomy indicated a danger by the sword, so in order to avoid such a calamity, he entered the way of Buddha. He had no settled residence, but wandered about visiting one province after another. At length he arrived at a place called Rokudo in the district of Atago, in the province of Yamashiro. Darkness came on. Lodging, so he resolved to spend the night there and take shelter under a tree. This Rokudo is a place of burial on the moor of Toride, provided for all sorts and conditions of men, in which someone does not pass to exile here. Dew of tears follows upon dew. One smoke of cremation succeeds another without an interval. The lines, the name remains, the form has vanished. The bones beneath the form has vanished. The bones beneath the fur-clad mound are changed to ashes in the grassy mead. Some such place as this, an utterly wild and dismal moor it was, the deep grass drenched with dew, and here and there a bleached bone showing among it. A weird, uncanny spot indeed, fit to inspire such sentiments as those of the poet who says, "He is gone to his long home, and we, who now return, will one day follow him on the rugged path that leads to Hades." While in such gloomy thoughts immersed, the moon glimmering through the smoke of cremation seems like a crag of the eagle's mount. Fra tree put down his portable shrine. It was the season of the festival of the dead, so by way of a fire to light their path from Hades, the dead are supposed to revisit the earth at this time. Then turning to the Buddha of the shrine which he carried with him, and striking his bell, he recited the prayer for the dead. Whilst he was thus deep in his devotions, the moon was shedding a full flood of crystal light, and the Lespedeza, the Platycodon grandiflorum, the Anthisteria barbata, the valerian, the pampas grass, or something like it, the Dolichos bulbosus, and such like flowers three were blossoming luxuriantly and heavy with dew. The shrill notes of various insects piping with all their might, mingled with the chanting of the prayers and the sound of the bell, produced a sense of loneliness and desolation. There was borne on the wind the boom of a bell struck in some temple away on the moor, which by the number of its strokes indicated that the night was already far spent. His fire, too, had gone out, so the pilgrim thought to himself, "I must snatch a short sleep." He hung up a tent of oil, paper, and spreading on the grass his raincoat to keep off the dew of night, with a tree root for his pillow, he laid himself down. He was soon plunged in deep slumber, forgetful alike of past and future. But after a while he woke, and pricking up his ears, was that an insect's cry? No. It was a faint, far-off sound of music. The pilgrim wondered how on this desolate moor, at this late hour of the night, such beautiful music could be heard. Was it not an enchantment by some fox, badger, or wild cat? Presently he raised up his tent, and putting out his head, looked round. The weather had changed, and a night mist had gathered thickly, obscuring the moon. But the music came closer and closer. The mist clears away, the moon again shines out, and a splendid palace is seen, which Kyoden describes with great wealth of language. It proves to be inhabited by the spirits of a wicked lady of noble birth and her equally wicked retainers, who use the brief respite granted them from the tortures of hell to plot further mischief against their former enemies in this life. One of the few Japanese authors whose fame has penetrated to Europe is Kyokutei Bakken, 1767-1848. In his own country, he has no rival. 9 out of 10 Japanese, if asked to name their rival. 9 out of 10 Japanese, if asked to name their greatest novelist, would reply immediately Bacon. He was born in Yedo and was the youngest of 3 sons of a retainer of an official of the shogun's government named Matsudera Shinsei. Age of 13, unable any longer to endure the tyranny of his young master, he ran away from home. His elder brother procured him several other situations, but he had not the patience to remain in any of them. Scholar, but completed his studies with neither. At this period of his life, he was for a short time a public fortune teller at Kanagawa, close to the treaty port of Yokohama, but having lost all he possessed by a flood, received him into his house and showed him great kindness. It was while residing with Kyoden that Bakken produced his first novel, 1791. Kyoden admired it so much that he exclaimed, "In 20 or 30 years I shall be forgotten." In the title page of this work, Bacon describes himself as Kyoden's pupil. It is not creditable to him that at the height of his fame he tried to destroy all traces of this fact, and with this object bought up as many copies of his early publication as he could find. Through Kyoden's influence, Bacon a position as a bookseller's assistant, in which situation he remained 3 years, a novel which he wrote at this period and which was illustrated by Hokusai was very successful. Bakken was a tall, well-built man. One day, the manager of a company of wrestlers came into the bookseller's shop. He greatly admired Bacon's stature, over 6 feet, and said, "Join us, my boy, and I promise you a reputation which will extend everywhere within the 4 seas." Bakken laughed, but vouchsafed no answer. The old samurai pride still clung to him. Proposed to Bakken that he should marry his daughter, a girl of considerable personal attraction, the body he had received from his parents by such a marriage. He left the bookseller in order to marry the daughter of the widow of a dealer in shoes in Aida, Machi becoming his mother-in-law's adopted son and heir, as is the Japanese custom. He was too fond of the pen and ink. A good businessman, and as soon as his daughter reached a marriageable age, he provided her with a husband to whom he handed over the shoe business. He himself went to live with his son, who now held the position of physician. The household resources by keeping a school, but earned a considerable income from the novels which he produced in rapid succession. At the age of 70, he became almost blind, but he still continued his labors, his widowed daughter-in-law acting as his amanuensis. He died at the age of 81 after a career as an author of more than 60 years. The amount of saleable copy produced by Bakken can have few equals in literary annals. His pen was never at rest, and the rapidity with which he composed may be inferred from the circumstance related by himself that one of his novels, of about 200 pages, was completed by him in a fortnight to stay the demands of an importunate publisher. He is said to have written no fewer than 290 distinct works, many of which were extremely voluminous. Some authorities put the figure still higher. Bakken was not an amiable man. He is described as upright, but obstinate and unsociable. A single word which offended him made of him an enemy for life. Even Kyoto, to whom he owed so much, could not get on with him. Complained of his morose and intractable temper. Edmond de Goncourt, in his life of Hokusai, says that the quarrel between the painter and Bacon occurred in 1808 and was caused by the immense success of the illustrations to the Nakano-yu. Friends, but broke out again with great violence in 1811, when a continuation of that novel was brought out. Bakken accused Hokusai of paying no attention to his text and demanded that the drawings should be altered, but the publishers had already engraved both text and pictures. It was in consequence of Bakken's recriminations on this occasion that Hokusai turned his attention to publishing volumes of pictures without text. It is impossible to notice more than a few of Bakken's publications. The early years of the century were a time of great literary activity with him. Published the Yumibari, Tsuki, the Bow Bend or New Moon, which is thought by some to be his masterpiece. It professes to be an imitation of the Chinese romantic histories, but departs far more widely from historical truth, and is indeed a romance pure and simple, though a few of the personages have names taken from real history. The hero of this story is one Hachiro Tamatomo, a famous archer of the 12th century, whose adventures and exploits fill over 800 pages of the modern, closely printed edition. Had the eyes of a rhinoceros and the arms of a monkey. In strength he had no equal, and was skilled in drawing the 9-foot bow. Nature seemed to have destined him for an archer, for his left arm was 4 inches longer than his right. The eyes had each 2 pupils, allowed to attend a lecture given before the Mikado by a scholar named Shinsei. The conversation afterwards turned on the great archers of ancient and modern times. Tamatomo, at this time a boy of 12, broke in with the following speech: that for among archers of the present day I do not think there are any who excel Tamatomo in repulsing myriads of stalwart foes. Shinsei, on hearing this, was so taken aback that for a while he made no answer. Then, bursting suddenly into a boisterous laugh, he said, "An art requires months and years of hewing and polishing before it reaches perfection. Even if you had practiced since your babyhood, you are little over 10 years of age. Bethink yourself, men are not wooden figures. If you try to shoot them, they will try to shoot you. Those who are skilled in shooting should also learn to ward off the shafts. Are you prepared to catch the arrows shot at you?" Tamatomo, without waiting for him to finish his speech, replied, "Hua, in his 8th year, acted as general for the Chinese Emperor Shun. Dukyeki, in his 5th year, had the direction of fire. Be pleased to summon archers the most nimble-handed Even though it were the arrows endued with understanding of the goddess Kwannon, I will show you how easily I shall catch them. Shinsei, who from the first had intended to give him a sharp lesson, at the unflinching attitude of Tamatomo became highly exasperated, probably thinking it an opportunity for making a display of his own influence. He stood up abruptly and called out, "Who are in attendance, let them bring bows and arrows." "Your will shall be obeyed," was the answer. Two of the imperial guards, named Norishige and Norikazu, now advanced with bows and arrows to the foot of the stairs, leading from the courtyard up to the hall where the Mikado held his court. Shinsei, turning to them, explained the circumstances and told them to have a shot at this youngster. Now these two guards were originally soldiers of the Emperor Shirakawa and skilled archers. When Gotoba no In came to the throne, they were enlisted in the imperial guards. Once the Mikado gave them a target of 312 feet in diameter, telling them to shoot away its center. The order was given at the hour of the serpents at 10 o'clock, and the target was returned without its center at the hour of the rat, 2 o'clock. Tamatomo, and his 6 arms, could never escape the arrows of such archers. He could no longer bear to look on, and turning to Shinsei said, "Tamatomo, though he has a grown-up appearance, is still, so to speak, a yellow-mouthed boy. Even a joke should have some relation to the person it is practiced on. This conduct is most unlike Shinsei." Then turning to Tamiyoshi and the boy's father, he advised him to retire at once and take his son with him. Tamiyoshi, who up till now had remained silent, replied with deep respect. Amayo silent, replied with deep respect, "Not stand the test on this occasion. I would call it worse than to turn his back on the enemy. I could bear the loss of one son without regret. What I should hate would be to disgrace the soldier, fame of the house of Jin, established for many generations. I earnestly beseech your lordship to grant your permission and allow the matter to proceed as Shinsei wishes." Yorinaga offered no further opposition. Tamatomo was delighted and addressed Shinsei as follows. "To be a target for their shafts is an inappreciable boon. But if I fail to seize their arrows, my life will end in a moment. I am therefore placing it in your hands." Shinsei smiled. "If you succeed, this head of mine shall be your recompense. Shinsei belongs to the gate of Buddha, and should you now be slain, he will not continue his revenge after your death." Tamatomo paid no attention to this taunt, but rushed down into the larger courtyard and stood up at the distance of a bowshot. The 2 archers took 2 arrows each and stood over against him. Not only the sovereign, but all present wrung their hands till they perspired, expecting every moment to see Tamatomo's life fade faster than the clear dew beneath the sunbeam. Norishige fitted an arrow to his bow, and drawing it till it bent into a full moon, let fly with an accompanying shout. With his right hand, Tamatomo caught the arrow in the nick of time, while with his left he stopped the shaft, which Norikazu the next moment shot at him just as it flew close to his heart. "We don't want to kill him, but this time he won't catch our arrows." They drew their bows together and, watching a proper moment, let fly with a whiz. One arrow Tamatomo saved by entangling it in the sleeve of his garment, but as he had no other means of catching the second, he seized it firmly between his teeth and at once crunched its head to atoms. All this was done with a rapidity which may be compared to the flickering air dancing over the hot ground, or to the lightning's flash. To all the spectators it seemed more than human. It was beyond all praise, and no one said a word. Tamatomo flung aside the arrows to right and left. "Now, your reverence, you will be so good as to give me your head," he cried, and springing up the stairs, was about to take hold of Shinsei, when his father Tamiyoshi interfered. "Tamatomo has to leave Kyoto for political reasons. Adventures. He becomes possessed of a wonderful crane and an equally remarkable tame wolf, a strange hunter who has neither bow nor shafts, but who brings down his prey by stones flung with marvelous precision to an incredible distance. Luchu, where, among other adventures, he falls over a cliff several thousand feet to the bottom. He is a little stunned, but walks home afterwards, as if nothing had happened. He subsequently goes to Hachijo and other islands off the Bay of Edo, and then again to Lucho, where the principal events of the story take place. Bakin's Sayuki, or Journey to the West, 1806, is not an original work, but an adaptation of the well-known Chinese romance Sayuki, in which a Buddhist ecclesiastic attended by a magician, monkey, and a semi-human hog goes to India from China in order to procure Buddhist scriptures. It is full of supernatural occurrences from beginning to end aside, and is wholly lacking in human interest. He also translated the Shui Su, Suchuan Su I Ko Den in Japanese, a much more amusing Chinese story, which fills over 2,000 pages of small print in the modern Japanese edition. The influence of these and other Chinese romances is very noticeable in the works of Bakin and his school. The Nanka no Yume 1807 is a story of fairyland in the Chinese manner. The Shichia no Kura pawnbroker's store, 1810, hears a noise in his storehouse. He peeps in and sees the pledges deposited there assembled in conclave. Each tells its story. The Musabayo Yi Kosho Monogatari A6 is an allegorical novel in which the hero visits the land of childhood, the land of drunkenness, the land of drunkenness, the land of drunkenness, the land of avarice, the village of lies, the village of sinful desires, the village of grief, and the village of pleasure. The idea is borrowed from the older work Wusabyue, noticed in a previous chapter. It is very learned, intensely moral, and insufferably tedious. The same criticism will apply to the Shichia no Kura. The most famous of Japanese novels is the enormous work entitled Hakkenden. Begun in 1814, it was not finished until 1841. Story of the Eight Dogs narrates the adventures and exploits of 8 heroes of semi-canine parentage who represent the 8 cardinal virtues. After a perusal of some hundreds of pages of this work, I can only express my amazement at its extraordinary popularity in Japan. Physical and moral impossibilities, and worse still, is often pedantic and wearisome. Yet it was greedily bought up by the public. Are told appreciably affected the market. Price of that commodity. In addition to his novels, Bacon wrote a miscellany entitled Yenseki Zashi, which gives interesting information on such subjects as folk, lore, and popular superstitions. Character. He also wrote an account of a journey to Kyoto in 1802, which was published long after his death. Bacon's writings have some obvious merits. They prove sometimes only too conclusively that he was a man of great learning, intimately acquainted with the history, religion, literature, folk, lore both of China and Japan. His style is usually flowing, perspicuous, and elegant, and he possesses a command of the resources of his own tongue unique among his contemporaries. His language is a happy medium between the purism of such writers as Moturi and the semi-Chinese jargon of the later Kangakusha. It is honorable to him that at a time when pornography was the rule, rather than the exception with writers of fiction, his writings are free from all indecency of language and are invariably moral in their tendency. They alone were excluded from the sweeping prohibitive measure directed against light literature by the Shogun's government in 1842. Perhaps the quality which most strikes European readers of Bakin's novels is his prodigious fertility of invention. And his faults are as glaring as his merits are conspicuous. For the profusion of incidents with which he crowds his pages, he has recourse to his memory as well as to his invention. And what is worse, he constantly overleaps the bounds of possibility to an extent which tries the patience of the most indulgent reader. The deus ex machina in the shape of a ghost, demon, or supernaturally gifted animal is in far too frequent requisition. His moral ideals are of the common conventional type of his day and country, the product of the teachings of China grafted on a Japanese stock. His power of delineating character is extremely limited and reminds us very much of the portrait painting of Japanese pictorial art. He has little or no humor, and his wit is mainly of the verbal kind. The sentiment of love is dealt with by him in a way which is to us very unsatisfactory, while he can describe the mischief produced by unlawful passion, and wifely fidelity and devotion are his frequent themes, such things as the gradual growth of the sentiment in man or woman, the ennobling influence of a pure love, and all the more delicate shades of feeling are wholly neglected by him. Pathos which native admirers find in his works fails to move his European readers, although they are not insensible to the same quality in other Japanese authors. In short, human nature, as depicted by Bacon, is far too sophisticated to appeal to our sympathies. Might be if constructed on principles derived from the Chinese sages and their Japanese expositors, and goes for his material to books rather than to real life. It is characteristic of him that, unlike many of the dramatists and novelists of his time, he avoids the common speech for his dialogue and confines himself entirely to the more stilted literary language. Bacon's style, which is his strong point, is occasionally disfigured by lapses into fine writing, adorned with pivot, words, 7, and other artifices of Japanese rhetoric, irritating to all plain-minded people. The temptation of bestowing on his readers tedious displays of his erudition or of introducing foreign or obsolete words not understood of the people. It may be a question whether the rhythmical character of much that Bacon has written is a merit or a defect. Regular alternation of 5 and 7 syllable phrases so often referred to and produces much the same effect as the blank verse to which some English novelists are addicted. Bacon borrowed it from the popular dramatists of the preceding century. But while it is obviously in its proper place on the stage, where the words are chanted to a musical accompaniment, it seems a more doubtful kind of ornament in an ordinary romance. Japanese critics have an unqualified admiration for this feature of Bacon's works, and suggest that it entitles the Hocken to be classed among epic poems. The thought that the above is too low an estimate of a writer whose enormous popularity with all classes of his own countrymen is unquestionable. I therefore append the judgment of the authors of the only native history of Japanese literature. It will enable the reader to correct any injustice which may have been done by the barbarous Western critic. Bacon was a man of immense erudition. His flow of ideas was profuse. When he took up his pen, 1,000 words were quickly formed. Long chapters fell from his hand. He, nevertheless, from time to time, used deep thought and mature reflection, giving profound attention to plot and construction. His pen darted hither and thither, following his thoughts wherever they went, accompanying his sentiments wherever they turned themselves. In describing men and events, his style changed with the change of subject. Many there have been in ancient and modern times who gave their attention to style, each of whom has his own particular merit. Some excel in depicting scenes of grief and affliction, some of gladness and jollity, while others possess unrivaled gifts of indignant or satirical language. But how many are there who, like Bacon, can build on so vast a scale and include within their scope the billows of mankind with all their varied capacities and qualities? How many possess the styles fitted for this purpose, wherein are seen ever and anon magical things which far transcend our comprehension? In short, Bacon comprises in himself the best points of many men. We see in him numerous resemblances to Shakespeare. It is not only women and children, tradespeople and peasants who admire him. Even educated gentlemen are frequently moved to tears or laughter, or made to gnash their teeth and strain their arms with rage by his writings. That there is some truth in this I am not concerned to deny. I nevertheless venture the prediction that when the Japanese people have more completely shaken off, as they are doing every year, the Chinese influences which have molded their character and formed their tastes for centuries, Bacon's heroes and heroines will appear to them as grotesque and unreal as they do to us. His works will then be relegated to the same limbo which contains the romances of chivalry so dear to Europe before Cervantes, and be regarded merely as a document of a passing phase of the national development. The best known of Bakin's contemporaries is Ryut Heiko, 1783-1842, a samurai of the Tokugawa house from which he received an annual allowance of 200 bales of rice. Like Kyoden, he was in early life an artist. He also practiced haikai writing with some degree of success. As a writer of fiction, he is best known for his romantic novels. But he also published stories in dramatic form, Shohanjadeti, meant only for reading and not for the stage. Another kind of novel of which he wrote a few volumes was the Ninjoban or Sentiment Book, which will be noticed presently. Awa no Naruto, 1807, the Asamagatake Omokage Zoshi, 1808, and its continuation, the Shujaku Monogatari, 1812, an imitation of the Genji Monogatari, the well-known romance of the Heian period. It was a great success, and other authors, by choosing titles which included the word Genji, endeavored to persuade the public that their works were of a similar character, measures to suppress publications of an immoral tendency. The Inaka Genji was considered objectionable on this score, and Heiko received a private intimation that he had better give up writing novels. He was only too glad to escape so cheaply, as any official condemnation would have entailed the loss of his allowance from the government. I have not had access to this work. It is much admired by native critics for its style and sentiment. Tanehiko's Shohanjidat, or dramatic stories, differ chiefly from ordinary Japanese novels by the preponderance of dialogue over narrative, and by the choice of the ordinary spoken language for the speeches of the characters. They are also more realistic and vary less violently from actual living manners than the romantic novel. The great defect of his books is their want of human interest. Like Kyoden, Bakin, and the other novelists of the romantic school, Tanehiko accepts implicitly the conventional standards of honor and morality, and deviates little from the types of character which were the common property of the writers of his day. Indeed, he carries unreal sentiment and artificial rules of conduct to a more fantastic extreme than either of his rivals. Human nature is travestied by him in such a manner as to be no longer recognizable. How can one take any interest in a heroine of 15 years of age who sets out to travel through Japan in quest of her father's murderer with the intention of making love to him and thus finding an opportunity for putting him to death, or in the murderer himself, who is a magician with the power of making himself invisible, but who finds no better use for such a gift than to rob unsuspecting travelers? In another work of Tanehiko's, the hero submits patiently to be insulted and beaten in the presence of his inamorata by her temporary owner, and then indemnifies himself by waylaying his enemy in a lonely spot with the intention of assassinating him. It is true that the author tries to save his credit a little by making him, in the first place, discharge his money obligations to his intended victim. It is to be regretted that Tanehiko's writings should be marred by so vital a defect. They contain many interesting glimpses of manners and customs in the state of society which has now passed away, and his style, when not too ornate, is graceful and pleasing. Shikitai Samba 1775-1822, his numerous aliases may be omitted, was a native of Yedo, a bookseller. He subsequently opened a bookshop on his own account. His first work was written in 1794, when he was in his 19th year. In 1799, he was reported to the authorities by some person who objected to the immoral tendency of his writing. A count urged him to give up authorship, but he refused to do so. He was a prolific writer. Among his numerous publications, he is now remembered chiefly by two, the Yukio Furo and the Yukio Toku. The Yukio Juro was first published in 1809, but the blocks having been burnt, was brought out in 1811. The name of this work means the world's bathhouse. It consists of a series of realistic sketches of everyday life, something in the manner of Mr. Anstey's Voces Populi, a certain unity being given to them by assigning the dialogues to the frequenters of a public bathhouse, an institution well known in Japan as a center of gossip for the neighborhood. In the preface, Samba protests that he writes in the interests of morality. In bringing up children, he says, we give them bitter pills and sweet malt extract. The Chinese classics resemble the pills, while novels and stories correspond to the sweet stuff. Both convey instruction, though in different ways. The edifying character of the Yukio Furo is not very obvious to a casual observer, but it is undeniably amusing. Middle and lower classes, when they meet, he will find ample means of gratifying his curiosity in this work. Here is a conversation between two matrons at the bathhouse. Mrs. A, well, I have tried lots of servants, but I find that instead of their serving you, it is you who have to serve me. B, really? But I thought the maid who was with you till last year was such an amiable girl. Mrs. A, yes, and she was bound over to me for a long term, but as she had a good offer, I married her off and let her go. Mrs. B, that was very nice of you. Mrs. A, I don't know what to do. If I reprove her, she gets into a rage and smashes everything, and if I humor her, it makes her so conceited, forward, and talking when she is not wanted. So she gets the place to herself, and as soon as she's cleared away the breakfast things, she goes upstairs and spends half the day doing her hair. Then, until I tell her to get dinner ready, she is always going out, as she says, to hang out the dinner, washing, but really for gossip. There is not a day that she does not excite herself about matters, of course, crying and laughing over them, but grudging to take pains with her needful work. She will take up a pail, and with I'm going to fetch water, ma'am, off she goes to the well, and does not get back for a couple of hours. No wonder. When she is not making a fool of herself with all the young men in the row, she joins girls like herself in abusing the masters and mistresses. The other day, I wondered what they were talking about, so I slipped behind the outhouse, and there she was, praising her last master. Yukio Toko, the world's barber shop, is of a similar character. Other works of Samba are the Kokon Hayakonen Baka, 100 Fools, Ancient and Modern, and Shijuhachi Kus, the 48 Humors, and 100 Popularity, imitated Jibinsha Ikkyu, 1831, was the son of a petty official of Saruga. His early life was very unsettled. We hear of his holding small appointments in Yedo and Osaka, and his name appears with those of two others on the title, married. On the first two occasions, he was received into families as Iramuko, that is, son-in-law and heir. In Japan, such situations are notoriously precarious and unsatisfactory. Don't become an Iramuko, says the proverb. If you possess one go of rice, I kick you did not remain long with either of these wives. Very likely his parents, in-law, objected to his bohemian habits and dismissed him. A bathtub. His host presented it to him, and Ikkyu thereupon insisted on carrying it home through the streets, inverted over his head, confounding with his ready wit the passengers who objected to his blindly driving against them. One New Year's Day, a publisher came to pay him the usual visit of ceremony. Ikkyu received him with great courtesy and prevailed on him, somewhat to his bewilderment, to have a bath. No sooner had his guest retired for this purpose than Ikkyu walked off to make his own calls in the too confiding publisher's ceremonial costume, Ikkyu not being possessed of one of his own. On his return, some hours later, he was profuse in his thanks, but said not a word of apology. When he was engaged in composition, he squatted on the floor in a room where books, pens, inkstone, dinner, tray, pillow, and bedding lay about in confusion, not an inch of free space being left. Into this disorderly sanctum no servant was ever admitted. Iku's ready money went too often to pay for drink, and his house lacked even the scanty furniture which is considered necessary in Japan. He therefore hung his walls with pictures of the missing article, requirements of custom, and propitiated the gods by offerings of the same unsubstantial kind. On his deathbed, he left instructions that his body should not be washed, but cremated just as it was, and enjoined on his pupils to place along with it certain closed packets, which he entrusted to them. The funeral prayers having been read, the torch was applied when presently, to the astonishment of his sorrowing friends and pupils, a series of explosions took place, and a display of shooting stars issued from the corpse. The precious packets contained fireworks. The dramatic piece above mentioned was published in 1796 at Yedo, where he had then been settled for 6 or 7 years. Others followed, but it is useless to enumerate them, as their fame has been eclipsed by that of the Hazakurage, the great work with which Aikiku's name is always associated. The great work with which Aikiku's name is always associated. Hazakurage was published in 12 parts, the first of which appeared in 1802, the last not until 1822. It occupies a somewhat similar position in Japan to that of the Pickwick Papers in this country, and is beyond question the most humorous and entertaining book in the Japanese language. Hazakurage means knee, chestnut horse, the Japanese equivalent for our Shanks mare. It is the history of the travels, mostly on foot, as the title indicates, of two worthies named Yajirobuwa and Kitahachi along the Tokaido and other great highways of Japan, and of their manifold adventures and mishaps. Yajirobe, Yajiro, or Yaji, as he is indifferently called, is an elderly man of the shopkeeper class, whom some Japanese insist on identifying with Ikkyu himself. There are points of resemblance, but this, like most such identifications, is in reality fallacious. In the fifth part of the Hazakurage, which seems intended as a repudiation of the suggestion, Yaji is here represented as involved in cruel embarrassments by an attempt to impose himself on some provincial virtuosos as the renowned poet and novelist Jippensha Aiku, intended as a tada no oyaji or ordinary elderly man. But in truth he is neither Jippensha Aiku nor yet a tada no oyaji. He and his younger companion belong to that class who, having never lived, can never die. They are humble but not unworthy members of the illustrious fraternity, which include Falstaff, Sancho Panza, Samuela, and Tartarin. To us far more real personages than any originals which may have supplied hints for them. Yaji and Kida are by no means heroes. They are cowardly, superstitious, and impudent, lies gross as a mountain, open, palpable, fall from their lips on the smallest provocation or in mere wantonness. Yaji has a certain share of good sense and bonhomie which goes some way to redeem his character, but Kida is a fool positive whose idiotic sallies and ill-advised amorous schemes are continually entangling him in scrapes from which it requires all the wit and savoir-faire of his elder companion to extricate him. Nor is Yaji, from a moral point of view, much better. Both are, in sooth, shameless wights, whose moral principles are on a par with those of Falstaff or Sir Harry Wildair's, and for whose indecency of speech and conduct even Rabelais hardly affords an adequate comparison. The most that can be said for them is that their grossness is the grossness of the natural uncultured man, and not the more concentrated filth which revolts us in some European authors, and that with 2 continents and a wide gulf of social and racial differences intervening, their indecency somehow creates less disgust than if they were Englishmen or Frenchmen. Still, people of nice taste had better not read the Hazakurage. It is hopeless by translation to give any idea of the copious flow of rollicking humor which pervades every page of this really wonderful book. Those who have read it will not forget the scene in a roadside inn where some terrapins laid on a shelf overnight come out when Yaji, Kida, and their party are all sound asleep, and insinuate themselves among the bedding. Blind men who had agreed that one should carry the other over on his back. Yaji cleverly substitutes himself and so crosses over dry shod. But Kida, in endeavoring to follow his example, is detected and shot off in midstream. Delivers to Yaji a terrific but untranslatable message from his deceased wife, who adds a climax to his fright by proposing to come and pay him occasional friendly visits, and one where Yaji, fancying that Kida is a fox which has taken the shape of his friend, belabors him soundly to make him resume his natural vulpine form. Another amusing scene is one in which the owner of the pack horse which Kida is riding meets a man to whom the animal had been assigned as security for a debt. The creditor threatens to foreclose then and there, as the negotiations between the two sway backward and there. Forward, Kida is made alternately to mount and dismount, until at last the situation is cleared by the horse bolting with debtor and creditor in hot pursuit, while Kida is left bruised and shaken on the ground where he had fallen, unrelieved by more serious matter. Doubtless Bottom the Weaver and Falstaff would still be amusing even if they stood by themselves, but they gain immeasurably by contrast with the poetry of Fairy, the land and the stately court of Theseus in the one case, and with grave political surroundings on the other. In the Hizakuridge there is no suggestion of serious thought or feeling. All is broad, frequently even farcical humor. It is, however, excellent fooling of its kind. There can be no greater contrast than that between Ikkyu and the romantic school of novelists. Entire equipment of fantastic notions of right and wrong, artificial sentiment, supernatural interventions, impossible exploits, and euphuistic fine writing. He is a realistic writer in the good as well as in the bad sense of the word. The Hizakuridge is a picture of real life, which Aiku has drawn on his own observation. We know that he actually traveled through the places which are the scenes of his hero's exploits. But even if there were no record of the fact, it is obvious to every reader who knows Japan. The human life of the great highways is depicted with photographic accuracy and with a verve and humor which no mere observation, however minute, could ever impart. We see the daimyo's train, slow, moving, silent. Very free criticisms as they squat humbly by the roadside until the great man has passed. The religious processions, noisy and disorderly, are treated by them with more open ridicule. Waiting maids, begging priests, ronins, komuso, criminals of the samurai class who have been permitted to become priests, and who lead a wandering life with their faces wholly concealed under immense basket hats. Pilgrims who nowadays travel by excursion trains with tickets available for 2 months from date of issue. Boyd, pilgrims to the shrines of ice with all the precocious shrewdness of a gaiman or a street Arab tome, Anna or female touts who beset the highway near their masters inn at sundown and wheedle or hustle the traveler into it. Coolies with their degraded dialect, all Itku's personages use the language and speak the dialect proper to them. Thieves, jugglers, rustics, ferrymen, horseboys, and many more. Most of these have disappeared forever, but they still live in Aiku's pages to delight many a future generation of readers. It has been said that there are no terms of vulgar abuse in the Japanese language. The compliments exchanged by the coolies and pack horsemen in the Hizakuridge are a sufficient answer to this rash assertion. There is more truth in the statement that profane language is unknown in Japan. Been as richly supplied with terms of this kind as Arnulfus or our armies in Flanders. But the only oath uttered by the heroes of the Hizakuridge is the very mild Namu Sambo, that is to say, by the 3 holy things, namely Buddha, the law, and the priesthood. Paradoxical though it may appear, this is probably owing to the want of any very deep-seated sentiment of piety in the Japanese nation. Their language is equally deficient in such phrases as God bless you, thank God, and adieu. The ninjobun. All students of Japanese literature are familiar with the ninjobun, or sentiment book, a species of novel which flourished most in the third and fourth decades of the 19th century. It was at last prohibited by the government, like its predecessor and model, the share ban. The best-known writer of this class of story was Temminga Shunsu. After 1829, he was a pupil of Samba. Shunsui was a bookseller of Yedo. Confinement to his own house in handcuffs for publishing works of a tendency prejudicial to public morals. The blocks from which they were printed were at the same time destroyed. Even his admirers cannot say that Shunsu's punishment was altogether unmerited. One of Shunsu's best-known stories is the Moon Koyomi, Plum Calendar, with its continuation entitled Shunshoku Tatsumi no Sano, Spring Color Eastern Garden, which appeared in 1833. It is a novel of low life, and the characters are singing girls, harlots, ronins, professional jesters, and the like. Its morality cannot be defended, but in decency of language it is superior to the Hisakorage and even to the Yukio Furo. The Iroha Bunko, which is considered Shunsui's greatest work, is not a typical ninjobun, though from some points of view it belongs to this class of literature. The story of the revenge of the 47 Ronins. Few worse arranged books have ever been written. Have had two objects in view irreconcilable with each other. One was to produce a historical narrative. He describes it as a true record, enriched by matter drawn from genuine documents. Historical research, the Iroha Bunko, is worthless. It is not always possible to distinguish Shunsui the historian from Shunsui the romancist, and in order to comply with the edict forbidding novelists to meddle with real personages of the Edo period, he was obliged to garble his materials, transferring the scene of the story from Edo to Kamakura and from the 18th to the 14th century, and altering the names of the characters. In this he was only following the example of the characters Yushin Shurjek, the famous drama, which deals with the same subject. His historical disquisitions nor care, for example, to follow him in discussing the question of the precise date when shops for the sale of buckwheat vermicelli were first established as separate institutions. He will turn from such muda, banashe, vain talk, as Shunsu himself calls it, scenes where he abandons his facts and endeavors by the help of a sympathetic imagination to realize the feelings and emotions of the actors in the tragedy, filling in their surroundings, supplying them with parents, wives, sweethearts, or children, inventing romantic incidents and passionate speeches, and in short, converting them from vaguely outlined personages of history into real men and women. The great service rendered by Shunsui and his fellow composers of ninjobun was to recall the attention of writers and readers of fiction to human nature as the proper subject of the novelist's art. Since the time of Murasaki no Shikibu, this branch of study had been sadly neglected in Japan. The novelists of the Romantic school were too much occupied with sensational situations, hairbreadth escapes, and supernatural wonders to study the human heart with its affections and passions. While IQ and Samba, though excellent in their way, were humorists and nothing more. The ninjobun, it is true, do not show us human nature at its best. The society into which they introduce the reader is far from select, and the morality sadly defective. Is there? We find in these works real human beings depicted in such a way that we can follow their fortunes with interest and sympathize with them in their joys and sorrows. The dialogue of the ninjobun is in the ordinary colloquial language of Yedo. Amongst other ninjobun may be mentioned the Tsuji no Obushi, 1834, by Jippensha Aiku the Younger, Imozadori N.D. by Tamanaga Shunga, a pupil of Shunsui, Musum Setsuyu, 1831. Yedo period Japanese fiction presents no feature of special interest. A good many novels were produced in the several styles described above, but there was no new departure and no writer of conspicuous merit. Works in the Chinese language during the Edo period, the the Chinese language held a position in Japan similar to that of Latin in Europe during the Middle Ages. It was the vehicle of all literature of a serious kind, and more especially of history. Japanese scholars attained to great skill in composition in the literary dialect of the Han Dynasty, a period which may be taken as corresponding for China to the Augustan era in Rome. One of the chief historical works of this kind was the Dainihonshi, a history of Japan from the accession of the first Mikado, Jimmu Tenno, B.C. 660, to the abdication of Gokomatsu in D.C. 660, which, with its numerous addenda, extends to 100 volumes. It was written by a number of scholars engaged for that purpose by Mitsukuni, Prince of Mito, and was completed about 1715, although not printed until 1851. The Dainihonshi is much admired for its concise and elegant style. 1837 is probably the best-known work of its class in Japan. It relates the history of the shogunate from its beginnings in the 12th century down to the establishment of the Tokugawa dynasty of shoguns under Ieyasu in the beginning of the 17th century. Both this and the last-named work are invaluable for the study of Japanese history, but they present few attractions to ordinary European readers who will heartily concur in the unflattering estimate of the Guishi contained in Mr. Chamberlain's Things Japanese. Another important work by Reyasenyu is the Nihon Siki, a history of Japan in 16 volumes. Towards the end of the Edo period, there was a great falling off in the literary use of the Chinese language in Japan. At the present day, it is employed only for a few special purposes similar to those for which Latin is still resorted to in Europe. The sun went down, and the welcome, the thrice wished for, the most fair, the best beloved night sought a well-earned repose. On the morrow he rose from his couch at dawn, donned his armor, and sallied forth in quest of fresh, adventuresome as was his bold spirit. His courage was now to be put to a testy old fool, full of meat as an egg-shaped domes, slender minarets, and square-built towers, rose in picturesque confusion. From the summit of a hill where dwells Eike, Book the Seventh, Tokyo, One-Ness period, 1867-1898. Some recent developments under European influence the first half of the present century was a time of profound peace in Japan, during which the feudal system established by Tokugawa Ieyasu was in appearance as flourishing and efficient as ever. But indications were not altogether wanting that it was already tending to its downfall. The condition of the peasantry had become very unsatisfactory. They were grievously taxed and oppressed by the daimyos, who competed with one another in pomp and magnificence, and to this end maintained large numbers of sinecure officials and idle retainers. The military organization was wholly affected, as some collisions with British and Russian men of war early in the century proved very clearly. The nation had become tired of over-government. For want of general support, were obliged to relax their control over the daimyos, the more powerful of whom began to assert their independence in a way which was fatal to the maintenance of the old feudal government. Struggle between the decrepit shogunate and its recalcitrant vassals. It resulted in 1867 in the complete downfall of the former and the establishment of a new political organization presided over by the Mikado and supported by the chief advisors of the daimyos who had been instrumental in restoring him to his rightful position in the state so long usurped by the shoguns. These men, who combined political wisdom with ardent patriotism in no ordinary degree, built up on the ruins of the shogunate the new system of government which Japan now enjoys, and efficient that the country has ever known, and has raised it to an unparalleled height of power and prosperity, liberty and enlightenment. A very large share in this result was due to the influence of Western ideas. With the fall of the shogunate, the moral, religious, and political principles on which it was based became more or less discredited, and the nation turned to Europe for guidance. The great political change which had taken place produced no immediate results so far as the literature was concerned.